In a world fused from countless Hong Kong films, Zhenbang unexpectedly awakened the all-round lottery system. While others were still struggling on the streets, he had already begun using the system's power to create wealth. He dug up his first pot of gold by making films, then opened arcade halls to seize the entertainment market, and gradually laid out diverse industries, shaping his own commercial empire. Facing the ever-changing tides of both the underworld and the upper world on Hong Kong Island, he subdued talents from all walks of life, step by step expanding his influence. From a nameless nobody, he rose into a legendary figure who commanded both wealth and power. Hong Kong Island, Wan Chai District, neon lights shimmering. In the general manager's office of a film company, Zhenbang slouched on a leather sofa, one leg casually crossed over the other, a thick cigar clenched between his teeth. As he exhaled clouds of smoke, a playful glint lingered in his eyes. The man sitting opposite him, Jimmy Jai, was far less composed. This figure, who was considered quite prominent on the streets, was now drawn taut like a bowstring. His neck stretched forward like a giraffe's, and his eyes were glued to the LCD television screen to the point he seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. On the television, a new cut of the film Color Is Emptiness was playing. On screen, a male lead whose sleazy appearance was enough to make one want to call the police was shoveling boxed rice into his mouth, yet his eyes could not help but dart to the side. Beside him sat a stunning beauty with a graceful figure. Not only did she not get angry when she noticed his furtive gaze, her lips curved into a smile as she suddenly slid into a full split on the spot. Her snow-white skin flashed across the lens, pure yet enticing with the degree of exposure controlled to perfection. The man's chopsticks slipped from his fingers and rice sprayed across the table, but his eyes still refused to move away. Unlike the coy, hesitant style of those early directors, this version had been personally overhauled by Zhenbang, with the actresses appearing in truly revealing fashion. Every frame had been meticulously refined to ensure that each shot would precisely stimulate the audience's visual nerves. In other words, beauty was elevated to its extreme and desire was drawn out to the fullest. Jimmy Jai watched until his whole body went rigid, the muscles in his thighs trembling uncontrollably. Zhenbang cast him a sidelong glance, the corners of his lips lifting despite himself as a mocking chuckle escaped. This kid's self-control was still far from enough. Yet it was hard to blame him. This film had been made precisely to leave people with burning eyes and restless hearts. Exhaling a ring of smoke, Zhenbang's gaze pierced through the haze as his thoughts drifted back to a few months ago. Back then, in his original world, he had still been an ordinary corporate wage slave, until he woke up one day and realized he had crossed over. He had fallen into this parallel world reconstructed from countless shredded Hong Kong films, landing as a lowly errand runner under Chui, Guy the Enforcer, for He Liansheng. He started with nothing but his own 2 hands, and all his equipment came from the lottery. Crossing over with him was an old game console he had bought for 200 yuan from a second-hand market. After entering this world, the console transformed into a cluster of virtual data parasitically lodged in his mind. No one else could see or touch it, only he could access and control it. Strangely, the fruit icons that had once appeared on the console's screen disappeared, completely replaced by 4 kinds of colored blocks: white, sky blue, violet, and scarlet. There were 20 in total, 1 red, 2 violet, 6 blue, and the rest blank white tiles. Every midnight, the system automatically refreshed 5 points. Each point allowed 1 random draw, and whichever color appeared was entirely up to luck. White was the most worthless, usually yielding daily consumables such as toothpaste, soap, and condoms. Blue was marginally better and occasionally produced hard goods like machetes, pistols, and bulletproof vests. Violet blocks were rare and could unlock special personnel. As for the red one, despite drawing for so long, Zhenbang had never seen it triggered even once. He even suspected that the red block was merely a decorative gimmick the system used to tempt him into topping up, though this broken system did not have any recharge option at all. That said, with what he had already drawn, it was more than enough for him to firmly plant his feet on this manium in Hong Kong. The blue blocks had granted him nearly 200 absolutely loyal underlings on standby, 24 hours a day, ready to charge through fire and blades at a single word. The violet blocks had yielded 3 ruthless figures: Fei Ingli, the legal queen from Detective Conan, whose brilliant mind handled every mess in the company's legal affairs; Abu from Wolf Teeth, a silent killer who could fight and slaughter worth 50 ordinary foot soldiers; and Jin from the Conan world, clad in a black trench coat, driving a Porsche and murdering without blinking. This man was now the sharpest blade in Zhenbang's hand. Relying on this group, Zhenbang had torn open a bloody gap within He Liansheng, that flesh-eating organization. The reason he sought cooperation with Jimmy Jai was because he saw clearly that on this Hong Kong island cobbled together from countless gangster films, the turf was many times larger than in reality. Almost every profitable street and money-making business had some organization standing behind it. To fight alone was to die without even leaving a trace. He had to borrow power, find partners, and make the cake bigger. Jimmy Jai was a man with brains and ambition, with a few guns under his command, and most importantly, he understood film, or rather he understood how to use films to make money. The art film resources stored in Zhenbang's mind were works that were 10 or even dozens of years ahead of this. Any one of them with minor adjustments to the visuals and plot could be released as an instant hit. As expected, the two of them hit it off, charged into this blue ocean that had yet to be fully developed, and carved out a bloody path. From opening to now, in less than 3 months, 91 Media had already become a name that ranked among the top in Hong Kong Island's underground film scene. After deducting salaries, locations, equipment, and greasing the palms of various powerful figures, each month, more than 2 million Hong Kong dollars still flowed cleanly into Wu Zhenbang's personal account. In this era, that figure was enough to make many people risk their lives for it. As the end credits slowly rolled, and the final frame froze on the male and female leads embracing as they leapt from a building in a beautiful moment, Jimmy Jai involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Jimmy Jai's chest heaved violently as he turned to cast a worshipful look at Wu Zhenbang, raising his thumb in admiration. Bangor, I truly submit to you. How did you come up with such a brilliant script with that mind of yours? Jimmy Jai had never imagined that the colored film directed by Wu Zhenbang would reach a standard nearly on par with mainstream theatrical releases. Even a seasoned veteran like him, who rolled about in powder and rouge every day, felt his whole body burning. If it were ordinary viewers, they would probably go insane. Stop spouting nonsense and put away what you've got tucked in your waistband. Just this little commotion and you're that worked up. Wu Zhenbang rolled his eyes at the wide-eyed Jimmy Jai. Two grown men discussing business, and one of them suddenly brandishing his tool. How outrageous. Oh, sorry, I lost control for a moment. Jimmy Jai hurriedly adjusted his sitting posture, his face plastered with an embarrassed grin. My part of the work is done, the rest is up to you. Uninterested in Jimmy Jai's embarrassment, Wu Zhenbang took out another cigar, clamped it in his mouth, and leisurely lit it before taking a slow drag. His responsibility for the filming had long been completed. Today he had simply dragged Jimmy Jai over to review the cut and see if any shots needed reshooting. Since the film had no issues, the subsequent distribution naturally fell under Jimmy Jai's control. Wu just had to sit and wait for his share. Bangor, rest assured, with a film this exhilarating, I guarantee those animals will be howling after they see it. Jimmy Jai crossed his legs, his face blooming into a wide smile. But besides that, just as Wu Zhenbang was about to continue, the office door was suddenly pushed open by Abu. Jin, who had been waiting in the corridor, slipped in right behind him. Bangor, the bar just called. That bastard Liang Kuan sent people to sweep 2 of our venues. By the time I arrived with our men, those scumbags had already slipped away. But according to the boys at the venues, the thug leading them, Silly Chung, said this was a small warning for you, Bangor, telling you to personally go to Mong Kok tomorrow to have tea with their boss, Liang Kuan. Ignoring Jimmy Jai completely, Abu strode straight up to Wu Zhenbang to report. Wu listened, his eyes narrowing into slits. Ever since the film company had gotten on track, friction between him and Liang Kuan had been constant. He had not expected Liang Kuan to go this far this time, coming directly to smash his venues. Half a year ago, Wu Zhenbang might have swallowed his anger. But now, Liang Kuan. Wu Zhenbang squeezed out the name through clenched teeth, his gaze as cold and When he had first crossed over, he had followed Chue Gai, the current sitting head of Hulian Sheng. This boss was arguably the most pathetic dragon in the society's history. Before Wu arrived, Chue Gai's territory consisted of just 2 shabby bars in Wan Chai, with at most a few dozen men under him. If not for Didi's secret support, he would have long been swallowed without even his bones remaining. Only after Wu partnered with Jimmy Jai to make films did the situation start to improve. Now, even not counting Wu Zhenbang's 91 Media, Chue Gai had at least 7 venues under his name. He finally had a semblance of a true boss. As for the grudge with Liang Kuan, it had been forged a few months back. Although Wu's special film business was booming and smaller societies dared not provoke, Hulian Sheng, which claimed 50,000 members, Liang Kuan had Hong Xing behind him, boasting 100,000 strong, so he feared nothing. Previously, Liang Kuan had sent people several times to discuss cooperation. Wu Zhenbang saw through him at a glance. This bastard dabbled in everything: gambling, prostitution, and drugs. Thus, he stubbornly refused to partner with them. Otherwise, given his nature, he would never reject any profitable deal. It was just that he dared to touch anything, except drugs, which he absolutely would not stain his hands with. In recent months, the conflicts between both sides had been small skirmishes. But this time, Liang Kuan had directly crossed the line to smash venues, completely igniting Wu Zhenbang's killing intent. Got it. Abu, take some men to keep watch for now and wait for my orders. Wu Zhenbang pondered for a moment before instructing Abu. Understood, Bangor. Abu replied. As soon as the words left Wu's mouth, Abu did not even lift an eyebrow. He simply nodded silently, pulled open the office door, and walked out. Boss, what are we going to do now? Once Abu's footsteps had completely faded, the previously pale-faced Jimmy Jai rubbed his chilled fingers, his brows knotted tightly. In recent days, that bastard Liang Kuan had caused no end of trouble, not only throwing Wu Zhenbang's turf into chaos, but even making Jimmy Jai's venues suffer. To hell with him. They've already climbed onto our necks to shit. If I play turtle now, how am I supposed to survive on the streets? Wu Zhenbang leaned back against the leather sofa, a faint cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Compared to the cautious man he had been right after crossing over, he now commanded strong forces and was no longer a lone miserable commander. All the more Liang Kuan's provocation this time was like a pillow delivered when he was dozing. He had been worrying about not having enough turf lately. You're not seriously thinking of taking down Liang Kun's base of operations directly, are you? Jimmy's ice jaw was clenched tight. Wu Zhenbang had a point. If they let others trample their faces without daring to make a sound, they might as well tear down the He Liansheng banner and use it as firewood. Although Jimmy Zai had always wanted nothing more than to make money quietly, their business was on the verge of being smashed to pieces. If he kept cowering, even he would find it hard to justify. You keep an eye on the film side for now, or we'll let you know about everything else later. Wu Zhenbang jerked his chin toward the television set. He trusted Jimmy Zai completely. The fellow usually seemed harmless and mild, but if anyone dared cut off his money, he truly had the guts to chop them into mince and feed them to his Tibetan mastiffs. The original storyline had this ruthless man doing exactly that without even blinking. All right. Jimmy Zai rose and straightened his suit. Call me anytime if you need me. He had just reached the door when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. By the way, Banggu, they're about to elect a new boss. Between Lok Shu and Brother Didi. What do you think? Wu Zhenbang slowly exhaled a smoke ring, lightly tapping the cigar against the edge of the crystal ashtray. What the hell does that have to do with me? Wouldn't it be nicer to just sit back on a little stool and watch the show? He snorted. And you kid, why is a low-level foot soldier worrying about who sits in the big chair? Shouldn't that be something your boss Long Jin is racking his brains over? Just asking, that's all. Jimmy Zai waved it off. If you had a vote, would you choose Lok or Didi? I'd vote for Uncle Chuanbao. The answer popped out of Wu Zhenbang's mouth without a second thought. Seeing Jimmy Zai's eyes nearly bulge out, he slapped his thigh and shook with laughter. Uncle Chuanbao is so domineering. He said he'll lead the brothers to plant a flag on the moon. Crazy. Jimmy Zai almost choked on his own saliva. Back to the point. Wu Zhenbang suddenly rapped his knuckles on the coffee table. Why are there always the same few girls in our films? Did all your newcomers die off on you? Lately, the short films shot by 91 Media featured the same few faces over and over. If this went on, the audience would eventually be sick to their stomach. Boss, you think fresh models for adult films grow like weeds by the roadside? Jimmy Zai exploded on the spot. Take that film Sex is Emptiness, for example. She has to be pretty, have a killer figure, and actually know how to act. Am I running a brothel or a talent agency here? After all, what respectable girl would willingly strip naked and roll around in front of the camera? Fine. Wu Zhenbang stroked his chin. But if we keep doing it like this, the business will eventually tank. You need to scout more newcomers. If the audience keeps seeing the same faces, they'll end up impotent from boredom. He understood Jimmy Zai's difficulties, but some warnings still had to be delivered. After listening, Jimmy Zai waved his hand impatiently, indicating that he got the message. This time he did not pause. He pushed the door open and left the room, his footsteps quickly fading down the corridor. The office grew quiet again, leaving only Wu Zhenbang and Qin Jiu inside. Smoke rings slowly spread through the air. Leaning back in his chair, eyes half-flitted, Wu Zhenbang gazed out the window, calculating how best to deal with that arrogant bastard Liang Kun. On the other side of the room, Qin Jiu lounged lazily against the doorframe, idly playing with a gleaming silver. It was a Desert Eagle that Wu Zhenbang had casually won during a special event. Seeing that Qin Jiu liked it, he had tossed it to him without a second thought. Now the gun spun nimbly between his long fingers, sometimes held normally, sometimes flipped backward, the tricks looking almost professional. He had a tall, straight figure close to 1.90 meters, with trademark silver hair cascading over his shoulders. A long black coat paired with a matching black fedora framed a sharply contoured face and a razor-edged jawline. Coupled with the faint mocking curve at the corner of his lips, he radiated a keep-away sense of danger from head to toe. He might as well have the words "Do not provoke" carved right across his face. Qin Jiu. Wu Zhenbang suddenly spoke, shattering the brief silence. Swish. Almost the instant his words fell, the silver Desert Eagle spinning between Qin Jiu's fingers halted and settled firmly into his grip. He slowly lifted his head, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes as the corners of his mouth curled into a faint arc. At last, a mission had come. Go find out every single location where Liang Kun's people are dealing in products, Wu Zhenbang said evenly, his gaze still fixed on the view outside the window. Once you've checked them all, come back and report immediately. He had long grown used to Qin Jiu's perpetual readiness for trouble. Ever since the system had drawn him out, this man had stayed by his side as a personal bodyguard, almost never leaving his shadow. But there were things that were inconvenient for Wu Zhenbang to handle personally. So after obtaining Qin Jiu, he simply poured money into setting up an umbrella security company and even managed to secure several legal firearm permits for him. On the surface, Umbrella was a legitimate security firm, but in reality, anyone with half a brain could see what it really was. Still, no matter how greedy the Hong Kong Island authorities were, they were not fools. Issuing a few permits was already bending the rules, and expecting more was unrealistic. After all, Wu Zhenbang still bore the name of He Liansheng. No matter how stupid the people on the other side were, they would never allow him to arm dozens of his own men with legal guns on record. Understood. Qin Jiu's voice was low. Even though the mission did not involve immediate action and left him slightly disappointed, he still accepted it without hesitation. He turned, pulled the door open, and strode out. A killer's blood always runs cold, though only missions and targets can ignite the faint spark of his interest. Ding-ling-ling. Not long after Qinjiu left, the brick-sized mobile phone on the desk rang. Raising his brows, Wu Zhenbang picked it up and answered. Hello. Bang, how are things over at the bar? Came Chue Ji's slightly worried voice on the other end of the line. Ever since Wu Zhenbang's rise, Chue Ji, the head of Lian Sheng, had basically become a hands-off boss, while the younger brothers gradually gathered under Wu Zhenbang's banner. The incident with the smashed bar had clearly reached Chue Ji's ears. Nothing big, just two venues got roughed up a bit. Clean up the mess, and they can reopen. Holding the phone, Wu Zhenbang strolled over to the window, casually observing the stream of people on the street below. There was a brief silence on the line, then Chue Ji's earnest advice came through. Bang, you must keep things steady. Hongxing over there is not that simple, and it hasn't been easy for you to claw your way up these past few years. How about I go have a word with Liang Kuan first? Boss, I know what I'm doing. Wu Zhenbang's tone remained even, but a chill flickered across his eyes. They struck first. If we don't at least hit back once, how is Lian Sheng supposed to hold its ground in the streets? Although Chue Ji was a leader in name only, he had indeed treated him well recently. Wu Zhenbang did not shut the door on him entirely. His words still left some room between them. Bang, come have morning tea with me tomorrow. Chue Ji's weary sigh drifted from the receiver. A veteran who had clawed his way through the underworld for decades could hardly miss the meaning between the lines. The young man was clearly determined to clash with Liang Kuan, and as the sitting boss, Chue Ji could not help but be deeply worried. He was already planning to persuade this youngster face-to-face to remind him not to act too rashly. Understood, boss. Wu Zhenbang replied succinctly before hanging up. He fully grasped what Chue Ji was thinking. Hongxing's roots ran deep, and Liang Kuan was a vicious character. The man in the big chair simply wanted to smooth things over. With their current strength, it was indeed difficult to challenge an entire Triad branch. But those concerns could not shake Wu Zhenbang's determination. Once Qinjiu dug up every dirty deal Liang Kuan was involved in, he would strike like thunder. On Yanon he might not gain much, but on Hong Kong Island he was far from the only one eyeing Liang Kuan. When he hung up, the clock on the wall was pointing to 9:20. After briefly tidying his desk, he picked up his jacket and headed for the elevator. The film crew had wrapped today, and Kowloon had taken all the staff of 91 Media out for a celebration banquet. The films they shot might never make it to the mainstream, but a wrap party still had to be held. It was after all just the cost of a meal. This errand boy, originally obscure under Chue Ji, had now been promoted by him to director. Though adult films were highly profitable, Wu Zhenbang naturally would not direct them himself. After Kowloon received special training and was paired with a professional assistant director, he was more than capable of handling such productions. Boss. Bangu. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, 4 men in black suits immediately stood up to greet him. Wu Zhenbang gave a slight nod and continued walking toward the entrance without breaking stride. These elite bodyguards from Umbrella like Qinjiu were trusted confidants he had carefully selected. Not only were they absolutely loyal, they also held legal permits to carry firearms. In this city of sin, he was not like other gang bosses who strutted around arrogantly with only 2 useless thugs in tow. Those idiots often died without even knowing how it happened. The rolling shutter of the garage at his seaside villa in Sai Kung slowly rose. After getting out of the car, Wu Zhenbang walked straight toward the entrance door. This 3-story ocean view mansion had cost him nearly all his savings. He had dropped tens of millions in one go to secure it. Servants' quarters, a private pool, and ample parking. Everything was in place. In an era when Hong Kong Island's property market had yet to go insane, this was an almost foolproof investment. As he pushed open the front door, warm yellow light spilled from the living room. A graceful figure was curled up on the leather sofa. Long legs sheathed in black stockings crossed and swaying lightly, while a tailored business suit traced out perfect curves. Strands of loose hair framed her face, and the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose flashed with a cold glint. The queenly aura rolling off her made it hard to breathe. Looking at Fei Yingli seated on the sofa, a meaningful smile tugged at the corners of Wu Zhenbang's lips. He walked over and sat down beside her, his thick arms slipping around Lawyer Fei's slender waist, gently pulling her closer into his embrace. His restless hand slid up along her alluring curves, finally coming to rest on a soft spot, where he began to. Leaning close to her flushed ear, Wu Zhenbang whispered, "It's this late, and you're still at it. What case is so important? The hearing is about to start. I need to have every detail down cold." Fei Yingli shifted slightly to evade his wandering hand, yet her eyes remained fixed on the file in her grasp. Once this legal prodigy immersed herself in work, not even her own man groping her from head to toe could shake her focus. It was a strange quirk of the system's design. Although Fei Yingli had been obtained through a draw, she was by no means a mindless puppet. Not only did she possess independent thought, she had also inherited the workaholic tendencies of her original counterpart. Even with unwavering loyalty to Wu Zhenbang, she still remained indifferent to her kin when faced with significant cases. The law firm funded by Wu Zhenbang was thriving, and this beautiful lawyer threw herself into her cases with reckless abandon. At this moment, regardless of how the man flirted and teased, she could bite her lip and suppress her excitement, forcing herself to read the documents word by word. With the sound of the file being thrown onto the coffee table, Fei Yingli finally lost composure. As she turned and straddled the man's lap, her delicate face had already flushed a fiery red. She held Wu Zhenbang's face and kissed him deeply with the fervor of wanting to swallow him whole. The two figures quickly tangled and rolled up to the third floor. The sounds from the bedroom continued until the late hours of the night, gradually settling after more than 2 hours. The next morning, Wu Zhenbang sneaked to the territory of the Chuaji gang for morning tea. As expected, this cowardly boss advised him not to confront Liang Kuan, directly suggesting that they wait for the new leader to be elected before making any long-term plans. Wu Zhenbang feigned agreement, but then turned around to send Abu and his men to wreak havoc on Hongxing's territory in Mongkok. Naturally, Liang Kuan could not swallow this humiliation and sent people to Wanchai to cause trouble the next day. As a result, they were beaten to tears by Abu's prepared team. During this time, the entire Hong Kong island was focused on the power struggle with Lianqing, but no one expected Wu Zhenbang to suddenly emerge from Chuaji's ranks and actually fight back against the leader of Hongxing. The gang leaders waiting to see Chuaji's embarrassment were all taken aback. No one expected this young man from the 49th district to be so fierce, carving out a space for himself with his fists. In the office of 91 Media's president boss, what is this? Wu Zhenbang rubbed the dragon head stick in his hand, looking curiously at Chuaji, who was puffing out smoke across from him. During this time, he had not paid any attention to the gang elections, solely focusing on his conflict with Liang Kuan. The results are out, a Lu has been elected. Chuaji's fingers trembled as he spoke, clearly encountering a serious trouble, but this stick. Why not just hand it directly to a Lu? Wu Zhenbang tossed the dragon head stick playfully. Surely, you don't want me to contend for the leader position, right? Although he had considered that position, he knew that it was not the right time. At this moment, he was merely an insignificant figure in the gang, not even having secured a position as a fragrance master, let alone contend for the leader's seat. Although the heads in Hong Kong Island engaged in all sorts of dubious activities, they were extremely particular about. If he could become a hall master now, he might indeed consider contending for it. A bang, you don't know D is completely. Chuaji's face was all wrinkled together, his voice low. Yesterday, he sent someone to bind Long Jin and Guan Zai's son and threatened that if I dared to hand over the token to a Lu, he would make me pay. Now I feel like Zhu Beiji looking in a mirror, neither human nor pig. Even Deng Bo looks at me differently now. Chuaji wiped the cold sweat from his brow and took out a red silk-wrapped object. I can't keep this thing anymore, I'll leave it with you for now. Originally, he planned to send someone with the token to hide in the mainland to avoid the storm, but recently Wu Zhenbang and Liang Kuan had clashed several times, and his Originally, he planned to send someone with the token to hide in the mainland to avoid the storm, but recently Wu Zhenbang and Liang Kuan had clashed several times, and his fierce reputation had spread on the streets. Thinking it through, Chuaji felt that only by handing the token over to this ruthless character could he ensure that Lin Huailu and Di would both think twice. If he continued to keep it on himself, he might get killed by Di one day. Boss, if I were you, I would just give it directly to Deng Bo. Wu Zhenbang casually tossed the package onto the table, stirring up a layer of dust. Why not let the old man pass it on to a Lu? If Di asks, just push it on a Deng Bo. He genuinely could not understand what this boss was planning. Since everyone was eyeing this hot potato, wouldn't it be better to part with it sooner? Whether giving it to Di or Lin Huailu, why hold on to it and invite trouble? The original character's actions were even more puzzling, neither daring to offend Di nor help Lin Huailu, yet foolishly thinking of sending the token to the mainland. Wasn't that clearly inviting resentment from both sides? No wonder he later encountered car accidents and was forced to pull the tube. It was purely self-inflicted. Directly give it to Deng Bo. Chuaji's eyes nearly popped out. What about Di? What else could we do? Wu Zhenbang shrugged. Either let Di continue fighting or let Deng Bo mediate. By holding on to it like this, aren't you just waiting for both sides to come find you for trouble? He was currently embroiled in a fierce conflict with Liang Kuan, with no leisure to deal with this mess. This dragon head stick couldn't even be eaten, and carrying it around was cumbersome. Fine. Then let's give it to a Lu. Chuaji bit his lip for half a day and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Wu Zhenbang brushed off the ash from his cigarette. Wrong, it's for Deng Bo. Right for Deng Bo. Chuaji quickly corrected himself, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Hearing Wu Zhenbang say this, Chuaji nodded vigorously. Okay, you'll take this stick to Deng Bo right now. Boss, you just stay here comfortably in my company and drink tea. Oh, once everything is settled, there will be no issues. Wu Zhenbang stood up without a word, taking the stick that symbolized power and walking out of the office. All right. Chuaji wiped the sweat from his brow, but a bang, you need to be cautious. D might stir up trouble. Although he had made up his mind to hand over the hot potato, Chuaji was fully aware. This was merely shifting the trouble onto Wu Zhenbang's shoulders. However, he genuinely had no other options. He could not afford to offend either side. Right now, the only support he had left was Wu Zhenbang, this capable aide. Boss, just rest assured. As long as you stay in the company comfortably sipping tea and reading the news, it'll handle the rest. Wu Zhenbang wore a faint smile, completely unconcerned, with Chueji's worries striding out of the office with the stick in. Old hands like Chueji might still care about human relationships and worldly matters. But Wu Zhenbang was not one to fall for this. If Di dared to touch him, he would be more than happy to invite Di to the seaside for a heart-to-heart. In the office, Chueji watched Wu Zhenbang's retreating figure, feeling a warmth in his eyes. If it weren't for this capable assistant, he really wouldn't know what to do. In Kuntong District, 2 black cars slowly stopped in front of a villa. As Wu Zhenbang got out of the car holding the stick wrapped in black cloth, he saw Lin Huailu greet him with a beaming smile. Lu Xiao, congratulations on being elected the new helmsman. Although they were unfamiliar with each other, Wu Zhenbang understood the principle that one should not be rude to those who are polite. Seeing the warm welcome, he generously expressed his congratulations. I'm ashamed, it's all thanks to the support of various uncles and brothers, otherwise I wouldn't have the qualification to sit in this position. Deng Bo is already waiting inside. Shall we go in and discuss further? Despite the eagerness to snatch the stick, Lin Huailu maintained a flawless facade. Even though he was anxious, he still kept a proper smile. However, as he spoke, his gaze couldn't help but dart toward the object in Wu Zhenbang's hand. Alright, let's discuss inside. Wu Zhenbang pretended not to notice the intense gaze from Lin Huailu, politely nodded, and turned to enter the villa. In the tea room on the second floor, the rotund Deng Bo was leisurely brewing tea. Wu Zhenbang walked straight to the tea table, placing the object in his hand on the table. Deng Bo, our boss, asked me to. Should he give it directly to Lin Huailu? There was a lot to consider here. Although he did not care about DS revenge, Chueji's family could not withstand the turmoil. If that madman became violent, the consequences would be beyond what Chueji could bear. Let's drink tea first. Deng Bo merely glanced at the object on the table, not in a hurry to take it. He poured a cup of tea for Wu Zhenbang and gestured for him to proceed. Though elderly and portly, his demeanor still conveyed authority honed over decades in the underworld. Thank you, Deng Bo. Wu Zhenbang did not stand on ceremony, taking a sip from the teacup. This stick has been passed down for over 100 years through the hands of dozens of helmsmen. If it gets lost, where would we put the face of our entire gang? Alu, in the coming years, whether it's a dragon or a worm, you must guard this object well. Deng Bo slowly pushed the stick on the table toward Lin Huailu, speaking earnestly. Understood, Deng Bo. Lin Huailu suppressed his inner excitement, his eyes fixated on the dragon head stick on the table, responding solemnly. Bang, it seems that recently you and Liang Kuan from Hongxing are not getting along too well. I've heard a bit about the grievances between you both. This time it is indeed Liang Kuan who broke the rules and crossed the line. Coincidentally, Lu is now officially the helmsman between us and Lianqing. If you two have any conflicts, you can sit down and discuss how to resolve them. Moreover, how could Wu Zhenbang not see through the schemes of that old fox Deng Bo? It was merely that Lin Huailu had just taken over as the leader, and on the other side the Big D was stirring trouble, desperately needing to establish his authority to show the brothers. According to the original trajectory, it should have been Chueji who was targeted by Lin Huailu, but now it has turned into Wu Zhenbang. But Wu Zhenbang would never let Lin Huailu meddle, otherwise even if they captured Mongkok, the credit would go to Lin Huailu. How would they divide this juicy piece of meat then? Wu Zhenbang was not in the habit of letting go of meat that was already in his mouth. Alright, if you need anything, just let me know. Since I am the leader of the association, I won't allow my brothers to be bullied by outsiders. After being directly rejected by Wu Zhenbang, Lin Huailu still maintained a calm demeanor, even nodding in agreement. At the same time, he deliberately raised the hand holding the dragon head cane and waved it in front of Wu Zhenbang, seemingly reminding the other party. Now that Lianqing was decided by him, Lin Huailu, the era of Chueji was over. Brother Deng Bo, I still have some matters to handle on my side, so we'll take my leave for now. Since the matter has been made clear, Wu Zhenbang did not wish to linger any longer, said his goodbyes, and left Deng Bo's villa, heading straight down to drive away. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, Deng Bo remained as steady as a mountain, drinking tea with an indifferent expression, as if everything happening had nothing to do with him. Aside from saying a few words to Wu Zhenbang, when handing over the dragon head cane to Lin Huailu, he did not glance at him again. Even when Wu Zhenbang directly rejected Lin Huailu, Deng Bo remained silent, as if such trivial matters were not worth his concern. Deng Bo, how do you think the matter between Bang and Liang Kuan should be handled? Lin Huailu still wore a smile, asking Deng Bo for advice. On the surface, Wu Zhenbang's refusal had no effect on him, but in reality, he had long secretly noted down this debt. As the leader of Lianqing, how could Wu Zhenbang dare to disregard him? He certainly had thoughts about it. It's a good thing for young people to have ambition. Hongxing is not so easy to deal with. Wait until they can't hold on anymore, then you step in to clean up the mess and handle things more elegantly. Still the same old saying, you are now the leader of the association, and no matter what means you use, you must make the association's reputation shine. Deng Bo leisurely took a sip of tea, showing no concern for what had just happened. In his eyes, Wu Zhenbang was merely a fledgling character full of aspirations for power, who could not amount to anything apart from shouting and boasting. In the territory of Hong Kong Island, who does not know the name of Hongxing? They are indeed a behemoth. Even the established powers like He Lianxing have to bow down a bit. Only when one is battered and bruised in external conflicts can they truly appreciate the importance of having a strong backing. Unlike certain hot-headed youths who foolishly attempt to take on Hongxing alone. I understand Deng Boss meaning. Lin Huailu sipped his tea slowly, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. In fact, the old man's thoughts were quite similar to his own. Wu Zhenbang was still living in a dream. When he tasted the bitterness, he would naturally understand the harshness of reality. By then it would be Lin Huailu's turn to act. Moreover, the benefits he would demand then would not be the same as. Meanwhile, faraway Wu Zhenbang had not put Lin Huailu and Deng Boss thoughts in his heart at all. To outsiders, Liang Kuan, as the leader of Hongxing, was indeed difficult to provoke. But Wu Zhenbang knew better than anyone that although this guy appeared glamorous on the surface, none of the 12 hall masters truly respected him. In recent days, he had clashed with Liang Kuan multiple times, while the other hall masters of Hongxing all stood by and watched. It was clear that even the ousted former leader Mr. Jiang was eager to see Liang Kuan make a fool of himself. But who would have thought that the feud between Wu Zhenbang and Liang Kuan was just the beginning and the real drama was yet to come? Damn it, what's going on? The Benz suddenly braked sharply and Wu Zhenbang nearly crashed into the front seat. Fortunately, he reacted in time to avoid physical pain. He couldn't help but curse. Boss, a few cars are blocking the way ahead. The bodyguard driver quickly reported more than a dozen people are coming this way with weapons. Wu Zhenbang frowned. His first reaction was that Liang Kuan had sent someone to seek revenge. After all, the two sides had been in continuous conflict recently, so it was normal for the other party to come and block him. When he saw that the leader was actually the Big D, he instead breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the matter of returning the token to Deng Bo had leaked, and the other party was here to question him. With a bang, Wu Zhenbang fearlessly pushed the door open and got out of the car. Several well-trained bodyguards quickly formed a protective circle, their fingers already resting on their waists. They were not ordinary thugs. If the other party dared to act rashly, they would definitely face a professional-level counterattack. Even if an accident occurred with the support of that unbeaten queen in the legal world, it would at most be considered self-defense. Yo, isn't this the famous Big D? Wu Zhenbang leaned against the car, calmly lighting a cigar. Amidst the swirling smoke, he looked calmly at the aggressive newcomers. Wu. Big D's eyes bulged with rage, the iron rod pointing directly at Wu Zhenbang's nose. Stop pretending. Did you give the token to that bastard Lin Huailu? Seeing Wu Zhenbang still acting so calm, Big D was even angrier. Chui Ji clearly said to give the item to me, yet you dare to hand it over to Deng Bo. Do you really think you are something just because you fought with Liang Kuan a few times? Big D's iron rod was about to jab at Wu Zhenbang. The bodyguards beside Wu Zhenbang instantly tensed up, quickly drawing their weapons from their waists. The dark muzzles of the guns were all aimed at Big D's approaching men. Damn, you're looking for death. In the blink of an eye, two guns were pressed against Big D's temples, leaving him dumbfounded. Although he had known Wu Zhenbang was ruthless enough to confront Liang Kuan, he never expected this guy to be so audacious, with bodyguards dressed in suits daring to brandish guns in broad daylight. Especially when he saw the fierce glint in the eyes of those bodyguards, Big D felt a chill run down his spine. If he dared to make a move, these people would definitely pull the trigger. Even the boss had flinched. His little brothers were even more terrified, taking a step back in unison. What are you doing? Put the guns away. Big D is our home master, one of our own. Wu Zhenbang feigned displeasure as he patted the bodyguard's shoulder. Understood, boss. The bodyguard immediately put away his weapon, but still stood half-circle around Wu Zhenbang, coldly staring at Big D's group. Big D, isn't it inappropriate to block the road here? How about we get in the car and talk? Wu Zhenbang noticed a line of cars parked a few meters behind, and onlookers were peeking out from their vehicles, so he smiled and extended the invitation. Big D's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot as he glared hard at Wu Zhenbang. After a long pause, he finally squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. Fine, let's get in. I want to see what tricks you can play. In front of so many little brothers, even though the other side had guns, Big D could only force himself to act tough. After you. Wu Zhenbang smiled and gestured, stepping into the car first. You guys drive along. Big D turned his head and shouted at his terrified little brothers, straightening his neck as he also got into the car. The onlookers, seeing that there was no fight, reluctantly returned to their cars. On Hong Kong Island, street shootouts among gang members had long become commonplace. After the two groups of cars left the originally congested intersection, finally resumed traffic. Big D cooled down. Want a cigar? Inside the car, Wu Zhenbang offered a freshly cut cigar. Big D unceremoniously lit it up, taking a deep puff before turning to say, I'm in the car now, so speak quickly. Although he was forced into the car, his tone still carried a hint of hostility. I understand that Big D feels frustrated about not being the decision-maker. But what can I do when Deng Bo directly ordered me to hand over the Dragonhead cane? You have indeed looked out for my boss these past 2 years, but the problem now is that Deng Bo is determined to support a less rise. Even the elders who originally supported you have changed their tune, and my boss wants to help you, but is powerless. Wu Zhenbang exhaled smoke rings casually, adding, and he lynching the decision-maker is nothing, a fart from Deng Bo is louder than thunder. Damn that old bastard. Big D slammed his thigh. He was well aware that Deng Bo was the real power holder of the association. During the last election, Deng Bo and that group of old men had jumped out to oppose him, saying he was inexperienced. Who would have thought they ended up endorsing Chueji, who was worthless apart from his experience as the decision-maker? If it weren't for his behind-the-scenes support over the past 2 years, those 2 shabby bars opened by Chueji in the prime location of Wanchai would have long been swallowed by other gangs. But now in this election, that old fox Deng Bo was at it again, choosing to support Lin Huailo. This infuriated Big D to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. When he got wind that Wu Zhenbang had sent the token to Deng Bo, he immediately brought people to block him. Had it not been for Wu Zhenbang's personal bodyguard revealing their weapons, Big D would have definitely made this kid suffer. His actions were not directed at Wu Zhenbang. He just wanted to give Deng Bo and his group a warning, clearly indicating that he would never acknowledge Lin Huaile's position as decision-maker. Inside the 91 media company located in Wanchai, Wu Zhenbang got out of the car and strode into the office building. As for Big D and his gang, they had parted ways halfway. Surprisingly, Big D left even more furious than when he arrived. He was already seething with anger at Lin Huailu taking over as the decision-maker, and on the way back he was further provoked by Wu Zhenbang's words. Though Big D was also dissatisfied with Chueji and Wu Zhenbang, comparatively speaking, Lin Huailu and Deng Bo's group angered him even more. Since he couldn't afford to provoke Wu Zhenbang, he simply redirected all his fury at Lin Huailu. As Wu Zhenbang stepped into the company lobby, he saw the rotund and boisterous Deko Jiu surrounded by 2 young women laughing and chatting lively. With that animated expression, he was likely discussing the new film script. Recently, Wu Zhenbang had been entangled in negotiations with Liang Kuan and had no time to create new scripts, but that didn't mean the company would come to a halt. Under the boss' influence, the self-proclaimed cultured director Dekojio also began to adopt a more refined approach, no longer casually filming scenes of men and women stripping like those other trashy groups. Now they specialized in narrative art films. For instance, when a certain feature film from Hong Kong became popular, he would follow suit and produce an adult version, maintaining a similar storyline, while focusing on those indescribable scenes. Just as Dekojio was passionately explaining a scene to the actress, he suddenly caught sight of Wu Zhenbang approaching, and a shiver ran down his spine. He quickly bowed and greeted, "Boss, you've arrived." "Hello, boss." "Boss." Others turned their heads at the sound and hurriedly chimed in their greetings. "You all carry on." Wu Zhenbang slightly nodded, casting his gaze around the 2 unfamiliar women before turning to head upstairs. These 2 newcomers were clearly not sent by Jimmy, probably picked up by Dekojio from somewhere else. Yes, Dekojio nodded and bowed. Once Wu Zhenbang walked away, one of the women whispered, "Is that your boss, Jiu Ge? So handsome." As a new actress, it was her first time seeing this legendary boss. Neither of the girls expected that the head of this company was a handsome young man in his early 20s with a figure comparable to that of a model. "Damn it. Wipe your drool and focus on filming." Dekojio, seeing them staring blankly at the boss' departing figure, quickly scolded in a stern voice. He was well aware that despite the boss' usual warm smile and handsome appearance, if provoked, he would definitely make someone pay the price overnight. "Got it, Jiu Ge?" The 2 girls quickly smiled in response. These girls were merely trying to make a living, and no one dared to truly anger those influential figures in the industry. When the office door on the 2nd floor was pushed open, Wu Zhenbang immediately spotted Qin Jiu sitting on the sofa, reading a newspaper alongside another person, Chui Ji, who wore a worried expression. Have all the matters been taken care of? A bang. Since Wu Zhenbang left, Chui Ji's heart had been hanging in suspense. He was afraid that the D would find out that he had instructed Wu Zhenbang to deliver the token to Uncle Deng. When that guy got angry, it wouldn't be a light matter. During the time waiting for Wu Zhenbang's return, he had lost his interest, even in sipping tea, his mind filled with chaos. So the moment Wu Zhenbang stepped through the door, he immediately jumped up from his chair and asked, "Big brother, you can rest assured everything has been arranged properly. From now on you can enjoy life peacefully. That brat the D won't bother you again." Wu Zhenbang first nodded to Qin Jiu, then showed a gentle smile to Chueji. "That's great, that's great." Upon hearing the news that the crisis had been resolved, Chueji finally felt the weight lift from his heart. Now with a family to look after, he feared most that this madman D would target his loved ones. "Big brother, you're not young anymore. Oh, just enjoy a leisurely life as an elder in the gang, spending more time with your... Let me handle all these chaotic matters in the gang from now on." Wu Zhenbang sat down beside the coffee table, brewed Chueji another cup of tea, and spoke sincerely. To be honest, it's not easy to survive as long as Chueji has in this world, let alone to retire unscathed. If it were anyone else wanting to wash their hands clean the moment they lost their power, their enemies and rivals would be sharpening. "I understand. A bang. This time it's all thanks to you." Chueji nodded heavily. Previously he had thought about continuing in the game, but after witnessing how D dealt with Officer Sun and Long Jin, he was thoroughly scared. If it weren't for Wu Zhenbang holding the fort this time, he reckoned his fate wouldn't be any better. Therefore he was genuinely grateful to Wu Zhenbang. "You're my big brother. Who else would I help if not you?" Although this matter has been temporarily settled, the D is still furious. Just avoid him when you see him in the future. You know that guy has no regard for kin when he goes berserk. Seeing Chu Eiji so receptive to advice, Wu Zhenbang felt quite pleased. Having such an insightful elder is actually quite nice. At least he wouldn't be a hindrance and understands how to delegate. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chu Eiji nodded, vigorously chatted with Wu Zhenbang for a few more moments, then took his leave. Clearly Chu Eiji intended to retire completely, and Wu Zhenbang became his. Here the most important issue was the matter of title. Otherwise, with Wu Zhenbang's current status, he wouldn't even have the qualification to sit on an equal footing with other hall masters. But with Chu Eiji's backing, it would be much easier for him to climb the ranks in the future. After Chu Eiji left, Wu Zhenbang finally turned his attention to Qin Jiu. The fact that Qin Jiu was here indicated that he had already grasped the situation on Liang Kun's side. From now on, Wu Zhenbang had no intention of playing house with Liang Kun. This time, he aimed to change the entire Mongkok to the Wu surname. Boss, here are the specific locations of Liang Kun's several hideouts. Qin Jiu handed over a piece of paper filled with addresses and explained the terrain characteristics around these locations. Well done. Looking at the detailed notes on the hideouts, a meaningful smile curled at the corners of Wu Zhenbang. Find a few enthusiastic citizens to deliver this information to the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. After a moment's thought, Wu Zhenbang returned the paper to Qin Jiu and instructed. He wouldn't touch these matters himself, but he could let the police take action first. When the police began their operation, he would also launch his plans simultaneously. In the end, relying solely on the limited forces Wu Zhenbang currently controlled, if he were to confront Liang Kun, the outcome would indeed be hard to predict. Unless firearms were involved. Even if Abu was strong enough to take on 10 or 20, what about 50? This was a full-scale conflict between two gangs, far from a simple street fight. Understood. Qin Jiu, after receiving the note, he turned without further ado and began preparing the relevant arrangements. After gathering for so long, it's time to make a big move. Wu Zhenbang leaned lazily against the leather sofa, gently closed his eyes and focused on the mysterious slot machine interface in his mind. Since arranging for Qin Jiu to collect intelligence on Liang Kun's grade business, he had intentionally reduced the frequency of draws. The goal was to accumulate enough chances for a thrilling series of pulls. Let's draw. Looking at the system interface displaying 30 consecutive draw opportunities, Wu Zhenbang focused his will and decisively pressed the start button. The golden halo spun rapidly on the slot machine's reel. With the ticking sound, the glow gradually slowed down after several rotations. It finally came to a halt on a plain white square. Congratulations, you have won 10,000 HKD. Damn. Seeing another cash reward, Wu Zhenbang couldn't help but curse under his breath. He immediately focused his attention, his fingers frantically tapping on the virtual button, using up all the accumulated draw opportunities in one go. The golden halos on the reel lit up one after another, spinning continuously like a train. Beep. White. Bright red. Pure white. As the reel stopped spinning one after another, the remaining 29 draws were soon completed. Good luck. Looking at the colorful prize orbs before him, Wu Zhenbang couldn't help but wear a long-lost smile. In addition to those ordinary blue and white orbs, he surprisingly drew 2 red and 1 purple top-tier. Open them all. With an excited heart, Wu Zhenbang slightly moved his thoughts, and all the prize blocks burst in. Congratulations, you have obtained 700,000 HKD. Congratulations, you have obtained 105 ordinary followers. Congratulations, you have obtained a body enhancement elixir. Finally drawn something useful for myself. Gazing at the enhancement potion from the red block, Wu Zhenbang let out a long breath and murmured to himself. Since crossing into this parallel world and becoming a leader under Chu Eiji for half a year, although he had obtained quite a bit of wealth and resources from the lottery, it was the first time he had drawn something that could directly enhance his own qualities. Never would he have expected to hit the jackpot this time, not only drawing another top-tier fighter, but also acquiring the body enhancement elixir he had longed for. It's really not easy to draw you. Wu Zhenbang fiddled with the transparent glass vial he had just obtained, the blood-red liquid inside appearing exceptionally eerie. Without any hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and downed it in one go. As the potion flowed down his throat, Wu Zhenbang immediately closed his eyes and focused on the changes within his body. Soon a blazing warmth surged from his dantian, rapidly spreading through his limbs. Not only was there no pain at all, but an indescribable sense of comfort also enveloped his entire body, causing Wu Zhenbang to involuntarily hum. At this moment, the muscle tissues beneath his skin seemed to wriggle like living beings, but under the protection of some mysterious energy, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. After about 5 minutes had slowly passed, Wu Zhenbang exhaled a breath of stale air. The previously overwhelming sense of comfort gradually receded like a tide. At this moment, he felt explosive power surging through his limbs. This state made him feel as if he could take down a robust bull with his bare hands. What a thrill. He moved his neck joints, the cracking sounds ringing clearly. Stretching his limbs, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. This exhilarating feeling of power surging was truly addictive. Leaving the leather sofa, he walked to the bathroom in the office suite. After stripping off all his clothes, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, carefully examining the changes in his body. Not bad at all. Looking at the chiseled muscle lines in the mirror, he smacked his lips in satisfaction. What surprised him the most was that a certain private part had also noticeably increased, far surpassing the effects of his workouts at the gym. Although he had a robust physique, before it was nowhere near the perfect form he had now. After admiring himself, he casually turned on the shower head. The warm water washed over his rejuvenated body. About 10 minutes later, Wu Zhenbang returned to the bedroom wrapped. He grabbed the brick-like old mobile phone and dialed the number of his capable assistant Abu. Hey, go to the warehouse in the West District immediately. A crisp response came from the other end. Understood, boss. After hanging up, he swiftly put on his clothes. The hidden warehouse in the West District was specifically designated for housing the personnel he acquired through special channels. After all, the office of 91 Media was located in the bustling district of Wanchai, where there were many people and curious eyes. It was easy to explain the sudden appearance of 3 to 5 unfamiliar faces, but if 100 people appeared out of nowhere, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Once dressed, he grasped his mobile phone and strode out of the office. Now was the critical moment to clash with Liang Kun's gang. This batch of special talents was an important fresh force, and he needed to deploy them swiftly. Thinking about finally being able to resolve the thorn in his side, Liang Kun, a glint of cold light flashed in Wu Zhenbang's eyes. In a remote storage area in the West District, Abu had been waiting by the rusty iron gate for a long time. Boss. Upon seeing Wu Zhenbang's convoy arrive, he immediately went forward to greet him. Let's go inside and talk. Wu Zhenbang briefly gestured, leading several personal bodyguards straight into the depths of the warehouse. Standing in the center of the vast area, he focused his thoughts. In an instant, over 100 strong men appeared on the originally empty cement floor, as if by magic. Master. As the group, led by Feng Yuxiu, emerged, their gazes all fixed on Wu Zhenbang. From now on, he raised his hand to stop the others from bowing, turning to Abu and instructing, "You are in charge of settling these brothers." He then added to the sharp-eyed warrior, "Feng Yuxiu, from now on you will be my personal guard." Understood, boss. The loud response echoed in the warehouse. Abu immediately began assigning tasks, while Feng Yuxiu silently stood beside Wu Zhenbang, his burning gaze always following Abu's figure. "One day I'll let you all have a spar." Noticing the eager expression of the martial enthusiast, Wu Zhenbang's lips curled into a playful smile. It seems that there truly is a special intuition among experts. He pondered to himself. He understood Feng Yuxiu's temperament all too well. Encountering a strong opponent was like a hungry wolf spotting a bone. "Thank you, boss." Feng Yuxiu grinned, revealing his white teeth, the scar across his face twisting with his smile. Once everything was arranged, Wu Zhenbang waved his hand and turned to leave. With Abu's capabilities, the subsequent matters would naturally be handled properly. As night fell, various luxury cars filled the entrance of the Jordan Hung Yuan restaurant. These were the vehicles of various bosses from Hong Kong Island who had close ties with He Lianqing. At this moment, Lin Hualua, who had just officially taken charge after the Dragon Head ceremony, was throwing a grand celebration banquet. Under the crystal chandelier of the restaurant, Lin Hualua held the microphone, beaming with joy. Facing the crowd, he spoke platitudes like "Harmony is precious" and "Let's prosper together," his triumphant demeanor prompting frequent toasts from the guests. After a long round of formalities, Lin Hualua leisurely strolled back to the main table of He Lianqing. At this moment, Deng Bo was leading the old seniors of the society in drinking tea and chatting, and even Wu Zhenbang's elder brother Chueji was sitting there. "Hey Chueji." Chuan Bao, chewing on a toothpick, glanced sidelong at Chueji across the table. "Your little brother Zhenbang has been quite impressive lately, ignoring legitimate business to compete for territory, stirring up a storm with Hongxing's Liang Kun." It's worth noting that although Wu Zhenbang was a capable aide under Chueji before, he didn't even have a proper nickname, spending his days following Jimmy and honestly doing business. It wasn't until the recent escalating conflicts with Liang Kun, coupled with his handsome looks, that people started calling him Zhenbang the Handsome. Chuan Bao, this time, it was indeed Liang Kun who broke the rules first. Lin Hualua held up his wine glass, wearing a gentle smile. However, it's understandable that young people want to make a name for themselves. When he can no longer hold on, we old bones can step in to clean up the mess. At this moment, aside from Long Jin and Guanzai's son, who were still recuperating in the hospital, and Didi, who was still troubled by the election results, almost all the prominent figures of He Lianqing were present. "I've fully entrusted all affairs to Bang to handle." Chueji calmly picked up a piece of rib. "He can stir whatever he wants. This old bone of mine is too lazy to manage it." Ever since Wu Zhenbang settled the DS issues, Chueji has completely stepped back from the society's affairs. He didn't even plan to attend the next election. With such a huge commotion this time, Long Jin and Guanzai's son lying in the hospital, who knows if it would be his turn next. "Damn." Chuan Bao spat out a fishbone. "I'm just afraid that the kid might not wait for the society's help and get wiped out by Liang Kun instead. Is Hongxing that easy to provoke? If we lose the society's face, who will take responsibility for that?" The other uncles present nodded in agreement. Everyone exchanged words dripping with disdain for Wu Zhenbang. They were all eager to take the opportunity to join forces and take down Mong Kok to divide this fat piece of meat. As for Wu Zhenbang, just a small character. These sarcastic remarks made Chui Jia's expression increasingly grim. If it weren't for Deng Bo's timely intervention, he might have flipped the table. Meanwhile, Lin Hualao, as the spokesperson, remained silent with a smile, clearly still holding a grudge over Wu Zhenbang's rejection at Deng Bo's house last time. While He Lianxing was throwing a banquet, Wu Zhenbang, who did not attend the feast, received news of a massive mobilization by the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Move out. The long-prepared Wu Zhenbang immediately ordered. Aside from leaving some personnel to guard the Wanchai venue, over 300 brothers split into several teams heading towards Mong Kok. He Lianxing is handling matters if outsiders stay clear. With a series of furious roars, Abu led a squad of men in black suits charging forward like a storm. Liang Kun's territory was swiftly cleared, and the guests who had been enjoying themselves were startled, fleeing with their heads in their hands. The little brothers guarding the place hadn't reacted yet before being taken down. Fighting is all about being ruthless. The more than 200 desperados Wu Zhenbang had picked from his old acquaintances led the charge along with Chui Jia's old subordinates, and the new recruits they had gathered recently, each one fierce and formidable. They hacked away at anyone they saw from Liang Kun's side. To Liang Kun's lair, Wu Zhenbang wielded a sharp knife, forcefully chopping down a blocking Hongxing little brother, leading a dark mass of brothers straight towards Liang Kun's film company. As he walked, he secretly lamented that officer named Chun Jiajue was indeed quite capable, carrying out his tasks with a swift and resolute demeanor without any hesitation. In fact, Wu Zhenbang had long instructed Qin Jiu to arrange for enthusiastic citizens to report to the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, all to draw this fierce officer out. With such a tough character on the scene, wasn't it only a matter of time before Liang Kun's hidden operations were crushed? Qian Kuan International Film Industry. Liang Kuan was reclining with his legs crossed, leisurely appreciating the latest film that had been produced. Just as he was about to call for that beautiful female lead from the film to come over for some fun, suddenly, bang! The office door was slammed open and Sha Chong rushed in holding a Big Brother phone in a panic. Boss, something big has happened. That bastard Wu Zhenbang has brought people to smash our territory. Damn it. Liang Kuan was startled, almost jumping out of his chair. After clarifying the situation, he immediately slammed the table and cursed. How dare he cause trouble? You should have called people to fight back. Not that, boss. Sha Chong was so anxious that he stomped his feet, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. This time Wu Zhenbang brought several hundred people. Our brothers can't possibly hold up. Right now he is leading his men over to our company. Several hundred people. Liang Kun's face turned ashen and the veins on his forehead bulged. When he fought with Wu Zhenbang, before the most they had were a few dozen people hacking at each other. He never expected the other side would come in full force this time, bringing an entire crew to fight. This is too much. Where are our people? Quickly call for backup. Liang Kuan shouted hoarsely. I've already called, Sha Chong said with a mournful face, but all the numbers over there are unreachable. We can't contact our brothers at all. In fact, neither of them realized that Liang Kun's men in other places had already been wiped out by the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Even if there were any who managed to escape, they wouldn't be able to withstand Wu Zhenbang's fresh troops. Damn it. Liang Kuan cursed as he jumped up from his boss chair. Hurry and retreat. He rushed downstairs with Sha Chong and 7 or 8 little brothers in a panic, only to arrive at the lobby. Oh. The piercing screams made people's eardrums ache. Wu Zhenbang led a group of fierce-looking subordinates, mercilessly chopping down several Hongxing little brothers who rolled on the ground. The bloody scene startled Liang Kuan, making even his usual wild temperament subside. Oh, isn't this our Kuan girl? Wu Zhenbang flicked the blood off his knife, tilting his head to look at Liang Kuan, who was pale and wearing a mocking smile. Wu Zhenbang, do you know what you're doing? Liang Kuan trembled as he hid behind Sha Chong. I am the boss of Hongxing. If you dare touch a hair on me, the entire Hongxing won't spare you. Heh. Wu Zhenbang snorted disdainfully. Hongxing. Liang Kuan, do you really think that just because you became the leader you can command the masses? You should take a look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words, raising his hand and waving attack. The little brothers behind him immediately pounced like wolves. Especially Feng Yuxiu, who had been closely following Wu Zhenbang, dashed to Liang Kun's front, his right leg sweeping towards his neck with a fierce wind. Crack! With a sound that would make anyone's teeth ache, Liang Kuan flew far away like a broken sack, collapsing to the ground with his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the ceiling, clearly unable to close his eyes in death. The few little brothers he brought along fared no better, all of them left in a bloody mess on the ground. It's important to note that the gangs on the island usually fight with restraint, rarely resulting in deaths. Typically during a brawl, the underlings know their limits, taking down opponents without giving them a chance to retaliate. However, there is one ironclad rule. When a battle breaks out, the main boss is always the one being attacked the hardest. The Blue Lanterns under his command, on the other hand, are quite safe as long as no one gets killed. There are numerous gangs on the streets of the island, which day does not see a few brawls breaking out. Minor skirmishes might be overlooked, but if dozens or even hundreds of lives are lost, the royal police will definitely not turn a blind eye. If a boss dies, it can be explained away, but if too many of the underlings are injured or killed, that is absolutely unacceptable. The key is to avoid disturbing the neighbors' day-to-day lives. For this reason, the gangs on the island can flourish everywhere. The police have always just scolded and never genuinely eliminated the problem. It's simply impossible to do so. Today, if one faction is wiped out, tomorrow another gang will rise up. It's like harvesting leeks. Once one batch is cut down, another grows back. On the night when Wu Zhenbang eliminated Liang Kuan and prepared to take over the territory in Mongkok, at the Jordan Hung Yat restaurant, various associates gathered to congratulate Lin Huailu when they suddenly caught wind of news. A certain Liang Zhenbang from Liansheng, leading hundreds of men, swept through all of Hung Hing's establishments in Mongkok. Even Liang Kun's whereabouts are now unknown, and Wu Zhenbang is busy counting the accounts. It's clear to anyone paying attention that Liang Kuan has either gone to sell salted duck eggs or is hiding somewhere in a gutter. When the news spread, the entire restaurant erupted in chaos, discussions rising and falling. Inside a private room at the Hung Yat restaurant, the leaders of Liansheng and their uncles filled the room. Brother Chui, the mad dog you've raised is really something. How can Hung Hing's territory be swept away just like that? A man with a flushed face pounded the table as he shouted at Brother Chui. Ash from the cigar between his fingers fell to the ground. Damn, Liang Kuan is such a waste, being shot at in the street by a junior. The other uncles chimed in one after another. It was simply because tonight's spectacle was too shocking. Liang Kuan is the current leader of Hung Hing, and he was actually beheaded in the street by a junior. Flipping through the history of the underworld on the island, such a scene has not occurred even once in a decade. At this moment, Brother Chui slumped in a rosewood chair, dazed. Despite the surrounding uncle's torrents of speech, he couldn't muster a single word. Although he is the big boss of Liang Zhenbang, how could he know that this street thug would be so fierce? Previously, he even advised others to seek a new spokesperson for peace. Uncles, please be quiet for a moment. Lin Huailu stood up, touching his jade ring, with smile lines forming at the corners of his eyes. Although Liang Zhenbang is not his direct subordinate, it is still a disciple of Liansheng. This splendid show tonight also brings glory to his own leadership. Bang has done a great service this time. However, the immediate priority is how to explain this to Hung Hing. Taking Mongkok is just the opening act. Hung Hing's counterattack is the main event. Lin Huailu scanned the room, his gaze lingering on each leader for 3 seconds. The reputation of the gang is important, but real money is even more crucial. Since Mongkok has fallen into the hands of Liansheng, it cannot be given up. You must know that in the areas of Yao Mati and Mongkok, this place is the richest. Who here doesn't feel envious? What young Master Lu said is correct. Should we really return the roast goose that's just within reach to Hung Hing? I acknowledge that Hung Hing has many people, but we Liansheng are not to be trifled with either. As soon as Lin Huailu finished speaking, the room, filled with uncles, immediately echoed his words. The formalities were pleasing to the ear, all about the shared glory of the gang. In truth, each of them was calculating in their hearts, pondering how to carve up the pie in Mongkok. As for Wu Zhenbang, who fought to establish his territory, who cares about him? Anyone sitting in this room is a big boss who holds sway in the gang. Wu Zhenbang is merely a small character who has just joined the gang. Even his useless boss, Long Mingji, cannot take the stage, so naturally everyone looks down on such a minor figure. The atmosphere in the room gradually heated up, and these seasoned veterans of the underworld became more and more animated. They spoke enthusiastically as if they were already counting money in the richly endowed Mongkok district until their hands were sore. The Long Mingji, who had shrunk in the corner, had long been selectively forgotten. An outdated elder with neither strength nor underlings is just a decoration in the gang. With so many leaders attacking simultaneously, he wouldn't dare to voice any dissent. Watching the excitement of the crowd, the smile at the corner of Lin Jiadong's mouth grew deeper. Back when he was able to sit in the position of spokesperson, it was all due to the empty promise of leading the brothers into Tsim Sha Sui. He also harbored a fire in his heart regarding a person like Wu Zhenbang. Now that he has just taken power, he urgently needs to achieve some results to prove himself. Wu Zhenbang's acquisition of Mongkok is just the right opportunity to show gratitude to the various uncles in the gang. Even if Hung Hing has objections, that is the gang's business. At worst, they could throw Wu Zhenbang out as a scapegoat and compensate Hung Hing with some money to settle the matter. The most important thing is to turn Mongkok into their own territory. This is all Lin Jiadong's achievement. Boss, are you still asleep? You're asking me to negotiate the distribution of territory. Damn, tell them to eat shit. In a villa in Saikung, Wu Zhenbang slammed his mobile phone onto the coffee table. The shameless faces of the old-timers from Hisheng really made him laugh in anger. It was he who led the charge to take Mongkok, and he was the one who invested both money and effort. Now that it's time to reap the rewards, they suddenly remember him. Does he think Wu Zhenbang is a soft persimmon to be squeezed? Or should I go take care of all of them? The silver desert eagle flew between Qin Jiu's fingers, and he looked at Wu Zhenbang with an eager expression. There's no need, it's not at that point yet. Wu Zhenbang glanced at the powerful handgun and waved his hand. If Qin Jiu were to take this modified beast to do the job, the bullets might just blow the tops off those old geezers. Feng Yuxiu tell Abu to arrange for people in Mongkok to set up defenses in case of a counterattack from Hung Hing. Wu Zhenbang instructed Feng Yuxiu on the other side. According to the rules of the Underworld on the island, newly acquired territory must be guarded for 3 days. Only after securing it can it truly be considered taken, otherwise it would just be dressing someone else's bride. That's why those old foxes are so eager to divide the cake. They simply want to send some manpower to deal with Hung Hing, and according to the rules this piece of fat meat will be completely divided among them. No wonder Long Mingji flew into a rage when he heard that Lin Jiadong was gathering the elders to discuss territory distribution. Understood. Feng Yuxiu retracted his gaze from examining Qin Jiu and replied crisply. He originally wanted to have a showdown with this killer, but now he thinks it's really unnecessary. One is a street fighter, and the other is a professional killer. They are completely unrelated. After everything is arranged, Wu Zhenbang waved his hand for the two to go rest. With such a big commotion tonight, there's bound to be more to do. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 15,000 Hong Kong dollars. Congratulations on receiving a standard character card, X1. Sigh, another day of losing money. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains. After Mei Yingli tidied up her professional attire and left, Wu Zhenbang lay in bed completing his daily 5 draws. As usual, the results were disappointing. At this moment, Wu Zhenbang was pondering a question. The range of rewards offered by this damn system is simply too exaggerated. Take the currency of the island as an example. Ever since he inexplicably arrived in this world, the highest record was once a sudden gain of a full 1,000,000. But during the worst times, he only received 500. Such a stark contrast truly leaves one both amused and exasperated. He lingered in bed for a while longer before slowly getting up to wash up. After getting ready, he decided to check on his establishments in Wanchai. Recently, during a fight with Liang Kuan and his gang, all the territories had been smashed to pieces and were currently undergoing renovations. After a quick inspection and seeing that there was nothing urgent, he headed straight back to the office located in 91 Media. As for Lin Huai's request to discuss matters, he had long forgotten it. Now is not the time to meet, but it's better to let them cool their heels for a while. He had already arranged for Abu and Feng Yuxiu, 2 tough characters, to keep an eye on things in Mongkok. With these 2 fierce gods stationed there, he needn't worry at all. Upon returning to the company, he immediately called over his trusted aide Big Mouth Jiu. Recently, he had come up with quite a few new ideas. Although the company's main business is making films, adding some fresh elements wouldn't hurt, right? Big Mouth, go help me order a special little truck. Wu Zhenbang, with a cigar in his mouth and legs crossed, instructed his bald subordinate. The cargo area should be fitted with one-way transparent glass, so that people inside can see outside, but those outside cannot see inside. Install this kind of glass. Big Mouth Jiu touched his shiny bald head, looking perplexed. Boss, what's the use of this? What if it gets bumped and shatters? The films we make are too cliched. We need to add some excitement. Wu Zhenbang slowly exhaled a smoke ring, patiently explaining. Once the truck is modified, you find someone to pretend to be a couple. You act as a staff member, inviting them to the truck for an interview. First casually ask some everyday questions, then send the male away, leaving the female alone. At this point, you can start asking some explosive questions, such as whether she is satisfied with her boyfriend, or if she wants to try. In short, do whatever it takes to attract attention. If the female expresses dissatisfaction or wants to cheat, arrange for another male to perform on the spot. Wow, boss, your idea is brilliant. Big Mouth Jiu was left dumbfounded. He was genuinely impressed by his boss' wild imagination coming up with such a bizarre plot. Letting a girlfriend cheat in front of her boyfriend. That's too thrilling. Watching the astonished expression of his subordinate, Wu Zhenbang's lips curled upward slightly as he continued, not only that, you can also. He then went on to describe more methods in detail. For example, find 2 people with a significant age gap to play mother and daughter together for an interview, or interview couples separately, and then. After Wu Zhenbang finished explaining all the various outrageous operations, Big Mouth Jiu was left utterly speechless. He gasped heavily, nodding with a face full of reverence. Boss, I understand everything. At that moment, his gaze towards Wu Zhenbang was akin to that of a worshipper gazing at a deity. Originally, he thought that after his brother's guidance, the wild ideas swirling in his mind were already fascinating enough. Who would have thought that the old continent would continue to throw out a plethora of fresh concepts one after another? For this type of film, not to mention its release opening the audience's eyes. Just hearing the boss describe it now had already filled him with excitement, wishing to start shooting immediately. Boss, a few cops are looking for you. As Wu Zhenbang was discussing film details with the Jiu, Jiu hurriedly pushed the door open. Understood. Faced with the police at the door, Wu Zhenbang had anticipated this. After all, there had been such a commotion in Mongkok last night that even Hong Xing's Liang Kuan had lost his life. If the police station had no reaction, that would be truly bizarre. Thankfully, this land upholds the rule of law. Even if these officers had their thoughts, it would be futile. Wu Zhenbang turned and instructed Jiu a few more times, stood up from the sofa to adjust his suit, and walked nonchalantly toward the door. Jiu and Qin Jiu immediately followed. At that moment in the lobby of the film company, several police officers were blocked at the door by a group of gangsters. You are obstructing official duties. Do you believe I will handcuff you all? The young officer was so furious that he was jumping up and down. Damn, are cops really that impressive? If you have the guts, go ahead and handcuff me. You idiots, do you know whose territory this is? Faced with the police's reprimands, this group of ruffians became even more reckless. Final warning. If you don't move aside, you'll be charged with obstructing justice. This rookie cop had never encountered such a scene, being cornered and insulted until his face turned red. Why should the sir get angry? As a light laugh floated down, Zhenbang descended gracefully from the second floor. Big brother. Upon seeing him, the previously arrogant lackeys immediately fell silent, respectfully making way. I am Inspector Huang Ziqing from the anti-Triad unit. We suspect you were involved in the gang clash and Liang Kun's murder last night. Please cooperate with the investigation. The previously silent middle-aged officer finally displayed his badge. Oh, from Tsimsha Sui. Seeing this familiar face, Zhenbang raised an eyebrow. Isn't this the veteran who had undercover agents come and go for 3 years? Inspector Huang, accusations must be backed by evidence. I am a law-abiding businessman. I'll be careful with your slanderous remarks. Seeing the other party's gloomy expression, Zhenbang smiled slightly. Everyone knows your background, otherwise you wouldn't have come to visit. You were quite impressive last night, huh? Leading hundreds of people into Mongkok, directly eliminating Liang Kun. Now who doesn't know about you and Lian Cheng's bang? Seeing the other party's attitude, Huang Ziqing laughed instead of getting angry. To be honest, he never expected this guy who used to shoot small films in Wanchai would be so formidable. It was one thing to earn a fortune shooting those risque films, but at least he was still somewhat law-abiding. However, ever since Liang Kun had smashed 2 of his shops, the animosity between them had deepened. In the salty sea breeze of Wanchai, Pira Bang led over 300 lackeys across Victoria Harbor. Liang Kun was brutally hacked to pieces, and in the blink of an eye, Mongkok had changed its surname to Wu. This heavy blow not only stunned Inspector Huang, but even made the old leaders of Lianxing and various district bosses gasp in shock. Who would have thought that the unassuming blue lantern under the chicken head could be this fierce? The glass curtain wall of the Serious Crimes Unit reflected Huang Ziqing's ashen face. After flipping through the last page of the file, he removed his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. The deep brown bloodstains scattered among the crime scene photos were particularly glaring. Inspector, allow me to formally introduce myself. The man with slick back hair on the genuine leather sofa took out a gilded business card. Executive Director of 91 Entertainment, Zhenbang. As he spoke, a smile appeared at the corner of his eye, as if someone else had led the bloody raid on Boland Street last night. Laughter suddenly erupted from the corner of the interrogation room. What does a third-rate actor shooting adult films think he is mingling with high society? The previously humiliated officer Ming shouted with a stiff neck. Who in Hong Kong doesn't know you're a lackey of the chicken head? Damn you. Dakojio's scarred face instantly flushed crimson. He swung his palm like a fan, slamming it down, the steel handcuffs clattering around Ming's wrist. Suddenly, over 20 gangsters smelled blood and surrounded 7 or 8 officers tightly. Zhenbang slowly rose, stroking his jade ring. His squinting eyes resembled 2 poisoned daggers leisurely gliding across Ming's red face. Young man, have you ever seen the missing persons file of Hong Kong Island? Behind him, Qingjio, wearing sunglasses, grinned, revealing white teeth reminiscent of a stainless steel tray. Everyone stepped back. Huang Ziqing's service pistol was already halfway drawn. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead into the collar of his shirt, while his colleagues tightened their fingers on their holsters. Only the undaunted Ming continued to shout. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Shut up. Zhenbang suddenly clapped his hands and smiled, his subordinates immediately freezing into silent statues. We are tax-paying citizens. He adjusted his Armani suit sleeves. Cooperating with the sir's inquiries is a citizen's duty. This statement sounded grand, but his subordinates' predatory gazes remained fixed on the officers' throats. Huang Ziqing maintained his shooting stance and moved slowly. Having been in this line of work for 20 years, he had never seen any gang leader dare to brazenly threaten the criminal investigation team. At this moment, his back teeth ached, and the grip of his service pistol was already soaked with sweat. At the top of Tsimsha Sui police station, the Venetian blinds cut the sunlight into zebra stripes. Zhenbang leisurely swung his Ferragamo shoes, watching Huang Ziqing stir his already cold Blue Mountain coffee for the 5th time. The quartz clock on the wall had made 3 complete rotations before he flicked away non-existent dust from his suit. Inspector Huang, are you bringing me here to enjoy the sea view? Both of them knew the intent behind this mute drama. Which gang member on Hong Kong Island hadn't been to the police station? Yet the previously unremarkable Zhenbang now truly had the qualifications to sit on this genuine leather sofa. After all, after last night, all of Mongkok streets were flying his flag. Huang Ziqing's attitude would not be so cordial if he had solid evidence. It wouldn't just be a polite request for him to return to cooperate with the investigation. He would have likely pulled out his weapon and forcibly taken him back to the police station. Bang Yu and Lianxing have been quite prominent lately. First, there was the public dispute between Alok and Big D over the chairmanship, and now you, a mere member, led hundreds of people into Mongkok to seize territory, conveniently eliminating Leon Kuan as well. Do you think you're very impressive? Why not just take down Causeway Bay as well? That way your name would be even more resounding. Huang Ziqing, seated in his chair, appeared indifferent, his eyes fixed on the young man before him. He wished he could send this brat straight to Stanley Prison, but reality left him powerless. Though he knew deep down that Leon Kun's death was undoubtedly connected to Wu Zhenbang, he could not produce any evidence. Continuing to investigate would be futile. At most the other party would casually throw a small fry out to take the blame. It was simply impossible to completely resolve Wu Zhenbang's issue, otherwise there wouldn't be so many gangs entrenched on Hong Kong Island, and those big shots wouldn't be living so comfortably. Inspector Huang, I've told you many times, I am a law-abiding businessman. I didn't understand a word of what you just said. Wu Zhenbang waved his hand, nonchalantly ignoring Huang Ziqing's words. Seeing the other party's complete disregard for him, Huang Ziqing's eyes narrowed into slits. He suddenly stood up, slamming both hands heavily on the desk, and said fiercely, Wu Zhenbang, you better rein it in. If you continue to be so rampant, don't blame my men for being merciless. Hearing this, a glint flashed in Wu Zhenbang's eyes. I wonder how Inspector Huang plans to be merciless. He understood this sharply dressed officer all too well. In pursuit of promotion and wealth, this man had managed to keep undercover agents coming and going for 3 years. Not only did he get involved with Han Chen's wife, but he also conspired to have an Ikuan killed. Wu Zhenbang naturally wouldn't treat such a person with the same courtesy as an ordinary officer. So when Huang Ziqing made a threatening remark, the first thing that came to mind was that this old fox was up to some trick. Huang Ziqing did not respond, merely letting out a cold snort. Although Wu Zhenbang previously only managed a small film company and had not engaged in any illegal activities, as the saying goes, no cat does not steal fish, he was already plotting how to set a trap for this young man in his heart. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the tension between the two escalated, the door to the office was suddenly knocked on. Come in. Huang Ziqing withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice. When the door opened, a police officer entered with a capable-looking woman behind him. Hello, officer, I am Mr. Wu Zhenbang's entrusted lawyer, Fei Yingli. Regarding the Serious Crimes Unit's invitation for my client to assist in the investigation, I will be handling it entirely. If you lack sufficient evidence, I will proceed to arrange bail for my client right now. Without waiting for Huang Ziqing to speak, she adeptly handed over her business card, looking cold as ice at the senior inspector. Inspector Huang, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Let's have tea together another day. Wu Zhenbang calmly stood up, adjusted his suit, and offered Huang Ziqing a polite smile. After speaking without waiting for a response, he turned to Fei Yingli, nodding gently, and walked straight out the door. Wu Zhenbang, don't celebrate too early. I'll be watching you. 247. Since the lawyer had arrived, Huang Ziqing had no choice but to stop detaining him, no matter how unwilling he was. In the absence of substantial evidence, issuing threats became his only option. Then, Inspector Huang, you must drive carefully in the future. The traffic conditions on Hong Kong Island have never been safe. Wu Zhenbang waved his hand without looking back, coldly leaving this remark, and departed with the lawyer. Bang! With a loud thud, Huang Ziqing slammed his fist on the table in anger. Bastard, I'll make you pay one day. This was already the second time today that he was threatened face to face by the other party. The twilight light filtered through the blinds into the office, and Huang Ziqing clenched his fists. As the head of the police department's anti-triad unit, he was openly provoked by someone like Wu Zhenbang, even receiving blatant threats. Such a humiliation made his entire face flush. On the glass coffee table, the smoke from the cigar curled upward. Jimmy was lounging with his legs crossed, exhaling smoke rings. Banggu, you are truly impressive this time, even devouring the fat piece of meat known as Mongkok. In the spacious office on the second floor, Wu Zhenbang lazily leaned back in his leather chair, casually tossing a high-end cigar. Don't just say nice things, there are still plenty of headaches to deal with right now. Jimmy skillfully caught the cigar, lit it, took a deep drag, and said, no matter how you put it, everyone on the streets knows that Mongkok is under your Wu Zhenbang's banner now. Do you know what everyone calls you now? He deliberately left it ambiguous, waiting for Wu Zhenbang to raise an eyebrow, then grinned and said, the streets are now calling you the Crossing Dragon. What a powerful title. Get lost. Wu Zhenbang waved his hand, a mix of amusement and frustration. Upon reflection, he realized that he had operated in Wanchai for many years, and this time, he had indeed crossed the harbor to take over Mongkok, making the nickname fitting. Although he personally did not care much about such empty titles, having a resounding name was indeed important in the underworld. It was akin to when he was quietly making films before, unknown and unrecognized, lacking the prestige he had now. Amidst the swirling smoke, Jimmy suddenly said earnestly, Banggu, if you ever encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me for help. I won't hesitate to assist you. Thanks, but I won't need it for now. Wu Zhenbang casually fiddled with the lighter in his hand. When the time comes that I truly can't hold on, I won't hesitate to trouble you. Both of them understood that this time Wu Zhenbang had taken over the territory of Hong Kong's Leon Kuan and Mongkok, and the other party would definitely not let it go easily. The ensuing storm of blood and gore would be the real test. If he could hold on to Mong Kok, then this territory would truly belong to the Wu family. If he couldn't hold it, then not only Mong Kok, but even his home ground in Wanchai could be uprooted. However, Wu Zhenbang suddenly smiled slyly. If you really want to help me, how will you explain it to your godfather? The situation developed unexpectedly with Jimmy and a few others like Feiji and Dong Guanzi actually becoming disciples under Lin Weiyu. Wu Zhenbang was genuinely surprised when he learned this news a few days ago. Although many things had changed because of his appearance, it was surprising that these kids still chose the old path. Jimmy sneered. We are legitimate business partners. Liang Kuan had previously disrupted my operations many times. A shrewd businessman could hardly be oblivious to Lin Weiyu's schemes. The D gang was large and had long been dissatisfied with Lin Weiyu taking over as the negotiator for He Lianxing. Yet Lin Weiyu himself lacked strength and had hardly any capable subordinates. If it weren't for Dengba's support, would he even have the chance to take charge? It was precisely because of this that Lin Weiyu, who had just taken the lead, immediately sought to rope in Jimmy and the others. Jimmy was also forced to do so. His original boss Guanzai's son and Long Jin were still lying in the hospital, and Wu Zhenbang had not yet taken action against Liang Kuan at that time. Without finding a backer, business could not proceed at all. As for Dong Guanzi and the others, it was even simpler. They would rather mix with the old demers of the gang than follow someone who was gaining power. Alright, enough of that. Jimmy extinguished the cigar. I came here today to ask you about something serious. Dakojo suddenly called, saying he needs to find dozens of beautiful girls. You know about this, right? In Wu Zhenbang's office, Jimmy sat on the sofa with a frown. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled the smoke. Banga, this matter is too strange. The personnel Dakojo wants recently are quite special. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest. Not only young and beautiful, but also those over 40 are required. What exactly is the reasoning behind this? He had asked Dakojo about this over the phone, but that guy kept dodging the question, saying that the reason would become clear in due time. Usually he wouldn't dig deeper, but this situation was particularly unusual, piquing his curiosity. So today he specially ran to the headquarters of 91 Media to seek clarification from the person in charge about this matter. Wu Zhenbang leaned back in his leather chair, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He certainly knew why Dakojo was being so picky. It was all to prepare for that special project. Since Jimmy had come personally to inquire, he didn't hide anything and explained the details of the Magic Mirror project. From couple specials, to mother-daughter themes, then to infidelity issues. Wu Zhenbang spoke with great enthusiasm, yet Jimmy's expression gradually froze. Upon hearing the last word, this man, accustomed to the world of pleasure, suddenly sprang up from the sofa, his eyes wide as saucers. My goodness! He exclaimed, this method is too extreme, isn't it? Ever since he started collaborating with Wu Zhenbang to shoot special-themed films, he had always found this boss to be quite imaginative. He initially thought that the script for Form is Emptiness was already stunning, but who would have thought there were even more explosive plans? Just hearing Wu Zhenbang describe those scenes made Jimmy feel a rush of heat. You can rest assured about the actors, he patted his chest and promised. I can find as many as you need. For the sake of making money, I'd even go find any random person. Wu Zhenbang smirked. You can find people, but the old rules cannot be broken. His expression suddenly turned serious. Jimmy immediately understood. Banga, don't worry, all actors will be absolutely voluntary. There will be no coercion whatsoever. This rule had been established since the first day of their collaboration, and he remembered it clearly. That's good to hear. Wu Zhenbang smiled again. Hurry and prepared, this series will need quite a few people. He understood too well the preferences of the old timers in Hong Kong. If special films were categorized by level, the most basic ones would undoubtedly be those crude productions that went straight to the point. When audiences grew tired of these, they would seek more variety, such as adding special plots and attention-grabbing tags. The next level would be high-quality films like Form is Emptiness that have complete storylines. But true connoisseurs had long reached the ultimate realm of unmarked content in their hearts. For this level of old perverts, the quality of the film was simply not important. Even if the screen was filled with mosaicked images, they could automatically fill in the blanks with their imagination. For big shots at this level, ordinary films were already unable to satisfy their appetites. These people watched films based solely on whim. Today they might particularly want to see a massage girl, and tomorrow they might switch to a teacher-student romance in a classroom, completely lacking any fixed preferences. This is also why the adult films shot in Hong Kong in the past life became increasingly bizarre. Female spirits and fox fairies were still considered normal. Even zombies could be made into restricted films. Bang bang bang. Just as Jimmy left, the office door was suddenly knocked on. Come in. Wu Zhenbang casually put down the newspaper, not bothering to look up as he instructed at the door. Qin Jiu entered, followed by a little brother. The man holding a mobile phone quickly approached Wu Zhenbang. Boss Le Shu just called and said to invite you over at 8 tonight for a meeting. Other hall masters and the uncles will also be present. Wu Zhenbang's eyelids drooped slightly, and his expression visibly darkened. Lin Weiyu truly was a persistent ghost. Yesterday when he asked Chueji to relay a message, he ignored it. Today, he actually called personally. Did he really think that Wu Zhenbang was an easy target? These old demers saw him as just a lowly fourth-tier player, and with the boss Chueji being useless they thought they could easily manipulate him. Seeing the potential for profit, they all wanted to get their share. Did they really think he would be like D2, intimidated by hierarchy to move? If it came to a face-off, he wouldn't hesitate to take down not just Liang Kuan, but Lin Weiyu as well. Alright, let's see what play you guys are going to put on. Wu Zhenbang took a deep puff from the cigar on the table, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Although he knew this was a common practice in Hong Kong's gangs, Wu Zhenbang was definitely not a soft shrimp to be manipulated at will. Tonight's banquet was clearly a trap. Unfortunately, Lin Weiyu had miscalculated. If negotiations fell through, he was ready to flip the table at any time. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, Wu Zhenbang swaggered into a restaurant in Jordan with Feng Yuxiu Qinjiu and a few bodyguards. Led by Lin Weiyu's underlings, they arrived at a luxurious private room. It was already filled with people, all the negotiators from various districts of Lianxing and the elder members of the gang. As Wu Zhenbang entered, he saw this group of people pompously puffing away. Only Lin Weiyu, the smiling tiger, was feigning cordiality in the main seat. Even more outrageous was that even D, who was at odds with Lin Weiyu, had shown up. This guy was more arrogant than anyone else present. He was the only one with his feet propped up on the dining table. When he saw Wu Zhenbang come in, D looked at him with great interest. Although there had been a minor friction on the street last time after Wu Zhenbang's friendly communication, D bore no grudge. After all, the real culprits were Deng Bo and Lin Weiyu. Plus, given Wu Zhenbang's ruthless style, and now that he had taken over the Mongkok territory, D would only actively seek enmity if he had a screw loose. While the others in the gang still viewed Wu Zhenbang as an easy target, D, who had dealt with him before, knew better. What the hell is this? Just the fact that he always has a few bodyguards with him when he goes out makes it seem like he's already a force to be reckoned with. To think someone like this could be an easily manipulated pawn, D would sooner believe pigs could fly. Has the sun risen from the west today? I didn't expect all you big brothers to be so leisurely, not sleeping at night, and coming here to amuse yourselves. Wu Zhenbang casually scanned the room, dragging a chair over to sit down at the table. He puffed on his cigarette, looking sideways at Lin Weiyu in the main seat, showing no signs of respect whatsoever. This scene made D's eyes light up. He knew very well why Lin Weiyu had summoned everyone tonight. Although he harbored 1,000 grievances against the current negotiator, he still showed up. If Wu Zhenbang backed down, he would certainly want a piece of Mongkok's pie. If this kid stood his ground, that would be even better. He would definitely pour oil on the fire to make things more difficult for Lin Weiyu. It's a guaranteed profit no matter what. Looking at Wu Zhenbang's demeanor, it was clear he didn't take Lin Huaila seriously. The D was overjoyed, wishing for the situation to escalate even further. Before Lin Huaila could speak, the old ghost, Yin, slammed the table and stood up. Youngster, keeping so many seniors waiting, you sure have an attitude. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of most people present. Except for D, who thrived on chaos, the rest had faces as dark as thunder. Uncle Yin, I can't afford to be as leisurely as you all. Wu Zhenbang exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If I were your age, I would have gone home to enjoy my grandchildren, who would be out here making a fuss at this hour. He didn't even get to finish his thought before a loud bang interrupted him. What did you just say, you little brat? The old ghost Yin trembled with rage, never expecting that a mere young one would dare be so arrogant. In the past, even the mighty would bow before him. This reckless youth was utterly lawless. I say you should be at home watching TV with your partner. Wu Zhenbang crossed his legs, asking, who are you showing off for on a night like this? He had always been unceremonious with those old stubborns who relied on their seniority to boss others around. It wouldn't be a problem if it were just a regular gathering, but these folks clearly aimed to carve up his territory. The D in the corner was stifling laughter, his face twisted with suppressed mirth. These words struck a chord with him. The last time they chose a spokesperson, he was overwhelmed by these old geezers, especially that old ghost Yin who opposed him at every turn. Seeing the old man in distress was more satisfying than drinking ice water in midsummer. Everyone be quiet for a moment. Lin Huaila finally spoke up. We are here to discuss serious matters tonight. Though he also found Wu Zhenbang displeasing, he had to say a few words to maintain decorum. With so many people gathered, it was clearly not just to watch the two of them argue. The key issue was still how to divide this lucrative piece of land. Lego, what's the purpose of gathering everyone here? As Lin Huaila spoke, Wu Zhenbang was too lazy to continue sparring with the old ghost Yin. He turned around, feigning ignorance as he looked at Lin Huaila. Zhenbang, your recent venture into Mongkok was quite now who on Hong Kong Island doesn't praise our alliance with Lianxing as being formidable? The brothers feel proud whenever they go out. Lin Huaila placed his hands neatly on the table, a warm smile directed at Wu Zhenbang. That expression was as if he genuinely admired the other. However, everyone knows that the Hongxing gang is not to be underestimated. Rest assured, Zhenbang, since you've seized this territory, the gang will definitely support you. If you need anything, feel free to ask. All the seniors present will back you up. From beginning to end, Lin Huaila maintained a friendly smile. His tone suggested that he was genuinely concerned for Wu. Indeed, Zhenbang, Hongxing will not easily give up their hold on Mongkok. I can allocate some manpower to help you. You're right, Hongxing is formidable, but we and Lianxing are not to be trifled with either. As soon as Lin Huailu finished speaking, the big shots in the private room began to chatter all at once. Their demeanor suggested that each of them had a deep-seated grudge against Hong Xing. In just a few words, they turned Wu Zhenbang's hard-won territory into a collective achievement of the gang. Thank you for your kindness, seniors, but this is a personal grudge between me and Liang Cohen. As for the Hong Xing side, I will find a way to resolve it myself, no need for you all to worry. Wu Zhenbang leaned back lazily in his chair, coolly observing the hypocritical faces of the people in the room. He took a leisurely puff of smoke, exhaling a ring of it, his tone flat as he spoke. He was well aware of what schemes were brewing in their minds. They just wanted to insert their people into Mongkok and take advantage of the situation to grab a share, didn't they? If Hong Xing really retaliated, it would be fine if he could hold his ground, but if he couldn't, Wu Zhenbang could guarantee that these people would flee faster than anyone else. They talk a good game, but why didn't they dare to plant their flags in Mongkok before? Isn't it because they see him having taken the territory and want to come over for a bite? Damn, Liang Zhenbang, who do you think you are? Do you really think taking down Liang Cohen makes you something special? You won't even know how you died when Hong Xing strikes back. With such a vast territory in Mongkok, do you think you can swallow it all by yourself? Aren't you afraid of choking? The old ghost, Yin, could no longer hold back, suddenly slamming the table and glaring at Wu Zhenbang with disdain. Exactly, a mere kid thinks he's someone important. When I was out here, you were still in diapers. You think you can handle it all by yourself? Do you think Hong Xing is made of paper? With Yin leading the charge, a chorus of mockery erupted in the private room. In their eyes, Wu Zhenbang had only a few hundred followers. To have lucked into taking Mongkok was already pure luck. Did he really think he could go head-to-head with Hong Xing with such a small force? In the entire private room, except for Didi, who was purely there to watch the show, no one had any faith in Wu Zhenbang. Of course, Didi didn't have much faith either, but that didn't stop him from leisurely munching on sunflower seeds while enjoying the spectacle. Normally, with his arrogant nature, he would have been the first to jump out and mock. Heh! Looking at the scornful faces of the crowd, Wu Zhenbang's lips curled slightly. Amidst the laughter, he slowly stood up, grabbed a teacup, and hurled it fiercely at Old Ghost Yin. Bang! The teacup smashed down onto the table in front of Old Ghost Yin, producing an ear-splitting sound. The private room fell into a terrifying silence, everyone startled into shivering by this sudden turn of events. Old Ghost Yin and several big shots sitting next to him were worse off. The flying shards of glass mixed with scalding tea splashed all over them. Just as everyone was still in shock, Wu Zhenbang suddenly slammed the table and pointed at Old Ghost Yin and the other old geezers who had been most boisterous just moments ago, unleashing a torrent of curses. I'll be damned. Do you really think I don't see through your schemes? Each of you putting on an act, boasting loudly. After decades in the game, you still can't manage to take Mongkok. Now that you see me successfully planting my flag, you're envious. Trying to play the seniority card on me. Do you really think I, Wu Zhenbang, am made of clay? While this was openly directed at Old Ghost Yin and his ilk, it effectively included all the old demers present. What infuriated these big shots the most was that a mere young one dared to be so arrogant, completely disregarding them. By the time they regained their composure, everyone wore a dark expression as they glared at Wu Zhenbang. Especially Old Ghost Yin, who had been publicly humiliated, his face twisted with rage. Damn you. Are you tired of living, you dead brat? Old Ghost Yin glared at Wu Zhenbang, his face. He was an elder of the gang. Even Didi usually didn't dare speak to him like that. Although Didi had previously beaten Long Jin and Guanzai's son into the hospital, it was because those two bastards took money without doing their jobs. Moreover, at that critical moment during the election, Didi had wagered nearly all his wealth, affecting his business and causing him to lose his temper. Under normal circumstances, Didi wouldn't dare lay hands on an elder. Yet this little brat was openly humiliating them in front of so many people. How could they swallow this? Heh. Wu Zhenbang glanced at Old Ghost Yin with disdain. You think, a decrepit old fool like you can threaten me with death? Calling you Uncle Yin is showing you respect. Do you really think you're something special? Tonight, making such a big show, do you want to imitate Xiang Yu and stage a Hongmin banquet? The more I talk, the angrier I get. Wu Zhenbang suddenly kicked over the tea table, pointing at everyone as he continued to spit fire. Don't try to use those tricks that work on Didi against me. Always talking about seniority. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? If you're not convinced, come and try to. Let's see if I dare to send you off to the great beyond. In the end, even Didi, who had been munching on sunflower seeds and watching the show, was caught in the crossfire. What the hell, Wu Zhenbang, what are you talking about? Originally enjoying the spectacle, Didi jumped up immediately after hearing this, shaking with anger. What did it mean that he was being bullied by the old geezers? He was just showing respect to the elders. Besides, Long Jin and the others were still in the hospital. Could that be called being a punching bag? Sorry, big brother Didi. Wu Zhenbang casually dug at his ears. I misspoke earlier. He added, if you're in the underground scene without a bit of guts, you might as well go home and eat shit. Today, I, Wu Zhenbang, lay it down here. No one can touch Mongkok. If you have the ability, come and confront me. Stop using seniority as an excuse. Your tricks won't work on me. Lighting another cigarette, Wu Zhenbang cast a sideways glance across the room. Although it wouldn't sound good to have the same sect fighting each other, if they could endure being stepped on, wouldn't that make them just as pathetic as Didi? This statement turned the faces of everyone present dark, even Didi looked grim. However, his gaze wasn't on Wu Zhenbang, but firmly fixed on Lin Huailu. There was something he agreed with in what he just said. Isn't it true that those capable shouldn't hide their talents? In the Tsuinwan area, who didn't know that Didi's influence was the strongest, being the most formidable in the entire gang. Over the years, he had been quite generous towards those old geezers in the gang, never lacking in the respect due. But isn't it infuriating? He had missed the chance to be the leader twice in a row. Last time they said he was inexperienced, this time they pulled out the balancing act. Doesn't that just prove what Wu Zhenbang said earlier? In the eyes of these old demers, Didi was just a soft persimmon they could manipulate. Thinking of this, the fire in Didi's chest grew stronger. Even Wu Zhenbang, this young one, dared to challenge him in public. Isn't he, Didi, even less courageous than a young punk? Ah bang, don't be hasty. Everyone is doing this. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Lin Huailu, as the leader, had no choice but to rise and mediate, pressing his hands down to signal everyone to calm down. To be honest, he would love for Wu Zhenbang to offend more people. But that last comment clearly struck a nerve with Didi, who was now glaring at him fiercely. If it was just Wu Zhenbang causing a ruckus, it would be easy to handle. But if Didi also joined in, the situation would be hard to control. So he had to quickly redirect the focus back onto Wu Zhenbang. Bang taking over Mongkok is no easy feat. Hongxing will definitely not let it go easily tonight. I called the brothers to help you stabilize the situation. You surely don't want the territory you've worked so hard to seize to be taken back by Hongxing in an instant, do you? Master Deng has said that our gang's reputation must not be tarnished. Although Hongxing is powerful, we are not to be underestimated alongside Lianxing. Only by uniting can we stand against Hongxing. Lin Huailu said sincerely as he looked at Wu Zhenbang. At this point, he still wanted to pressure Wu Zhenbang with the whole gang. There was no choice. The fat piece of meat that is Mongkok was too tempting. Who wouldn't be envious of a lucrative territory? Who doesn't want a piece of the pie when given the chance? It's not just him thinking this. A witch boss on the scene isn't of the same mind. You Wu Zhenbang are impressive for taking Mongkok, but can you really take on all of Hongxing? If Hongxing manages to reclaim the territory, it won't just be your face that is lost. This concerns the reputation of the entire Lianxing. How will the brothers continue to navigate the underworld? In the Jianghu, reputation is the most valued currency. Lin Huailu now aimed to pressure Wu Zhenbang with the entire gang's might, just like when they dealt with Big D back in the day. Once they withstand Hongxing's counterattack with so many brothers working hard, what's wrong with giving you a piece of territory? Brother Lu, I've made my position quite clear already. As I've said, I can handle things with Hongxing myself. There's no need for everyone to worry. If I truly cannot hold on, then it would mean I Wu Zhenbang lack the capability. Wu Zhenbang looked around and finally focused on Lin Huailu, speaking slowly, his tone showing no sign of concession. Bang, am saying this for the sake of the gang. Do you really think you can confront Hongxing with just your few men? The hall masters and uncles present tonight are all sincerely here to help you. Moreover, Master Deng has spoken. You are making it very difficult for me here. Lin Huailu once again put on a friendly face. This time he not only rallied all the hall masters to his side, but even brought out the trump card of Master Deng. The goal was to completely pin Wu Zhenbang down. Otherwise, after such a huge commotion tonight, he as the leader wouldn't even be able to handle a few of the 4-9 boys. How could he command respect in the future? What would the brothers think of him? Especially with Big D, his sworn enemy, watching from the sidelines. If he couldn't settle Wu Zhenbang tonight, future troubles would be immense. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhenbang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. After a whole night of fuss, Lin Huailu finally couldn't hold back and decided to step in personally. Wu Zhenbang's actions could be described as textbook level as he quickly pulled all the attending elders to his side, with just a few words, even managing to bring out the long-retired Master Deng. Wasn't this obviously targeted at him? Now the entire gang's eyes were on this matter. If Wu Zhenbang dared to say even half a word against it, it would mean offending all the higher-ups, and even the esteemed Master Deng wouldn't give him a pleasant expression. Since Brother Lu finds it difficult, then let's not do it at all. Wu Zhenbang suddenly sneered, gripping the table edge tightly and flipping it over. With a loud crash, the teacups and teapots shattered. The old ghost Yin and a few uncles across the table didn't even have time to react and nearly got hit by the overturned table. Fortunately, someone behind was quick to lend a hand, otherwise these old folks would have surely tumbled over. Are you out of your mind, Wu? Want to go against the entire gang? Lin Huailu clearly didn't expect the other party to suddenly do this. Earlier, when Wu Zhenbang was clashing with the old ghost, Yin, it could still be attributed to youthful temper. Now flipping the table was a complete break of relations. He couldn't understand where Wu Zhenbang found such boldness to flip the table in front of him, the leader. He'll say it one last time: the territory of Mongkok was fought for by me, Wu Zhenbang, and my brothers without borrowing any power from the gang. Don't you all want a share of Mongkok? Alright, today he'll put it plainly: if anyone is tired of living, feel free to bring people to seize it. He'll deal with anyone who comes. He'll keep my word. Those who don't believe can try. You just don't blame me for being merciless later. This statement stunned everyone present. Which of these old Jianghu figures isn't cunning? Earlier they claimed Wu Zhenbang's success in taking Mongkok was purely luck, and that they could do the same if they were in his place. They just wanted to unite to intimidate the newcomer. Once they had him under control, they could slowly negotiate how to divide the spoils. But if they really sent people to seize territory, they wouldn't dare, even if they had 10 times the courage. After all, no one wanted to die for nothing. Lin Huai's smile completely vanished, his face darkening as he stared at Wu Zhenbang. Tonight's drama was truly embarrassing for him, as the one in charge. Wu Zhenbang observed everything, thinking to himself, since you're so idle, it'll give you something to do. He turned to the still-dazed Big D. Big D, have you heard about the recent happenings with the old East gangs de Jiquan? I've heard. What's the matter? Big D hadn't yet recovered from the shock he just experienced. He never expected Wu Zhenbang to be so resolute. Upon hearing about the old East gang, he momentarily didn't grasp the meaning. Wu Zhenbang patiently explained, last month the speaker of the old East suddenly disappeared, leaving the entire gang leaderless. Later, as you know, they were thoroughly divided by a few smaller gangs. Brother D, look at other gangs in the harbor. There are plenty with dual speakers, some even have 4 speakers. More people mean more power, and it's easier to make money. I was thinking, why can't we alongside Lianqing have 2 speakers? If the old East had 2 heads back, then they wouldn't have fallen to this state today. Our gang has a history of over 100 years, it's time for reform. With your influence in Suinwan, Brother D being a speaker would be more than sufficient. In the gang, everyone praises Big D as the most loyal. The brothers privately discuss how Big D should take charge and lead everyone. Don't even mention taking Tsim Sha Sui. The entire Yao Tsimmong area will eventually fall under our and Lianqing's management. Brother D, I truly admire you from the bottom of my heart. Wu Zhenbang's words were indeed aimed at the heart. Big D had long harbored resentment over Lin Huailu taking the position of the speaker. He had considered causing trouble, but the rules for selecting a speaker alongside Lianqing were set, and the ancestral regulations were not to be easily broken by anyone. Even if Big D wanted to explode in anger, he found no excuse. Now it was better Wu Zhenbang had directly handed him the knife, playing this move brilliantly. Gradually, Big D's gaze towards Lin Huailu began to change, becoming increasingly unfriendly. In the private room of the restaurant, Wu Zhenbang had already left. Though he had left, someone hated him to the core. That person was Lin Huailu. When Wu Zhenbang proposed the idea of dual speakers, Lin Huailu's expression instantly darkened. The facade of kindness he had previously put on vanished, his eyes gleaming with malice. Earlier, even though Big D was displeased with him taking the speaker position, he had no reason to cause trouble due to the rules. But now Wu Zhenbang had introduced the dual speaker system, completely disrupting Lin Huailu's plans. Lin Huailu regretted his decision to provoke this disaster tonight. Originally, he thought of using the shared division of Mongkok to ease relations with Big D. After all, a new leader had to show some results to the brothers, right? Now it was worse. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he also angered Big D, this madman. Lin Huailu was now determined to eliminate Wu Zhenbang. Ahem, my wife is stewing soup at home. I need to head back first. In the private room, Big D exchanged glances with several hall masters and uncles, pretending to cough twice before rising to take his leave. They hurriedly exited, not giving Lin Huailu a chance to retain them. Not only Big D, but the other leaders also found excuses to leave, each claiming to have urgent matters to attend to. As for Wu Zhenbang's affairs, they had long been cast aside. Everyone present were seasoned veterans, and none were easy to deal with. From the moment Wu Zhenbang proposed the dual speaker system alongside Lianqing, these old foxes began to scheme. Since the establishment of Lianqing, it had always been a 2-year cycle for selecting speakers. In the past, it was always decided by a vote from the elder generation of uncles. On the surface, it seemed calm and peaceful. In reality, every selection of a speaker was filled with open and covert battles. Each candidate for the position of speaker was tied to a massive chain of interests. More crucially, over the years, it was merely a facade of voting. In truth, Master Deng held the ultimate say. If he favored someone, they were almost guaranteed to become the next speaker. Whether that person had real capability was of no significance. The most typical example was Wu Zhenbang's former boss, Chu Ji. If someone as incompetent as Chu Ji could become a speaker, it shows how much power Master Deng wielded in Lianqing. Such a dictatorial election method had long been met with complaints from below. Now proposing dual speakers was simply opening a new avenue for everyone. Regardless of how the vote turned out, everyone would benefit. From now on, Master Deng could no longer dominate everything. If fairness was to be established, it must be fair to the end. Even more importantly, if the dual speaker system could indeed be realized, the implications would not stop there. Transitioning from 1 to 2 speakers was a monumental change. This meant that everyone would have a chance to rise to power in the future rather than having to fight tooth and nail as they did now. Just this point was enough to ignite the passion of many. As soon as Wu Zhenbang stepped out the door, the people on Lin Huailu's side also began to leave one after another. No one expected that Big D, under the cover of night, would secretly gather a few prominent figures from the Jianghu and find a secluded tea room to continue their discussions. When news of this reached Lin Huailu's ears, he was so enraged that he overturned the rosewood tea table in the living room. Teacups and teapots shattered all over, just as his current mood was shattered. After hanging up the phone, images of the chaotic battle from the evening flooded his mind. Those underlings who once followed Liang Kuan in their desperate bid for power recklessly gathered a group of desperate individuals to seek revenge. Before Feng Yuxiu could take action, Abu alone had already made them cry and flee in disarray. At this moment, Fei Yingli was kneeling by the bed, her delicate lips busy at work. This beautiful lawyer who usually commanded the courtroom with authority was now displaying a side completely different from her daytime persona. She always skillfully wielded her eloquence, turning black into white and the dead into the living. That's enough. Wu Zhenbang lazily patted the top of her head. Fei Yingli lifted her watery eyes, her tongue lightly brushing the corner of her mouth. She twisted her slender waist, her eyes sparkling with charm, as if silently issuing an invitation. Little demon, catch this. Wu Zhenbang let out a hearty laugh and leaped forward. Ever since his body had been enhanced, his combat prowess had increased exponentially. Every time he sparred with this charming lawyer, she would ultimately be defeated, left breathless, and having to surrender. The next morning, after a brief inspection of the territory in Mongkok, Wu Zhenbang hurried back to the film company in Wanchai. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, he held a fine cigar, gazing down at the bustling crowd below, his brow tightly furrowed. We still don't have enough manpower. He exhaled smoke, speaking to himself. Although he commanded an elite force of 400, he found it challenging to defend the territory in Wanchai while also sending troops to Mongkok. If only he had a few thousand brothers, he wouldn't have to be so cautious. The Underworld claimed that Hongxing had 100,000 underlings, but in reality the core members were pitifully few. Those so-called Blue Lanterns were merely temporary workers. The truly capable fighters numbered around 1,000 per faction, and the strongest didn't exceed 5,000. Because of this, even though Hongxing claimed to be the largest gang in Hong Kong, Wu Zhenbang did not take it too seriously. Causeway Bay, still leaderless, was not something he wished to meddle in for now, but Mongkok was a juicy piece of territory that he must secure. Only by establishing a strong foothold could he slowly strategize. Let's see how today's luck is. He returned to his genuine leather executive chair, and at this moment Wu Zhenbang had already shifted his focus to the mysterious system interface in his mind. Let's start the lottery right away. His fingers quickly tapped the activation button 5 times, and the wheel instantly burst into dazzling golden light, beginning to spin rapidly. The ticking sound of the prompt echoed continuously. The golden pointer whirled rapidly on the wheel, completely capturing Wu Zhenbang's attention. Ever since he had used up dozens of lottery chances in one go last time, his luck had been rather poor in recent days. Apart from some basic manpower replenishment, he mostly drew currency notes that were universally accepted in Hong Kong. Since this was a continuous lottery, the pointer quickly landed on 5 different grid areas. Oh! When he saw the prizes he had drawn, Wu Zhenbang's eyes widened, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. His luck had finally turned around. He had actually drawn a rare purple reward grid. The crisp prompt sounded consecutively. Congratulations on winning 5 standard containers of video game equipment. Congratulations on winning 500 Hong Kong dollars. Congratulations on winning 20 ordinary staff members. That's not bad. When all the prize information was displayed, Wu Zhenbang finally revealed a satisfied smile. Through his experiences with the lottery over this period, he had roughly grasped the limits of the lowest tier white and blue rewards. Generally speaking, white rewards could yield up to 500 HKD or 5 loyal ordinary subordinates, while the highest blue reward was 200 HKD or 20 talented resources. As for the limits of the higher tier purple and legendary red rewards, Wu Zhenbang was still unclear for now, because these 2 high-level rewards were exceedingly difficult to draw. After so many lottery draws, the most common were the white and blue rewards. The 5 containers filled with video game equipment he had drawn were indeed from the rare purple grid. Not bad, another source of income. Seeing that each container had a capacity of 200 cubic meters, Wu Zhenbang, as a time traveler, he was well aware of how lucrative these arcade machines could be. Due to current trade restrictions, although these types of gaming machines were wildly popular in Japan, they were hardly seen on Hong Kong Island. With these 5 large boxes of video game equipment, Wu Zhenbang felt as if he could already envision the bustling scene of his centipede arcade. Just as he was contemplating the location for the arcade, a sudden knock sounded on the office's wooden door. Come in. Wu Zhenbang turned to look towards the door. Boss, 2 stunning twin entertainers just arrived at the venue. Would you like to take a look? As the office door was pushed open, Kojio approached the desk with a flattering expression, his eyes shimmering with suggestive light. Twins. Upon hearing this keyword, Wu Zhenbang raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he glanced at Kojio. Although his film company focused on adult content, to be honest, Wu Zhenbang had never interacted with any of the female entertainers in his company. It wasn't that he had no interest in women, or it was mainly because most of the female entertainers in the company were not clean. Not that he had a virgin complex, but ever since founding this film company, though he had hired external actors, most of them were just street girls brought in by Jimmy. Such women simply failed to ignite his interest. However, hearing Kojio mention twins piqued his curiosity. Specifically, what's the background of these 2? Wu Zhenbang adjusted his sitting posture, crossing his hands on the desktop, signaling to Ko Jio to continue. It's like this, boss. For a while now, I have been modifying the delivery truck as you instructed, preparing for the filming of the Magic Mirror series. I was thinking of supplementing with some new actors, so besides asking Jimmy for people, I had my subordinates keep an eye out for suitable candidates. The result was, Ko Jio rubbed his hands together and began detailing the origins of the twins. The story started last month. At that time, after Ko Jio issued a notice to recruit new talent, a contracted female entertainer within 91 Films heard the news and knew the company was extensively searching for talented female entertainers. This female entertainer had ulterior motives. She contacted Ko Jio mysteriously, stating that she had 2 great candidates to introduce as long as she could receive some benefits after the deal was made. At that time, Jioga didn't take it seriously and casually agreed. As a result, this female entertainer really brought 2 seemingly innocent girls to report for duty. Upon seeing the newcomers, Jiogu immediately felt something was off. These 2 girls looked like they hadn't even graduated. In the past, the gang wouldn't care about such identities. Since the people had arrived, it wouldn't be easy for them to leave. But the problem was when Wu Zhenbang founded 91 Films, he established a rule: all female actors participating in the filming must do so entirely voluntarily. The pay could be higher, but absolutely no coercion was allowed. After learning the true situation of the 2, Jiogu initially intended to refuse. However, that female entertainer insisted that these 2 young girls came out of passion for acting. Hearing this, Jiogu felt somewhat relieved. But he thought to himself, since they were both novices, it would be better to let the boss see them first and then arrange for shooting later. Are they really students? When Wu Zhenbang heard the report, he lightly tapped his fingers on the desktop. He originally thought that Jio guessed student girls was just a casual metaphor for being young. He didn't expect them to actually be 2 current students. What surprised him even more was that these 2 were actually willing to shoot adult films. Are today's young girls this old? Bring them up so I can take a look. After pondering for a moment, Wu Zhenbang decided to meet these so-called student girls. If they were indeed in financial trouble, he wouldn't want to stop them. But if there were other hidden reasons, things would become complicated. Though Wu Zhenbang was no saint, he absolutely would not force anyone into submission. At this moment, the most pressing issue was to call them in and clarify things face to face. Understood, boss. Seeing the boss relent, Ko Jio quickly turned to make arrangements. Before long, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Jiogu respectfully stood outside the door, allowing the 2 girls to enter on their own. Then he discreetly closed the door. It turned out to be them. As the 2 girls with ponytails shyly walked in, Wu Zhenbang immediately recognized the familiar faces: Cindy and Judy, the sisters from Fight Back to School. So this means this pair of national first loves is here to shoot adult films. Wow, so young. Cindy secretly observed the man behind the desk, her heart inexplicably racing. She had imagined that the boss of a film company would be a middle-aged man with a beer belly, but unexpectedly this one before her was not only young and handsome, but also exuded the aura of a successful person. Standing beside her, Judy was equally surprised, her eyes wide open. The sisters tense, nerves unconsciously relaxed. Humans naturally have a hard time resisting beautiful things. I heard you are voluntary students here to shoot films. Wu Zhenbang's fingers were interlaced on the desk as he carefully examined the pair of sisters before him. Looking into their innocent and curious eyes, he decided to get straight to the point. After all, this situation was indeed unexpected for him. He had assumed these girls came from well-off families. What on earth could have led them to participate in the filming of an artistic film? Could it be that this world, being a blend of various Hong Kong films, had changed their personalities, making them so open-minded? Huh, what did you say? Shooting movies? No, that's not it. We just came to visit out of curiosity. Cindy and Judy, who had been secretly observing Wu Zhenbang, suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing this, frantically shaking their hands to deny it. They were not there to participate in the filming of such special films. The situation arose because they had met a senior yesterday who claimed to be able to take them to observe the filming of an artistic film, and out of curiosity, they had followed along. Aren't you here to shoot a film? Wu Zhenbang raised his eyebrows at the panicked expressions of the twin sisters before him, sensing there was more to the story. Well, it's like this. Senior Liang said we could come and see how art films are made. Compared to her shy sisters, Cindy, Judy, the elder sister, appeared more composed. She quickly explained the situation. I see, it seems there has been some misunderstanding. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Zhenbang, the founder of 91 Media Film Company. After hearing Judy's explanation, Wu Zhenbang nodded slightly. He calmly walked up to the sisters, a gentle smile on his face as he extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Wu, I am Judy. Perhaps due to Wu Zhenbang's polite demeanor, Judy exchanged glances with Cindy before she reached out her hand to shake his. Hello, Mr. Wu, I am Cindy. After shaking hands with Judy, Wu Zhenbang politely shook hands with Cindy as well. Please have a seat here and let's talk. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Zhenbang elegantly gestured towards the sofa area. Without waiting for the sisters to respond, he took the lead and walked towards the sofa. Cindy and Judy stared at his back in a daze, only cautiously following after they saw Wu Zhenbang take a seat and glance their way. The sisters nervously sat down across from Wu Zhenbang, their hands instinctively clasped tightly together. Ladies, I'm afraid you've been misled. Seeing the sisters before him tense like startled deer, Wu Zhenbang offered a kind smile. We've been deceived. Having never experienced the harsh realities of society, the sheltered flowers felt even more uneasy, their slender fingers unconsciously twisting together. That's right, your so-called senior sister must be deceiving you. I suppose you are aware of the nature of our company's business. Recently, we are preparing a new series project and are in urgent need of many young actresses. So it is likely that your senior sister learned of this news and deliberately brought you here. As he spoke, Wu Zhenbang's gaze lingered on the youthful faces of the sisters. It must be said that the youthful energy of girls in their blooming years is truly captivating. Even for Wu Zhenbang, who had seen it all and was surrounded by stunning beauties like Fei Yingli, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Although Judith's looks were not as refined as Cindy's, she was still quite charming in her own right. Coupled with the alluring labels of sister flowers and youthful girls, it made it difficult for Wu Zhenbang to remain calm. How could this be? The sisters exclaimed. We clearly agreed with our senior sister that we were just coming to observe and learn. Mister, well, we really aren't here to film that kind of movie. Before Wu Zhenbang could finish speaking, Cindy and Judith's faces turned pale. They never imagined that their usually kind senior Liang would set them up. They had agreed to visit the film company for observation and learning, but instead they were tricked into filming something scandalous. Don't be too nervous, I just said it's a misunderstanding. Wu Zhenbang explained slowly. Though 91 Media specializes in unique themes, all our actresses join voluntarily. We have never forced anyone. This is a strict rule of the company. Seeing the two girls trembling all over, he quickly added, I will handle this matter properly and ensure that such situations will not happen again. After saying this, he picked up the landline phone in front of them and directly dialed the number of Dakojio downstairs. On the phone, Wu Zhenbang scolded Dakojio, thoroughly blaming him for poor management, and announced the immediate dismissal of the presumptuous actress. Through this conversation, Wu Zhenbang immediately clarified the whole situation. It was merely that Senior Liang wanted to introduce the twin sisters for a reward, but the mistake lay in her deliberate concealment of the truth, tricking the two innocent girls into this place. Had it not been for Dakojio being blinded by lust trying to please the boss first, by the time Wu Zhenbang found out, the sisters would have been forcibly dragged off to shoot. Dakojio reported that the sisters were very interested in the filming scene, which to normal people sounded like curiosity for observation, but in the ears of those with filthy minds it turned into actively requesting to participate. As the saying goes, if one has a dirty mind, everything they look at is dirty, especially for someone like Dakojio, who is a notorious lecher. He thinks of everyone in the same filthy way. Senior Liang is too despicable, actually setting a trap to trick us into filming that kind of movie. Exactly. How could she have become so base? In the office, after understanding the truth, Cindy and Judy were stomping their feet in anger. Are you particularly curious about the filming process of those types of movies? After the two vented, Wu Zhenbang asked with a teasing smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the sisters instantly looked like quails caught by the throat, glancing at each other and nodding with red faces. Actually, filming those kinds of movies is quite troublesome. Seeing their expressions of both shyness and curiosity, Wu Zhenbang couldn't help but chuckle as he explained. He briefly educated them on filming techniques within the industry, such as how male actors are not as heroic as they appear in the final cut. The fierce battles of 1 or 2 hours are purely editing effects. During actual filming, there are often pauses to allow actors to adjust. Under Wu Zhenbang's engaging explanations, although the two girls were blushing, they still perked their ears to listen attentively. These kinds of knowledge that cannot be found in textbooks made them feel both embarrassed and inexplicably In general, filming these kinds of movies is quite similar to regular films. The difference is that one can be screened publicly while the other can only circulate secretly. Seeing their rosy cheeks and expressions of sudden realization, Wu Zhenbang felt amused. To be honest, discussing such topics with two young girls was indeed a bit comical. However, Wu Zhenbang was never one to shy away from uncomfortable topics, and when it came to crucial points, he spoke candidly, exposing all the industry secrets. So this is how movies are made. Judy muttered shyly. Yes, so there's nothing mysterious about filming, it's just that ordinary people don't understand the inside story. As Wu Zhenbang spoke, his gaze fell on Cindy, who had been fiddling with the hem of her clothes. The young girl occasionally stole glances at him, but when caught, she hurriedly looked away, her shy demeanor making him smile. Wu Zhenbang had long since figured out the personalities of the twin sisters. Cindy was like a timid little rabbit, speaking softly and flushing at the sight of people, yet when faced with something new, she was braver than anyone. There was a classic scene in a movie where this little girl saw someone kissing and immediately turned to pull the boy to practice. It wasn't just a momentary whim, she was the type to dare to lift her skirt and sit on someone. But you had to catch her eye first. She had to think you were more tempting than an ice cream cone for her to blink her watery eyes, and Judy wasn't any better. On the surface, she was fierce and aggressive, but deep down, she was even more reckless than her sister. You either frightened her into submission, or you had to be bolder than her, like taming a wild horse to keep her in check. These sisters were like roses kept in a glass house, untouched by the storms, viewing everything as fresh and having been sheltered since childhood, they had never even touched a boy's finger, Now that they were of blooming age, they were obedient students by day, but who knows what thrilling scenes they dreamed of at night. Now that they had walked into the mouth of the lion, how could Wu Zhenbang not take advantage of the situation? As dusk approached, Wu Zhenbang had grasped two things. First, the plot line of the school's out hero had yet to begin. Second, these two delicate flowers were still in the bud stage. He chuckled, biting his cigarette, and mentally tied a bow around the sisters. For these naive little birds, it would be easier than winning a stuffed toy. It's already 5:30. How about I treat you? Wu Zhenbang glanced at his watch. The sisters' eyes immediately lit up as they exclaimed in unison, "Brother Bang is the best." The three laughed as they walked out the corridor, filled with their melodious laughter. In just half a day's time, the two girls had already become quite affectionate in calling him Brother Bang. They had no idea that this witty film company boss was in fact a figure who could shake the Hong Kong underworld with just a stamp of his foot. Those well-dressed followers, just the disguise of a fierce beast hiding its claws. As night fell, the private room of the Mong Kok restaurant was filled with clinking glasses. Suddenly a man wearing sunglasses bowed as he entered, whispering with a brick-like "Big Brother phone, someone from Hung Hing is causing trouble at Brother Abu's place." Wu Zhenbang, unperturbed, wiped his mouth and said, "Excuse me for a moment." As he left, a sweet response came from behind, "Brother Bang, come back soon." Through the door crack, he saw the sisters laughing together over some joke. Wu Zhenbang stepped out of the private room, holding the heavy Big Brother phone, and pressed the answer key. "Abu, how's it going over there?" His voice was calm, as if discussing daily life. On the other end, Abu spoke quickly, "Brother Bang, phone Yushio has already taken people there. This time there are even more people from Hung Hing than last night, over 600. Have the other hall masters from Hung Hing intervened? No, this time the leader is still a subordinate of Liang Cohen. Alright, I understand. Let them fight to their heart's content, don't worry about anything else." Understood. After hanging up, Wu Zhenbang did not immediately return to the private room, but stood there contemplating. The last time a subordinate of Liang Cohen caused trouble under the pretense of avenging their boss, and the leader ended up being severely injured. Now with another subordinate of Liang Cohen leading, and with even more people, Wu Zhenbang sensed that something was amiss. A few days ago when he took down Mong Kok, it was precisely the moment the police raided Liang Kun's drug warehouse. Both sides struck simultaneously, and Liang Kun's remnants had already been shattered. Last night the gathering of 200 to 300 people had already surprised him, but tonight over 600 showed up. If there was no one behind the scenes stirring the pot, that would be unbelievable. It seems someone has set their sights on the fat piece of meat that is Mong Kok. A cold glint flashed in Wu Zhenbang's eyes. The first person he suspected was Lin Huailu, or perhaps other hall masters from Liansheng. After all, both sides had completely torn apart their relationship, especially Lin Huailu, who must hate him to the bone. It was entirely possible he was secretly supporting Liang Kun's subordinates. But then he thought again and felt it was unlikely to be Lin Huailu. Although this person was cunning, his strength was limited. If not for his connection with Liansheng, Wu Zhenbang could easily crush him. Moreover, now that Big D was desperately trying to rise, Lin Huailu couldn't even handle Big D, so how could he have the energy to deal with him? There was suspicion regarding Liansheng, but it was minor. As for the other hall masters from Hongxing, the possibility was even lower. It wasn't that Wu Zhenbang looked down on them, but these people, even if they had ideas about Mong Kok, wouldn't just hide behind the scenes without taking action. So there must be other factors behind this that he hadn't anticipated. Who could it be? Wu Zhenbang rubbed his chin. First of all, this person had not shown up yet. Their influence was considerable. If he were to be driven out of Mong Kok, who would benefit the most? Excluding Liansheng and Hongxing, only other gangs remained. However, those gangsters in Hong Kong Island, very few of them had any brains. Even if they wanted Mong Kok, they wouldn't resort to sneaky little tricks. If it wasn't about seizing territory, then he could only find clues from Liang Kun's business. Liang Kun's most important businesses are just adult films and drugs. No one can outdo me in producing adult films. Then the remaining road is the only path left. After mentally sorting through all the clues, Wu Zhenbang instantly locked onto his target. Drug trafficking. Yao Tsimong is one of the busiest areas in Hong Kong Island, and Liang Kun's business in Mong Kok focuses heavily on drugs. Wu Zhenbang never touched that, and he strictly forbade drug transactions from occurring on his territory. Now that he had taken over Mong Kok, the rules remained unchanged. The answer was now clear. Those big drug lords from Hong Kong Island were also eyeing this fat piece of meat. However, these people were different from the gangs. Territory wasn't important to them. Business was key. It seems someone is secretly manipulating Liang Kun's underlings, helping them gain a foothold to control the routes for goods in Mong Kok. Although the evidence at hand was still insufficient, Wu Zhenbang vaguely felt that this was how things were progressing. Thinking this through, he immediately picked up his mobile phone to call Abu, repeatedly emphasizing that the instigator of this disturbance must be captured alive. What if we prepare a few backup plans? After considering, these new ideas sprang to mind, and he quickly dialed the number for Jin to start making arrangements. At 8 o'clock in the evening, outside the restaurant. "Bang, shall we head off first? We'll come to find you to hang out again soon." Cindy and Judy waved goodbye to Wu Zhenbang with reluctance. "You are always welcome. Feel free to come find me anytime." Wu Zhenbang smiled, reaching out to pinch each girl. After spending most of the day together, they were now as familiar as old friends who had known each other for years. As a time traveler, Wu Zhenbang found it easy to handle these naive young girls. If it weren't for the consideration of having just met and moving too quickly, and the timing not being quite right, he could have easily charmed these two girls into undressing tonight. Goodbye, Bang Ge. Take care on the way. Watching the two girls' faces filled with undisguised joy, they waved at him one last time. Before getting into the car, he arranged to take them home. As the car slowly pulled away, he could still see the two little hands waving through the back window. Set off heading to... When the taillights finally disappeared from view, Wu Zhenbang's smile gradually faded. After briefly instructing the driver, he opened the car door and got in. At dinner, Abu called to report that they had captured the instigator of tonight's ruckus. Wu Zhenbang certainly wanted to personally meet this unfortunate fellow, as he needed to figure out who was behind the scenes. If it weren't for this incident, he would never have been willing to let these two beauties go so early. Although he might not be able to fully enjoy them today, it would definitely be no problem to take advantage of the situation. In an abandoned warehouse in Saikong, Feng Yuxiu, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, tossed a man bound with hemp rope and gagged with a rag onto the concrete floor. The man was covered in grime, his clothes stained with blood, and his face swollen like a pig's head. After dropping him off, Feng Yuxiu stood nearby with his arms crossed, quietly waiting. In the vast warehouse, only the unfortunate fellow emitted muffled whimpers. About a quarter of an hour later, a black Mercedes quietly parked outside the warehouse. Bang! Wu Zhenbang slammed the car door and surveyed the surroundings. He had to say that Saikong in this era was incredibly impoverished, or as far as the eye could see, it was all decaying scenery. No wonder it had become a den for various snakeheads on Hong Kong Island. Boss, the person is inside. A subordinate hurried over to report. Wu Zhenbang responded lightly and stepped toward the warehouse. Upon entering, he saw Feng Yuxiu and others along with the man who was tightly bound at their feet. Bang Ge. Boss. Seeing Wu Zhenbang enter, everyone immediately stood up straight to greet him. Tell me the specifics of tonight's situation in detail. Wu Zhenbang did not rush to interrogate the captive, but first sought to understand the battle situation from Feng Yuxiu. This time Hong Xing's people were much fiercer than last night. They were more ruthless than when we initially took over Mong Kok. Feng Yuxiu reported. Boss, we lost 2 brothers here, and additionally dozens of brothers were injured. I have already arranged for them to be banned. Feng Yuxiu's expression was grim, and his voice carried a hint of fatigue as he reported the events of the night to Wu Zhenbang. The key point was that tonight's opponents were simply too frenzied. It wasn't that they were particularly skilled fighters, but rather that these people fought recklessly, as if they had nothing to lose. If it weren't for him and Abu being more ruthless than the opponents and the brothers under them being hardened fighters, they would have had to carve out a bloody path tonight. Otherwise, many more would have fallen on the streets of Mong Kok. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhenbang's face turned ashen. In a chaotic fight with over 1,000 people, injuries were inevitable. After all, not everyone could fight like Abu and Feng Yuxiu. According to the rules of the Underworld, gang fights relied on momentum. Usually, as long as one side was fierce enough to take down dozens of opponents, the rest would scatter like birds and beasts. Once the momentum collapsed, defeat could happen in the blink of an eye. But tonight, these people completely broke the norm. Wu Zhenbang understood clearly if the gangsters were fighting so desperately, someone behind the scenes must have offered a hefty price. After pondering for a moment, he turned to the subordinate beside him and nodded. Release him. Yes, boss. A subordinate immediately stepped forward and swiftly untied the ropes binding the man on the ground. Cough, cough. Please spare me, leaders. I swear I won't dare again. The man, due to the rough handling, tugged at his wounds and writhed in pain. He gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground, his forehead banging against the concrete, and soon blood appeared. What are you yelling about? Wu Zhenbang looked at him coldly, his tone as calm as if he were asking about the weather. Replying to boss, my name is Zhao Yong, and the brothers on the street all call me Big Head Yong. He fearfully raised his head, accidentally meeting Feng Yuxiu's beast-like eyes, and immediately felt his soul leave his body, his voice changing pitch. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Wu Zhenbang immediately lost interest and asked bluntly, who sent you here tonight? At this moment, he had already made up his mind to deal with the mastermind. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to harm his brothers must pay the price. It was Han Shin from Tsim Sha Sui. He made me gather Brother Kun's old subordinates. Zhao Yong spilled everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. He was truly terrified, especially when he saw Feng Yuxiu staring at him with a deathly gaze. He almost wet his pants. Originally, he had led a few hundred men towards Mong Kok with grand dreams of becoming a hall master of Hongxing. Who knew that halfway through he would run into Feng Yuxiu, who brought a knife and slaughtered his men. Although Wu Zhenbang's side had dozens of injuries, he had lost over 20 men with countless more injured. Zhao Yong now felt weak in his legs, just seeing Feng Yuxiu. Han Shun. Wu Zhenbang raised an eyebrow. It's actually him. Han Shun was a capable aide of the Ni family in Tsim Sha Sui, just like the deceased Liang Kuan, a ruthless character in the drug business. Wu Zhenbang never expected that this person who usually kept to himself would stab him in the back. Wu Zhenbang's face darkened as he coldly pressed on. Explain clearly word for word the schemes Han Shun instructed you to carry out. Even though he had already locked onto the mastermind Wu Zhenbang, still wanted to understand why Han Shun suddenly turned against him. Zhao Yong lay on the ground like a stray dog trembling with pain, not daring to conceal anything. Last night Dezue took the brothers to Yao Ma Ti and got ambushed. They were all wiped out. Han Shun came to me. That's Zhao Yong wiped his nose and tears, his voice shaking uncontrollably. He gave me 800,000 Hong Kong dollars asking me to gather Brother Kun's old subordinates, and tonight we must retake Yao Ma Ti. But Brother Kun's old subordinates are either in the hospital or in prison. I had to go through a lot of trouble just to gather over 100 people. He spoke while desperately swallowing. There just weren't enough hands, so Han Shun told me to contact the big shots from 14K, offering 300,000 for them to send people to help out. That bastard even painted a big picture saying that as long as we retake the territory, he would support me to become the decision maker in Yao Ma Ti for Hongxing. Zhao Yong suddenly became agitated, snot bubbles forming. He promised that once we were firmly established, we would partner to distribute goods in Yao Ma Ti, and I would get 30% of the profits. At this point, Zhao Yong completely broke down, banging his forehead against the ground. Big boss, I've spilled everything I know. Just treat me as nothing and let me go. Wu Zhenbang slowly exhaled a smoke ring. As expected, things were unfolding as predicted. Who wouldn't be envious of this juicy piece of territory in Yamati? He had always strictly prohibited the presence of the white powder business on his turf, naturally making him a thorn in the side of those drug lords. Han Shun was merely the first to jump out. Surely there were more wolves lurking behind. I need to act quickly. A glint of cold determination flashed in Wu Zhenbang's eyes. In the underworld, being soft-hearted meant death. Once you stepped onto this path, don't expect to sleep peacefully anymore. Banggu. Feng Yuxiu approached, giving a subtle glance at the crumpled Zhao Yong on the ground. Wu Zhenbang glanced at the coward, who was scared to the point of wetting his pants, curling his lips into a cold smile. Do as you see fit. After saying that, he turned and left the hem of his trench coat trailing in an arc. When it came to enemies, he preferred to eradicate them completely. Understood. Feng Yuxiu respectfully watched his boss leave, then turned to take a mountain-cutting knife from one of his subordinates. The blade reflected the harsh white light as he licked his lips and approached Zhao Yong. Xiao. Brother Xiao. Spare me. A puddle of yellow liquid seeped from Zhao Yong's pants as his fingers clawed at the concrete floor, leaving a bloody mess. He shrank back desperately like a maggot, but behind him was the cold wall. Feng Yuxiu grinned, his yellowed teeth gleaming as the blade traced a chilling arc under the moonlight. Some paths, once taken wrong, offer no chance for retreat. The next morning, a bulging burlap sack floated on the surface of the Saigon Sea. As the tide surged, dark red stains could be faintly seen seeping from the mouth of the sack. Why are you back so late? Fei Yingli emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her hair still dripping with water. She cat-like slipped into the bed, her delicate hand precisely gripping a certain warm spot. Did you encounter some troubles? Wu Zhenbang brushed off the ashes from his cigar and casually pulled the beauty into his embrace. A few small fry are just jumping around. They'll be dealt with soon enough. Fei Yingli nodded in understanding, her eyes flowing with emotion, but suddenly her body sank. As she slightly parted her lips, the smoke from the cigar twisted in mysterious patterns on the ceiling. Huh? A wisp of smoke slowly drifted from Wu Zhenbang's lips as he lowered his eyelids, his gaze resting on the busy Fei Yingli, a subtle smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He then leaned back in his chair, his eyes half closed, completely immersed in a rare sense of comfort. At that very moment, inside the headquarters of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing, who had unexpectedly taken the helm after Liang Kun's demise, was urgently gathering the heads of the 12 factions for a meeting. The focus of the discussion was precisely about Wu Zhenbang, who had recently stirred up the underworld. At the Hongxing headquarters at the Jiang family's villa, I'm sure everyone has heard about what happened last night. Liang Kun had a subordinate named Tu Yong who led over 600 brothers to Mongkok, but they were all beaten back by Wu Zhenbang of Helian Shang. I called everyone here because I wanted to hear your insights. The meeting hall was brightly lit. Besides the late Copperpot Bay leader B and the Mongkok boss Liang Kun, who fell to Wu Zhenbang, the heads of the other 10 factions of Hongxing were all present. Jiang Tianxing, who had regained power, sat at the head of the table, his characteristic refined smile still on his face as he gently scanned the assembled crowd. Who is this Tu Yong? I've never heard of this character in the underworld. Does Liang Kun's short-lived subordinate really have such capable lackeys? Can he casually gather 6 or 7? Mr. Jiang, didn't Dezue go take a few hundred men to Mongkok 2 nights ago only to be chased away by Wu Zhenbang's people? Where did Liang Kun's dead ghost find so many underlings? Jiang Tianxing had just finished speaking when the straightforward Baji began to shout. The other heads also whispered to each other, discussing animatedly. Logically, someone who could gather so many lackeys in a short time wouldn't be a trivial character even in their Hongxing. Yet surprisingly, no one present seemed to know anything about this Tu Yong that Mr. Jiang mentioned. As the discussions began to subside, Chun Yao, the strategist of Hongxing, finally spoke. The problem lies precisely here. According to the intelligence I've gathered, this Tu Yong was originally just a minor character under Liang Kun. Yet in just one day, he effortlessly organized a team of hundreds. After learning that the Tu Yong had retreated, I immediately sent someone to investigate. It turned out that among those hundreds, the vast majority were lackeys of the number gang's Fei Hua. I personally called Fei Hua to verify, and he admitted that Zhao Yong had come to him with several million in cash seeking manpower. Chen Yao recounted the findings of the investigation, pointing out that there was more to last night's incident than met the eye. The crucial point was that after Liang Kun's death, his former subordinates had long since fragmented. Even if they managed to regroup, they wouldn't have many men. Without a big brother to hold the fort, relying solely on a little-known Tu Yong to reconstruct Liang Kun's former faction is a complete fantasy. Chen Yao also sent people to inquire about the other subordinates who participated in last night's battle, and the answer they received was that Tu Yong promised further rewards once the task was completed, which spurred them to fight harder than in the previous two skirmishes. It now appeared that not only were they at Hongxing, but other forces were also eyeing Mong Kok with greed. However, the mastermind behind it all had yet to surface, and that the Tu Yong has vanished from the face of the earth since his retreat last night. I've dispatched additional manpower to search diligently for him. Chen Yao crossed his fingers on the table, his expression grave as he surveyed the seated heads. You all have heard Yao's analysis, but does anyone have any thoughts? After Chen Yao finished his report, Jiang Tianxing, seated at the head, finally inquired. At this moment, Jiang Tianxing's heart was quite complicated. When Liang Kun pressed for power, he had already conspired with Chen Yao to temporarily avoid the spotlight and retreat to the background, waiting for the right moment to reclaim authority. However, things had not gone as planned, and within such a short time, changes had emerged one after another. The most unexpected was that Liang Kun, shortly after ascending to power, audaciously eliminated his rival boss B with ruthless methods that left everyone astonished. His family members had not been spared either. Unexpectedly, they also clashed with He Liansheng. Even more astonishing was that the opposing side was merely a low-level underling, yet he led others to seize the entirety of Mong Kok. This chain of events completely overturned the chessboard Jiang Tianxing had meticulously arranged. Boss Jiang, I think we might as well send a few brothers to deal with that brat, from He Liansheng. Afterward, we can reclaim Liang Kun's turf in Mong Kok. Ba Ji, who wasn't very bright, was the first to jump up and shout. Exactly, no matter what, Mong Kok is still our Hongxing's territory. We can't just hand it over. Fei Lao Li took the lead, and several speakers followed suit, filling the room with echoes of agreement. Yet the few seasoned veterans in the corner only watched coldly, their cigars burnt halfway down, without uttering a single word. Despite the presence of those who relied on their fists for a living, this matter of interest was something even a child could comprehend. Wu Zhenbang had just sacrificed the blood of two groups to establish his banner. As for Mong Kok, he had already secured his position on the streets of Hong Kong Island. Who would dare to offend Wu Zhenbang of He Liansheng? He was the kind of ruthless person who could turn Mong Kok upside down overnight, and then wipe out over 1,000 people. Such accomplishments left no room for doubt, and who would dare to speak against it? How about this? The land in Mong Kok is ultimately still ours, and not reclaiming it would be unreasonable. But who should we send to lead the team to take back Mong Kok? Does anyone have suitable candidates in mind? Jiang Tianxing sat at the head, looking at the chaotic meeting room below, his eyes containing a hint of helplessness. Earlier, Chen Yao had made it very clear. Tonight's matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. There was certainly something amiss behind it. Yet the heads present seemed to be oblivious, with some people shouting excitedly about immediately gathering people to fight back, insisting on restoring their face first. This group of people was adept at wielding knives on the streets, but when it came to sitting down and contemplating strategies, that was asking too much of them. Now that Liang Kun was dead, what these guys were mulling over were merely what benefits they could gain. However, once Jiang Tianxing voiced his thoughts, Ba Ji, who had just been the loudest, immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, falling silent. Fei Lao Li, sitting next to him, also shut his mouth, his eyes darting around, as if he were an onlooker observing the Mr. Jiang, why don't I handle this matter? At this moment, the prince stood up abruptly, his gaze fixed on Jiang, tinching his tone, quite certain. The prince held a renowned title within Hongxing, known as the God of War, entirely distinct from the older heads like Ba Ji and Fei Lao Li, who relied on their years of experience. His position was earned through sheer strength carved out from the fires of battle. The position he held in Sim Sha Sui was one he had fought for with his life. Absolutely, Mr. Jiang, having the prince take the lead is the best choice. Let the prince handle that brat. He is undeniably our Hongxing's recognized God of War. As soon as the prince stepped forward, Ba Ji, who had been keeping a low profile, instantly perked up, hurriedly flattering him. All right, prince, you will handle Mong Kok. Make sure to restore our Hongxing's prestige. Jiang Tianxing saw the prince voluntarily taking on this task, and revealed a satisfied expression, nodding in agreement as he finalized the arrangement. All right, let's call it a day. The meeting is adjourned. Prince, stay behind a moment. I have something private to discuss with you. With the choice for Wang Jiao settled, Jiang Tianxing ceased his remarks and dismissed the meeting. Aside from the prince, the other hall chiefs rose and drifted out in small groups. Prince, when you return, don't be too hasty to strike at Wang Jiao. Hold off for a couple of days. Once the others had cleared out, Jiang Tiansheng led Chen Yao and the prince into the villa's main hall where they sat and spoke at leisure. Mr. Jiang, why is that? At the mention of delay, the prince's face creased in puzzlement. He had already planned to start rallying men at dawn and by nightfall to march on Jianshazui and give Wu Zhenbang a lesson. Lately, the prince had heard people say that Wu Zhenbang kept two particularly fierce enforcers under him, one called Abu and the other Feng Yuxiu, both renowned for their brutal methods. It had been those two leading a few hundred brothers who had carved out a 1,000-strong force and wrested territory out of Wangjiao. Word on the street also held that Wu Zhenbang himself was the sort who acted with his fists rather than his tongue. It was said he personally led the men to plant their flag and had been the one to put Liang Kuan to death. The prince was naturally combative and had been itching to move. If Jiang Tianxing had not held his tongue earlier, he would have led his men over already. Tonight it's not only us. Other groups have also reached in. You should go home and have your men and arms ready. Wait and watch for 2 days. See if anyone else dares to make a play at Wangjiao. If no one shows, then it won't be too late for you to act. Jiang Tianxing leaned back, crossing his legs on the sofa, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. The prince nodded after hearing him, asking no further questions. Though he longed to strike at once, he retained full respect for Mr. Jiang and accepted the counsel without hesitation. He agreed decisively. After a few more pleasantries, Jiang Tianxing instructed the prince to go home. Once the prince had left, Jiang Tianxing lit a fine cigar and between puffs turned to Chen Yao. Yao, what do you make of that young man named Wu? Chen Yao rubbed his chin in thought. That kid is ravenous for power, petty as a needlepoint in his schemes, yet his courage is swollen beyond measure. He went on. It's strange. He used to keep quiet, shooting lowbrow films without much fuss. Conflicts with Liang Kuan weren't new, but they were always small and lukewarm. But this time, after Liang Kuan smashed 2 of his sets, that actor Tai to Lianqing immediately brought men and swept away all of Liang Kuan's turf, leaving no one spared. Chen Yao shifted his tone. To be honest, when I first heard this news, I suspected I had misheard it. Jiang Tianxing drew deeply on his cigar and sighed. A young performer who has always flown under the radar suddenly turns merciless. Do you think he has been hiding his light, waiting for this very moment? They say he won't even regard his own group's elders. He dares to overturn the table on the spot. He has been stirring things behind, Lianqing pushing to install dual bosses. This fellow plainly doesn't fear muddying the waters. Smoke curled around them as Jiang Tianxing frowned. Unlike others, he had probed into Lianqing's background while investigating Wu Zhenbang. While others marveled that a minor player would square off with Hongxing, Jiang had already perceived a deeper truth. This Wu was both audacious and treacherous in his designs. An adversary of that sort was genuinely troublesome. The next morning, the 1,000-man brawl in Wangjiao had already spread across Gangdao. To ordinary citizens, such street melees were hardly extraordinary. In this city, gangs either smash each other's venues or choke off each other's revenue. The common folk had long since become inured to it, but among other societies the matter was far from trivial. A nameless foot soldier from Lianqing had dared cross district lines, plant a flag in Hongxing territory, and dismantle the dragon-head Liang Kuan. The commotion Wu Zhenbang raised grew louder with each day. The last night's bloodshed had cemented his name. Young people across the island might not know Lianqing's boss, but few had not heard of Wu Zhenbang. Riding that momentum, Wu Zhenbang's men quickly spread the word and began recruiting openly. So long as a recruit did not dabble in poison or other hurtful trade and was willing to fight, he was welcome. And the pay he offered exceeded others. Where others paid 2,000 to a hand, he doubled it to 4,000. At that time, Wu Zhenbang had both money and men. He was thriving. The low-level members of rival gangs, seeing their own leader's shabby state, began to wonder if there was any future. Why not pack up and throw in with Brother Wu? While Abu busied himself recruiting, Wu was not idle. He had opened 2 game halls in Wanzai. Each venue boasted a gleaming row of 100 or so brightly colored machines, an imposing sight. To race the opening date, Wu even skipped refined decoration. Who cared about tasteful trim? Posters plastered on the walls would do. The doors opened all the same. Young players did not care whether the walls were papered with newsprint or gold leaf. What mattered was having joysticks and fighting games. Wu dispatched dozens of sharp-dressed boys with flyers, sending them roaming the streets. In only 2 or 3 days, the 2 arcades were bustling and alive. At Chiyuan Game Hall, the D-cigarette dangling goggled. Good heavens. A bang, your business is explosive. How much did you take in today, eh? So, Wu Zhenbang replied, leaning against an arcade machine with a grin. The only place of its kind on the island. If people didn't come, that would be the odd thing. Watching the crowd clamoring, his smile nearly split his face. The throng meant cash flowing like a torrent. Why the rush to open arcades? Because his campaign in Wangjiao had cost a fortune. In those fierce fights, he had poured out rivers of white paper, bankrolled them. Others might scrape together 20 or 30. Why did the boys dare risk everything? Because Brother Wu bankrolled them. Others might scrape together 20 or 30,000 to settle someone. He would drop 100,000 without blinking. But even such largesse strained the deepest coffers. Hey, Bang, you're not being fair. Didi rubbed his hands and leaned in. Why not spare a few machines for your brother? Let me set up a couple of places in Suanwan. I guarantee it'll make more money than you. The suggestion was laughable. Wu patted the D on the shoulder and shook his head. My D brother, who doesn't know you're the last word in Suanwan? You want to pick up my little side venture? In truth, he lacked the funds to help. How could he spare machines for others? Although outwardly friendly with the D, inwardly, Wu cursed him and his ancestors for daring to posture. The D mentally berated him for putting on airs claiming to dominate Sun Wan was a deliberate slight against someone who cared about face. Because the plan to institute dual leaders required diplomacy, the D had to temper his grievances and avoid pushing the conflict beyond repair. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the D took his leave. In a corner of the noisy arcade, Wu Zhenbang murmured instructions to Feng Yuxiu. A show from now on, Wanzai is yours to run entirely. Wu set his gaze sweeping the bustling hall. Especially this arcade. Patrons come and go, you must remain vigilant at all times. The rules stand. He spoke with added weight. If anyone is found secretly trading contraband on our turf, break his legs and dump him onto the street. Short of manpower, Wu had no choice but to assign Feng Yuxiu to hold Wanzai while Abu oversaw Wang Jiao. Whether Wanzai or Wang Jiao both were golden veins of profit, without a ruthless enforcer to hold them, they could not be secured. Understood, Brother Bang. Feng Yuxiu accepted gravely, his eyes scanning the crowd like a hawk. When the orders were done, Wu checked his watch. I'll leave this to you. I need to go see the company. Dusk was falling, and the arcade was calm for the moment. After finishing his instructions, Wu hurried away. In fact, the openings that day extended beyond the game halls. At 91 Chuanmei Film and Television Company, Dakojio's custom vehicle had been finished. This meant their long-prepared Mo Jinghao series was about to launch. In the 91 Chuanmei parking lot, Dakojio excitedly showed Wu the modifications. Boss, how does the car look? Dakojio beamed, slapping the van's body. I supervised the whole job personally, built exactly to your Mo Jinghao specifications. Wu circled the island spec Mo Jinghao and allowed himself a satisfied smile. Not bad. The key alterations focused on the cargo compartment. Besides painting the exterior white, the critical work was the installation of mirror panels. Originally, Wu had asked for a door-sized pane of glass on one side of the cargo hold. Unexpectedly, Dakojio took the initiative and replaced the entire left metal panel with a full glass wall. When do you plan to start filming? Wu Zhenbang carefully checked the exterior modifications before stepping into the vehicle with specially designed steps. The cast has been finalized, and we plan to shoot the couple theme scenes tomorrow. Big Nine followed closely behind and added, actually finding actors isn't difficult, it's just that this vehicle has delayed us for some time, otherwise we would have started filming much earlier. Let's hurry up and get the film done. Wu Zhenbang advised Big Nine while surveying the meticulously arranged interior of the vehicle. Compared to the simple exterior of the vehicle, the interior decoration was truly a hidden gem. The entrance was equipped with a specially designed lock and fitted with tight blackout curtains. The entire space was transformed into a cozy single apartment style, with a pink sofa placed against the glass wall topped with a plush teddy bear. The glass wall was also equipped with adjustable decorative curtains to ensure privacy during filming. The interior of the vehicle had been carefully modified, with about 1/3 of the space partitioned into a separate area, while the remaining part served as the actual filming site. That specially divided little room had a rather unique purpose. When the camera started rolling, interviews would take place in front, while the male performers would quietly hide in the back enclosure. Once the interview segment was over, the male actors would emerge from their hiding spots, officially commencing the filming process of the artistic film. After a thorough inspection, a satisfied expression appeared on Wu Zhenbang's face. He nodded slightly and said, the modification results basically meet my expectations. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he reminded Big Nine, focus on completing the Magic Mirror project well. Once the series is successfully sold, I have other important plans to assign to you. Oh, Big Nine's eyes suddenly widened. Boss, are you brewing up new ideas again? Upon hearing there were follow-up arrangements, he instantly felt invigorated. When he first came across the Magic Mirror project, he was already captivated by the boss' creativity. Now that the modified truck for filming had just been completed, was there really going to be new moves? Thinking of this, he couldn't suppress his excitement, his gaze fixed on Wu Zhenbang with intensity. Wu Zhenbang chuckled, shaking his head, and patted his shoulder. First, focus on doing a good job with the current project. We can discuss the rest later. You can rest assured. I will definitely give it my all. Big Nine hurriedly saluted in a somewhat unstandard manner, his voice exceptionally loud. Although the boss didn't reveal specific details, the implications were already enough to stir excitement. After discussing the filming precautions for the next day, Wu Zhenbang left. The Magic Mirror was merely the first piece of his grand blueprint. Many innovative projects were planned for the future. For instance, the Street Encounter series, arranging a special vehicle to cruise the streets, initiating conversations with attractive women. Beginning with simple chit-chat, gradually increasing the stakes, ultimately leading to intimate encounters inside the vehicle. If all goes well, this model could even be expanded to overseas markets, creating a more intense visual impact. Moreover, real-life shoots with ordinary people and the classic FC2 model were also on his agenda. However, all of these plans had to be put on hold for now. The immediate priority was to guard against counterattacks from the Hongxing society. Since repelling the invaders led by Dada Yong 3 days ago, there had been no actions from Hongxing. But Wu Zhenbang would never believe that they would easily give up on the lucrative territory of Mongkok. If tonight remains calm, then tomorrow Mongkok will officially fall under his control. Based on experience, the real trump card from Hongxing was likely to be played tonight. Therefore, he decided to personally oversee Mongkok. No matter what tactics the opponent employed, he was fully prepared to respond. Sitting in the back seat of the car heading to Mongkok, Wu Zhenbang closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the mysterious roulette within his mind. The 15 accumulated chances for the lottery filled him with anticipation. Since winning rare rewards through the concentrated lottery last time, he had favored this kind of power-accumulating lottery method. He felt that accumulating chances and then drawing all at once seemed to increase the probability of obtaining high-value rewards. System, let's start the lottery. Wu Zhenbang gazed at the 15 lottery chances displayed on the mysterious device in his consciousness, and without hesitation, he initiated the lottery program. In an instant, the disc at the center of the device erupted with dazzling golden light, spinning rapidly like the wheels of a speeding high-speed train. Under his eager gaze, the brilliant golden light cycled on the disc, tracing beautiful arcs. In a moment, 15 different colored squares were selected one by one. When he saw the results of this draw, his pupils involuntarily constricted and his breath caught in his throat. To his surprise, he had drawn the scarlet square representing the highest level. Not only that, but he also acquired the rare purple crystal square. Ding! Acquired 50 intermediate. Acquired 70000 HKD. Acquired 30 basic talents. Acquired top-level combat skills. As all the rewards were revealed simultaneously, it felt as if a splendid fireworks show had exploded in Wu Zhenbang's mind, with colorful lights continuously flickering. Huff! He suddenly opened his eyes, taking a deep breath, his chest rising and falling dramatically. The results of this lottery completely exceeded his expectations. Though there were only 15 chances, the richness of the rewards was not inferior to those obtained from a large lottery after accumulating dozens of chances. The 700 HKD and 30 basic talents were directly overlooked by him, as all his focus was on the 50 intermediate talents. This was the first time he had drawn intermediate talents, and he had hit the jackpot all at once. As he focused all his attention on the explanation of intermediate talents, detailed information surged into his consciousness like a tide. It turned out to be an enhanced version of ordinary talents. After reading the relevant information, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Intermediate talents refer to elites who have undergone professional training, their abilities far surpassing the ordinary people found in the streets. So people like Feng Yuxiaobu and Fei Yingli should fall into the category of advanced talents. He pondered silently, comparing it to the system's explanations. Immediately used top-level combat skills. Turning his attention to the skill option radiating scarlet light, he chose to activate it without hesitation. Unlike the physical enhancement potion he had used before this time, after activating the skill, the red light instantly burst forth like fireworks, spreading from the depths of his consciousness to every inch of his body. In an instant, he felt a darkness before his eyes. Then he sensed himself transforming into a warrior entirely clad in crimson, continuously engaging in various combat drills within the virtual space. Meanwhile, every muscle in his body was experiencing a slight electric sensation, a mix of tingling and mild. After the crimson figure experienced countless combat drills, all the battle memories were imprinted deep into his soul, as if directly branded. After more than 10 seconds, when he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but exhale a breath of turbid air. Although it was just a fleeting moment in the real world, it felt as if he had experienced 100 years of vicissitudes on the consciousness level. The crimson figure materialized from his consciousness, began with the most basic combat training, and gradually upgraded to sparring with various masters. Through countless life and death battles, all the combat experience was perfectly passed down to him. It's truly, feeling the surging power within him, he couldn't help but break into a delighted smile. This set of top-level combat skills encompassed everything, whether standing techniques, ground techniques, judo skills, or various types of punching and kicking techniques. They had all reached an extraordinary level. After the systematic enhancement of combat skills, Wu Zhenbang was no longer the reckless man who relied solely on brute force. Now his combat techniques had been comprehensively improved and his abilities had reached a top-tier level. Abu, how is the recruitment of new members progressing? Upon arriving in Mongkok, Wu Zhenbang immediately went to a local bar to find Abu and inquire about the situation over the past few days. Although he rarely came here personally, he had already instructed Abu to be wary of disturbances from the Hongxing gang, while also spreading the word about recruiting new members. Wu Zhenbang completely trusted Abu, a 100% loyal subordinate drawn from the system. Usually he only needed to give orders, and he rarely inquired about the specifics of execution. Boss, since you requested the recruitment message, quite a few brothers have come to join us these days. Abu poured a glass of wine for Wu Zhenbang and reported, including the 80 brothers you just brought, we now have gathered over 800 people in Mongkok. Upon hearing this number, Wu Zhenbang revealed a satisfied smile. Since it was daytime, the bar was not yet open. In the spacious hall, 80 sharply dressed men were scattered around. These were the elite brought by Wu Zhenbang, now all under Abu's unified command. To secure the territory of Mongkok, Wu Zhenbang had practically mobilized all available manpower. Only Feng Yuxiu and a few brothers were left over in Wanchai, while the rest of the forces were concentrated in Mongkok, preparing to respond to the challenges from Hongxing. Has Hongxing made any moves recently? Wu Zhenbang took a sip of wine and continued to ask. Since Qingzhou was currently on a secret mission, he had instructed Abu to prepare for battle these past few days, but he had not specifically arranged for anyone to monitor Hongxing. Not at the moment. I've instructed the brothers to keep a close watch day and night, but Hongxing's people have yet to show up. Abu shook his head in response. For 2 consecutive nights, they had maintained high alertness, yet there had been no activity from the opponent, as if they had voluntarily given up on Liangkang's territory in Mongkok. Other gangs on Hong Kong Island were also watching closely, waiting to see if Hongxing could reclaim lost ground. Continue to stay alert tonight. Today might be their last chance. Wu Zhenbang analyzed. It had been 6 days since they resolved Liangkang's control over Mongkok, and if Hongxing did not act tonight, by tomorrow all these territories would completely belong to him. Abu nodded in understanding. Got it, boss. He'll arrange it right away. After finishing his drink, he raised his head and exited with the newly arrived 80 men to make arrangements. Watching Abu leave, Wu Zhenbang couldn't help but marvel again at how worry-free it was to have subordinates produce. Each of the selected individuals appeared no different from the average person, with varying temperaments and dispositions. However, there was one thing that particularly pleased Wu Zhenbang. Every task he assigned was carried out without question. These individuals would undoubtedly get to work without a second thought, without even a hint of hesitation. When Abu was dispatching personnel, Wu Zhenbang had a few more drinks before staggering out the door. Currently, the area of Mongkok was practically under the Wu family's control. He contemplated going for a walk himself to determine the best location for an arcade. In addition, he was considering relocating 91 Media Film and Television Company from Wanchai to Mongkok. Such matters of site selection were not something his subordinates could decide. Dong 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 dong. In the late-night bar, the deafening music blared incessantly. Wu Zhenbang and Abu nestled in a booth, squinting at the men and women dancing wildly on the dance floor. Most of these people were day laborers who had worked themselves to exhaustion, coming here to unwind at night. Many white-collar elites who pretended to be dignified during the day were now letting loose and seeking fun. Out of 10, 9.5 were here looking for excitement. Is everything set up? Wu Zhenbang asked Abu while puffing on a cigar and blowing out a ring of smoke. All set. If that bunch from Hongxing dares to come, we can assemble a team to fight back at any time, Abu declared, smacking his chest confidently. Who do you think Hongxing will send? Wu Zhenbang asked with a smile, observing the writhing crowd in the dance floor. It's hard to say, but I suspect it will either be Han Bin or the dinosaur, or maybe even the prince. Abu pondered. With so many hall masters in Hongxing, only those 3 are capable of fighting. I actually hope it's the... Abu gulped down half a bottle of beer, his eyes shining with excitement. I've heard this guy is called the God of War in Hongxing, and he has never lost in boxing matches. I really want to spar with him. What's the rush? Even if the prince doesn't show up tonight, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Wu Zhenbang laughed, patting Abu on the shoulder. The prince's reputation for being able to fight was well known. Everyone on the streets knew that. Abu's ambition was something he could certainly understand. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, the big brother's phone on the table rang loudly. The 2 men exchanged glances and thought to themselves that the inevitable had finally arrived. Hello? Abu grabbed the phone. Boss, the prince has brought people to smash up the place, shouted a junior on the other end of the line in a panic. Got it, I'm taking people over now. Upon hearing it was the prince who was coming, Abu immediately hung up the phone. Banga, the prince is coming to kill us. Abu jumped to his feet. Go ahead. Wu Zhenbang waved his hand indifferently. With Abu in charge, Wu Zhenbang no longer needed to take matters into his own hands. This was no longer the scene of him leading his brothers to conquer Mongkok back in the day. If he had to step in every time something happened, what was the point of having so many younger brothers? No problem, Bang. Good, just wait for good news, Abu said with a sinister smile, nodding slightly to Wu Zhenbang before striding toward the bar's entrance. At the end of the street, 7 or 8 patrol cars with flashing lights were parked and officers were watching the road, blocked by 2 factions where no one could pass. A young officer in uniform looked pale, trembling as he asked his superior beside him, Director Su, they're about to clash. Shouldn't we intervene? Director Su took off his police cap, irritably ruffled his hair, his expression one of indifference. Intervene? Count how many people are in front of us. We only have a few brothers here. Let them fight it out. Once they tire themselves out, we can deal with the aftermath later. As he spoke, he patted the newcomer on the shoulder reassuringly. Not far away on the rooftop, Huang Zhiqing and his anti-Triad team were smoking. They were smoking and pointing at the people downstairs, showing no intention of intervening. But sir, we are the police. These punks are getting more and more unruly. Another young officer, just graduated from the police academy, clenched his fists, his eyes burning with righteous anger. He stared intently at the dense crowd ahead, showing no fear, but rather an eagerness to jump in. What's the rush? They are all just punks, a few less won't matter. Director Su calmly lit a cigarette and leaned against the car, saying as long as no innocents are harmed, it's fine. Hung Hing and He Liansheng are fighting for territory. It will settle down by tomorrow. Are you Abu? The prince of Hung Hing, holding a machete, arrogantly pointed at the opposite side. If you know what's good for you, take your men and get out of Mongkok, and I might consider letting you off. Tonight he had brought over 700 brothers, and it would be best if they could avoid a fight. After all, in a brawl of over 1,000 people, the medical bills alone would be staggering. The gangs of Hong Kong Island have always valued restraint, and in a situation where strength is comparable, they typically choose negotiation. Although the prince wanted to have a showdown with Abu, considering the safety of so many brothers, he ultimately had to think twice. If we're going to fight, then let's just fight. Stop talking nonsense here. The legendary prince is nothing special. Abu leisurely wrapped his knife-holding hand with a white cloth, a contemptuous smile on his lips. I just wonder how much substance lies behind this god of war title. Damn it, you're asking for it. The prince was instantly enraged. His reputation had been earned through countless bloody battles. How could he tolerate such disdain? He immediately raised his weapon towards the opponent, shouting at his subordinates behind him, all of you charge. Kill this arrogant punk. Kill. Abu also raised his weapon coldly, uttering the word. Kill them all. Chop them to death. In a mere 10 meters, the two factions collided. The sounds of metal clashing and screams intertwined, and the streets quickly became soaked with bright red liquid. Due to the large number of participants, the scope of the fight quickly expanded to the surrounding blocks. With a few slashes, Abu took down several of the henchmen in his way. He was drenched in blood, his gaze sharp as an eagle searching for the prince amidst the chaos. Soon he spotted the prince in a tough battle. He was being forced back by two suited men. These two well-dressed individuals were skilled fighters specially dispatched by Zhenbang from headquarters. In an unknown fight, the prince might hold an advantage. But now, with everyone wielding sharp weapons, the prince was clearly at a disadvantage against these well-trained tough characters. Abu let out a contemptuous snort and charged toward the prince. Wherever he passed, Hung Hing's little brothers fell one after another. Clang. Go to hell, bastard. The prince shouted loudly, swinging his weapon at one of the suited men. Though the man barely blocked the heavy blow, he was still sent staggering back several steps. The prince took the opportunity to fend off the weapons of the other two, and victory seemed within his grasp. Bang! At the critical moment, the blood-soaked Abu flew in with a kick, sending the prince flying several meters away, knocking down several of his own men in the process. Is this all the prowess of the god of war? Abu spat disdainfully and swung his knife directly at the still-down prince. The prince hurriedly raised his knife to block, only to see Abu twist his wrist, redirecting the blade to strike fiercely at his arm. Snap! A crisp sound of bone fracturing rang out. Oh! A heart-wrenching wail instantly echoed throughout the street as the prince's arm was nearly severed by Abu's strike. Though it wasn't completely severed, the bone was already shattered into pieces, with the remaining flesh barely hanging on, looking no different from being completely disabled. Bang! Suddenly a deafening gunshot erupted on the streets of Mongkok, Hong Kong. Police. Dozens of uniformed officers armed with guns quickly approached the group of lowlifes, sternly shouting at them. The cops are here. Someone in the crowd screamed at the top of their lungs. In an instant, the gangsters who had been fiercely fighting scattered like startled birds, abandoning their weapons and fleeing. On the other side of the street, Zhenbang coldly observed the chaotic crowd through the car window, his expression impassive. Let's go back for now, he instructed blandly, raising the car window with a flick of his hand. Understood, boss. The bodyguard in the driver's seat immediately started the engine, and the two cars quickly left the scene, leaving behind chaos and a dozen unlucky souls pinned to the ground by the police. Zhenbang did not leave Mongkok directly, but instead took a detour to the bar where he had previously met Abu. Inside the bar, the noise was still booming, as if the blood and chaos from outside had never touched this place. As soon as the prince and his men arrived to attack, Abu had led his crew to block them on the outskirts, then they went straight into action. Even though the fighting had ceased at this moment, 99 of the people in the bar were completely unaware of what had transpired in Mongkok tonight. Bangu. About half an hour later, after taking a shower and changing clothes, Abu walked into the booth in the corner of the bar. As soon as he sat down, he respectfully called out, then settled onto the sofa. Surrounding the booth, a dozen sharply dressed younger brothers exuded a menacing aura, keeping the idle people at bay. You look pretty banged up. Is it serious? Zhenbang glanced at the bandages wrapped around Abu's body, noticing that his suit jacket was draped loosely over his shoulders, not worn properly. He casually picked up a bottle of beer, pouring it while asking. It's nothing serious, just some flesh wounds. Abu waved his hand, dismissively raising his glass and downing it in one go. Though he was skilled, it was inevitable to get hurt in a melee. After all, facing dozens of knives at once, being injured this little was already miraculous. Bangui lost quite a few brothers tonight. There were over 20 who went down. Abu, feeling that a glass of beer wasn't enough, directly grabbed the bottle and downed half of it, his face darkening as he added. And this was just the immediate casualties, the injured were countless. Although they had won this battle, the expenses for the aftermath would be quite significant. You might have a sense of it now. Wu Zhenbang nodded upon hearing this, clearly having anticipated it. In this world of the underbelly, debts must eventually be repaid. It wouldn't be surprising if one suddenly collapsed on the roadside one day. Although this time they lost many brothers, the benefits they gained were indeed considerable. Once tonight passed, the territory of Mongkok would completely belong to Wu Zhenbang. Make sure to handle the aftermath promptly, especially the compensation for the families, not a single cent less. Wu Zhenbang warned Abu with a serious expression. In the place known as Hong Kong Island, gang conflicts occur daily. Casualties are a common occurrence, and the lack of major disturbances relies on each gang's ability to clean up after themselves. These days the police prefer to avoid trouble. As long as the common people are not involved, they are indifferent to how many. The officers in uniform would actually be pleased if more gangsters died. Unless the situation spirals out of control and causes a significant disturbance, they will reluctantly intervene to clean up the mess and capture a few individuals for show. Just like when Wu Zhenbang took over Mongkok, he was summoned for tea by the officer Huang Zhiqing the very next day. Everyone was aware of tonight's events. As long as the lucrative territory of Mongkok hasn't truly fallen into anyone's hands, the police are disinclined to intervene provided the ordinary citizens are not disturbed. They will only show up to clean up the mess after the fighting has calmed down. Brother Bang, don't worry, I will handle it properly tomorrow, Abu said earnestly. By the way, how is the situation? Wu Zhenbang took a sip of wine and continued to ask. The scene was too chaotic for him to see the situation clearly, and he needed Abu to elaborate. To be honest, that prince does have some skills. When Abu mentioned this person, a rare flicker of emotion crossed his face. He recounted the recent fierce battle in detail. It turned out that the prince had been rescued by his subordinates just before he could be killed. At that moment, Abu had just severed one of the prince's arms, and his men charged in like madmen. Of the 5 wounds Abu sustained, 4 were inflicted during this chaotic moment. Because the war god of Hongxing was left crippled, his subordinates immediately lost their backbone and were beaten to pieces by Abu and his crew. By the time the police arrived, those who could run had fled, and those who couldn't were lying on the ground. That prince sure has a tough life, Wu Zhenbang sneered. Although the prince was arrogant and combative, he was well liked among Hongxing members and treated his subordinates with loyalty. Therefore, it was not surprising that someone risked their life to save him in a crisis. Unfortunately, from now on there will be no more war god prince in Hongxing. Even if they could reattach his arm, he would still be a useless person. Boss, the police are looking for you. Just as he was speaking, a little brother rushed in to report. Before he could finish, Huang Zhiqing stormed in with members of the anti-Triad unit, his face dark with anger. Under the neon lights of the bar enveloped in night, Wu Zhenbang leisurely swirled his glass of red wine. Suddenly Huang Zhiqing barged in fiercely, looking as grim as a rusty iron plate. Brother Bang, you really are something, quietly gathering over 1,000 brothers to stir up trouble. Huang Zhiqing squeezed out these words through clenched teeth. Sir, this is a grave misunderstanding. Wu Zhenbang had a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth, elegantly raising his glass to indicate, I have been here savoring wine all night. I have no idea about the matters you mentioned. Huang Zhiqing, enraged, pointed at Abu, who was sitting opposite with a bruised face. Your little brother looks like this, and still dares to play dumb. Are you talking about this person? Wu Zhenbang casually flicked the cuff of his suit. He is my newly hired security. He just explained to me that he tripped while coming down the stairs. Just a temporary worker, I hope sir will excuse me. Just as he finished speaking, a brash rookie burst out from behind, Huang Zhiqing pointing at Wu Zhenbang and shouting, son of a BTCH. Who on Hong Kong Island doesn't know this is your top horse? As the boss, you don't even dare to recognize your own brothers? Oh, what kind of dragon crossing the river are you? I see you are just a soft-shelled shrimp. In an instant, dozens of men in black suits stood up in the entire booth area. Every pair of eyes was filled with murderous intent, staring fiercely at the loose-tongued officer. Abu's muscles tensed like a leopard ready to pounce. Interesting. Wu Zhenbang suddenly chuckled lightly, tapping his glass. Sir Huang, the quality of your subordinates is truly eye-opening. I am merely a law-abiding businessman. If you want to arrest someone, please present evidence. If you casually label innocent citizens. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Is this the style of the royal police? Huang Zhiqing felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The well-trained thugs around him were not ordinary gangsters. Their tense posture and sharp gazes resembled those of desperate criminals coming off the battlefield. Cold sweat slowly soaked his shirt. How we handle cases is not for you to dictate. Huang Zhiqing said in a strained voice, if any issues arise in Mongkok, you will be the first I come to. Since you are a legitimate businessman, cooperating with the police investigation should not be a problem, right? After saying this, he dragged the still cursing rookie along with him as they awkwardly left under the dozens of predatory gazes. Huang Zhiqing's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, noticing that Wu Zhenbang's men were gradually forming a circle. His muscles tensed up and his right hand instinctively pressed against the gun at his waist. He whispered to a few colleagues from the anti-Triad unit behind him, retreat. After saying this, Huang Zhiqing turned around first, striding back the way they came. The other officers exchanged glances and silently quickened their pace to follow. Only the young officer who had provoked Wu Zhenbang before contemptuously curled his lip at Wu Zhenbang's group before leisurely joining the ranks. Abu. Wu Zhenbang lazily lounged in the booth, his long legs crossed expressionless as he watched the police. It was not until the officers' figures had completely disappeared at the bar's entrance that he turned his head, calling out in a disturbingly calm voice, "Boss." Abu retracted his cold gaze from the doorway, his knife-like face filled with anger. If it weren't for taking Wu Zhenbang's attitude into account, he would have already made that ignorant officer bleed on the spot. As the most loyal subordinate, he would never go against the boss' wishes. "That kid is to be dealt with by you. Remember to leave no traces." Wu Zhenbang slowly stood up, patting Abu's shoulder. "It's getting late. I'll head back now." "Understood." Abu bowed in acknowledgement, respectfully following Wu Zhenbang out of the bar. After seeing the boss vehicle leave, he gestured to a nearby brother in a black suit, whispering a few instructions before turning back to the depths of the bar. "Boss, I'm leaving first." In the office of the anti-triad unit at Sim Sha Sui police station, a young officer smiled as he bid farewell to Huang Jiqing. Huang Jiqing was perusing a case file when he heard this, merely nodding slightly. "Get some rest. We have a tough battle to fight tomorrow." "Got it. After taking a shower, I'll lie down." The young man laughed heartily, said goodbye to his colleagues, and then left. Shortly after, an inconspicuous private car slowly drove away from the police station. Just as it turned the corner, a heavy truck suddenly accelerated and crashed into it. Boom! Amidst the deafening crash, the sedan was overturned like a toy, rolling several times on the road before coming to a stop. From the gap in the deformed car, dark red liquid gradually seeped out, and that once lively young man had now merged with the steel wreckage. In the early hours of the morning, Huang Ziqing's office was in disarray, scattered documents mixed with smashed teacups littering the floor. Wu Zhenbang. He sat at his desk with a pale face, grinding his back teeth. Having just returned from the morgue, he could never have expected that the reckless gangster would actually dare to lay hands on the police. They did manage to catch the driver responsible for the accident, but no matter how much they interrogated him, he stubbornly insisted it was an accident due to drinking. Such nonsense might fool people on ordinary days, but Huang Jiqing knew full well this was clearly a meticulously planned murder. The chill of midnight permeated the office as Huang Jiqing stared at the death report, his fingertips unconsciously digging into his palm. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? Just after causing a conflict in the bar, he was then hit and left bloodied. If it wasn't someone pulling strings, could it really be the king of hell coming to collect souls? Hiss. The ashtray was filled with cigarette butts, and Huang Jiqing ground the last half of his cigarette into the name Wu Zhenbang grated against his teeth, but the frustrating part was that he knew who the culprit was, yet he couldn't even issue a warrant for arrest. Even if he handcuffed that guy in the interrogation room, what would it matter? If the guy crossed his legs and stubbornly refused to admit it, the evidence chain would be as tangled as a ball of yarn that a cat had played with. In the past, such small characters wouldn't even be worthy of dust on his desk. That influential Ni from the Ni family was clearly arranged by him without a hitch. But the reckless car from last night was like a bucket of ice water waking him up. Before there was solid evidence, this madman named Wu could strike again at any moment. The fluorescent lights of the anti-triad unit burned until dawn, with everyone sporting dark circles under their eyes. It was only when the morning light crept onto the windowsill that these weary officers dragged their feet out the police station corridor, echoing with chaotic footsteps. In the tea restaurants along the streets of Mongkok, diners whispered over their iced milk tea. The massive brawl involving over 1,000 people last night was now morphing into countless versions, spreading wildly through Hong Kong's underground world. The prince, who claimed to be unbeatable in unknown combat, not only lost an arm, but was now in the ICU connected to tubes. The thugs from various factions were huddled together, muttering to each other that Wu Zhenbang from Lianqing is truly a fierce dragon crossing the river. Wu Zhenbang, smoking a cigarette while overseeing his subordinates counting the accounts, remained oblivious to the rumors circulating in the underworld. According to the rules of the game, the turf in Mongkok that once belonged to Liangkuan was now renamed Wu. At the break of dawn, he unfolded a map and began to draw lines. Bars would continue to operate as usual, and Abu would lead the brothers in black suits to collect payments from each establishment. The neon signs of the arcade lit up in 5 places in Mongkok, and the office of 91 Media also moved into its new territory. The little brothers in standardized suits clutching flyers surged onto the streets like a group of industrious worker bees. During this unusually festive period, Wu Zhenbang's 5 arcades in Mongkok also opened for business one after bang bang bang. The deafening sound of firecrackers echoed through the streets, marking the official opening of the Origin Arcade. The storefront was suddenly surrounded by a diverse crowd, including spirited youths, innocent students, and flamboyantly dressed delinquents, all rushing eagerly into the store. Hey bang, this scene is too bustling. Jimmy, standing outside, looked at the throng with envy sparkling in his eyes. Wu Zhenbang's lips curled slightly as he gazed meaningfully at Jimmy beside him. What's wrong? Are you also wanting to get involved? Of course. Jimmy immediately chimed in, his tone eager. We've been collaborating for so long, why not continue working together? To him, making money through business was far more legitimate than engaging in violent dealings. Such a great opportunity for collaboration, how could he let it slip away? There's no rush for that. Wu Zhenbang chuckled heartily, shifting the topic, however. I have a grievance with your godfather. If you partner with me, will he agree? Mentioning Lin Huayue, Jimmy's smile gradually faded. He has indeed approached me, but I'm only doing legitimate business with you. I haven't involved myself in any of those conflicts on the streets. Caught between the godfather who raised him and the partner who brought him wealth, Jimmy felt quite troubled. How about, you come work with me? Wu Zhenbang affectionately placed a hand on Jimmy's shoulder, his tone sincere. He truly admired this young man focused on business, though the timing had never seemed right. As for that old fox Lin Huayue, he didn't take him seriously at all. Bangu, let's take it slow with this matter. Jimmy hesitated and declined. He looked at Wu Zhenbang, who was flourishing before him, recalling the days when the two of them were silent little characters struggling together. Their circumstances were now worlds apart, making him feel quite emotional. Although his heart was somewhat swayed, Jimmy still chose to refuse. He understood the deeper meaning behind Wu Zhenbang's words. If he agreed, their relationship would need to be redefined. More importantly, during the last turf war, his boss had ended up in the hospital. Now, after just acknowledging Lin Huayue as his godfather, changing sides would not bode well for his reputation. All right, let's discuss it another day. Wu Zhenbang nodded knowingly, not pressing further. He understood Jimmy's current situation. Since the timing wasn't right, their collaboration would naturally have to be postponed. In the bustling harbor island, Wu Zhenbang had firmly grasped half of the arcade business. This monopolistic situation made him particularly cautious regarding collaborations. Without substantial benefits to gain, he would never easily relent. During their conversation, Wu Zhenbang subtly shifted the topic, starting to discuss the development plans for the film company with Jimmy. Even though 91 Media had just completed its relocation, it hadn't disrupted the filming pace over at the Kojio. This capable director had consecutively finished several new works in the Magic Mirror series. Currently, the completed products had been handed over to Jimmy, just waiting to be released into the market for a big profit. Boss, those two young ladies have come to visit you again. The bodyguard approached quickly, holding a large mobile phone, lowering his voice to report. They are currently waiting for you at the film company. Wu Zhenbang nodded without showing any reaction, continuing to discuss with Jimmy for a while longer. After arranging for Abu to stay behind at the arcade, he drove towards the film company. Upon entering the fourth-floor manager's office, two charming figures immediately approached him. Bangu, Cindy and Judy each took his arm, their elongated tones holding a hint of reproach. Why did you take so long to come? We've been waiting forever. Wu Zhenbang laughed heartily. I had to check on the new store opening, didn't I? I heard you were here, so I rushed over. He skillfully withdrew his arm, and instead wrapped it around the shoulders of the two girls as they walked into the room together. They had often arranged to have dinner together over the past few days. After several encounters, they had become quite familiar with each other. Wu Zhenbang would always casually create moments of intimacy, of course simultaneously towards both sisters. Initially, the two young ladies would blush, but now holding hands or resting a shoulder had become second nature. Bangu, your arcade has become famous. Cindy blinked her sparkling eyes. The boys at school are talking about it all the time. Although she wasn't interested in games, merely thinking of the fact that this person beside her was the renowned arcade owner filled her with pride. Wu Zhenbang, with both girls nestled beside him on the sofa, boasted, right now there are only 7 arcades on the entire harbor island, all of which I opened. How can they not be popular? His arms naturally slid from their shoulders to their waists. Such affectionate actions had become as natural as breathing for them at present. Ever since the three began dining together, Wu Zhenbang had always liked to have them on either side of him. His hands had transitioned from initial shyness to now being able to skillfully wrap around their slender waists. If the classmates knew we were acquainted with the big boss of the arcade. Judy playfully wrinkled her nose, smiling like a mischievous kitten. Those boys have been making a fuss lately, asking their parents for pocket money to go play arcade games. The teachers are worried sick, saying they aren't focused on their studies at all. Judith's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously in agreement. The two girls seemed to have opened the floodgates of conversation, sharing with Wu Zhenbang amusing stories from school. After all, their experiences had been limited to the walls of the school since childhood. Wu Zhenbang would occasionally interject with, "Is that so?" "That's quite interesting," he remarked as his palm quietly slid towards their waists, gently caressing them. Although Cindy and Judy continued to laugh and chat, a faint blush crept over their ears, yet they showed no signs of resistance. When they had talked enough, Wu Zhenbang, with a smile lingering on his lips, suggested, "I just finished editing a new film. Would you like to have an early viewing?" "Sure." Upon hearing there was a new film, both girls perked up instantly. They had initially become close to Wu Zhenbang out of curiosity about the filming of such movies. Although watching such films alone with the opposite sex was somewhat awkward, they thought to themselves, since they were so familiar, it should be fine, right? Let's go to my private screening room. Seeing their excitement, Wu Zhenbang swiftly stood up, leading them down the corridor and pushing open another door. Since 91 Media relocated from Wanchai to a new site, he had specially commissioned a private cinema to be built. In the dimly lit screening room, Wu Zhenbang placed wine and snacks on the central coffee table. Surrounded by wide sofas, Cindy and Judy had already taken their seats side by side. "Just a moment, let's watch and chat at the same time." He smiled at both of them and turned to adjust the projector behind the sofa. As he pressed the play button, the screen lit up and the logo of 91 Media flashed by. Wu Zhenbang strolled back to the sofa, naturally sitting between the two girls. Since this was a private space, there was no need to arrange seats like a regular cinema. Those he brought here to watch were certainly not outsiders. Bango, what's the story of this film? Sex is zero. As the screen transitioned, Cindy's profile flickered in the light and shadow. When she turned her head, her eyes sparkled like stars in the darkness. It's a youth film with some comedic elements. Wu Zhenbang's arm naturally wrapped around their slender waists. In fact, when the film was first completed, he had someone create 2 different edits. Of course, this detail didn't need to be disclosed at the moment. The first version was a top-tier work with full artistic value. The other version had been re-edited by him, resembling the previous life. Sex is zero in style. While retaining some alluring scenes, it was far less explicit and bold than the original version. After cutting out certain overly revealing scenes, this version of Sex is Zero, produced in Harbor Island, did indeed see a decline in quality. However, this did not affect the overall viewing experience. Even without those eye-catching shots, this film remained captivating and vibrant for today's audience. So that's how it is. When Wu Zhenbang explained to Cindy that it was a comedy film centered around campus romance, she merely acknowledged softly, without saying much more. As the film was about to start, he said, "Come, let's have a drink first." Wu Zhenbang raised his glass towards Cindy and Judy with a gentle smile. "Cheers." The two girls were also not polite, smiling as they picked up their glasses, clinking them before drinking. This was not their first time out with Wu Zhenbang, so having a drink had become quite normal for them. Thus, at this moment, they did not think much, occasionally sampling the snacks on the table, sipping their drinks from time to time, and focusing intently on the story on the screen. If it were a more serious film, they would have lost interest. Knowing that Wu Zhenbang's 91 Media produced this type of work, the sisters were particularly enthusiastic. Time passed quietly. As the plot progressed, Cindy and Judy would sometimes double over with laughter at the blunders of the characters, while at other times they would flush at the heart-pounding scenes. Meanwhile, Wu Zhenbang appeared somewhat disinterested. The reason was simple. He had seen this film too many times. Even the spicier version had grown tiresome to him. Naturally, this toned-down version before him could hardly speak. He had invited Cindy and Judy over not merely to watch a movie. Unknowingly, his hands began to move slowly. In an instant, Cindy and Judy's bodies stiffened slightly. Cindy's face flushed bright red as she bit her lip and discreetly glanced at Wu Zhenbang, who was smiling at her. At the moment their eyes met, she hurriedly turned away, pretending to focus intently on the screen. Although neither sister resisted or spoke, their suddenly quickening heartbeats and increasingly rapid breaths had already betrayed their inner turmoil. In the room, only the dialogues and sound effects from the movie echoed, while the three fell into a subtle silence. After a moment, as the plot developed to the scenes of the male and female leads drinking at a bar and heading to a hotel, Wu Zhenbang slightly lowered his head and slowly leaned closer to Cindy. As his warm breath brushed against her ear, Cindy could no longer resist. She turned her face and their lips met effortlessly. Judy, who had been surreptitiously watching them, instantly noticed her sister's intimate exchange with Wu Zhenbang. Yet she remained silent, her gaze unwilling to stray locked firmly upon them. Minutes later they parted. Wu Zhenbang leaned close to Xianyi's ear, exhaled softly, and murmured something low and indistinct. "This." Upon hearing his words, Xianyi's cheeks flushed deeper still. After a moment's hesitation, reality overwhelmed her, and she yielded. "Huh." Wu Zhenbang exhaled contentedly. Turning his head, he caught sight of Judy on the other side. Mouth slightly agape, eyes wide, and unblinking, frozen in stunned silence as she stared at her sister. "Shall we try?" he whispered. A faint knowing smile curled his lips as he leaned toward Judy's ear. Then, before his words fully settled, he claimed her mouth with irresistible certainty. A soft breathing trembled faintly in the darkness. When the screening room fell into hushed stillness, once more only Wu Zhenbang remained. Languidly sunk into the supple leather sofa, cigar smoke curling lazily from his fingers, blurring the flickering light of the silver screen. Meanwhile, the twin sisters now knelt obediently upon the Persian rug, two entwined vines moving in seamless, instinctive devotion. The evening sun gilded the glass facade of 91 Media Corporation. As Xianyi and Judy slipped into the black Mercedes, even their earlobes glowed with lingering warmth. An uncanny silence filled the car cabin. Without speaking, the sisters simultaneously pressed their feverish cheeks against the cool window pane, daring not even to meet each other's eyes. The reckless scenes from the private screening room seared themselves into their nerves like brands. Especially the memory of kneeling side by side. Shame surged through them like a rising tide. At the fifth intersection, Xianyi stole a sidelong glance at her sister, only to find Judy still obstinately gazing out the window. She instantly drew back, her teeth unconsciously worrying her lower lip. Her slender fingers suddenly pressed gently against her flat abdomen, where the lingering warmth of the milky liquid still pulsed beneath her skin. The more vivid the memory grew, the deeper the crimson bloom spread across her throat. "Brother Bang Alok just sent word." Deco Gio held the brick-like mobile phone aloft, hesitating mid-sentence as he faced his boss emerging fresh from the bath. Water droplets traced paths down Wu Zhenbang's chiseled abs as he absent-mindedly toweled his damp hair. What's it about? They're tight-lipped. Dakoju shrugged. Tell them I'll attend punctually. A flicker of derision crossed Wu Zhenbang's eyes. Though he held little regard for that pretentious elder clan protocol, demanded formal observance. He intended to see precisely what old foxes could devise this time. Wang Chukhang was already his domain. Did they truly imagine snatching it from his jaws? Or were they planning to unite against that thorny troublemaker? He smiled coldly as he fastened his shirt buttons, suddenly recalling the sisters' tantalizing blend of resistance and surrender. Next time I'll teach them new tricks. The thought made him narrow his eyes in quiet pleasure, as if already seeing them tremble beneath his palm. In the private cinema suite, he had ultimately restrained himself, never truly touching Shinny or Judy. Their acquaintance had been far too brief, besides both girls were still students. Had they been seasoned women hardened by years on the streets, Wu Zhenbang would have shown no such courtesy. He'd have devoured them then and there. Though he'd stopped short of crossing the final threshold, he'd taken every advantage imaginable. Yes, the sisters had drunk plenty of milk, but Wu Zhenbang's shirt had also been drenched by splashes. When they'd fled the room, faces burning crimson, his cuffs and chest were already soaked, so thoroughly that he'd rushed to shower and change even in broad daylight. As he buttoned his shirt, Wu Zhenbang's mind was already weaving plans for how to train these two fledglings next time. Fully dressed, he strode back into his office, pausing only to pick up the ledger on his desk and flip idly through its pages. Jordan Road, Hong Kong Island. The tea house owned by Lin Huai Lu bore a closed sign. The moment Wu Zhenbang's car halted, he spotted scores of Waluen Sheng enforcers densely arrayed around the premises. Brother Bang, Uncle Locke, and the elders are waiting upstairs. One of Lin Huai Li's trusted lieutenants hurried forward, bowing deeply. Wu Zhenbang gave a non-committal then entered the tea house flanked by Abu and several loyal underlings. The second floor presented a striking tableau. At the center of the rosewood round table sat Lin Huai Lu, flanked by elder figures, Lao Gui and Yu Tu Biao and De Lao Quan. Behind them, seated rigidly at a secondary table, several godsons sat upright, as solemn as temple door gods. Quite the assembly you've gathered. Wu Zhenbang's lips curved in a wry smile as his gaze swept across the room. Uncle Locke, Uncle Lung, Brother Quan. What grand performance has brought us all together today? Before the last syllable faded, he pulled out a chair and seated himself directly opposite Lin Huai Lu at the head of the table. Then abruptly turning to Lao Gui, Uncle Lung looks rather pale. Could it be restless nights from summer heat? Shall I recommend one of 13 sisters girls from Pottinger Street to soothe your fire? Abu stood tall and imposing behind Wu Zhenbang, his challenging stare openly fixed upon Lin Huai Lu and his entourage. To everyone's astonishment, Lao Gui did not erupt in fury, merely snorted contemptuously through his nose and turned his face toward the window. The humiliation of being publicly upended and berated still burned fresh in his memory. If not for Wu Zhenbang's overwhelming current authority, Bang is indeed riding high these days. Lin Huai Lu laughed lightly as though he'd heard nothing offensive. You even put the Hung Hing heir in hospital. Now who across Hong Kong doesn't know our Waluen Sheng has birthed a dragon who crossed the river? Wang Chukhang flies our flag now. Our brothers walk the streets with spines unbent and heads held high. Around the sandalwood table, Wu Zhenbang lounged with one leg draped over the other, fingertips tapping rhythmically upon the polished surface. His casual, almost insolent posture suggested the banquet he'd overturned at Fu Man Lu just half a month prior had never occurred. Young Master Locke, we needn't indulge in empty pleasantries. Wu Zhenbang waved dismissively, the tiger head tattoo on his knuckles catching the light, a stark primal gleam. I despise beating around the bush. Speak plainly. Yu Tu Biao rubbed his calloused palms, eyes darting nervously between the two men. He knew all too well the simmering tensions between Lin Huai Lu, the elders, and this fearsome young man, and dreaded another explosive clash like last time. Bang! Yu Tu Biao interjected before Lin Huai Lu could speak, his voice rasping like gravel. You've secured Wang Chukhang, haven't you? We elders discussed it among ourselves, thinking perhaps we might move some goods through your territory. He hastily added, we understand the rules. Your share will be generous, never less than due. What are you thinking? His cloudy eyes bored into Wu Zhenbang's profile, searching every subtle shift of expression for hidden meaning. This dinner had been orchestrated by Yu Tu Biao, conspiring with several elders. When Wu Zhenbang first planted his banner in Wang Chukhang, they planned to jointly deploy forces to aid him against Hung Hing's counteroffensive and divide the spoils left behind by Liang Quan. But the young man refused their offer outright, appending the negotiation table in full view of all present. Thereafter, Lao Gui and the others waited gleefully for Hung Hing to drive this arrogant upstart out of Wang Chukhang. Fate intervened. Wu Zhenbang not only held his ground, he slashed the Hung Hing heir into hospitalization. With no other recourse, Yu Tu Biao and his allies shifted strategy, offering profit-sharing in exchange for access to his turf. Use my territory to move contraband. Wu Zhenbang laughed aloud, his white teeth flashing coldly in the lamplight. Every eye in the room converged upon him. His knuckles struck the table sharply as he turned toward Lin Huai-Lu at the head seat. Brother Locke, is this your directive? He needed clarity. Was this the appointed leader's command, or merely the scheming of aging foxes? Lin Huai-Lu stroked his jade thumb, ring his smile as gentle as spring breeze. The elders have indeed expressed this desire. As sitting master, I naturally wish prosperity for all brothers. Uncle Deng and the elders have already consented. He poured tea with unhurried grace. Your capture of Wang Chuk Hang is a monumental feat. For this we intend to hold an incense ceremony and formally install you as Wang Chuk Hang's chapter master. The subtext hung heavy in the air. However formidable he appeared, he remained at heart a rank-and-file member. Ascension required concessions, loyalty demanded shared spoils. Oh, Wu Zhenbang's tone lifted, his mouth twisting into a dangerous curve. So if I decline, does the mastership vanish? His eyes narrowed, like a leopard coiled and ready to spring, waiting to see how this smiling serpent would respond. All who knew Wu Zhenbang understood his ironclad boundary. He kept absolute distance from white powder. Wu Zhenbang knew full well that Lin Huai-Lu, and every elder in the society, was aware of that line. Yet despite knowing his inviolable principle, they dared reach into his domain, and wielded promotion itself as leverage. Did they truly overestimate their importance? Did they genuinely believe the title of chapter master held any allure for Wu Zhenbang? One invoked for the sake of the brotherhood, another spoke of preserving unity, even dragging Uncle Deng, that wily old fox, into the fray. Did they imagine Wu Zhenbang would cower like the D, too timid to threaten secession? Bang, matters aren't so simple as you suppose. Lin Huai-Lu's habitual mask of amiability slowly dissolved, replaced by sober gravity. To open an incense hall in Wang Chuk Hang, unanimous approval from all elders is mandatory. This is ancestral law. No exception may be made. He continued patiently. The elders seek no claim over your territory, merely temporary use for distribution. Your portion will be paid in full, without deduction. Should anyone attempt deception, Locke shall personally. Lin Huai-Lu felt quite aggrieved. Now Di was determined to establish a dual leadership, and many of his uncles had already sided with them. After all, isn't it because Di is strong, wealthy, and powerful? If it weren't for Deng Boss, support, the position of the decision-maker in the last election would have long gone to Di. To stabilize this group of fence-sitters, Lin Huai-Lu even gave up his own turf in Jordan for them to distribute goods, let alone the concessions he needed to make to Wu Zhenbang now. Haha. Wu Zhenbang suddenly burst into loud laughter, his eyes filled with contempt. Is it rules again? He abruptly stood up and smashed the wooden chair he was sitting on onto the table. Bang! The heavy impact shattered the chair instantly, and the flying wood chips shot out like hidden weapons. Lin Huai-Lu and the others were caught off guard and were injured. This sudden outburst startled everyone present, their hearts pounding. Before they could react, Wu Zhenbang had already pointed at them and started cursing. Last time at the restaurant you used seniority to suppress me, and now you dare to come again. Do you really think I care about your pathetic Xiangtang? Slap. You two. Biao slammed the table. If you want deal with the powder, then get the hell out of here. Don't occupy the latrine without doing your business. Old Gui Yin also trembled as he stood up to chime in. Without our approval, you can forget about making any headway. Time waits for no one. The old man was indeed aging, and Wu Zhenbang's sudden heavy blow almost knocked the breath out of him. Fortunately, the old man's heart was still relatively strong. Otherwise, after enduring another shock or two, he might truly meet his end here. Lin Huai-Lu remained silent, but his sullen face was as hard as iron, staring at Wu Zhenbang. The flying wood chips had struck his chest, and it still ached faintly. Wu Zhenbang continuously humiliated him in front of everyone, completely disregarding Lin Huai-Lu, the helm of Liansheng. At this moment, the fierce light in Lin Huai-Lu's eyes was unmistakable. Had it not been for the occasion, he would have long since ordered someone to chop Wu Zhenbang into meat paste. Behind him, 5 of his adopted sons stood up in unison, with Fei Ji and Dongguan Zai glaring fiercely, like 2 wolves ready to pounce and devour Wu Zhenbang. With a crisp sound of ding, Wu Zhenbang leisurely lit a cigarette for himself. The grayish smoke swirled in the air as he squinted at Lin Huai-Lu's group, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I heard that the D has recently united many uncles to establish a dual leadership system. Why not invite the D over to discuss the affairs of my Xiangtang together? A brother as righteous as the D would surely not obstruct those who have contributed right. Wu Zhenbang. Lin Huai-Lu's temples throbbed. In Liansheng there is only one decision-maker, Lin Huai-Lu. Whether or not to open the Xiangtang is not for you to dictate. This is a matter for me and the uncles to decide. That's why I said there should be 2 decision-makers. Wu Zhenbang brushed off the ash from his cigarette. Now it's become a single stronghold, dictating everything like a dictatorship. Lu Xiao, it's one thing to flaunt your power in front of outsiders, but why do you have to act like this towards your own brothers? With this, Wu Zhenbang had already made up his mind. Since these stubborn old men refused to budge, he might as well start anew and establish his own faction. If Liansheng doesn't keep him, there are other places that will. Just at this moment of tension, a mocking voice came from the staircase. "Oh, did Lu Xiao's decision on the society consult our opinions?" Everyone turned to look, and there was the D leading the heads of various halls of Lianshang, and several uncles marching in with great momentum. These were the forces he had recently gathered to promote the dual leadership system, and they had now formed an impressive power that could not be underestimated. Damn it, it's only natural for capable people to rise. The D threw his arm around Wu Zhenbang's shoulder, his voice booming so loudly that the ceiling shook. "Ah, Bang, don't worry, the D will support you all the way in this matter. Some people shouldn't even think about imposing any tyrannical clauses." With that, he shot a provocative glance at Lin Huailu, tilting his head up. Lin Huailu's temples throbbed violently, suppressing his anger as he questioned Didi. "This is a high-level meeting. Who allowed you to barge in with people? Remember, I am the decision-maker of Lianshang." Lin Huailu slammed his palm heavily on the table, his entire face dark, as if it were the bottom of a pot, his eyes almost spewing fire. The D's domineering demeanor completely infuriated him. Although let's be frank about this. The D took a big step forward, leaning both hands on the table, his eyes wide like copper bells. "Half of the uncles and heads in the society support me in establishing a dual leadership. You need to give me a clear answer today. Will it happen or not?" He had prepared for this day for over half a year. Finally, seizing the opportunity, all those who had a say in the society were present. Today, regardless of whether Lin Huailu agreed, he intended to claim this position. If it came to this, and he still couldn't secure the position, he would have to tear off the facade and fight it out. Lin Huailu was so furious that his lips trembled, gritting his teeth as he said, "The D Lianshang has always operated under a single leadership for a century. How can you change it to dual leadership and expect the brothers below to agree? Lugu, your words are rather unreasonable." Before the D could respond, Wu Zhenbang interrupted. "You say the brothers won't agree, but now there are plenty of uncles and heads in this room. Why don't you say who wouldn't give my D face? Rest assured, the brothers will definitely support the dual leadership system. Who can't stoke the flames, right?" Wu Zhenbang openly declared his stance in support of Didi. He just wanted to see how far this play could go. Even if Lianshang ended up splitting in two, he wouldn't mind. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of the society splitting at all. That's right. Which bastard dares to disrespect my Didi? Come out now. Seeing Wu Zhenbang openly supporting him, Didi couldn't hide the smugness on his face, hands on his hips. He scanned Lin Huailu's group with bravado. "I want to see, with so many brothers backing me, who dares to sing a different tune." Didi had never regarded Lin Huailu highly. If it weren't for Deng Bo and those old fellows pushing Lin Huailu into the position of decision-maker suppressing Didi, he would have long established a new faction. Now, however, he wasn't trying to monopolize, he was aiming for dual leadership. With so many people backing him, he didn't believe they couldn't pull it off. Didi, the rules passed down from our ancestors cannot be broken. As soon as Didi finished speaking, a hoarse old man's voice came from the staircase. It was Deng Bo, the anchor of Lianshang. Deng Bo. Seeing Deng Bo appear, Lin Huailu, who had been cornered by Didi, rushed over to support him, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Deng Bo was old and overweight, and he panted after taking a few steps. He had originally planned to sleep, but upon hearing that Didi had brought a group of elders to corner Lin Huailu, he hurried over to intervene. Since the establishment of Lianshang, it has been a single leadership for over 100 years. This rule cannot be changed even by the King of Heaven. Didi, if you want to establish a dual leadership, you are opposing the entire society. What do you want to go to war? Deng Bo let Lin Huailu assist him as he slowly moved to the main seat, his chubby face showing no signs of joy or anger, speaking slowly. It must be said that this old master who had stabilized the scene for decades was indeed formidable. As he took his place, Didi's previously arrogant demeanor instantly shrank by half. The uncles and heads behind Didi didn't dare to breathe loudly, and the scene was eerily quiet. Everyone's gaze was focused on Didi, waiting to see how he would respond. Deng Bo had already made his stance clear. If Didi still insisted on pushing the dual leadership system, he would need to weigh whether he could withstand this pressure. Wu Zhenbang coldly observed this scene. Deng Bo, with just a few casual words, had made the entire place fall silent. Even the usually arrogant Didi now showed a hint of frustration on his face. This scene made Wu Zhenbang. Had he already caved in at the very beginning? What kind of game was that? Deng Bo, your words seem somewhat biased. Wu Zhenbang stepped forward. You always say that a single decision-maker is a 100-year tradition, but precisely because this rule has been followed for over 100 years, it has long been outdated. What year is it now? The island has undergone tremendous changes in recent years, and all societies are seeking new transformations. What's wrong with Lianshang trying out a dual leadership system? Clinging to the old ways is futile. The predecessors who founded Lianshang were once dockworkers, but who still carries heavy loads now. Deng Bo was indeed the supreme elder of Lianshang, with unmatched prestige within the gang. But for Wu Zhenbang, these things were trivial. An outdated, old, stubborn, constantly suppressing those below him without allowing them to rise. Isn't that seeking his own demise? Wasn't Lin Huailu, that two-faced traitor in the original story, only able to let this old guy sit on the fire wheel because of this? Ah Bang, I understand your situation. Deng Bo leaned on his cane, speaking leisurely. If there are grievances against Alu, everyone can sit down and discuss. His invitation was also for the development of the society. If you want to set up a Xiangtang in Mongkok, I can agree to that, but the DS push for dual leadership is absolutely unacceptable. Liansheng has always had only one leader. If two decision-makers were to be established when issues arise, who would be listened to? I'll bang back off. You are also part of Liansheng. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can express it. Why must it come to the point of the society falling apart? Dengbo stroked the head of his cane, sighing inwardly. He truly had misjudged the situation. When he personally handed the leadership baton to Wu Zhenbang, he had never considered him a threat. Who would have thought he could stir things up to this extent? Originally, after Lin Huailu was elected leader, though Di was unhappy, he couldn't raise a storm. Yet it was this Wu Zhenbang whom he had overlooked who boldly proposed the dual leadership system. Now Liansheng was on the verge of splitting, all thanks to this little brat. Having mixed in the underworld for most of his life, what kind of scenes had Dengbo not seen? Compared to the DS' reckless nature, he understood that someone like Wu Zhenbang was the most dangerous. He was as clear as a mirror in his mind. If this time they did not fall apart with Liansheng, he would naturally plot for a higher position. But if they truly caused a rift, what would it matter if the incense hall remained open? Wu Zhenbang had his calculations clear in his heart. He had to support the Di to rise to power and let him compete with Lin Huailu. These old foxes were watching their territory every day. How could he not find them something to do? Did Di give me a straightforward answer? Do you really want to establish this dual leadership? He finally understood that Wu Zhenbang was not afraid of internal strife with Liansheng at all, and did not take him the supreme leader seriously. For decades in matters big and small within Liansheng, it was always Dengbo who had the final say. If Di really became a dual leader this time, where would he put his old face? The most crucial point was that it completely contradicted his long-held principle. One must never choose the most powerful, one should pick a soft persimmon. Dengbo, I think a dual leadership is quite good. Di stood tall, a rare firmness on his face. Aren't you always saying you want to maintain balance? Now that so many uncles and brothers support me, isn't that exactly what you want? The more Di spoke, the more excited he became. Two leaders discussing matters together is certainly better than one person having the final say. That's what true balance is. For the first time in so many years, he spoke so confidently before Dengbo. With so many people backing him, if he cowered any further, he might as well go back to the countryside to raise pigs. In fact, everyone knew that the Elder Council had been controlled by Dengbo all these years. Figures like Chuan Bao and Long Jin were merely decorations. No matter how fierce the meetings got, once Dengbo made a decisive statement, everyone had to fall silent. The fact that he could rally so many supporters this time was because many were already dissatisfied with Dengbo. The Di for a century, Liansheng has had only one leader. Dengbo's face turned ashen, his voice as cold as ice. Are you trying to break the rules? Do you want to start a war? Wow, Dengbo, what great power you have. Wu Zhenbang suddenly interjected, deliberately glancing at Lin Huailu, who had been silent. Wasn't it always you who gave the nod before a leader was chosen? You run a dictatorship, and you still have the nerve to talk about rules. He patted Di on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother Di, I've got your back. Then let's fight. With a big brother supporting him, Di felt even bolder, his neck stiffening. If Dengbo doesn't agree, we'll meet on the battlefield. Seeing the two most prominent figures in the organization joining forces, the uncles supporting Di couldn't sit still and came out to advise Dengbo to reconsider. The expressions of several big shots in the underworld were not looking good. If it could be resolved peacefully, they did not want their brothers to reach the point of conflict. But this time was special. There was no turning back for Di's rise to power. Even if he had to resort to force, he would not hesitate. Oh dear, what game are you trying to play, brothers? Just as the atmosphere in the private room became tense, a sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the stairway. It turned out that Inspector Huang had led a team of anti-gang police officers to the scene. Are you all still gathering at this late hour, preparing to celebrate the Spring Festival in advance? Officer Huang walked up to everyone, his gaze lingering on Wu Zhenbang for a few seconds before turning to Dengbo, Di, and Lin Huailu. Although he suspected that the attack on the anti-gang unit last time was orchestrated by Wu Zhenbang, he had no solid evidence. Now he could only suppress his anger to avoid alarming the snake in the grass, lest any trouble arise. Sir, can't we just have some tea together? Di tilted his head provocatively. Ah, Officer Huang, sneered, you say you came to drink tea when you're about to start a fight. I suspect you're involved in illegal gang activities. Everyone is to be taken back to the police station for questioning. He was too lazy to waste more words, directly signaling to his subordinates behind him. The police officers who had been on high alert immediately surrounded them. Tonight they received a tip-off that all the elders of Liansheng had gathered here. Even Dengbo, who had withdrawn for many years, had appeared. Officer Huang immediately sensed that things were not good. Though Wu Zhenbang had been gaining momentum recently, Di's proposal for dual leadership was also stirring up a storm. With so many high-ranking members of gangs suddenly gathered, it surely did not bode well. To prevent a greater mess, he decisively brought people to intervene. If they truly started a ruckus, the consequences would be far more serious than the last confrontation between Wu Zhenbang and Hong Xing. In the Tsim Sha Sui police station's interrogation room, Officer Huang stared grimly at the old man across from him. Dingbo, what tricks are you and Lian Sheng playing? Not long ago the matter with Wu Zhenbang and Hong Xing just calmed down, and now you want to stir things up internally. Do you think things have been too peaceful lately, and want to make a name for yourselves on Hong Kong Island again? He braced himself against the desk, his gaze sharp as a knife. This time he had only summoned Dengbo alone, because he was well aware that within Lian Sheng the true decision-maker had always been this seemingly amiable old man. Sir, it's not me causing trouble this time. It's the D insisting on establishing a dual leadership system. For a century Lian Sheng has only had one leader. If we can't reach an agreement, then we'll have to resolve it the old-fashioned way. Dengbo spoke slowly, his wrinkled face revealing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Bang! Officer Huang suddenly slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the old man and scolding old Deng. Do you know what you're saying? Don't forget what kind of business you're in. To let you have enough to eat is already showing you face. If you dare to cause trouble again, do you believe I will raid your places every day? Raiding for a month straight, let's see how you survive. This time he was truly furious. Although Wu Zhenbang had indeed been thriving recently, they could not let them do as they pleased. In the interrogation room of the Hong Kong police station, the atmosphere was heavy enough to cut with a knife. Even Wu Zhenbang, who usually handled matters smoothly, had never clearly stated in front of him who he was targeting, as this big boss always regarded himself as a legitimate businessman. However, this bloated old fox, Deng Bo, actually dared to make threats in front of him. This was akin to giving a resounding slap to the face of the anti-gang unit leader. Fat Deng, I don't care how you negotiate internally. There is only one bottom line that must be followed. Lian Sheng must not have internal strife. If you dare to cause a ruckus, don't blame me for turning against you. Put them in adjacent holding cells so they can talk things over face to face. If they can't reach an agreement, none of them should think of stepping out this door. Huang Zhiqing had already lost patience in continuing to negotiate with Deng Bo and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to take this old fox out. The current crisis of Lian Sheng was entirely different from the previous conflict between Wu Zhenbang and Hong Xing. Wu Zhenbang's personal grudge with Liang Kuan still had a traceable reason, and Hong Xing's attempt to regain control over the Mong Kok territory was also within the rules of the Underworld. It was evident to all that with the situation deteriorating to that extent, neither side would voluntarily back down. The matter would only end when one party completely yielded. If the police intervened forcefully to mediate, it might actually add fuel to the fire, making the situation even more difficult to manage. However, if Lian Sheng fell into a whirlpool of internal strife, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was a situation that the Hong Kong police could absolutely not tolerate. In the cold detention room, when Deng Bo was brought in by the police officers, Wu Zhenbang and his group had long been waiting in their respective positions. A uniformed officer opened the iron door and pushed Deng Bo inside, then stood in the center of the corridor and surveyed everyone. Officer Huang instructed that all disputes within Lian Sheng must be resolved here. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer left the scene without looking back. In the blink of an eye, the entire row of detention cells was left with only the elders and hall leaders of Lian Sheng staring at each other. In front of the metal bars, Wu Zhenbang casually rested his hands on the cold iron railing, a playful glint in his eyes as he sized up Lin Huai Lu in the opposite holding cell. These officers were quite well arranged. They deliberately kept them imprisoned in adjacent cells rather than mixing them together. Clearly they were worried that this group of hot-headed individuals would come to blows if they were all together. It's time to back down. For a century of Lian Sheng's foundation, how could there be two helmsmen? If this continues, the entire organization will collapse. In the opposite holding cell, Lin Huai Lu glared at Wu Zhenbang with a dark face. If it weren't for this troublemaker's interference, he could have easily secured his position as the leader without causing the organization to fall into such a predicament. However, Lin Huai Lu also understood that now was not the time to pursue accountability. He quickly walked to the iron door, gripping the bars tightly, and shouted towards the adjacent holding cell. Bang! With a loud crash, the D kicked the iron railing fiercely. Nonsense. You think you can just stop because you say so? Now that so many brothers are backing me, why should I give in? What's wrong with a dual leadership? You do your thing, I do mine. Can't we all make money together? The D's face was practically squeezed into the gaps of the bars, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the direction of the adjacent cell. Unfortunately, the thick metal bars completely obstructed his view, and no matter how hard he squinted, he couldn't see Lin Huai Lu's figure. What a D said makes sense of what's wrong with a dual leadership system. With two teams working in parallel, all the brothers can earn more, why not? As soon as the D finished speaking, Wu Zhenbang immediately chimed in to support him. He purposefully cast a glance at Deng Bo's detained position and raised his voice. The position of the leader in the organization has always been decided by the votes of the elders, right? Now that everyone is present, why not take this opportunity to vote directly? If all the seniors agree to let the D be the leader, then we must all recognize the rule of dual leadership. Wu Zhenbang's resonant words echoed throughout the interrogation room, and all the elders of Lian Sheng, who had been brought back, heard it clearly. At this moment, the D felt a surge of warmth in his heart, deeply moved. Ever since he proposed the dual leadership system, Wu Zhenbang had consistently supported him without reservation. This was far more genuine than spending money to buy off the uncles who supported him. Therefore, as Wu Zhenbang's words fell, he could not wait to shout, "You're right, let's vote now. Today I, Big D, want to establish a dual leadership. Who supports me and who opposes me?" His excited shout seemed to shake the roof of the detention center. "I support Big D. I also support Big." The first to voice support were Dupuhe and Chuanbao. Dupuhe specialized in the grade market. His business relied entirely on Big D's territory for distribution, so he was always the strongest supporter of Big D's rise. Chuanbao had a good relationship with Big D and had long harbored a grudge against Deng Bo. Naturally, after being paid, he would wave the flag for Big D. Soon other old demers whom Big D had successfully wooed back also voiced their support one after another. Everyone unanimously agreed to establish a dual leadership. Hearing the chorus of agreement, the smile on Wu Zhenbang's face grew wider. If Big D couldn't secure a position and establish dual leadership like this, he had already prepared a backup plan: simply establish a new faction with Big D called New Heliansheng. Of course, achieving dual leadership would be the best outcome. After all, establishing a new faction and dual leadership were two entirely different matters. If he were to establish a new faction, the entire organization would rise in opposition. However, dual leadership was much simpler. A simple vote, not even requiring a second round, and Big D would overwhelmingly sit on the dual leadership. When the results were announced, Lin Huai-Lu felt deflated like a punctured balloon leaning against the iron railing, his head drooping in silence. Sigh. On the other side, Deng Bo had not spoken since entering. He merely sighed. Even though Big D had achieved his desire, he remained motionless on the bench, eyes closed. However, no one in the detention center was paying attention to the two of them now. Amidst the congratulatory voices of the elders, Big D laughed heartily, his demeanor brimming with wild air. "Ha ha ha. Abang, I truly must thank you this time. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. I'll definitely support you to the end." Outside the Tsim Sha Sui police station, Big D disdainfully glanced at the disheveled Lin Huai-Lu and Deng Bo as they left, then turned to clap Wu Zhenbang on the shoulder, laughing boldly. "Of course, Brother D. I've always said that Brother D is the most loyal and considerate to his brothers." Wu Zhenbang accepted the cigar handed to him, lit it, and leisurely blew a smoke ring, wearing a knowing smile. Big D was currently riding high, having just taken the dual leadership position in Heliansheng, and he was floating on air. Wu Zhenbang observed this and casually offered a few flattering words. "Ah, it's still you, Brother Bang, who knows how to speak." Big D grinned wider, his face wrinkling with delight. With Heliansheng temporarily quiet, there shouldn't be any waves for a while. Wu Zhenbang chatted with Big D for a bit, politely declined an invitation for late-night snacks, and directly hopped into his car to leave. He had no interest in wasting time with a group of old men. His support for Big D's rise was purely to add pressure on Lin Huai-Lu and Deng Bo. As for business dealings, it wasn't time for that yet. In Wanchai, outside the Red Rose Bar, a few henchmen surrounded Wu Zhenbang as they walked in. One excited little brother led the way, occasionally glancing back with admiration at their boss. "Brother Bang, Xiaogu and Chicken Uncle are waiting for you inside." The little brother's voice trembled. The new recruits had long heard tales of this big shot. Many young men followed Wu Zhenbang purely because of his reputation. Got it. Wu Zhenbang's lips curled. Although he did not know the little brother who worked with Feng Yuxiu, he was always kind to his own people. Passing through the noisy dance floor in the innermost VIP booth, Chueji and Feng Yuxiu stood up simultaneously. "A Bang is here. Brother Bang." Wu Zhenbang nodded in greeting and turned to wave his hand to the leading little brother. "You go ahead and busy yourself." "Okay, Brother Bang. Call me anytime if you need anything." The little brother excitedly nodded and dashed away. Chueji poured a glass of whiskey for Wu Zhenbang and eagerly asked, "Did that matter get resolved tonight?" Although he had washed his hands of the business, he could not be unaware of the commotion caused by Heliansheng. Wu Zhenbang lazily sank into the leather sofa, took a sip of his drink. It settled. Now Big D and Lin Huai-Lu are on equal footing. In fact, he had just received Chueji's call after leaving the police station and decided to drop by to check on the Wanchai territory. He had been busy with matters in Mongkok lately and hadn't come to inspect for a while. The century-old rules of Heliansheng have been broken. Chueji shook his head, reminiscing. It's truly unexpected. He was certainly aware that Wu Zhenbang had played a role in this. It wasn't that he had any objections, but merely sighed at how Deng Bo had roamed the world for so many years, yet had finally stumbled. Fortunately, he had long retired from the Underworld, even too lazy to participate in the elders' meetings. Let them squabble over these trivial matters, the organization would still turn without him. "Boss, you've washed your hands of the business. Why are you still concerned about the gang's affairs?" Chueji asked, holding a cigar. Wu Zhenbang smiled, lightly, leisurely taking out a cigar from the box and handing it to him. Since Chueji withdrew from the Underworld, he had fully entrusted his properties to Wu Zhenbang. Now he lived a leisurely life, no longer needing to worry about business operations or gang disputes. In this chaotic Hong Kong island, there were not many who could retire unscathed, and those like Chui Ji who enjoyed their twilight years were even rarer. And all of this was thanks to the smiling man before him. Though not in the underworld, my heart is still with the gang. Chui Ji took a deep puff of smoke and sighed. With such significant changes, this old bone of mine has to inquire a bit. As he aged, this former underworld boss would often shake his head and reminisce after every couple of sentences. After lighting the cigar, he lazily sank into the sofa, squinting his eyes to enjoy the pleasure of smoke rings. Seeing him like this, it truly seemed as if he was merely interested in the matters of the new decision-maker. Ashio, has everything been peaceful in Wanchai lately? Wu Zhenbang did not follow up on Shui Jia's words, but turned to ask Feng Yuxiu, who was sitting beside him. Brother Bang, our territory is quite stable. Feng Yuxiu thought for a moment and added, however, I've heard that Chun Haonan from Hunghing has returned. It is said that his subordinate Shan Ji brought back a lot of funds and manpower from Tsimsha Sui. Last time he was driven out of Hunghing, it was rumored that Liang Kuan was secretly sabotaging him. Now he has made a comeback and regained control of the area in Causeway Bay. Feng Yuxiu specifically mentioned this old story as Wu Zhenbang had risen to prominence during his competition with Liang Kuan. Chun Haonan has returned. Wu Zhenbang's eyes flashed with surprise. If it weren't for his subordinate's reminder, he might have almost forgotten that there was such a figure in Hunghing. Just then a commotion suddenly broke out at the other end of the bar. A young man with dyed blonde hair was seen pushing and shoving with a little brother who was watching the scene. Seeing the other party's arrogant attitude, several henchmen immediately stepped forward to teach him a lesson. The guests who were there to have fun had long seen this and tacitly retreated to the side to watch the excitement. Noticing the disturbance, Wu Zhenbang shot a glance at Feng Yuxiu. The latter immediately walked over with a dark expression. Wasn't it embarrassing for him that trouble broke out just after he had said things were calm? Before long, the troublemaking young man was brought to the private room. Wu Zhenbang's sharp gaze fell upon one of the henchmen following him, and the familiar face made his pupils slightly constrict. Brother Bang, this bastard is secretly selling grade products in our territory. Feng Yuxiu gritted his teeth as he reported. As they returned to the booth area, Feng Yuxiu casually tossed the seized items onto the glass table. On the table lay several violently broken cigarette rolls with transparent plastic bags protruding from the cracked cigarette tubes containing suspicious white powder. The unopened box of cigarettes beside it surely harbored secrets as well. Wu Zhenbang slowly withdrew his gaze from inspecting Feng Yuxiu's henchmen, casting a glance at those prohibited items. He had long been aware that someone dared to sell illicit products in his territory. In this part of Hong Kong Island, many gangs relied on this for a living. There were countless desperate fools unafraid of death. Who allowed you to do such business here? He used the tip of his shoe to lift the chin of the kneeling young man with yellow hair. Which faction are you from? Brother Bang, is it really necessary to make such a big deal? The young man spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite being beaten to a pulp, he still shouted defiantly, "You don't touch this business, but you can't let others make a living. I'm a loyal person of Zhongyi Xin. If I fall today, I'll just accept it. All the money I earned, I'll offer it to you. Isn't that okay?" Seeing the other party's defiant demeanor, a cold light flashed in Wu Zhenbang's eyes. Since you know the rules and dare to cross the line, it seems even Liang Haolong has given the nod. Mentioning the name Zhongyi Xin and Tsimsha Sui, he couldn't help but recall the rumors of the underworld. Liang Haolong was merely a little henchman at nightclubs in his early years, yet he carved out a fearsome reputation as the Tiger of East Sim with just a watermelon knife. Although the title #1 in the world was somewhat exaggerated, being able to carve out territory and bloodshed definitely indicated he was a formidable character. The entire Zhongyi Xin, though small in territory, had a power comparable to Liang Kun's, but ruthless people emerged one after another. Aside from Liang Haolong, there was also a skilled fighter named Lan Mao Jing who left a deep impression on him. "What's your name?" Wu Zhenbang suddenly turned to the young man standing beside Feng Yuxiu. "Bang, Brother Bang, I'm Qin Yongren working for Xiaogo." The young man nervously rubbed his hands, unsure why he was suddenly called out. Feng Yuxiu chimed in, "Aren't our Ren's actions usually steady? Is that so?" Wu Zhenbang nodded slightly and suddenly pointed at the young man with yellow hair. "Drag him out and break an arm." Chun Yongren froze in place. This was his first meeting with the new boss, and he was being asked to do such dirty work far beyond his expectations. His mouth opened, but no sound came out, and cold sweat trickled down his temples. "What are you daydreaming about?" Feng Yuxiu's stern shout jolted him awake. I understand." Chun Yongren flusteredly grabbed Huang Mao, and with the help of his companions dragged him outside. Once arrogant Huang Mao was now howling like a slaughtered pig begging for mercy, but it only earned him more vicious punches and kicks. His wretched screams were soon drowned out by the deafening music. Wu Zhenbang sat in his office chair squinting at the sensational headlines in the newspaper. His usually composed expression revealed a hint of mockery as he gently tapped his long fingers on the desk, creating a rhythmic sound. Huang Zhiqing really played this card well, he muttered to himself, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Chun Yongren, who should have been lurking in the Ni family, had unexpectedly become a pawn by his side. This sudden turn of events left him both surprised and intrigued. Beside him, Feng Yuxiu stood quietly, the scar on his face twitching slightly with the movement of his facial muscles. His eyes sparkled with eager anticipation, evidently excited about this new task. "I shall send a few brothers to Tsim Sha Sui tomorrow." Wu Zhenbang suddenly spoke, his tone measured. "Tell the guys from Zhenbang that if they dare to pull any tricks on our turf again, they shouldn't blame us for turning hostile." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuxiu couldn't help but smile. He had long heard of a so-called invincible figure named Lian Haolong in Zhenbang, which made him eager to find someone to spar with. What kind of martial arts is the best in the world? Feng Yuxiu loved to challenge such opponents. The next morning, the newsstands across the island were crowded with people. Everyone rushed to buy the day's newspapers, eager to learn about the sensational incident that had rocked the city the night. The He Lianxing, known for its unity, surprisingly had all its elder members arrested, which was indeed big news. As one of the top gangs on the island, He Lianxing had already been embroiled in turmoil. First, there was the election chaos, followed by the aggressive emergence of Wu Zhenbang. Just as they finally elected a new leader, shocking news broke about the establishment of dual leaders. This series of events kept He Lianxing at the center of the storm. The relentless reporters were like sharks, sensing blood, closely monitoring every move of He Lianxing. Not long after Wu Zhenbang and the others stepped out of the police station, various so-called inside stories flooded them. Centuries-old rules shattered overnight. He Lianxing faces historic change. Shocking. Who is the true mastermind behind the scenes? Exclusive reveal secrets that two big shots must speak of. This time, the D was truly in the spotlight, his fame overshadowing the entire He Lianxing. This was unprecedented in gang history. Even the once mighty Wu Zhenbang hadn't reached such heights. In a certain office building in Mongkok, in the office of 91 Media's general manager, TSK Tisk, the D really made a grand appearance this time. Wu Zhenbang casually flipped through the newspaper, letting out a disdainful chuckle. Standing beside him, Deco Joe hurriedly leaned forward, flattering him. "Brother Bang, should I take care of those newspapers? They actually downplayed your achievements. Did your head get caught in the door?" Wu Zhenbang shot him a glare. "What status do we hold now? A respectable businessman. What use is this hollow fame?" Recently, his arcade business had been thriving and countless eyes were secretly watching. If he drew too much attention at this time, it wouldn't benefit him. Dekoju nodded and bowed. Yes, Brother Bang, you're absolutely right. I didn't think it through." Wearing a gold chain, Dekojo had become more shameless than ever. After filming multiple adult films, his skin was thicker than a city wall. He first pretended to pat his cheek, then squeezed out a flattering smile. "Brother Bang, this is our company's financial report for this quarter. Please take a look." Before he finished speaking, this greasy guy reverently placed the folder he was holding on Wu Zhenbang's desk. "Your last work, Sex in the City, has become a sensation across the island. How about you reward me with a new script?" Dekojo stared at Wu Zhenbang, his eyes nearly popping out. He had been immersed in the adult film scene lately to the point of mental exhaustion. Most outrageous of all, he even took on the male lead in 2 films. Now he was truly fed up and yearned for the artistic flair of filming Sex in the City. "Get lost when I have time. I'll write it naturally." Wu Zhenbang waved the document dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. "All right, you take your time." With his goal achieved, Dekojo grinned widely, nodding and bowing as he retreated. As he closed the door, he tiptoed like he was afraid of disturbing the god of wealth's thoughts. Wu Zhenbang ignored him entirely, propping his leg on the desk and shifting to a comfortable position to start reviewing the report. This document detailed 91 Media's recent income and expenditures, including production costs, shooting expenses, and film distribution statuses. "This bastard really knows how to stir things up," Wu Zhenbang remarked while reading, surprised at Dekojo's boldness. No wonder he desperately sought new scripts. Back when this guy was just a street thug, who could have predicted he would have such determination? Just that series of adult films alone, he had crazily shot 5 in each category. To know this series included mother-daughter pairs, couples, interviews, affairs, and over a dozen variations totaling dozens of films. What new ideas were coming next? Wu Zhenbang stroked his stubbled chin, pondering. It was indeed time to consider new. Although 91 Media primarily focused on adult films, it had also produced a fair share of other genres. However, the quality was notably inferior compared to the scripts Wu Zhenbang personally oversaw. But since the company gained fame, even if the films were rough, they still attracted a plethora of eager buyers. The newly launched series had driven the hungry men mad. Compared to the low-quality films produced by other gangs that only featured moans, Wu Zhenbang's 91 Media was practically a savior for the seasoned viewers on the island. To put it grandly, it could be considered a virtuous deed. Damn, let's draw lots first. Wu Zhenbang, having found no inspiration after much thought, casually shifted his focus to the mysterious spinning wheel in his mind. Since the last big draw, although he occasionally played a couple of rounds, he had yet to win anything good. So the vast majority of his chances had been saved up, waiting for a significant event. Wu Zhenbang sank his consciousness into his mind, where the golden spinning wheel prominently displayed 50 chances in the upper right corner. Over these days, he had resisted the urge to spin, using only a few chances here and there, saving the rest for a big payoff. Heaven bless this time, let it be something good. He silently prayed. Taking a few deep breaths, his thoughts swirling, he unhesitatingly used all 50 chances he had painstakingly accumulated. The familiar golden glow reappeared like a roaring train rapidly spinning on that ancient lottery wheel. The wheel spun astonishingly fast, and within just 2 rounds the first lottery area had already been locked. A bright red lantern hung high, presenting a striking scarlet. Fantastic, keep it up. When this bright scarlet flashed before his eyes, Wu Zhenbang's gaze instantly sparkled with brilliance. It seemed the goddess of destiny was indeed smiling upon him this time. With the first area winning, the subsequent draws sped up, almost determining a result every 2 to 3 seconds. Dismal gray, quiet indigo, mysterious crimson, plain white. As the wheel emitted constant beep, beep, beep sounds, the 50 chances that Wu Zhenbang had accumulated were, oh my, this time I'm really lucky. Gazing at the 4 colors flashing alternately on the wheel, differing from dull to, Wu Zhenbang couldn't help but hold his breath. He completely ignored the basic gray and indigo areas, focusing solely on the 2 most striking scarlet and the 2 precious crimson spots. In this round of 50 draws, he had directly snagged 2 top-tier scarlet and 2 precious crimson items. According to tradition, after the draws concluded, all winning areas would flash several times before simultaneously revealing the prizes. Beep. Congratulations on obtaining the special character Gao Jin. Congratulations on receiving 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Congratulations on acquiring 70 intermediate characters. Congratulations on obtaining 200 ordinary characters. Congratulations on acquiring a replica manual. To think I've drawn another special character, and it's that ruthless one in a suit. But what exactly is this replica manual? While Wu Zhenbang was quite pleased with the new special character, he was even more curious about the mysterious manual obtained from the second scarlet area. Let's see what it is. With a thought, Wu Zhenbang directly retrieved the manual from the storage space of the wheel. The moment the replica manual appeared, he suddenly felt a weight in his right hand, a tome with a black cover now resting in his palm. On the cover, 4 prominent characters were boldly printed, replica manual. Let it be something good. Oh, after all, this came from the rarest scarlet area. With great anticipation, Wu Zhenbang slowly opened the manual and began to study it closely. So this is it. It seems he'll be able to open up new sources of income. This manual begins with the raw materials, providing step-by-step guidance on how to restore the authentic texture and feel, truly achieving a perfect balance between inner and outer qualities. For instance, it is akin to those professional replicas of antiques. Whether in appearance, touch, or texture, it can create replicas indistinguishable from the genuine artifacts of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, making it impossible for non-professionals to tell the difference. Unexpectedly, Wu Zhenbang drew a manual on imitation craftsmanship, this time with techniques recorded within that are exquisite and exceptional, capable of reaching a level where authenticity and imitation are indistinguishable. Previously, he was contemplating new ways to make money, but he never expected that fortune would come knocking at his door like this. Closing the secret manual gently, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Wu Zhenbang's lips. Although his career has been developing rapidly during this period, the expenses are equally astonishing. The arcade business he runs is exceptionally popular, always packed with customers since opening. Calculating based on the current scale of each store being equipped with 150 machines, the daily revenue remains stable between 70,000 to 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Now he owns 7 branches with a combined daily turnover reaching hundreds of thousands. However, since the conflicts with Liang Kun's group, the expenses from injuries and medical fees alone have become a substantial financial burden. Although Mong Kok is now firmly under his control, he has only recently taken over, and the profits have not yet fully returned. Moreover, these arcades are all directly purchased assets requiring significant upfront investment. With this new source of income, Wu Zhenbang felt a sense of relief wash over him. Setting the craftsmanship manual aside, he began to tally other rewards. With 300,000 Hong Kong dollars arriving, it is just enough to establish a fine imitation workshop and open new stores. The addition of 70 mid-level core staff strengthens the core team. The recruitment of 200 grassroots personnel has further bolstered his foundational strength. Finally, his gaze lingered on the reward of an elite bodyguard, Gao Jin. This was the reward he valued the most. Due to the large number of new recruits, Wu Zhenbang did not summon them directly in the office, but went to the warehouse to arrange for the over 200 newcomers to be settled by Abu. Afterward, he returned to the company with only Gao Jin. Brother Jin, first take a look at these account books. After you familiarize yourself with the business, I will arrange specific tasks. In the office, Wu Zhenbang took out the account books recording the operational status of Wan Chai and Mong Kok, as well as the daily cash flow details of the arcade and film company, handing them all over to Gao Jin. Understood, boss. Gao Jin received the documents, and without a word walked straight to the sofa to start reviewing. The entire process was efficient and decisive, maintaining an aloof demeanor. Seeing that Gao Jin was focused on his work, Wu Zhenbang wisely exited the office. He had a different perspective on this new assistant. Unlike Abu and Feng Yuxiu, who were solely responsible for force, Gao Jin was there to assist in managing affairs. Not only is Gao Jin skilled in combat, but he also possesses excellent coordination abilities, which is rare among special talents. Currently, he has Fei Yingli handling legal matters while Abu and Feng Yuxiu are responsible for managing the venues and taking action. For this reason, he usually only brings a few guards with him. After leaving the office, Wu Zhenbang walked down the stairs. He originally planned to go out for an inspection and scout suitable factory locations. Before he could reach the stairway, footsteps were heard coming from below. Qin Jiu, who he had dispatched for a task, had completed it and returned. "Boss, I've arrived." As soon as he stepped onto the staircase, Qin Jiu spotted Wu Zhenbang standing there and immediately greeted him respectfully. "Is everything taken care of?" Looking at his returning subordinate, Wu Zhenbang raised his eyebrows slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he continued to ask, "Have you got results on the matters I asked you to investigate?" "I have clarified everything and the items are all here." Qin Jiu's face, usually cold as ice, showed no change in expression as he reached into his suit's inner pocket to pull out a tape. Except when executing certain special tasks, this face rarely reveals a grim smile. "Good." Wu Zhenbang glanced at the tape in Qin Jiu's hand, did not inquire further, and simply nodded slightly, saying, "Let's go see the screening room and check what you've recorded." After saying this, he turned and walked towards the private cinema, with Qin Jiu silently following behind. "Tycoon has been dead for quite some time. When will you fulfill your promise to let a Chun take over?" "Why the rush?" Yongxiao is not easy to deal with. I have been focusing all my energy on monitoring Wu Zhenbang lately. How can I spare time to manage the Ni family's affairs? Not in a hurry. You personally promised that once Tycoon was dealt with, you would help a Chun rise to power. Now that the person is dead, you want to wash your hands of it. Don't worry, I have already set things up on Wu Zhenbang's side. Next, I will focus on dealing with Yongxiao. In the private cinema, Wu Zhenbang lounged on a leather sofa, crossing his legs with a cigar between his fingers, exhaling clouds of smoke. He wore a playful smile watching the footage playing on the screen. The tape brought back by Qin Jiu displayed the scene of Han Chen's wife Mary secretly meeting with Inspector Huang Jiqing at a hotel. It must be said that this professional killer indeed has a knack for capturing even such covert scenes. If Yongxiao were to get his hands on this tape, just imagining what might happen next fills one with anticipation. Has there been any news on Han Chun? After watching a segment of the tape, Wu Zhenbang turned to ask Qin Jiu, who was sitting beside him. "Not much to report. This person is quite cautious." Qin Jiu shook his head. "Ever since you dealt with the leader, Han Chun has been acting as if he knows nothing, never showing any signs of a flaw." He paused for a moment and added, "However, I learned from one of his lackeys that the day after Liang Kun's death, Han Chun secretly met someone. As for whether it was the one you dealt with, I couldn't find that out. So I shifted my focus to monitor his wife, which led me to discover she was actually colluding with Huang Jiqing. After filming this tape, I followed her for another 2 days before returning. Currently, it's confirmed that Han Chen's secretive dealings to deal with you are unknown, even to his wife." Qin Jiu succinctly reported the investigation results. Wu Zhenbang nodded in satisfaction. "Having doubts is enough. We are not cops and don't need conclusive evidence." In fact, on the night of De Tu Yong's incident, he had already sent Qin Jiu to investigate. He never expected it would take so long. One must admit that as a core member of the Ni family's D-goods business, Han Chun is indeed impeccable. Even though Wu Zhenbang acted as if he was unaware, Han Chun has shown no trace of suspicion since De Tu Yong's disappearance. Wu Zhenbang did not take any of this to heart. Even without substantial evidence, it does not hinder him from dealing with Han Chun. He is not one of those rule-abiding officers. His actions are driven by personal preference, and there is no need for cumbersome proof. Just as Wu Zhenbang was immersed in his thoughts, an odd sound suddenly emitted from the tape, instantly capturing his attention. Oh my, don't. Oh. On the screen, Mary and Huang Jiqing, who were previously conversing, had now entered a more intimate phase. Those heart-pounding sounds came in a continuous stream. The usually elegant and poised wife of Han Chun, Mary, at this moment revealed a completely different side. Her actions were shockingly skilled, clearly indicating that she was no stranger to this. Huang Go is quite something, plotting against her husband while managing to woo his wife into bed. What a pity this guy's endowment isn't impressive at all. Short and small, truly embarrassing. Wu Zhenbang crossed his legs and smirked coldly at the screen. However, the real show had just begun, and less than a minute later, Huang Jiqing in the footage had already surrendered. Useless. With no interest left, Wu Zhenbang casually picked up a brand new mobile phone from the table, quickly dialing a number. He already had plans on how to deal with Han Chun. As the saying goes, debts should be settled with the person who owes them. Since he wants to take revenge on Han Chun, he should start with the number he dialed was Mary's personal contact information. Not only hers, but even the personal details of Han Chun and other core members of the Ni family had long been completely handed over to Wu Zhenbang by Qin Jiu. Since Han Chun dared to use underhanded tactics against him, he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. However, compared to directly having Qin Jiu deal with Han Chun decisively, Wu Zhenbang preferred to take his time and play with him. Moreover, he was currently in urgent need of funds for turnover. Han Chun had been in the D-goods business for so many years, and his reserves must be quite substantial. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to borrow some money? Beep. The call was quickly connected, and Mary's lazy voice came through. Who is this? Sister Mary, how have you been lately? After confirming it was her, Wu Zhenbang's smile became, It's me, who are you? In a luxurious villa on the other end, Mary held the receiver, her brow slightly furrowed. Sister Mary, don't rush. I'm a bit tight on funds lately, and would like to borrow some pocket money from you. Wu Zhenbang leisurely exhaled a smoke ring, his tone flippant. Borrow money from me? Do you know who you're talking to? Mary was directly amused. Having lived more than half her life, she had never encountered such an absurd situation. Not even daring to introduce himself, he was asking to borrow money. She immediately thought about hanging up, but then reconsidered. Anyone who could obtain her personal number was certainly not an ordinary person. So she patiently asked, who are you? I'm the wife of Chen Gu from Tsim Sha Sui. Who doesn't know me on the streets? If it wasn't for your reputation, why would I bother making this call? Mary chuckled coldly, her fingers instinctively tightening around the armrest of the genuine leather sofa. Sister Mary, please calm down. Don't rush to anger. I have a recording I want you to listen to. In the private screening room, Wu Zhenbang wore a faint smile, completely dismissing Mary's angry tone. After finishing his sentence on the large mobile phone, he winked at the quiet Qin Jiu sitting in the corner. Qin Jiu remained taciturn, swiftly rising from the leather sofa, walking to the projector and rewinding the tape. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Mary stood before an open wardrobe, one hand holding her mobile phone, carefully selecting her outfit for going out. Just as she pulled out a black fitted dress, preparing to say something to the person on the other end of the line, the recording of her conversation with Huang Zhiqing from the hotel rendezvous 2 days earlier suddenly came through. As the party involved, Mary was all too aware of what unspeakable events had occurred after that conversation. In an instant, Mary felt the world spin, her eardrums buzzing as if countless bees were colliding violently in her mind. Who are you? She gripped the mobile phone tightly, her voice trembling. She knew better than anyone that if this recording fell into Ni Yangxiu's hands, she and Han Shun would never see the light of day again. So, Sister Mary, are you particularly eager to lend me money now? Wu Zhenbang said, gazing at the screen that lit up again teasingly. If this isn't explosive enough, there are even more exciting clips to come. By the way, I didn't realize Sister Mary had such a figure. Usually she carries herself as a cold goddess, but behind the scenes she's rather wild. Wu Zhenbang deliberately emphasized the last few words, each one piercing her heart. Shut up. Mary yelled uncontrollably into the phone. What do you want? Wu Zhenbang slowly suppressed his smile, saying, 50 million for your and Han Shen's lives. By the way, I heard there's a new student named Lu Jiaming at the Huangzhuking Police Academy. So it was settled, Miss Mary. I hope our cooperation goes smoothly. Silence lasted for about 5 minutes. Miss Mary, why are you suddenly silent? Are you feeling unwell? I happen to know Dr. And Yongxiao. Do you need me to help you contact him? Cooperation. Very pleasant. Now thank me. Thank you. In the luxurious villa's master bedroom, Mary trembled as she jotted down a string. After hanging up the torturous call, she suddenly threw her mobile phone violently to the ground. With a crisp shattering sound, the mobile device, which was said to be usable as a hammer, instantly disintegrated, its parts scattered everywhere. You better not let me find out your identity. Staring at the broken remnants of the phone on the floor, Mary bit her silver teeth, her gums bleeding slightly. This mysterious caller not only held her secret relationship with Huang Zhiqing as leverage, but even forced her to express insincere gratitude for a pleasant collaboration. Although Mary was desperate to unearth the identity of the person on the other end of the line, the immediate priority was to transfer the 50 million right away. Her earlier agreement had been a reluctant choice, as the other party had already grasped her most fatal weakness. Mary knew all too well that if she had dared to refuse earlier, that anonymous bastard would have sent the evidence straight to Ni Yongxiao. By then, no one would escape death. After hanging up, Wu Zhenbang immediately instructed Daku Jiu to back up the footage brought back by Qin Jiu. Wu Zhenbang had never been soft-hearted when facing enemies. Neither Han Shen nor Mary were good people. Blame Han Shen for initially funding De Tu Yong to trouble him. After arranging the video backup and continuing to send Qin Jiu to monitor, Han Shen, Gao Jin, who was reviewing accounts in the office, had finished his work. A Jin, send someone to the clothing factory in Hong Kong Island in the next few days. If you encounter suitable ones, acquire them directly. After obtaining this guide, establishing a clothing factory was imperative. Originally, Wu Zhenbang planned to wait until funds were more abundant before selecting a site to build a factory. He intended to directly purchase real estate for both the production base and future brand stores. In other industries it might be uncertain, but investing in real estate in Hong Kong Island was undoubtedly a sure profit. At the height of Hong Kong Island's economic boom, Wu Zhenbang felt it would be a disservice to himself if he didn't stockpile more properties. Just then, Qin Jiu returned unexpectedly, bringing back video evidence of Mary and Huang Zhiqing's clandestine. This prompted Wu Zhenbang to decide on the spur of the moment to extort a sum from Han Shen for development funds. To some extent, this could be seen as robbing the rich to help the poor. Understood, boss. Gao Jin took the technical manual and nodded earnestly. Get busy now. Wu Zhenbang waved his hand, signaling Gao Jin to leave. As noon approached, after casually settling lunch in Mong Kok, Wu Zhenbang returned to 91 Media Film Company. This morning, Daku Jiu's suggestion for him to create a new script had sparked some new ideas, but he found it difficult to decide on a thematic direction. So should I continue adapting those classic works, or try something entirely new? Wu Zhenbang lazily leaned back in his genuine leather office chair, his fingers pinching a Cuban cigar, lightly tapping his right index finger on the desk, as he continuously contemplated the next filming plan for the movie company. As a time traveler, he was already very familiar with those classic films that would only appear in the future. Just a moment ago, Daku Jio had updated him on the latest situation. Since their company's Sex is Zero had created a viewing frenzy, and Hong Kong Island film companies specializing in erotic films were eager to follow suit to cash in. Unfortunately, these opportunists were reluctant to invest costs and were overly eager for quick results. Their clumsy imitations were simply unbearable, merely taking the previously plotless, straightforward segments and awkwardly modifying them into a few exchanges between the male and female leads paired with a couple of outdoor shots before reverting to the old cliché of passionate scenes. It seems the Magic Mirror series will soon be copied as well, Wu Zhenbang mused while exhaling smoke rings. Compared to Sex is Zero, this theme is indeed easier to handle. His finger tapping suddenly stopped. It's time to switch things up. He immediately grabbed the brick-like mobile phone and dialed Dakujio's number. Big brother, what can I do for you? A rough voice came from the receiver. Ajil, let's put the Magic Mirror project on hold. Next we'll do a street romance series. Wu Zhenbang paused for a moment before continuing. As for the female lead, contact those washed-up actresses and see if they're willing to participate. The remuneration can be higher. But remember, no coercion or inducement, Wu Zhenbang said sternly. He then explained the new series' filming model in detail before hanging up. This new plan was essentially akin to Magic Mirror, just packaged money transactions as romantic encounters. For example, starting with $500 as bait to have the girl display her figure, then using $2,000 to inch closer, and finally raising the price to complete the deal. As for filming locations, they could be flexible and varied. Carriages, parks, alleyways, bridge tunnels, and even classroom settings could all serve as the hunting grounds. The reason for seeking washed-up actresses was to create surprises for the old lechers in Hong Kong Island. Just like in those later works, sharp-eyed viewers would always discover familiar faces across different films. As soon as he finished assigning tasks, the mobile phone on the desk suddenly vibrated again. Speak. Wu Zhenbang pressed the answer key. A deep voice belonging to Feng Yuxiu came through. I sent someone to Zhongxinyi to negotiate, but they not only refused to reason, but also attacked our brothers. Lian Haodong even said that we attacked his people last night and wants an explanation. He's meeting you at 8 tonight in Tsim Sha Sui. The murderous intent in the phone call was almost palpable, clearly infuriated by the other party's actions. Oh, Wu Zhenbang raised an eyebrow, selling drugs on our turf and expecting us to explain. I only intended to warn them not to overstep, Feng Yuxiu said through gritted teeth. On the other end of the line, Feng Yuxiu continued to report, Zhongxinyi didn't take us seriously. Lian Haodong ordered his men to act without a word. Wu Zhenbang hung up the phone, his face stern as a glint of sharp, cold light flashed in his eyes. His fingers gripping the mobile phone turned slightly pale, the anger surging within him. For many years, those reckless individuals in the underworld had always assumed Wu Zhenbang was easy to handle. Go tell Lian Haodong something, he said coldly. I'll personally visit tonight. Ever since he established the rule prohibiting anyone from selling contraband on his territory, those who peddled in the shadows had been eyeing him covetously. Across from him, Luo Tianhong leisurely sipped his tea, glancing lazily at Wu Zhenbang only upon hearing. The contrast between the two sides was stark. Wu Zhenbang's group was impeccably dressed in suits, while the loyal and faithful men looked like street thugs. Just being with me is enough, Luo Tianhong said with a cold tone as he set down his teacup. Due to his signature long bangs, Wu Zhenbang could only see one of his eyes. Talk to you. Wu Zhenbang couldn't help but scrutinize this non-mainstream youth who stirred up his memories, his expression somewhat complicated. Then tell me, your people came to my territory to sell drugs last night and injured my brother today? How do you plan to settle this? Since even Lian Haodong was being evasive, sending a small fry to deal with things, Wu Zhenbang didn't feel rushed. Instead, he found himself a bit intrigued by the blue-haired young man in front of him. He glanced at Abu beside him, recalling that in his past life, these two characters were played by the same actor. Now in this mishmash of Hong Kong cinema, they looked similar, yet were clearly two different people. There's nothing to discuss, Luo Tianhong said, lazily picking up his teacup again. It was an accident for our people to stumble into your territory. You broke one of his arms first today. Our man is just sending a warning. His attitude was dismissive, as if he had completely disregarded Wu Zhenbang. Humph. Wu Zhenbang chuckled lightly. Everyone knows my rules on the streets. Whoever dares to touch drugs on my territory should not blame me for being rude. You guys from the loyal and faithful must know the rules of this trade, right? Wu Zhenbang couldn't help but sneer at Luo Tianhong's arrogant demeanor. No or not, what difference does it make? Luo Tianhong retorted. You attacked our brother first. If you don't give an explanation today, no one here is leaving intact. Smack. Without saying another word, Luo Tianhong slammed his gleaming 8-sided sword onto the table. In an instant, both the loyal and faithful men and Wu Zhenbang's brothers all stepped forward in unison, the atmosphere charged with tension. The air in the entire restaurant seemed to freeze. Both sides held their breath, their eyes locked on each other, neither willing to speak first. It seems there's no room for negotiation. Wu Zhenbang observed the ready-to-fight demeanor of his subordinates with interest while focusing on Luo Tianhong. It had to be said this guy was incredibly arrogant, eager to roll up his sleeves and start a fight with just a few words. No wonder Lian Haodong arranged for him to negotiate while avoiding the scene himself, instead sending his top enforcer Luo Tianhong to pressure Wu Zhenbang. It was clear they intended to treat him like a soft persimmon. Luo Tianhong remained silent, slightly lowering his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful cold smile as he slowly shook his head. His right hand remained firmly on the sword, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure, clearly ready to act. Ding! Wu Zhenbang, unfazed, took out a cigar, and Gao Jin, standing behind him, immediately produced a light. So is this Lian Haodong's idea, or is it your dragon brother's intention? Wu Zhenbang exhaled smoke rings, squinting as he asked. Does it matter? Luo Tianhong's fingers tightened around the sword hilt. Wu Zhenbang nodded. You're right, it doesn't make a difference. In the loyal and faithful group, Lian Haolong was undoubtedly the top boss, truly capable in his own right. However, his brother Lian Haodong was entirely a different character. That kid was not only a gambling addict, but also a complete wastrel. The money earned from selling drugs came at great risk to support so many brothers. Yet Lian Haodong would often lose millions at the gambling table, and creditors would come knocking on the gang's door. Each time, Lian Haolong had to use gang funds to bail out his brother, leaving the other brothers seething yet unable to voice their anger. Despite all this, Lian Haolong still treated this brother like a treasure. So Luo Tianhong was indeed right when he said it made no difference. Because whether or not it was Lian Haolong's idea, now that his brother had provoked Wu Zhenbang, Lian Haolong would surely stand up for him. So Lian Haodong invited me over tonight, just to start a direct confrontation. Even now Wu Zhenbang still couldn't understand what Lian Haodong was plotting. If he simply wanted to use the loyal and faithful name to push drugs in his territory, he could have brought people to kill him directly. Why go through the trouble of arranging a meeting? Surely Lian Haodong didn't plan to use this opportunity to eliminate Wu Zhenbang. But if that was the case, why did the loyal and faithful only bring so few men? Did Lian Haodong really think he could handle him with just Luo Tianhong and a few lackeys? If so, he was seriously underestimating Wu Zhenbang. No, Brother Dong said you hit our man and need to compensate. Either let us sell drugs in your turf from now on, or well, bring people to smash up your venue. Seeing Wu Zhenbang hesitating, Luo Tianhong's tone carried impatience. Luo Tianhong kept talking, but his gaze was firmly locked on the two men beside Wu Zhenbang. One was a tough character known as Feng Yuxiu, and the other was a guy named Abu. He had long heard of these two names. It was said on the streets that Wu Zhenbang raised two wolves who fought recklessly. Every time he heard such rumors, Luo Tianhong felt an itch to personally test them, curious if the tales were truly as remarkable. This was why he had not given Wu Zhenbang a good face since the moment he walked in. As a battle-hungry madman, the more brutal his opponent appeared, the more excited he became. It could be said that this fervor was quite similar to Feng Yuxiu's. Both were martial arts fanatics. I see. Wu Zhenbang slowly nodded after listening. He had been puzzled as to why Lian Haodong sent a messenger over, and why this Luo kid dared to be so disrespectful. It turned out that he simply looked down on him, thinking sending a thug could suppress the scene. That made sense. Anyone daring to touch the drug trade was surely ruthless. Especially for rising stars like Lian Haolong and the loyal and faithful, compared to the old gangs on the island that would readily sit down to negotiate. They had carved out their position with blood. Two paths, which do you choose? Luo Tianhong spat out the softened toothpick from his mouth onto the table, his eyes fixed on Wu Zhenbang. His muscles were tensed like a drawn bowstring waiting for the signal to strike. He knew all too well who was sitting across. This Wu Zhenbang dared to act against the former leader of Hongxing and even publicly overturn the words of his own faction spokesperson. Therefore, at the first moment Wu Zhenbang appeared, he had placed his weapon in the most convenient position. In this line of work, face was the most important thing. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, they'd have to settle it with fists. Facing Luo Tianhong's burning gaze, Wu Zhenbang merely smiled. Leisurely taking a puff from his cigar, the grayish-white smoke billowed from his nostrils. This action was both a response and a signal to move. Bang! Abu leapt out like an enraged leopard, delivering a fierce kick onto the table. The entire table flew towards Luo Tianhong. Luo Tianhong's reaction was astonishingly swift. As Abu lifted his foot, he retreated and leaped into the air. In midair, with a sharp sound, he had already grasped the eight-sided sword. The cold light flashed. The wooden table that was kicked away was split in two like tofu. The splintered wood crashing down and kicking up clouds of dust. Luo Tianhong flicked away his blue bangs that had covered his eyes. His gaze towards Abu shimmered with a wild fighting spirit. Abu's expression was grim, holding a short knife, and he lifted his leg ready to pounce on this reckless guy. Just as he took half a step, a calloused hand pressed down on his shoulder. He'll handle this, Feng Yuxiu said, grinning as he stepped past Abu. Also wielding a short knife, his sinister smile revealed a bloodthirsty excitement. All right. Abu halted his advance. Unlike Feng Yuxiu, although he could fight, he wasn't obsessed with it. He had no interest in a life-and-death struggle. Hey, you handle that four-edged ancient sword pretty well. Feng Yuxiu tilted his head, squinting as he eyed the cold, glinting eight-sided sword in Luo Tianhong's hand, his grin turning sinister. His scar, which twisted like a centipede in the smile, became particularly terrifying. If a child were to see this, they would likely cry out in fear. "You are Feng Yuxiu," Luo Tianhong said without elaborating, merely curling the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Despite the opponent's physical limitations, he showed no signs of underestimating him. He had been told that among Wu Zhenbang's most capable subordinates, this limping man was the most ruthless. Feng Yuxiu snorted coldly, not wasting more words, and charged at Luo Tianhong with his weapon drawn. Clang! The sharp metallic clash exploded in the air. The moment the two blades crossed, sparks flew. Everyone charged. Seeing Feng Yuxiu already entangled with Luo Tianhong, Abu was unwilling to be outdone, seizing his weapon and rushing towards the lackeys brought by Luo Tianhong. In the blink of an eye, both sides became embroiled in a chaotic brawl. Inside the restaurant, the most intense battle was undoubtedly between Feng Yuxiu and Luo Tianhong. Gao Jin stood beside him like a statue, vigilantly guarding the surroundings. "Ajin, what do you think of that kid?" Wu Zhenbang looked at Luo Tianhong, who was completely suppressed and had multiple injuries, and quietly asked Gao Jin beside him. "His swordsmanship is acceptable and his strikes are ruthless, but unfortunately, he falls short in other aspects." Gao Jin's gaze never left the two combatants in fierce battle, and he shook his head lightly. In his eyes, Luo Tianhong's swordplay was indeed commendable, but that was about it. Neither his stance nor the speed of his strikes could compare to Feng Yuxiu, who had immersed himself in martial arts for many years. Though both were martial enthusiasts, Feng Yuxiu was obviously far more extreme. In Gao Jin's opinion, not to mention Luo Tianhong, even if he personally entered the fray, he would probably find it hard to gain the upper hand. It's about time to wrap this up. Wu Zhenbang glanced at the situation on Abu's side. Without the battle support of someone like Luo Tianhong, the forces of Zhongxinyi simply could not withstand Abu's fierce assault, which was on par with Feng Yuxiu's. At this moment, apart from Luo Tianhong, who was still stubbornly resisting, everyone else had almost collapsed. Clang! Feng Yuxiu bellowed, swinging his steel blade down at an angle, forcefully striking the eight-faced Han's sword, sending it flying. At the same time, he exerted force in his legs, spinning around, and his fierce roundhouse kick struck Luo Tianhong's chest. A faint crack of bone could be heard. Before Luo Tianhong could react, his chest was struck as if by a heavy hammer, sending him flying backward. Coincidentally, right behind him was a wooden door of a private room. Bang! With a dull crash, Luo Tianhong slammed heavily against the door panel. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from his mouth. But as he fell to the ground, Feng Yuxiu's large foot ruthlessly stomped down on his sword-holding hand. The crisp sound of breaking bones once again pierced the air. Ugh! Luo Tianhong let out a heart-wrenching cry, his body curling up like a cooked shrimp. Feng Yuxiu stepped over to him, a cruel smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, looking down at the writhing figure. Luo Tianhong lay flat on the cold floor, his arms tightly clutching his twisted and deformed right arm, beads of sweat forming on his pale face. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Feng Yuxiu as if wanting to devour him whole. Bang! Accompanied by a cold snort from Feng Yuxiu, his shod foot fiercely kicked toward Luo Tianhong's abdomen. The intense pain sent Luo Tianhong crashing against the private room's wooden door, again the dull sound echoing in the confined space. He hunched his back, the twisting pain in his abdomen arcing his body into an exaggerated curve. This movement, however, pulled at the broken ribs in his chest, where he had previously endured a heavy kick from Feng Yuxiu. The fractured bone edges rubbed against flesh and blood. Cough, cough. Vomit. The intense pain triggered a chain reaction, causing Luo Tianhong to uncontrollably retch blood froth hanging at the corners of his mouth, looking as disheveled as a stray dog. Wu Zhenbang, leisurely chewing on a cigar, sauntered over and squatted in front of Luo Tianhong. When their eyes met, he deliberately blew a puff of mint-flavored smoke onto Luo Tianhong's bloodstained face. "Send a message to Lian Haodo." Wu Zhenbang poked Luo Tianhong's forehead with his cigar. "If you have the courage, come to Mongkok to face me directly. Don't play tricks like a rat in a gutter. Arranging a meeting and then acting like a turtle is just embarrassing." He stood up and brushed off non-existent dust from his suit, waving his hand behind him. "Also, that punk shouldn't think he can act tough just because he knows a few moves. He's still far from it." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Zhenbang strode toward the entrance of the restaurant. Abu had already led his men to butcher Zhongxinyi's lackeys, leaving a mess of broken knives and groaning casualties. Gao Jin and the others surrounded the boss and left, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the stench of blood. "What a—" Lian Haolong suddenly sprang up from the bed, almost dropping his phone on the heavily made-up woman beside him. The frantic report from his subordinate on the phone made his temples throb. Luo Tianhong was actually ambushed and sent to the emergency room by people from Lianxing. As someone who had witnessed Luo Tianhong's skills, Lian Haolong knew better than anyone the strength of this thug. Even if he personally stepped in, subduing the opponent would be no easy task. How could he be seriously injured and hospitalized now? "Brother Long." A charming female companion wrapped around him from behind the curves, hinted at beneath her silk nightgown pressed against his back. "What happened?" Lian Haolong suppressed his anger and forced a smile, lightly patting the woman's hand painted with bright red nail polish. The company has a minor issue. On the other end of the phone, the subordinate was reporting the details in a trembling voice. Last night, Zonxinius lackeys broke the rules and went to Wu Zhenbang's territory in Wanchai to deal drugs, but were caught red-handed and had one hand crippled on the spot. This morning, the other party sent someone to demand an explanation, and Lian Haolong and his men beat them up. As a result, the negotiation scheduled for the evening turned into a shootout, and Lian Haolong didn't even show up. Get a dong to come see me immediately. Lian Haolong slammed down the phone, veins popping on his forehead. Recently, the rising prices of goods had already given him a headache, and now the gang had gotten into such big trouble. He touched the gold watch on his wrist, staring blankly at the neon lights outside, and suddenly kicked over the redwood tea table in front of him. Meanwhile, in another place, Lian Haolong was playing cards in Uncle Lee's casino. He had already lost 2 million in cash and was feeling a bit agitated. At this moment, a subordinate ran over to tell him that the boss wanted him to come right away. He casually tossed the playing cards onto the table, impatiently saying to the person at the same table, "My brother is urging me to go back, so put tonight's bill under my name for now." Relying on the influence of his older brother Lian Haolong, the spendthrift would always let people keep track of his losses. Whenever he lost everything, never truly settling the accounts. Of course, tonight was no exception. Sitting in the returning car, he kept cursing, calculating in his mind how to win back all of tonight's losses. When he arrived at the luxurious villa located on the mid-levels, the antique clock on the wall just struck 11:30. "Brother, why did you look for me so late?" Lian Haolong pushed open the heavy solid wood door and saw his brother sitting alone on the leather sofa puffing smoke. "Come over and sit down to talk." Lian Haolong, expressionless, pointed to the empty seat beside him. "What is it about?" Lian Haolong sat down on the sofa, reluctantly pulling out a gold-plated lighter from his suit pocket and lit a cigarette for himself. "Do you really know nothing about what happened tonight?" Seeing his brother's nonchalant demeanor, Lian Haolong couldn't help but sigh heavily. "What could I possibly know? I've been playing mahjong at Uncle Lee's place all night. It was your subordinate who suddenly came to call me." Lian Haolong exhaled smoke rings, looking completely confused. He simply couldn't understand what kind of matter could prompt his older brother to call him in the dead of night. "Did you send someone to distribute drugs on Wu Zhenbang's turf yesterday?" Lian Haolong didn't want to bother with the gambling admonitions and went straight to the point. During the time he waited for his brother to arrive, he had already investigated the matter thoroughly. "That's right, it was me who sent someone," Lian Haolong admitted readily. "That bastard Wu Zhenbang has so many establishments but doesn't allow goods to move. Isn't that a waste?" What he didn't dare to say was that the huge debts he had recently accrued at the gambling table were suffocating him. In the past, it was always his brother who used company funds to fill the gaps, and many in the gang had voiced their discontent about this. He had to find a way to make money, which is why he targeted Wu Zhenbang's territory, the few clean places on the entire island. "You arranged for Wu Zhenbang to negotiate, but you didn't show up yourself, letting Luo Tianhong represent you." Lian Haolong's voice suddenly turned sharp. "Now Tianhong has been seriously injured and is in the hospital. Do you know about this?" Upon hearing this news, Lian Haolong immediately sprang up from the sofa. "That son of a bitch Wu Zhenbang actually dared to lay hands on our people." He angrily extinguished the cigarette, but on the tea table the expensive crystal ashtray making a crisp sound. "Boss, we absolutely cannot let them off this time. Tomorrow, it'll take the brothers to smash Wu Zhenbang's place." Lian Haolong abruptly leaped up from the sofa, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "What's the rush?" Lian Haolong raised his hand to signal his brother to sit down, leisurely lighting a cigarette. "Tomorrow, he'll contact the Lianxing side. If Wu Zhenbang doesn't provide a satisfactory answer, we can make our move then." In fact, in Lian Haolong's eyes, the matter of Luo Tianhong being attacked was rather a good thing. Didn't it give him an excuse to take over Mongkok? In the underworld, one must always have a legitimate reason to act. Lianxing is not an easy opponent to deal with. If a war broke out with the entire gang, Zonxini would undoubtedly not fare well. However, if it was just dealing with Wu Zhenbang, Lian Haolong was completely confident. If it were any other soft persimmon, he would have already rushed over with his men. "Brother, that Wu guy's turf." Lian Haolong sat back down on the sofa, rubbing his hands excitedly. "Ha, he dares to touch our people. This matter is far from over." Lian Haolong fiercely extinguished the cigarette, but a cold light flashing in his eyes. The two brothers immediately began to plan strategies to deal with Wu Zhenbang, and as for who started the trouble in the first place, who cared about that? What mattered now was that Zonxinius men had been attacked. At this moment, both had already thrown Luo Tianhong out of their minds, fully focused on how to swallow Wu Zhenbang's territory. The next morning, Wu Zhenbang, dressed in a suit with the gentle assistance of Fei Yingli, was ready to leave. When they parted, the two shared a passionate kiss, and then he took a car to 91 Media Company in Mongkok. Since returning from Tsim Sha Sui last night, he had been pondering the next filming plan for the company. This time he planned to try something new and test the tastes of the old, lecherous men on the island. After all, the filming cost was low, and even if it flopped, he wouldn't lose much money. In the general manager's office, Jionia held two crumpled papers with a confused expression. "Bang, go this. Is this a new script?" He did ask the boss to write another script yesterday, but this was too shabby, right? Just 2 pages. It's not a script, it's a new project proposal. Wu Zhenbang casually tossed him a cigar and lit one for himself first. A plan, eh? Dako Jio clumsily caught the cigar, confusion evident on his face. Have you seen the TV series? Wu Zhenbang asked, crossing his legs, a mysterious smile emerging through the smoke. Of course I've seen it. But we are making a short film, how is that related to a TV series? Dako Jio looked down to see the paper reading something about 2 broke girls filled with rich heiresses and struggling girls, leaving him utterly bewildered. When he looked up again, there was a mixture of confusion and naive charm in his eyes. TV series require following episode by episode with the plot intricately linked, Wu Zhenbang said with a puff of smoke, smiling. What if we turned an adult film into a series? An adult series? Dako Jio exclaimed, nearly dropping the cigar in his lap. He never expected that a short film could be approached in such a provocative manner. This was truly an extraordinary idea. Exactly a lengthy series with a bit of color to it. Wu Zhenbang nodded vigorously, excitement flashing in his eyes. Last night, while contemplating a new script, this bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. It is known that in foreign countries, many popular dramas actually contain tantalizing and stimulating segments. However, the versions imported to the domestic market have been heavily edited beyond recognition. On the surface, the plot seemed coherent, but in reality, those eye-catching moments that male audiences eagerly anticipate are entirely absent. Of course, there are exceptions. In most series, the suggestive scenes are merely hinted at, and it is impossible for explicit scenes to actually be presented. Wu Zhenbang's creativity lies in skillfully integrating genuine restricted scenes into the continuous narrative, crafting an unprecedented adult-themed television series. After recalling numerous series he had watched in his past life, he ultimately locked onto the theme of 2 broke girls. He remembered being captivated by the alluring figure of the female lead when he first watched it. This show left an indelible impression in his memory. However, compared to the original version, Wu Zhenbang's planned Hong Kong version of 2 broke girls would be far more explosive. For instance, he could arrange for real-life footage of the female actresses bathing and changing or engaging in intimate scenes with their lovers. Even in everyday dialogue scenes, there could be fleeting glimpses of suggestive moments, such as wearing a short skirt while going commando or revealing enticing curves when bending down. All these shots would be shot authentically, ensuring the plot remains captivating while using audacious visuals to attract the older male audience in Hong Kong. In Wu Zhenbang's view, the market is currently filled with simplistic and crude adult films. Such films can be watched anytime, but those that combine artistry and entertainment are rare gems. He believed that if it were shot this way, it might truly carve out a new market. After all, compared to blatant exposure, subtle sensuality is far more tantalizing. As Wu Zhenbang described his vision, Dako Jio's eyes gradually lit up. Even he, a seasoned veteran, felt an insatiable urge to see the finished product just from hearing the concept. So is this plan the overall framework for the filming? Dako Jio clutched the paper in his hand, his thoughts becoming exactly the specific plot details will depend on your refinement. Remember, no matter how you arrange the storyline, the character settings and main character development must not deviate from my plan. Since it is a lengthy series, Wu Zhenbang certainly can't personally oversee the script for every episode. He established distinct personalities for all the main characters in the Hong Kong version of 2 Broke Girls. As long as the screenwriters are not too foolish and follow these character designs when writing the script, the interactions between the characters will naturally spark exciting sparks. Understood, Bang. Good. Shall I start preparing now? Dako Jio had fully grasped the essence of Wu Zhenbang's concept for an adult-themed series. With a new creative direction, this experienced adult film director was already itching to get started. Go ahead. Wu Zhenbang smiled, gently waving his hand to signal Dako Jio to leave. After Dako Jio left, Wu Zhenbang continued to ponder matters regarding the A-product factory and specialty stores in the office. Meanwhile, as Wu Zhenbang busily handled the affairs of the film company, Lin Huai Lu received a call from Lian. After the call ended, he immediately set off to find Deng Bo preparing to report on Wu Zhenbang's injury to the members of the Zhong Xine faction. In the Tang building where Deng Bo resides in Jordan, Lin Huai Lu slowly poured the freshly brewed Tiguanyin tea into 2 white porcelain cups, then picked up his cup for a sip, turning his gaze towards Deng Bo across from him. Deng Bo, what do you think about the matter between Ah Bang and Zhong Xine? It was still dark when Lian Haolong's call reached Lin Huai Lu. On the other end of the line, he clearly explained last night's commotion in Tsim Sha Sui. Wu Zhenbang brought people and attacked the lackeys of Zhong Xine, and now they want an explanation. After hanging up, a thought flashed through Lin Huai Lu's mind to use Zhong Xine's knife to eliminate this thorn in his side. Just mentioning Wu Zhenbang made Lin Huai Lu's back teeth ache. From the day he became the leader, that brat has never given him a good face. Now he regretted it deeply, realizing he should have dealt with that guy when he was still weak. Who would have thought that this brat would later stir up so much trouble? Not only did he provoke Didi to create the absurd situation of having 2 leaders, but every time they held the incense hall, he would deliberately trample on Lin Huai Lu's face. To Lin Huai Lu, the matter with Zhong Xine was simply a godsend opportunity. After hanging up Lien Haolong's call, he rushed to find Deng Bo to discuss. This old fox is very shrewd, he needs to test the waters first. Young people are full of fire, it's not surprising to stir up trouble. Deng Bo's eyelids drooped, his bony fingers tracing the edge of the teacup. You are now the head of the family, you should decide how to act. Speaking of Wu Zhenbang, Deng Bo was also brooding. That rascal not only disrespected him as an elder, but he even dared to flip the table publicly. What's worse, he broke the century-old rules with Lien Sheng creating two leaders out of thin air. Deng Bo had played the balancing act for decades, aiming to prevent any one faction from dominating. These old bones can hardly move anymore, relying solely on their voting rights to survive. If the leadership becomes too strong, what will happen to these old fellows? They fought tooth and nail to push Lin Huailu to the top precisely because they saw him as someone easy to manage. Who would have thought that Wu Zhenbang would emerge midway and shatter decades of effort? During the incense hall voting that day, the reason Deng Bo pretended to be mute was that he realized the tide had turned. If he continued to block, those two mad dogs would tear Lien Sheng apart. Deng Bo, Lin Huailu suddenly straightened his back, his Adam's apple rolling twice. I want to take this opportunity to eliminate Wu Zhenbang. Could you repeat that? Deng Bo opened his murky old eyes wide, a few drops of tea splashing from the teacup in his palm. Deng Bo sipped his tea in silence, and Lin Huailu clenched his fists and continued. You know better than anyone what kind of person Wu Zhenbang is. When has he ever respected the rules of the society in these years? Has he treated us elders as air? His voice grew increasingly agitated. The century-old foundation of Lien Sheng has always been under one person's leadership. Just because this Wu guy incited discord, he created something called dual leadership, making it impossible for me to lift my head outside. The neon lights outside illuminated Lin Huailu's grim face. Now he is supporting the DS rise. What about 2 years later? Look at the speed of his power expansion. Even the D is being stepped on by him. Once he comes to run for the leader who... The teacup slammed heavily on the table. By then Lien Sheng will have to be renamed Wus Gang. All my concerns are ultimately for the sake of the elders' positions. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of his eyes. At least we can still have elections every 2 years. If Wu Zhenbang gains power, will he step down willingly? Today he can break the rules and create dual leadership. Tomorrow he will dare to hold on to his position forever. Deng Bo's brow furrowed tighter. This speech truly hit his underlying fears. With Wu Zhenbang's arrogant style, if he truly gains power, what room will there be for the old bones like them to speak? Lin Huailu leaned in and whispered, Isn't Zhong Xian looking for trouble with Wu Zhenbang? We just pretend not to know. If Zhong Xian succeeds, that would be best. If not... He made a motion across his throat. After all, it will all fall on Zhong Xian in the end. His fingers traced a route on the coffee table. Once the storm passes, I will take my brothers, and seized Simsha Sui in the name of vengeance. Such a big piece of meat, those hall masters will definitely support it. Lin Huailu's eyes shone with excitement as he spoke. As long as Wu Zhenbang and Zhong Xian end up in a mutual destruction, it would be the best time for him to net his catch. As for that fool, the D, dealing with him would be much simpler. The day Wu Zhenbang chokes on his own plan will be the day Lin Huailu and his brothers sweep through Simsha Sui. This calculation had already been thoroughly considered in Lin Huailu's mind on his way to Deng Bo's residence after hanging up with Lien Haolong. As long as he can remove Wu Zhenbang, the stumbling block to D and his gang would hardly stir up any waves. This operation concerns not only the interests of the society, but also the pledge Lin Huailu made to his brothers when he ran for leadership. Once he successfully takes over Simsha Sui, the number of brothers supporting him will naturally increase. If the DS gang still fails to recognize the situation, he won't hesitate to be ruthless. Currently, in order to gain complete control over Lien Sheng, Lin Huailu was almost driven to madness. After hearing his plan, Deng Bo squinted and pondered for a long time. Although this plan is flawless, what if it fails? Wu Zhenbang is not an easy target. If he realizes that Lin Huailu is behind the scenes, the entire Lien Sheng will undoubtedly be turned upside down. However, to be fair, if this matter can truly be accomplished, the benefits will be tangible. First, it will remove Wu Zhenbang, the thorn in the society, allowing the elders to regain power. Without this troublemaker, dealing with that ruffian D will be a piece of cake. Even if we take a step back and say the plan is exposed, it won't cause much loss to Deng Bo. If Wu Zhenbang really pursues the matter, at most it will all fall on Lin Huailu. In any case, this business is a surefire profit. Deng Bo closed his eyes to rest for a while before finally giving a barely noticeable nod. Seeing the old man relent, Lin Huailu's face lit up with joy. Rest assured, Deng Bo, I will arrange for the manpower right away. Be sure to take care of Wu Zhenbang thoroughly. Deng Bo said, lifting his cold teacup to take a sip, his expression unchanged. You rest, I shall take my leave now. Lin Huailu respectfully stepped out and swiftly entered the waiting car. Just as he settled in, he picked up his mobile phone to call Lien Haolong from the Loyal Trust Society. On the phone, Lin Huailu spoke clearly. This is your personal grudge with Wu Zhenbang, and the gang will not intervene. This was exactly the attitude Lien Haolong wanted, and he immediately patted his chest, assuring that it would not involve other brothers from Lien Sheng, promising generous rewards once the task was complete. The two were in perfect agreement. As for the other decision-maker, Big D, no one thought to inform him at all, as if this co-decision maker did not exist. In the Jordan Hall, Lin Huailu stood before the statue of Guan Gong, respectfully lighting 3 incense sticks. Amid the curling blue smoke, he stared at the statue in a daze. "Godfather, are you looking for me?" A figure briskly entered the incense hall. Lin Huailu snapped back to reality, his signature warm smile instantly spreading across his face as he warmly waved, "A G has arrived, come sit and talk." As he spoke, he picked up the purple clay teapot and poured a cup of hot tea for his adopted son. As soon as the cabin seat reclined, Lin Huailu lowered his voice, "A G, I have a tricky job for you to handle." "What do you need, adoptive father?" The man known as A G replied respectfully, casually sipping from the glass. Lin Huailu got straight to the point. "I want you to send Wu Zhenbang on his way. Get rid of someone named Wu." A J's fingers suddenly tightened, creating tiny cracks along the rim of the ceramic cup. He never expected that the secret summons from his adoptive father was for this kind of matter. Exactly, Lin Huailu loosened his tie. "The chaos in the gang these past 6 months is all thanks to Wu Zhenbang. Does he even have any consideration for the rules? Does he think of me the one in charge?" The ashtray was hit heavily. "I have already communicated with Deng Bo and the others, and the dual leadership system will only remain for this term." He suddenly leaned forward. "As long as you accomplish this, I will ensure your position in the next election." Saying this, he tossed out a brown paper envelope with edges of cash peeking out from the opening. Lin Huailu understood this adopted son very well. A typical gangster mindset, always thinking about making a name for himself through violence, his brain simply incapable of turning corners. "Deal?" A G swallowed hard, replying decisively. He had always dreamed of sitting in the position of Lian Sheng. When he accepted this adoptive father, wasn't it all to leverage that power to rise? Swallowing the warm tea, he recalled an even older memory. That year he was forced by Big D to swallow a steel spoon, his mouth bleeding from sharp porcelain shards, and later spent 3 days in the hospital for a stomach wash. He had always remembered this debt, but Big D's power was too overwhelming to seek revenge. Now the opportunity had finally come. Even if the opponent was the notorious Wu Zhenbang, he was ready to risk it. Loyal Trust Society is currently clashing with Wu Zhenbang and Simsha Sui. Lin Huailu narrowed his eyes. "Wait until they are both injured, that will be your chance to strike." He emphasized, "After you succeed, contact me immediately." The brown paper bag was tucked into a J's jacket pocket, who tipped over the teacup as he stood up. He needed to gather his troops immediately. One man alone could not handle that killer. After the door locked, clicked open, Lin Huailu's smile instantly vanished. He called his confidant to give a few instructions, then quietly boarded the ship with his son, who had taken leave in advance. This was a prearranged escape route. If the assassination failed, he would never remain as a living target in Hong Kong. The evening light slanted into the office building. Gao Jin hurriedly pushed open the frosted glass door to the general manager's office, where Wu Zhenbang was playing indoor golf, and heard his urgent report. "Lian Haolong said he wants you to pay for blood with blood." That evening, a tense atmosphere enveloped the conference room. Gao Jin reported with a serious expression, "The other side has made it clear we must give a response tonight, or they will come to smash our territory directly." Bang! A crisp sound rang out. A precious golf club sliced through the air, and the white ball landed However, the person hitting the ball appeared disinterested, casually throwing the club to a nearby underling and leisurely taking a seat on the leather sofa. "What exactly does Lian Haolong want?" Wu Zhenbang raised the purple clay teacup and took a sip of the exquisite Longjing tea without even raising his eyelids. "They have given us 2 options." Gao Jin straightened his back to report. "Either give up the Wanchai and Mong Kok venues for them to distribute their goods, or they will come and wipe out our territory, claiming they want to seek justice for their fallen brothers." How they sure have an audacious tone. Wu Zhenbang suddenly laughed, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had sharpness. "Boss, how should we respond next?" Gao Jin asked in a low voice. "Pass the message to Abu and phone Yushio to gather all the brothers." Wu Zhenbang heavily placed down his teacup, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "If the Loyal Trust Society dares to step 1 foot on our territory, let them come and go without return. Since the other party is looking for death, Wu Zhenbang is not someone to be trifled with. If Lian Haolong is wise enough to back off, he wouldn't bother to pursue the matter. But if they dare to bring people over, he wouldn't mind taking Simsha Sui and utterly shattering the Loyal Trust Society's reputation." "Understood." Gao Jin slightly nodded, then added, "By the way, boss, I ran into Big Mouth Joe on the way up. He said he has found the life secretary you wanted. Do you want to meet them now?" "Bring them over." Wu Zhenbang rubbed his temples. This was something he had instructed 3 days ago. Now that the business was expanding, various trivial matters were increasing. As the leader of a prominent gang, it was ridiculous to still have to tidy up the office and serve tea. Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? In fact, his requirements for a secretary were quite simple. They just needed to handle daily affairs. After all, he was not one of those gangsters who merely guarded their territories and passed their days. He had long been planning to wash his hands clean and transition into legitimate business. Since Gao Jin took over the game hall film company and specialty store, he handled most routine matters with only important decisions needing his personal attention. Then I will arrange it now. Gao Jin promptly turned to leave, soon conveying Wu Zhenbang's instructions and notifying Big Mouth Joe to bring people for the interview. About 10 minutes later, the office door opened again. Gao Jin entered leading a young woman. "Boss, this is Miss Song Xiaohui, the secretary candidate you requested," Gao Jin briefly introduced. You can go ahead with your work now." Wu Zhenbang suppressed his inner astonishment. He never expected the person Big Mouth Joe brought would be Song Xiaohui. When this familiar figure walked in, a forgotten memory suddenly surged to the forefront of his mind. Once Wu Zhenbang heard the name introduced by Gao Jin, he quickly pieced together who Song Xiaohui was. Wasn't she the lead actress from that film, Dragon in Prison, in Hong Kong? Unfortunately, the ending was tragic. "All right, boss, I won't disturb you further." Gao Jin said no more, nodded, and exited, gently closing the door behind him. Once the door closed, only Wu Zhenbang and Song Xiaohui remained in the office. "Miss Song, please take a seat." Wu Zhenbang smiled slightly, gesturing, his gaze lingering on her briefly. "Thank you, Bang Gu," she replied softly, her steps slightly hesitant as she walked to sit beside the sofa. At this moment, Song Xiaohui's heart was anything but calm. Initially, the recruiters clearly said she was to be the boss life assistant, but she never expected that this company was involved in making that kind of films. Although she was quite surprised to see Wu Zhenbang, she never thought the boss of this film company would be so young and handsome. However, thinking about the nature of the company, her heart was still pounding. Who knows if this boss would force her into the industry one day. After all, she had observed the staff while coming upstairs, and they didn't seem like proper people. "Miss Song, don't be nervous." Wu Zhenbang leaned back in his chair, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Your job is quite simple. Manage my daily trivial matters, and nothing else is your concern." This did not ease her anxiety. In a company like this, how could one truly relax? If it weren't for the ridiculously high salary, she would have left already. In today's Hong Kong, a regular person's salary barely reaches 1 or 2,000. Even for elites, it's only 3 to 4,000. But Wu Zhenbang's starting offer was 4,000 Hong Kong dollars, which felt like a windfall to someone like her. "All right, today marks your formal employment." Wu Zhenbang casually picked up a document from the table. "By the way, don't call me Mr. Wu, just call me Bang Gu from now on." After saying this, he lowered his head to review the document, saying no more. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future to get accustomed to things. "All right, Bang Gu." She hurriedly stood up in response, her gaze discreetly scanning the office, noticing it was somewhat messy, and immediately began tidying up quietly. After all, as a life assistant, these tasks were part of her responsibilities. Wu Zhenbang glanced at her, but remained silent, quickly returning his attention to the document in hand. This was the information organized by Gao Jin, detailing suitable locations for running counterfeit goods in Wanchai and Mong Kok. As for the factory matters, they were still under negotiation. Currently, although there were many doing counterfeit business in Hong Kong, none were substantial, and the opportunity lay right before him. In the clothing industry, effective management required concentrated storefronts. Wu Zhenbang believed that if he were to operate counterfeit clothing, he should scale it up. He was secretly planning to lease 20 to 30 storefronts on the same commercial street in Mong Kok, all for selling high-quality counterfeit luxury goods. As long as he established a good reputation, earning a fortune daily would not be a problem. While he was contemplating store matters, a fresh scent of shampoo wafted into his nose. Wu Zhenbang turned to look. It turned out that Song Xiaohui was refilling his tea as she noticed his cup was empty. Since she had just started working, she was still in her casual clothes. A pure white cotton t-shirt paired with a blue and white striped long skirt complemented her unadorned, beautiful face, radiating a clean and refreshing charm. At the age of 19, she exuded youthful vigor that made Wu Zhenbang's heart skip a beat. After finishing pouring the tea, Song Xiaohui raised her head and unexpectedly met Wu Zhenbang's gaze. The young girl immediately felt her ears flush and hurriedly turned her face away. She awkwardly arranged the tea set, standing with her hands down, waiting for instructions. "By the way, tidy up the lounge behind me." Wu Zhenbang took a sip of tea and stood up. "I need to go out for business. You can leave once your shift is over, and don't be late tomorrow." The lounge was usually only used by him, and the rough men from Dakujio never cleaned it. Now that there was a life secretary, these trivial matters were naturally left to Song Xiaohui. "Understood, Bang Gu," the girl replied softly. Wu Zhenbang took his briefcase and walked straight out. He was going to inspect the store locations selected by Gao Jin, as renovations needed to be arranged as soon as possible after selection. Once the factory starts production, the counterfeit clothing can go directly on sale. During his field visit to Mong Kok, Wu Zhenbang quickly zeroed in on a commercial street. He immediately instructed Gao Jin, "This street needs 20 connected shops. Arrange for a renovation team to get started right away." By the time he finished these tasks, it was already late. When the lights came on, Wu Zhenbang took Song Xiaohui into a private room at a restaurant. During the meal, he instructed Gao Jin, "Now that the shop location is chosen, you should go investigate local clothing factories in the next couple of days. If the prices are reasonable, we will acquire them." Also called Xinjiao back, Wu Zhenbang said while picking up a piece of steamed grouper. Have him take his brothers to the warehouse to pick up the goods, and be wary of any tricks from Zhongxini. This gang, which thrived on grade products, was always ruthless. Although Qin Jiao was originally sent to keep an eye on Han Shun, now they needed to be more cautious about Zhongxini. The warehouse he mentioned was filled with various firearms obtained from system lotteries after crossing over. Recently, although he had drawn few hot weapons, the military supplies accumulated early were stored in a secret warehouse. Bringing Qin Jiao back this time was to prepare for the bullets Zhongxini might use. Wu Zhenbang was well aware that if it was just a straightforward confrontation between the two sides, he wouldn't be afraid at all. However, his calculations went beyond that. If Zhongxini dared to send people to smash his venue, he would seize the opportunity to strike back, decisively taking over the territory of Zhongxini and Simsha Sui. For this reason, it was imperative to guard against the possibility of the opponent acting in desperation, so he had Qin Jiao prepare a backup plan in advance. After all, no matter how skilled he was, he couldn't withstand a bullet coming from the shadows. While discussing business with Gao Jin, the topic naturally extended to Lianqing. At this moment, sitting beside Wu Zhenbang and pulled along to dine, Song Xiaowei felt increasingly alarmed. She initially thought her boss was just an unremarkable film company executive, but she never expected him to have another identity. One of the notorious gang leaders in the island and a core member of Lianqing. 91 Media Film Company was merely one of his many enterprises. No wonder his style of doing things was so different from that of ordinary bosses that turned out he had such an identity behind him. Song Xiaowei lowered her head, eating her rice in small bites, occasionally stealing glances at Wu Zhenbang beside. But no matter how she observed, unless she heard him discussing gang affairs with her own ears, she would never dare to believe that this young and handsome man in front of her was actually a well-known figure in the underworld. Xiaowei, you should start preparing for the recruitment process in the next few days, Wu Zhenbang said after finishing his conversation with Gao Jin, turning to the silent Song Xiaowei. Only hire women, no men, and they must meet the standards for looks and figure. Once our store opens, they can start working immediately. After all, what he was about to do was high-end counterfeit merchandise business. He couldn't possibly hire some unpresentable people to man the store. When customers walk in and see subpar staff, how could they have any desire to buy something? Oh, okay, bang. Gu Song Xiaowei, still immersed in the shock of her boss identity, quickly snapped back to reality and responded. Wu Zhenbang gave a few more instructions, and the group continued to chat while eating. They finished their meal around 8 o'clock. After leaving the restaurant, Wu Zhenbang had his subordinates drive Song Xiaowei home while he headed straight to Abu's territory with Gao Jin. The company's matters were already arranged, and now it was time to deal with the troubles posed by Zhongxini. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Zhongxin, and Simsha Sui, Lian Haolong was also gathering all the key members to discuss how to deal with Wu Zhenbang. After all, even without considering the support from other Lianqing factions, it was nearly impossible for Zhongxin to easily take down Wu Zhenbang with his own strength. Although Lian Haolong was arrogant, he was not naive enough to think that sending a few people casually would be enough to conquer Wu Zhenbang's territories in Mongkok or Wanchai. His opponent was no pushover. Everyone is here. Lian Haolong sat at the head of the conference room with his brother Lian Haodong, Ah Wu, and his wife Su Su and Luo Dingfa on either side. He glanced around before finally focusing on Luo Dingfa. Fa, what reaction has there been from Wu Zhenbang? Luo Dingfa was the third-ranking figure in the gang, second only to Lian Haolong and his wife Su Su, and held significant influence within the organization. As for Lian Haodong, he was merely riding on his brother's coattails. In terms of contributions to the gang, he fell far short of others. After we sent out the message, Wu Zhenbang's top horse Abu responded back, saying that if we had the guts, we should go over and fight. Everyone should share their opinions on this issue regarding Wu Zhenbang. Should we engage in a heated confrontation or look for other solutions? Lian Haolong nodded calmly, his gaze slowly sweeping over each person present. He had anticipated Wu Zhenbang's response ever since he sent people to spread the rumors. Since that person surnamed Wu made a name for himself in the underworld, he had never heard of him bowing his head to anyone. If he were to willingly hand over his territory to Zhongxin, Lian Haolong would suspect that there was some trick behind it. Is there any need to discuss this? Just take the brothers and smash his venue. Lian Haodong suddenly slammed the table. That bastard Wu Zhenbang not only monopolizes such a large chunk of the pie without letting us touch it, but he even tries to control others from shipping goods on his territory. How can we swallow this humiliation? This matter originated from him. A few days ago, he had arranged for a younger brother to ship goods at Wu Zhenbang's venue. Recently, he had lost everything at the gambling table and was too afraid to find his brother to cover his losses. Hearing that Wu Zhenbang strictly prohibited anyone from shipping goods on his territory, he began to entertain crooked ideas, since the prices there were much higher than elsewhere. But he never expected that not only did Wu Zhenbang refuse to give Zhongxin face, he ended up chopping off one of his younger brother's hands. Moreover, with Luo Tianhong being incapacitated by the other side, it was no longer just a matter of whether goods could be shipped, it was about the face of the entire gang. Su Su fiddled with the ring on her finger and leisurely responded. Ah Dong makes a valid point. Since Wu Zhenbang took the first shot and refuses to give up his territory, we might as well clear out his venue directly. Once we take that piece of land, our shipping channels will expand, and the brothers will share more profits. She threw a meaningful glance at Luo Dingfa. Recently, the prices at which the gang obtained goods had skyrocketed, and it was she and Luo Dingfa who were operating behind the scenes. Their goal was to siphon off some profits to fill the financial gaps, as the gang's money had long been pocketed by them. If they could take over Wu Zhenbang's territory, it would help them quickly patch up their financial holes. After all, the ones charging into battle would be the younger brothers, and Lian Haolong. They only needed to sit back and enjoy the spoils. Her words prompted everyone to echo in agreement. The opportunity to expand their territory was a rare one. They had previously struggled to find suitable excuses, but now Wu Zhenbang from Lianxing had delivered himself right to their door. How could they let this chance slip away? In the midst of the clamor for violence, Ahu hesitantly spoke up. Dragon brother, I have no objections to dealing with Wu Zhenbang. However, he is, after all, a person from Lianxing. What if they all come out to back him when we take action? Don't worry. Lian Haolong lightly tapped the table with his fingers, a confident smile on his lips. I have already discussed it with Alu from Lianxing, and they will not interfere when we settle the score with Wu Zhenbang. This is purely a private dispute between Zhongxin Yi and Wu Zhenbang. Really? Ahu paused for a moment and then nodded with certainty. If Lianxing isn't involved, then I have no concerns. In the Underworld, everyone knew that Wu Zhenbang didn't get along with several elders from Lianxing. That's right. It said that during several gang meetings he flipped the table right in front of them, someone murmured. Lian Haodong with a cigarette in his mouth laughed sinisterly. If you ask me, those old foxes from Lianxing are probably looking forward to using our hands to eliminate this thorn in their side. Seeing that everyone present had expressed their opinions, Lian Haolong revealed a satisfied expression and lightly tapped the table. Since no one has any objections, let's discuss how to deal with this surname Wu. Thus everyone began to discuss the raid plan. Wu Zhenbang controlled two territories, the northern Wanshai and the southern Mongkok, conveniently sandwiching Zhongxin Yi in between. The manpower in Wanshai was scarce, but it required crossing the sea to get there. Mongkok was much more convenient. They could get there easily from Tsim Shui. Lian Haodong suggested a two-pronged approach, but was vetoed by the majority. Zhongxin Yi simply didn't have enough henchmen to split into two routes. Some proposed taking Wanshai first, while others advocated for an immediate strike on Mongkok. The conference room was as noisy as a market, as if Wu Zhenbang was already a fish in a net. These people had not even considered the possibility of losing. Yes, Wu Zhenbang's underlings did have two formidable fighters, but could they really outmatch the leadership of Zhongxin Yi? Lian Haolong had genuinely worked his way up from being a nightclub henchman to his current position, known in the underworld as the Tiger of East Sim and recognized as the top fighter. If they truly had that capability, those two fighters would have long since established their own territories rather than remain under someone else's command. As the heated discussions continued, Su Jia at the head of the table occasionally chimed in, while beneath the table, she subtly rubbed the toe of her high heel against Luo Dingfa's trousers. I think heading straight for Mongkok is the most reliable. That's where Wu Zhenbang's stronghold is. Luo Dingfa, forcing himself to remain calm, spoke up. But Dragon Brother, I heard that his right-hand man Abu is quite tricky, and Tianhong was defeated at the hands of Feng Yuxiu. How should we send someone to meet them? On the surface, Luo Dingfa appeared calm and collected, but in reality the sweat on the back of his neck had already soaked through his shirt collar. This woman was becoming increasingly deranged, daring to play with fire even with Haolong sitting right beside her. If they were discovered, neither of them would make it out alive tonight. Yet ironically, the thrill of this secret affair made his blood surge. After all, she was the wife of the Tiger of East Sim Shui. Lian Haolong glanced at Luo Dingfa, naturally unable to discern anything unusual, nor could he imagine that his own wife was up to mischief beneath the table. Fa has a point. Let's strike at Mongkok. Once we take Mongkok, Wanshai will naturally fall into our hands. As for those two thugs, I've had people gather intel. Feng Yuxiu will be watching over Wanshai, though he may not come to support us when we attack Mongkok. Speaking of that Abu matter, Lian Haolong suddenly paused, his gaze sweeping towards Ahung in the corner. Ahung, you can handle this, Abu. Within the Loyalty and Righteousness group, the only one with combat prowess second to Lian Haolong was Luo Tianhong, followed closely by Ahung. Although Luo Tianhong had fallen from grace in Lian Haolong's eyes the previous night, Wu Zhenbang merely relied on sheer numbers along with Abu and Feng Yuxiu teaming up to take down Luo Tianhong. If Wu Zhenbang had such formidable warriors, why had he remained inconspicuous until now? It was only when Liang Kuan approached them that they started striking back. Don't worry, boss. Ahung replied, straightforward and decisive, always following the boss orders without hesitation. That's it for today. Everyone should prepare well for what's to come. Lian Haolong concluded. If there was still no movement from Wu Zhenbang by tomorrow, we would directly storm Mongkok and take over his territory. As the meeting wrapped up, Su Jia covertly tapped her toes against Luo Dingfa's leg 3 times from beneath the table. Then, pretending nothing was amiss, she rose and left with the others. Luo Dingfa stood up and exchanged a few pleasantries with Lian Haolong before exiting the conference room. He understood the hints Su Jia had given him. After being teased during the meeting, his mind was now solely focused on finding his big sister for a heart-to-heart. In the late hours of the night, in a luxurious hotel suite, and Sim Sha Sui. Ife, what do you think about tonight? Su Jie, bare-skinned, leaned against the headboard. A slender woman's cigarette pinched between her fingers took a deep drag and asked, what do you mean? Didn't Long Ge say to directly take the brothers to Mong Kok to fight? Luo Dingfa lay sprawled on the bed, panting heavily as he replied. One must admit this woman had truly reached an age where she was as fierce as a tiger. After just one battle, she had already started smoking afterward while he was still trying to catch his breath. Do you really think Wu Zhenbang is that easy to deal with? Su Jie shot a sidelong glance at the limp Luo Dingfa, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment. She and Luo Dingfa had been involved for some time now. Ever since Lian Haolong started looking for women to have children, Su Jie turned to Luo Dingfa. They not only had secret rendezvous, but also conspired to embezzle company funds. Otherwise, why would Lian Haolong casually use company money to pay off debts for Lian Haodong? Did he think she had no temper as the main wife? Moreover, with Lian Haolong seeking women to bear children, where did that leave her dignity? Is it because he thinks him too old to bear children? What exactly do you want to say? Luo Dingfa turned over. In any case, when Long brings people to act, keep your eyes peeled. Recently, Long seems to have noticed some discrepancies in the company accounts. Su Jie exhaled a smoke ring, her tone flat. Really? Luo Dingfa was startled, springing up from the bed, his face turning ashen. If Lian Haolong truly discovered any financial irregularities once he started auditing the accounts, neither he nor Su Jie would be able to escape. Relying solely on Su Jie, how could they possibly embezzle so much money without anyone noticing? Long has already spoken to me twice, but I've managed to brush him off with excuses. Su Jie remained silent for a long time before gently nodding. So what do we do now? Luo Dingfa, with a darkened expression, pondered for a while, and then looked up at Su Jie. I've already dispatched someone to thoroughly investigate Wu Zhenbang. This guy is not as simple as he appears. Su Jie lowered her voice. Ah Fa's eyes sharpened. This is indeed an excellent opportunity. Su Jie nervously licked her lips. When Long Ge leads people to clash with Wu, if the situation turns unfavorable, we will immediately take a boat and leave Hong Kong Island. In the future, no matter how much Lian Haolong turns Hong Kong upside down, he will never find us. Her fingers twisted the handkerchief incessantly. If we delay any longer, our embezzlement will eventually be exposed. By then we won't even be able to escape. For these two who had embezzled a fortune from the company, only two paths remained. Either they would find a way to balance the accounts, or they would flee far away. Regardless of whether Zhongxin Yi or Wu takes power, it will be a dead end for us. Su Jie leaned close to Ah Fa's ear and whispered, if Long Ge wins, he will definitely expand his territory with a large supply of goods, but the company's accounts have long been emptied by us. If Wu Zhenbang wins, how could he possibly let Long Ge's wife and confidants go? Luo Dingfa's expression darkened further with every word, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Only then did he realize the gravity of the situation. Understood. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence through clenched jaws. Let's arrange our escape routes. First, if things go south, we leave immediately. After all the profits they had reaped from the company over the years were enough for them to live comfortably overseas for several lifetimes. The two then detailed their escape route. However, midway through their discussion, the room was filled with the embarrassing sounds of intimacy. The next morning, when the sunlight crept through the curtain, seems the entire underground world of Hong Kong Island was in an uproar. The news of Zhongxin Yi and Wu Zhenbang openly challenging each other spread like wildfire across various factions. Both sides unabashedly displayed their readiness for a fight, causing other gangs on the streets to strain their necks in anticipation of the spectacle. Would the fierce dragon crossing the river outshine the so-called tiger of East Sim Sha Sui Lian Haolong? Everyone was eager to see. Unlike the swift and decisive attack by Wu Zhenbang on Liang Kuan last time, this was going to be a genuine Gao Jin lounged on a leather sofa, reporting to Wu Zhenbang, boss, all the thugs in Hong Kong Island are betting on. Gao Jin lounged on a leather sofa, reporting to Wu Zhenbang, boss, all the thugs in Hong Kong Island are betting on who will fall first between us and Zhongxin Yi. Some even open betting odds which keep changing. Oh, Wu Zhenbang raised an eyebrow. Do they really think this fight is unavoidable? Gao Jin rarely displayed a playful smile ever since you dealt with Hong Kong's Liang Kuan taking out their best fighter and stirred up a dual leadership situation at Big D. Everyone is now waiting to see your next move. However, I've heard some whispers. Many are hoping for us to lose. They are envious of our arcade business and are just waiting to take advantage of the situation. Wu Zhenbang snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. These worthless fools don't even have the guts to act on their envy, just waiting for someone else to make the first move. Having been in the underworld for so many years, he knew all too well the nature of those lackeys. Just showing the slightest bit of weakness, and these hungry wolves would immediately strip you clean. To establish oneself in the underworld, one must be fiercer than everyone else, otherwise anyone can step on you. He remembered when he first established his presence in Mong Kok, even the so-called most disciplined, he and Lianxing wanted a piece of the pie. Wasn't it just envy for that juicy piece of meat? If they had the capability, they would have claimed it long ago. Why wait for Wu Zhenbang to rise before showing their teeth? At that time, he flipped the table to let those old foxes know that Wu Zhenbang was no soft persimmon for them to squeeze. If he let this slide today, would he be trampled on tomorrow? Therefore, anyone daring to reach out would find their hand severed faster than anyone else. Just like recently when people wanted to buy arcades from him, he flatly rejected them. If he weren't fierce enough, these places would have long been snatched away by other gangs. Now each arcade was raking in piles of cash. Oh, what could those envious ones do except stare? Agio, any news from Han Fatty's side? How's his wife Mary preparing? Wu Zhenbang turned to ask Qingjio, who was smoking in the corner. This trusted aide had just returned from outside. Ever since he secured a 50 million hush money from Mary, Wu Zhenbang had sent him to keep watch. That was no small sum. If Mary played tricks, it would be troublesome. All's calm. Han Fatty continues his usual indulgence. His wife was out collecting money yesterday and hasn't let on a word to him. Qingjio flicked the ash off his cigarette. Then it's settled. That 50 million will definitely arrive today. Wu Zhenbang grinned. The business was expanding, and while the money came quickly, expenses flowed just as fast. With Gao Jin as his personal bodyguard, Qingjio was free to return to his old profession. He assigned several tough characters he had picked from the old gangsters to Qingjio to handle unsavory matters, whether it was gathering intel or dealing with people. So take a few brothers, and keep an eye on Zhongshin's leaders. Wu Zhenbang rubbed his chin. According to the rules, they are likely to come to cause trouble tonight. If they bring real weapons, act according to the situation. If they only come with knives, just guard against letting the big fish. He remembered clearly that in the movie when Lian Haolong discovered his wife and Luo Dingfa embezzling funds, he stormed the casino with an AK and his men. These people were merciless towards traitors. They'd rather mistakenly kill than let anyone escape. To be safe, it was better to have Qingjio set up defenses in advance. Understood, I'll take care of it right away. Upon hearing this, Qingjio immediately stood up and hurriedly left the office with a brisk pace. Jin, you need to expedite the progress at the garment factory. As long as it meets the standards, acquire the clothing factory directly and quickly dispatch personnel for production. By the way, you also need to register a new company to consolidate all the assets under my name. After Qingjio left, Wu Zhenbang pondered for a moment before turning to Gao Jin to give instructions. Although he needed to deal with Lian Haolong and his gang, he couldn't neglect his own business. With Lian Haolong's limited capabilities, he was not worthy of Wu Zhenbang's full attention. Boss, what should we name the new company? Gao Jin, like Qingjio, was an action-oriented person and immediately inquired upon receiving the order. As for the name, Wu Zhenbang stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Let's call it Prosperity Group. All right, boss, will take care of it right away. Gao Jin also left the office to handle matters. In the spacious office, Wu Zhenbang leisurely leaned back on the leather sofa, crossing his legs while savoring fragrant tea. Having capable subordinates was a relief, but once instructed, they could handle matters efficiently. He took a drag from his cigar, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, feeling a sense of satisfaction. As the business grew larger, he no longer needed to handle everything personally like before. Especially after bringing Gao Jin into the fold, many corporate affairs could be entrusted to him. Unlike Abu and Feng Yuxiu, the two musclemen, one a bloodthirsty mercenary and the other a brute who only knew how to fight, needing Wu Zhenbang to personally handle even trivial matters. Bang, good, there's a call for you from someone named Didi. Just as Wu Zhenbang was enjoying his tea, his secretary Song, Shall We, approached with a cell phone. Wu Zhenbang took the call. Hello? Bang, it's me, Didi. Didi calling so early, what advice do you have? Hearing the distinctive loud voice on the other end, Wu Zhenbang's lips curled into a slight smile. Although Didi acted flamboyantly, his straightforward nature was exactly to his liking. Though Didi's personality was somewhat reckless, he was known for his honesty and never beat around the bush. If he had a grievance with someone, he would make it clear on the spot. Unlike that scheming Lin Huayue who was always plotting behind smiles. This was also the reason Wu Zhenbang supported Didi's rise to power. It's nothing serious, but I heard you're in a bit of a standoff with Zhongshin. Are you about to go to war? If you need help, just say the word. Uy, Didi will definitely support you. The robust voice of Didi echoed from the other end of the line. Thanks for your concern, but Zhongshin is not a big deal. I won't trouble you for this. Wu Zhenbang chuckled lightly, politely declining. Bang, they're saying Lian Haolong is not to be trifled with. Are you sure you can handle it? Didi, you're overthinking it. Lian Haolong may be formidable, but do you think I, Wu Zhenbang, am a pushover? In this business, it all comes down to three things: having enough brothers, being tough enough, and having a thick wallet. Didi reclined on the leather sofa, his legs resting on the coffee table, a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaling smoke as it swirled in the living room. The television played local news from Hong Kong Island. A small Zhongshin is nothing. With my skills, I can handle it all alone. Wu Zhenbang's voice came through the phone, tinged with a casual indifference. On the other end, Didi nearly choked on the smoke. He abruptly extinguished his cigar in the ashtray, his brows furrowed. Damn, you're quite bold. His voice instantly rose by an octave. Your gaming halls are always packed with customers lining up outside. With such a fat piece of meat, can't you share a bite with your brothers? Didi shifted his tone, plastering a flattering smile on his face, his tone softening. Disaw was nearby, flipping through the account books, glancing up at him. This couple had clearly defined roles. Didi handled the fighting and intimidation, while his wife made all the business decisions. From the other end of the line came Wu Zhenbang's deep laughter. Digo, we've known each other for so many years. When have I ever lied to you? The gaming machines are indeed out of stock, or I wouldn't have opened just these few stores. Outside, the neon lights flickered, illuminating Wu Zhenbang's sharply defined profile. He swirled his wine glass, speaking leisurely, however. There's a new project recently, and if Digo is interested. What project? Can it make more money than the gaming halls? The D jumped 3 feet high, knocking over the fruit bowl on the coffee table. Saw shot him an annoyed glance, continuing to calculate, but her ears perked up. I guarantee it will earn more than the gaming halls. Wu Zhenbang gently swirled his wine glass, the crimson liquid swirling within. This business can't be handled alone, so I need reliable partners. Saw's pen suddenly halted on the account book. She exchanged a glance with the D. Something felt off. Who didn't know that Wu Zhenbang was notoriously known as the king of solo eating, cherishing the gaming business like his own life? I'll bang, you wouldn't be pulling my leg, would you? The D stroked the stubble on his chin, narrowing his eyes. If such a good thing exists, would you think of me at? The sound of a glass lightly tapping the table came from the phone. Wu Zhenbang's tone was enticing. If D Good doesn't believe me, just wait a while and see for yourself. I'm still preparing on my end, and I'll notify you first when it's ready. After hanging up, the D scratched his bald head, pacing in the living room. Wife, what do you think this kid is up to? Saw closed the account book and said softly, don't rush to agree. Wu Zhenbang has always been one to take and never give. Suddenly being this generous might mean he has ulterior motives. At that moment, in a luxury apartment in Wanchai, Wu Zhenbang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the night view of Hong Kong Island. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he muttered to himself, the profits from the counterfeit market are far greater than those from gaming machines. Once his business officially opened, D would understand just how lucrative the counterfeit trade could be. All right, then I'll be looking forward to your good news. However, Ah Bang, do you really not need me to deal with Zhong Sini? I must remind you, Lian Haolong is not an easy. Although D still didn't understand what kind of business Wu Zhenbang was referring to that could make money faster than gaming halls, he felt that Wu Zhenbang wouldn't trick him. After receiving reassurances, D felt much more at ease. But then he thought again. Wu Zhenbang was about to clash with Zhong Sini, and he couldn't help but worry, fearing that before the business even started, Wu Zhenbang would be wiped out. He quickly added, genuinely wanting to help. D, if you really want to lend a hand, please keep a close eye on Wanchai tonight. I can handle Mong Kok myself. In the office, Wu Zhenbang contemplated. Since the D had proactively offered, he decided to be straightforward and direct. He wasn't afraid of Zhong Sini. He was mainly uncertain about where Lian Haolong would strike first. Having the D watching over Wanchai was undoubtedly the best arrangement. As for Mong Kok, it was his territory, so what was there to worry about? All right, Ah Bang, leave Wanchai to me. If those scoundrels from Zhong Sini dare to cause trouble, I'll make sure to chop them into pieces. In the villa, D nodded, his tone filled with bravado. He completely forgot who had just said that Zhong Sini was not to be trifled with. Then it settled, D, I'm still busy over here. Once this is over, I'll treat you to late-night snacks. After discussing everything, Wu Zhenbang hung up the phone. Night fell, and in the past few days, all the gangs on Hong Kong Island were eagerly waiting to witness the clash between Wu Zhenbang and Zhong Sini. Both parties had long been preparing for battle. Around 8 in the evening, several vans packed with people began heading towards Mong Kok from Zhong Sini's side. With this movement, other factions on the streets immediately picked up the news, eagerly waiting to see the spectacle. Mong Kok, being one of the most vibrant nightlife districts on Hong Kong Island, was the liveliest place in the Yau Tsim Mong area. Bars, nightclubs, and various entertainment venues were in abundance. On the brightly lit streets, Mong Kok once again played host to a massive brawl involving thousands. The ordinary citizens had long since fled the scene. The brave ones had also hidden far away, pointing and gossiping. Not only ordinary citizens, but many from other gangs were also watching from a distance. At this moment, Wu Zhenbang and Zhong Sini's forces were both assembled. Although neither side had committed all their resources, there were still over 1,000 people combined. Where is Wu Zhenbang? What's this? The boss is hiding while sending his subordinates to their doom. In the center of the street, Lian Haolong, cigar in hand, glared at Feng Yuxiu and Abu on the opposite side. He had never expected that despite personally leading the team, Wu Zhenbang would not show up at all and would only send his 2 strongest subordinates. This was completely beyond his expectations. He had thought that even if Wu Zhenbang couldn't fight, he would at least show his face. But as the confrontation was about to begin, it was clear that Wu Zhenbang had disregarded him entirely. Stop the chit-chat and get on with it. Do the people of Zhong Sini dare to step over the line? Tonight we'll make sure you leave this street horizontally. Abu narrowed his bloodshot eyes and let out a cold laugh, his thick fingers cracking knuckles. Lian Haolong's face turned pale, taking a deep drag from his cigar before crushing the stub beneath his foot, sparks flying. You're asking for death. He gritted his teeth, a vein bulging on his forehead. Feng Yuxiu being even more. Without waiting for the other side to finish speaking, he had already raised his bloodthirsty machete, and over 200 of his underlings surged forward like a tide. This martial madman should have been stationed in Wanchai, but upon hearing that Lian Haolong hadn't sent anyone for a surprise attack, he immediately turned the car around and rushed to Mong Kok. For him, battling the rumored Tiger of East Sim was far more exhilarating than guarding 10 gambling dens. Once the DS men took over Wanchai's territory, he immediately grabbed his weapons and rushed to this martial arts convention. Get them! Ahong raised his Nepalese curved knife and shouted as Zhong Sini's forces pounced like unleashed beasts. Instantly, the entire street was engulfed in chaos, with the sounds of metal clashing and cries of despair rising and falling. Wu Zhenbang has brought in a group of desperate fugitives from the Golden Triangle this time. Although they cannot match Lian Haolong in unknown combat, dealing with these thugs is as easy as cutting vegetables. In less than 10 minutes of fighting, the wall of loyalists was torn apart, blood spilling everywhere. This ruthless group led the charge, instantly boosting the morale of their younger brothers, wielding steel pipes and machetes with ferocious vigor. Huff! Feng Yuxiu flipped over his 17th opponent with a backhand strike, splattering blood across his face without wiping it off, focused solely on searching for that figure in the crowd. Not far away, Abu had already dealt with Ahong and was rampaging with his men. Among the injured, rolling on the ground, a blood-stained dogleg knife could be faintly seen stabbed into the chest of some unfortunate soul. Finally found you. Feng Yuxiu licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning savagely as he charged towards Lian Haolong. Anyone in his way was either sent flying by his weapon or collapsed clutching their bleeding arms. At this moment, the martial enthusiast transformed into a human meat grinder with blood splattering wherever his blade passed. 300 meters away on the rooftop, Gao Jin put down his binoculars. Brother Feng has turned bloodthirsty. Wu Zhenbang leisurely exhaled smoke rings. This martial madman specially raced over from Wanchai for this fight. He watched the one-sided battle below, smiling like a satisfied cat. The loyalists were already scattered and in disarray, with only Ahong barely managing to hold on for 3 moves while the rest didn't even have time to escape. Lian Haolong! Feng Yuxiu roared like thunder, his machete unleashing a storm of blood. At this moment, Lian Haolong's face was darker than the bottom of a pot, his gaze fixed on the approaching demon. Long ago, Lian Haolong had heard that Wu Zhenbang's underlings were entirely different from members of other gangs. Every single one of Wu Zhenbang's subordinates wore impeccably tailored suits. They looked nothing like the typical underworld figures. They resembled high-ranking white-collar workers in an office. In the past, Lian Haolong always thought Wu Zhenbang was just putting on a show. But who could have predicted that this group of well-dressed individuals would be so formidable in a fight? The battle had just begun, and they had completely suppressed his brothers. What startled him even more was that his most valued Ahong couldn't even last 10 exchanges in front of Wu Zhenbang's right-hand man Abu before collapsing. If it were just Abu who was strong, that would be one thing. But Lian Haolong gradually realized that among this group in suits, many possessed skills far beyond those of ordinary underlings. He simply couldn't fathom where Wu Zhenbang had found so many capable fighters. These people not only had formidable skills, but also fought recklessly. Even with several cuts on his body, they still swung their machetes like madmen. Amidst the glint of cold steel, the blood-soaked Feng Yuxiu finally reached Lian Haolong. Blood dripped from his clothing, blooming into splotches on the ground. Lian Haolong, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Feng Yuxiu's face twisted, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. On his way over, he had already taken down dozens of loyalists. Now the people around him kept their distance, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Feng Yuxiu. Lian Haolong fixed his gaze on the killing god before him, his entire body tense. He had clearly witnessed the scene of Feng Yuxiu's relentless slaughter. At this moment, he finally realized that Luo Tianhong's defeat was not merely due to being besieged by 2 opponents. Whether it was Abu or Feng Yuxiu, either of Wu Zhenbang's generals could easily outmatch Luo Tianhong. With a clang, the long knife fell to the ground. Feng Yuxiu, with a serious expression, clasped his fists, revealing a chilling smile. I am Feng Yuxiu, seeking guidance. Lian Haolong was about to strike, but saw that the opponent had actually discarded his weapon to fight barehanded. This was not the behavior of an underworld figure. He was clearly a martial arts fanatic. Please. Lian Haolong suppressed the shock in his heart and returned the gesture with clasped fists. He understood that tonight would likely be perilous, yet he had never considered fleeing. Others might run, but as the leader he could not retreat. The people of the underworld live on the edge of a knife, and Lian Haolong had long been aware of this. If he fled today, he could forget about making a living in this world in the future. Feng Yuxiu's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he lunged at Lian Haolong with a punch. The distance of just a few steps closed in an instant, his iron fist crashing down with a fierce wind. With a dull thud, the 2 fists collided. In terms of size, Lian Haolong was equivalent to 2 Feng Yuxius. In a pure power contest, he held an absolute advantage. And indeed, Feng Yuxiu was pushed back 2 steps by this punch. Interesting. Feng Yuxiu flexed his wrist, the grin on his face growing increasingly sinister. Without any hesitation, he swung his fist again at Lian Haolong. This time, Feng Yuxiu changed his strategy, no longer engaging Lian Haolong hidden. He maximized his agility, darting around Lian Haolong like a nimble leopard, targeting vital points with each strike. This martial enthusiast was not mindless. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in strength, he would not be foolish enough to continue a battle of brute force. Lian Haolong was ultimately a ruthless character who had fought his way up from the streets. Despite his bulk being less agile than his opponent, it was not so easy to take him down. Feng Yuxia's attacks fell like raindrops, but still failed to completely overwhelm him. Ajin, do you think you can defeat Lian Haolong? On the rooftop, Wu Zhenbang leaned against the railing, observing the opponents being steadily pushed back below, turning to Gao Jin with a smile. Since acquiring 2 enhancements through special channels, this big shot's strength had become incomparable, though he rarely needed to take action himself. After just a few exchanges, Wu Zhenbang concluded that Lian Haolong was bound to lose. He didn't even qualify. Although he had never formally engaged Feng Yuxiu, his overall enhanced physical attributes crushed the opponent in terms of strength, speed, and endurance. In true expert duels, life and death are often decided in an instant. He estimated that if he intervened, he could end Lian Haolong's life in at most 5 moves. Gao Jin coldly observed as Lian Haolong endured several heavy punches, his expression still unfazed. He acknowledged that both of them were formidable, but as a top-tier expert, he would never concede easily. Bang! Feng Yuxiu delivered a powerful uppercut to Lian Haolong's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. If this heavy blow landed on an ordinary person, they would likely fall to the ground immediately. Lian Haolong relied on his thick layer of fat to withstand it, gritting his teeth through the excruciating pain to barely defend himself. Unfortunately, no plan is perfect. A momentary lapse in defense was seized upon. Sizzle! 5 fingers like steel hooks latched onto his collarbone and suddenly tore, turning his expensive suit into ragged strips. Taking advantage of Lian Haolong's moment of pain and distraction, Feng Yuxiu swiftly shifted his right leg, sweeping like a whip towards Lian Haolong's left knee. With a crisp crack, Lian Haolong screamed as he knelt. Snap! The second sharp sound followed closely. As Lian Haolong fell, Feng Yuxiu pounced his iron fist, aiming directly for his throat. As Lian Haolong spewed blood, instinctively protecting his neck, he saw his opponent leap into the air, military boots heavily stomping down towards his throat. With a final sickening crack, this former tyrant drew his last breath. Job well done. On the rooftop, Wu Zhenbang turned to leave. With Lian Haolong gone, the remaining lowly subordinates could be handled by Abu and the others. Just as he expected, the street battle quickly drew to a close. Those arrogant little hoodlums had already been scattered by Abu's men, no longer daring to linger. They fled like a pack of frightened wild dogs, not looking back, oblivious to their fallen comrades groaning on the ground. There was no choice. With their leader taken down, what reason did they have to keep fighting? In the face of death, everyone feared for their lives. The psychological shadow left on Wu Zhenbang's men in black suits tonight would likely haunt them for the rest of their lives. Hey, bang. Is the job done? A rough voice from the phone belonged to Didi, revealing surprise. Big brother D, it's done. I'm just about to head to Wanchai for some late-night snacks with you. 2 Mercedes-Benz cars slowly drove away from Mongkok, heading towards Tsimsha Sui. Wu Zhenbang leaned back in the rear seat, holding a mobile phone, his tone relaxed. What? So soon? Didi's voice instantly rose, filled with disbelief. Yes, let's talk more when we meet. I'm almost there. Alright, I'll be waiting for you in Wanchai. The call ended, and Wu Zhenbang turned to look out the car window. Although the loyalists didn't cause trouble in Wanchai, Didi had helped him maintain order, and he needed to repay this favor. Treating him to some late-night snacks would suffice as a token of gratitude. As for Gao Jin, he had already been dispatched to take over the loyalist territory in Tsimsha Sui. Just after Wu Zhenbang's car left Mongkok, an old van quietly followed behind. Inside the van, 5 men, wearing black masks, each held a big black star gun, their eyes firmly locked on the 2 black Mercedes ahead. Boss, the car behind, is acting suspiciously. As the vehicle entered, Yao Mati, the bodyguard in the driver's seat, suddenly spoke in a low voice. What's wrong? Wu Zhenbang, who had been resting his eyes, abruptly opened them. Since leaving Mongkok, that van has been following us the whole time. The bodyguard's expression was serious as he spoke, keeping a close watch on the rear through the rearview mirror. Throughout the journey, he had changed lanes and speeds multiple times to test them, but that van remained glued to them. Find a secluded spot and see if they continue to follow. Wu Zhenbang's gaze darkened. Being followed in the dead of night definitely meant trouble. Understood, sir. Wait, they're making a move. The bodyguard had not finished speaking when the van suddenly accelerated, closing in on them. Through the rearview mirror, several hands holding guns emerged from the window, the dark barrels aimed directly at them. In a split second, the bodyguard slammed the steering wheel, making a sharp turn off the road, then floored the accelerator. The Mercedes engine roared, instantly speeding up. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted suddenly. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets densely struck the rear of the car, sparks flying. Wu Zhenbang's trips were always arranged with 2 cars. He himself sat in the rear vehicle. Due to the bodyguard's emergency maneuver, his car was now parallel with the front one. The gunfire from the van simultaneously targeted both Mercedes. Boss, watch out. The bodyguard shouted, and the Mercedes sped away like an arrow. Amidst the roar of the engine, several sharp explosions mingled as Wu Zhenbang's luxurious black car surged past the vehicles ahead like a bolt of lightning. At the same moment, another Mercedes arranged by Wu Zhenbang ahead displayed astonishing agility. Just as the overtaking maneuver was completed, the security personnel inside the second vehicle decisively slammed down the brake pedal. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of tire friction, the following van was intercepted heat-in. The Mercedes, loaded with Wu Zhenbang's personal bodyguards, unhesitatingly swerved the steering wheel, its steel frame ruthlessly crashing into the side of the van. Clearly, the fully armed criminals inside the van never anticipated such a radical response from the other party. The driver of the van had no time to evade, and the entire vehicle veered off course like it was inebriated, crashing toward a roadside shop. Boom! The deafening sound of the impact echoed through the street. The van violently embedded itself between the load-bearing walls of two shops, its front frame severely twisted and deformed. Meanwhile, another Mercedes involved in the interception came to a sudden halt a few meters away. For sharply dressed security personnel swiftly leaped out of the car, tightly gripping black firearms. They advanced rapidly while unleashing a barrage of fire toward the target vehicle. The crackling sounds of gunfire instantly shattered the tranquility of the street. Pedestrians who had been leisurely strolling panicked and scattered, desperately seeking cover to evade the sudden gunfire. Stop immediately and ensure to capture one alive. Seeing that the security personnel behind had successfully taken control of the situation, Wu Zhenbang calmly issued commands to the driver. This experienced big shot had never expected that someone would dare to attack him in broad daylight. His first suspicion naturally fell upon his rival Zhong Xini. However, upon further reflection, he discounted this possibility. After all, he had dispatched his capable assistant Qin Jiu to monitor Zhong Xini's every move during the day. If the other party truly had malicious intent, Qin Jiu would not have been oblivious. It seemed that the mastermind behind this attack was someone else. Understood, boss. Without hesitation, the driver executed the order, slamming the brakes to the floor. Once the vehicle came to a complete stop, he swiftly turned to his companion in the passenger seat. You go apprehend the target. I will protect the boss. Got it. The bodyguard in the passenger seat cleanly pushed the door open, his weapon glinting ominously. Boss, should we return to Mongkok immediately? After his companion left, the driver respectfully inquired. Wu Zhenbang, with a somber expression, nodded slightly. As a rule, he was always accompanied by 6 elite bodyguards on his outings. 2 followed closely, while the other 4 traveled in another vehicle. At present, 5 of his subordinates were dealing with the suspicious van, leaving only 1 bodyguard by his side. The situation was still unclear, and no one could guarantee whether there were more ambushes hidden in the shadows. Returning to his territory was undoubtedly the wisest choice at this moment. In Mongkok, even the entire Special Operations Unit of Hong Kong Island would find it impossible to lay a finger on him. After receiving his approval, the driver immediately turned the car around, speeding toward Mongkok. Meanwhile, on a street in Tsim Sha Tsui, a team of mobile unit vehicles that had been leisurely patrolling was preparing to return to the command center. Tonight was supposed to be the day of the scheduled confrontation between He Lianxing, represented by Wu Zhenbang, and Zhong Xini, with this squad tasked with maintaining order to prevent anyone from taking advantage. However, just over 10 minutes ago, the command center had already issued a stand-down order. The gang fight in Mongkok had calmed down, and other law enforcement personnel were on site making arrests. The night was as dark as ink, and this temporary mobile unit that had been called in for overtime was already preparing to wrap up its duties. Inside the vehicle, a relaxed atmosphere lingered as an aging policeman with graying temples passionately analyzed the odds of the 2 gangs fighting it out that evening. Just as everyone was getting into it, a sudden police communication device shattered the noise within the vehicle. Emergency report: a gunfight has occurred on Gascoigne Road. In nearby units, please provide immediate assistance. The voice of the female dispatcher conveyed urgency, and the repeated broadcast made all the officers instantly straighten their backs. The figures that had been slumped against their seats sprang up as if electrified. Turn around. Turn around immediately. The elderly officer who had just been engaged in lively discussion yelled at the driver, the veins on his neck bulging. As the steering wheel spun rapidly, 2 young officers couldn't help but complain. Tonight is really bizarre. First there's a large-scale gang fight to make us work overtime, and now there's a gunfight. The tires screeched against the pavement as the police car sped towards Yaomati. The elderly officer gripping the walkie-talkie felt his hand tremble slightly. Before heading out for patrol, his wife had said she would take their young son to Temple Street to buy a new school uniform. Thinking of the possibility of stray bullets endangering his family, he clenched his back teeth tightly. Everyone keep your eyes wide open, the old officer barked out the order. With so many neighbors on Temple Street, these desperate criminals are simply... The latter part of the curse lodged in his throat, fearing that saying it would bring bad luck. When the riot vehicle broke through the cordon and arrived at the scene, the onlookers had already formed a human wall. The old officer led the charge through the crowd, and as he saw the van embedded in the shop wall riddled with holes, his heart finally eased slightly. Despite the vehicle being turned into a sieve, fortunately, there were no civilian casualties. Establish a cordon. Call for support from headquarters, the old officer shouted while examining the scene. Inside the van lay 3 bodies wearing masks, each riddled with no less than 10 bullet wounds. Next to the van door lay a body in a fleeing posture, blood bubbling from the back of its head. The news of the night spread like wildfire. The already tense gang leaders of Hong Kong Island had dispatched their men to monitor Mong Kok. The aftershocks of Zhongxini being uprooted had yet to settle, and now the explosive news of Wu Zhenbang being ambushed in Yaomati erupted. In a private room of a nightclub in Wan Chai, the hefty D who was cuddling his wife and guessing numbers dropped his drink in shock when he received the news. Is that bastard dead yet? He grabbed the collar of the informant, causing the nearby long-haired thug to nearly kneel in prayer. Damn, boss were still on their turf. The long-haired thug silently cursed, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Underneath his messy hair his eyes darted like a spinning top, but he dared not voice his thoughts. Bang Ge has already returned safely to Mong Kok. The long-haired thug hunched over his mouth, twitching involuntarily as he nervously rubbed his hands, his knuckles pale. Hurry up, let's head to Mong Kok now, he commanded, taking a deep breath that sounded like an old exhaust fan. His thick fingers left several marks on the leather sofa. Just 2 days ago he had finalized a deal with Wu Zhenbang, and if something went wrong at this critical moment, his several million worth of goods would be wasted. DS wife, wearing 10-centimeter high heels, hurried over her red nail polish glinting blood red under the lights. Have you found out anything? Is it the gang of Zhongxini? As she spoke, the scent of her perfume made the long-haired thug shrink back. Sister-in-law, all we know is that Bang Ge's bodyguards caught a killer. The long-haired thug's voice grew quieter as he spoke, his throat bobbing. Huh. He suddenly burst into laughter, his facial fat creating folds. Can we even catch a live one? He slapped his thigh hard, causing the drink on the table to shake. I want to see who dares to act tough in this territory. At this moment, under the neon lights of Tsim Sha Sui, Qinjiu was cleaning the browning in his hands, the barrel still emitting wisps of smoke. At his feet lay the gradually cooling body of Lian Haodong, blood winding across the floor in a bizarre pattern. Boss! A bodyguard in a black suit sprinted over, holding a walkie-talkie, his dress, shoes tapping out a rapid beat on the floor. Bang Ge was ambushed in Mong Kok. Qinjiu's finger twitched, almost causing a misfire. A rare look of panic appeared on his usually expressionless face. What happened to Bang Ge? He had already pulled out his car keys. Fortunately, he's fine. They also caught a killer. The bodyguard quickly added, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, this deadly figure would explode. Just as Qinjiu was about to turn around, a little brother dragged over 2 unconscious bodies wrapped in burlap. How should we handle these 2? These were Lian Haolong's wife Su Su and Luo Dingfa, both of whom had their faces swollen like pig heads, having been beaten beyond recognition. Pack them up and take them away. Qinjiu casually tossed this command without looking back. Moments later, 3 black Mercedes roared towards Mong Kok. In the lobby of the Mong Kok Film Company, cigar smoke swirled into strange totems. Wu Zhenbang sank into the leather sofa, half closing his eyes like a lion pretending to sleep. Abu and his 2 companions formed a triangular formation around him, their bloody scent still lingering. Outside the glass doors, a sea of black suits blocked the entire street. A fishball vendor pushing his cart attempted to pass by, but wet his pants upon seeing the scene. Over 200 pairs of leather shoes stomped on the ground, causing the nearby advertising boards to buzz and tremble. Pedestrians on the street, upon witnessing the scene, fled as if they had seen a ghost, not one daring to approach. The air felt heavy as if it had solidified. Suddenly, a Mercedes riddled with honeycomb bullet holes came to a steady stop in front of the film company. Bang! With the car doors slamming shut, 2 cold-faced bodyguards under the watchful eyes of numerous henchmen escorted a blood-soaked man wearing a black bag over his head into the company lobby. With a dull thud, boss, we brought him here. The 2 bodyguards unceremoniously tossed the bag man to the ground, bowing respectfully as they reported to Wu Zhenbang, who was seated on the sofa. Remove the hood. Upon seeing the face of the unconscious individual on the ground, Wu Zhenbang's eyebrows shot up. He had envisioned countless possibilities. Perhaps it was a backup left by Zhongxini or a retaliation from Hongxing's Jiang Tianxing. But he never expected that the person who had come was someone from Yulianqing. It was well known that this punk was now Lin Weili's adopted son. How could this guy ambush him? Clearly things were not simple. Wu Zhenbang's gaze grew increasingly cold. Splash. A bucket of ice water was dumped on him. The plane, which had originally fainted, suddenly woke up, choking violently. With untreated gunshot wounds on his arms and legs, the loss of blood combined with excruciating pain made his face pale as paper. Once he regained his senses, he finally saw the situation around him. Dozens of burly men in black were surrounding him with murderous intent, while Wu Zhenbang sat coldly on the sofa in front. Even without a word spoken, the plane understood that he was already in a dire situation. Plane. Hearing this cold shout, he struggled to turn his head. Honestly, was it Lin Huaye who sent you to take my life? As he spoke, Wu Zhenbang slowly stood up, walked over, and squatted down, his sharp gaze piercing into the depths of his eyes. You can kill or torture me as you wish. Stop wasting words. Knowing that he was doomed this time, the plane endured the excruciating pain, forcing a bitter smile on his pale face. After speaking, he lay back down, closing his eyes to await death. Yet deep inside, he was filled with unwillingness. He hadn't made a name for himself, nor had he sat in the position of Yulianqing. Take him to bandage his wounds, don't let him die easily. Seeing the plane in this state, Wu Zhenbang remained silent for a long time before turning to Gao Jin and giving orders. Ashio, Abu, bring the brothers, and capture Yutudio Chuan Bao and Lin Hualia. Whoever dares to block the way, kill, without mercy. Wu Zhenbang turned toward Feng Yuxiu and the others, his eyes filled with killing intent. The plane wouldn't speak. No matter, he would catch everyone related in one sweep. He was a person from the underworld, unlike the police who emphasized evidence. For him, it was better to mistakenly kill 100 than to let one escape. If someone dared to send an assassin, even if they were from the governor's office, he would not hesitate to kill. The plane was originally under Yutudio, who in turn took orders from Chuan Bao of the uncle generation. Ever since Lin Hualia came to power, this kid had accepted a godfather. Within the entire He Lianqing, the only ones capable of sending the plane to assassinate were these three. Although Wu Zhenbang guessed from the moment he first saw the plane that it was most likely Lin Weili's doing. But Yutudio was not without suspicion. For Wu Zhenbang, none of this mattered anymore. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the priority was to bring the people over. His relationship with these people had long since broken, and he had turned his back on them. Understood, boss. After receiving the order, Gao Jin, Abu, and Feng Yuxiu quickly set out. The two little brothers dragged the plane out first, while each of them led their own teams to set off. Gao Jin rushed straight to Lin Weili's territory in Jordan to search for him, while Feng Yuxiu and Abu led a team toward Kuntong. Because Chuan Bao and Yutudio's sphere of influence was in the Kuntong area. Bango, we just got news that the 50 million in the overseas account has arrived. Not long after Gao Jin left, a suited lackey quickly approached Wu Zhenbang, bending down and lowering his voice. Understood. Wu Zhenbang nodded expressionlessly. This money was borrowed from Han Chan's wife Mary. At that time, Wu Zhenbang specifically requested to use overseas channels, directly depositing it into an anonymous account in a Swiss bank rather than receiving cash directly. He had long calculated that he would have to interact with Han Chan slowly. If he had sent someone to collect cash directly, there was no telling what kind of trouble might arise. If the news leaked, it would be troublesome. After all, Mary had a close relationship with Huang Jiqing. Wu Zhenbang was well aware that there was a mysterious department within the Hong Kong police that specialized in surveillance and eavesdropping. To prevent information from leaking, he chose this method to receive payments. What? That bastard Wu Zhenbang was attacked on the street by someone with a gun. How is he now? Dead or alive? In the Tsim Sha Sui police station, Huang Jiqing had just brought back a group of Wu Zhenbang's subordinates from the Loyal and Righteous Society when he received this explosive news. A flicker of joy suddenly passed over his gloomy face, and he hurriedly questioned the reporting officer. Not dead, 4 bodies were found at the scene. However, according to witnesses, there were originally 5 people, and one was captured alive by Wu Zhenbang's men. The young officer shook his head. In fact, not only was Huang Jiqing disappointed, but he also felt it was a pity. How could those bastards not have eliminated Wu Zhenbang, this troublemaker? Tonight he was already overwhelmed with the conflict between Wu Zhenbang and the Loyal and Righteous Society, and now a shooting incident had emerged. To make matters worse, there was a survivor left in Wu Zhenbang's hands. At this rate, things were sure to become chaotic again. They as officers were sure to be busy to the point of not being able to catch their breath. Damn it, that bastard is really hard to kill. Hearing that 5 people had failed to kill Wu Zhenbang, Huang Jiqing cursed inwardly. Let's go, follow me to find. He immediately handed his work over to others and hurriedly left the police station with the anti-black group. No matter what, Huang Jiqing could not let the situation continue to deteriorate. Originally, he intended to take advantage of the 2 factions fighting tonight to capture Wu Zhenbang. Who would have thought that this guy had not shown his face at all, and once the fighting was over, he sent his subordinates to take the blame. Now he couldn't even find a reason to capture him. Now, since there had been a shooting incident, naturally as a policeman, it would be best to bring back that survivor. With that in mind, Huang Jiqing drove 2 police cars straight to Mongkok. While the reactions from various parties differed, the Abu and Feng Yuxiu sent to capture Chuan Bao and Yutudio had already found their targets. The location was at the Lei Yumun Pier in Kuntong. Damn it, who are these blind fools? Do they even know which boss governs this place? I don't care whose turf it is. Without saying a word, Abu swung his arm and directly knocked the obstructing lackey, making him spin 3 times in place. Leading a dark crowd of brothers, they fiercely continued to approach the fishing boat docked at the pier. At this time, Yutudio was sitting cross-legged in the cabin enjoying a hot pot when he heard the noise outside and cursed, throwing down his chopsticks and rushing out. As soon as he pulled aside the curtain, dozens of cold gazes pinned him in place. What the hell are you doing here? Daring to cause trouble on my turf? Are you tired of living? Seeing this scene, Yutudio instantly felt a chill run down his back and shouted with a hoarse voice. Of course I know, the famous brother Biao. Our big brother Wu Zhenbang wants to invite you to have a cup of tea. Abu didn't give him any face at all, a sneer of disdain hanging at the corner of his mouth. This guy in front of him was likely the mastermind who sent people to ambush Bangu. If it weren't for the boss orders to keep a survivor, he would have long since chopped this bastard into meat paste to feed the fish. You guys are wuss men. What do you want from me? Hearing Wu Zhenbang's name, Yutudio's face turned as black. No need for nonsense, you'll understand when you get to the place. Abu was too lazy to explain to him, his eyes piercing. Mr. Wu only said to bring you back. If this old man dares to say a single word of refusal, I wouldn't mind loosening his bones on the spot. Alright, I'll go with you. But let me make a phone call first. Utudio looked at Abu's murderous appearance and was clear as day. These people said they were inviting him, but if he dared to say a word of refusal, he would probably be carried out horizontally in the next second. Whatever, if you want to make a call, do it in the car. Take him away. Abu waved his hand and two men in black suits immediately flanked Utudio, shoving him into the car. The camera shifted to the other side of Kuntong, where Chuan Bao was cozying up with a girl in the room. His pants were already down to his knees when suddenly, with a loud bang, Feng Yuxiu led people in, kicking the door open, dragging him out like a chick, leaving only the girl trembling in her blanket on the bed. Compared to the smooth capture of Utudio by Abu and Feng Yuxiu, Gao Jin's side was much more unfortunate. After leading his brothers to Tsun, when he uncovered news from Lin Weili's lackeys that old fox had already handled his son's withdrawal from school 2 days ago and slipped away from Hong Kong Island with the kid. As for where the father and son had run off to, the subordinates all shook their heads in ignorance. Gao Jin, unwilling to give up, captured several of Lin Weili's trusted aides for questioning, but the answers he received were surprisingly consistent. That old fox had indeed fled early, and now there wasn't even a ghostly shadow to be found. This left Gao Jin distressed. He had originally planned to capture Lin Weili's family to report back, but this old bastard's wife had died long ago, leaving only one child. Now it was even worse. The father and son had directly vanished without a trace. Gao Jin could only randomly capture a few lackeys, leaving Jordan with a grim face. Bango, I've brought someone for you. In the office of 91 Media's general manager Wu Zhenbang was slowly sipping tea when Abu and Feng Yuxiu brought in Chuan Bao and Utudio. Bang, I really had nothing to do with this. I don't know anything. Yes, I really didn't instruct the plane to harm. The two old ruffians, just thrown to the ground, scrambled to get up, wailing with faces full of grievance. On the way here, they had finally understood why they were invited. That bastard plane had actually sent people to assassinate Wu Zhenbang. At this moment, Wu Zhenbang was unharmed, but all the brothers who accompanied him had perished, and the only one captured alive was plain this traitor. The captured plane remained silent like a mute, refusing to reveal who had instigated him to commit such a heinous act. Because of this, Wu Zhenbang decided to bring Chuan Bao and Utudio along for questioning. Upon learning the ins and outs of the entire affair, Utudio immediately pointed at Plane's nose and cursed. Earlier, when they were downstairs, his superior Chuan Bao had already scolded him harshly with the foulest language. Now, with both of them brought before Wu Zhenbang, their immediate priority was naturally to distance themselves from the matter. Considering Wu Zhenbang's current attitude, any slight misstep could result in their immediate execution. Bring that traitor up. Wu Zhenbang instructed the lackey beside him, without even lifting his eyelids, completely treating Chuan Bao and Utudio as heir. The lackey standing by immediately turned and exited the office to interrogate Plane. Just as this lackey left, Gao Jin and Qin Zhou quickly walked in from outside. Bangui searched all over Jordan, but couldn't find Lin Weili's trace. According to his subordinates, he left Hong Kong Island with his son in a hurry 2 days ago. Gao Jin reported, while walking with a few henchmen behind him, their noses bleeding as they were shoved into the room. As soon as these henchmen entered, they collapsed to the ground and nervously repeated what they had previously been told. We really have no idea where Brother Lu went. It must have been Brother Lu who instructed the plane to do this. Bango, please understand, this matter truly has nothing to do. Upon hearing this, Chuan Bao and Yutu Biao immediately chimed in, as if grasping at a lifeline. Bang, it was definitely that bastard Lin Huailu who was behind this. Why else would he take his son and run away? The two cursed Lin Huailu while inwardly lamenting. Tonight had truly been a stroke of bad luck, getting inexplicably caught up in this turmoil. Especially upon learning that the root of the trouble was actually Yutu Biao's former underling, the plane, the two shifted their ire towards the plane's entire ancestry. Qin Zhou ignored the two's curses and walked directly to Wu Zhenbang's side, whispering, Boss, the situation with Zhong Xian has been taken care of. I heard there was a problem here, and we intercepted 2 scoundrels trying to escape. Wu Zhenbang nodded slightly. Keep them locked up for now, we will deal with it later. The immediate priority is to ascertain the whereabouts of Lin Huailu. Since even how long has perished, Zhong Xian's territory in Simsha Sui is already under control, so there is no need to rush. However, for the audacity of Lin Huailu, who dared to plot against him, even if he is with Lian Sheng's sitting man, Wu Zhenbang swore to make him pay in blood. Boss, the person has been brought in. 2 well-dressed henchmen escorted the plane into the office. Chuan Bao dashed forward and delivered a resounding slap. Bastard. Did Lin Huailu instruct you to do this? Yutu Biao glared at the plane, his eyes filled with rage. He had a long-standing grudge with Wu Zhenbang and was most afraid of the other taking advantage of the situation. If he couldn't get the plane to directly identify Lin Huailu, he had no doubt that he and Chuan Bao would meet their end tonight. The plane was already badly injured with gunshot wounds hastily bandaged. Unexpectedly, he was slapped hard by Chuan Bao. With that hit, his face turned even paler, looking as if he was about to lose consciousness. He turned to look at Wu Zhenbang, who was staring at him coldly. He never expected Wu Zhenbang to go this far simply because he refused to speak. He ordered all the uncles of the gang to be tied up. According to the rules of the underworld, shouldn't they first be subjected to harsh torture to force a confession? Even if he were to be killed in the end, the matter should have been settled. But Wu Zhenbang, on the contrary, didn't follow this method at all, directly bringing in all his acquaintances for questioning. Slap. You've gone mute. Seeing the plane frozen in place, without a word, Yu Tu Biao angrily slapped him again. Being forcibly brought to this damned place left him seething with anger. But what could he do? Wu Zhenbang clearly didn't regard them at all. Given the atmosphere, it was possible they could be killed tonight. He wished he could strangle the plane. If he were going to act, at least take care of Wu Zhenbang. In the end, nothing happened, and they were instead dragged into this mess. If the plane didn't honestly confess, soon they really might be doomed tonight. Plane, aside from Lin Huailu, I've brought both your bosses here. Are you still unwilling to speak? Wu Zhenbang sat on the sofa expressionless as he looked at him. Although he had already confirmed that it was Lin Huailu who had instructed this, having the plane say it himself made all the— After all, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Huailu was still with Lian Sheng as the sitting man. Even if Wu Zhenbang had sentenced him to death, in his heart, outsiders wouldn't see it that way. Those lowly scoundrels would only think that if he had gained strength, he wanted to step on their own leader to rise to power. Never underestimate their intelligence. Plain, what kind of mind-altering drug did Lin Huailu give you? What makes you so determined to serve him? Compared to the furious Yu Tu Biao, Chuan Bao hadn't lifted a finger, only darkly staring into the plane's eyes. The plane couldn't possibly be acting on his own accord, nor could they have instructed him. The only remaining option was Lin Huailu. It was my godfather who asked me to do this. He said that as long as I took care of Wu Zhenbang, he would fully support me as the sitting man in the next term. Finally, in front of the two bosses, the plane relented and revealed Lin Huailu's promise. Slap. Chuan Bao raised his hand for another slap, furious as he cursed. Have you lost your mind? You actually believe him when he says he'll support you? Choosing the sitting man in Lian Sheng requires our votes. Do you think you can rise to power by stepping on your own brother's shit? You're that stupid and still mixing in this mess. He pointed at the silent plane, getting angrier and angrier. This idiot actually got fooled by a single sentence from Lin Huailu, believing such nonsense. Even saying it was for money would be better than this. Bang, you heard this. This punk has nothing to do with us attacking you, but it's all that bastard Lin Huailu's doing. Please don't misunderstand. What a scoundrel Lin Huailu actually dares to act ruthlessly against his own brothers. He's simply tired of living. As Yu Tu Biao spoke, he constantly stole glances at Wu Zhenbang's reaction. He was indeed very anxious, fearful that the other would lose his temper and take him out right here. Although originally he was in cahoots with Lin Huailu, and Lin Huailu was still the current leader of Lian Sheng in this situation, saving his life was the priority. He couldn't care about anything else. Not to mention Lin Huailu, as the sitting man of the gang, actually dared to instruct the plane to act against his own sect. This was clearly breaking the rules of the underworld. Now, even if he turned against him, reason was on Yu Tu Biao's side. Bang, I understand you're holding back your anger right now. As an elder of the gang, Chuan Bao, seeing that the situation had become clear, quickly tried to mediate. But Lin Huailu is, after all, our sitting man with Lian Sheng. According to the rules, we must hold a fragrant hall meeting to address this. In the end, Chuan Bao was still worried that if they handled it improperly and caused internal strife in the gang, it would be difficult for them elders. Only with a strong gang do their words hold weight. If Lian Sheng fell apart, who would still take them seriously? So he planned to have Deng Bo gather all the uncles and bosses for a meeting tomorrow. At that time, no matter the outcome, even if they had to oust Lin Huailu, they just needed to ensure the gang didn't fall into chaos. Alright, let's see the outcome at tomorrow's meeting. Wu Zhenbang crossed his legs and flicked his cigar, his face revealing no signs of joy or anger. Since it had already been confirmed that Lin Huailu sent someone to plot against him, he was eager to see if these old foxes would dare to protect him at the meeting tomorrow. If they dared to side with him again, then he wouldn't hesitate to show no mercy. They had been bullied to this extent, even if it was the King of Heaven, it wouldn't help them. So, Bang, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, can we leave? Yu Tu Biao asked, tremulously glancing at the henchmen in the office. Especially the silver-haired man next to Wu Zhenbang, whose gaze felt like that of a dead man, making him feel uneasy all over. Get out. Wu Zhenbang waved his hand casually. Chuan Bao and Yu Tu Biao exchanged glances and slowly retreated to the door. Once outside the office, they walked faster and faster. Upon reaching the company's entrance, seeing over 400 well-dressed henchmen, they nearly buckled at the knees. Under the gaze of nearly 1,000 eyes, the two almost fled in disgrace. After turning the corner, Yu Tu Biao wiped his cold sweat and asked, "Boss, what do we do next?" "Shut up." Chuan Bao quickened his pace without looking back. The night fell, and the dim light illuminated Wu Zhenbang's face, which looked entirely different from usual. At this moment, he made Chuan Bao, a seasoned veteran of the underworld, feel an unsettling strangeness. Normally, even when things escalated to the point of tables being flipped and chairs smashed, Wu Zhenbang would merely be furiously angry. But tonight this man in a well-fitted suit radiated an eerie aura of malevolence. Chuan Bao had crawled and struggled his way through the underworld for half his life, having seen all kinds of characters, yet this Wu Zhenbang before him was clearly a desperate outlaw who could erupt at any moment. "Boss, are you just going to let those two old foxes off easily?" In the exquisitely decorated office, Gao Jin lowered his voice to inquire. In his view, since their boss had faced an assassination attempt, whether or not Yu Tu Biao and Chuan Bao were the instigators, they should be made to take responsibility. The rules of the underworld have always been thus. Those in charge are supposed to take the burden for their henchmen at such times. Just two grasshoppers after the autumn. Wu Zhenbang casually fiddled with his cigar. The smoke rings he exhaled slowly spreading in the air. "Go spread the word on the streets. Whoever can provide Lin Huai less exact whereabouts will be rewarded 100,000. If he could be captured alive." He narrowed his eyes at another zero. Although he had just agreed with Chuan Bao to discuss it tomorrow, Wu Zhenbang had already drawn a line in his heart. Lin Huai Lu must die. If those old fossils from Liansheng dared to speak out, he wouldn't mind taking care of them as well. Remembering how he had been soft-hearted over the years, he couldn't help but extinguish the cigar. "Understood." Gao Jin bowed and retreated, his footsteps gradually fading in the corridor. "Banga, how should we deal with this kid?" Abu kicked the limp plane who had once been spirited, now looking vacant and lifeless like a dead dog. "Give him a quick end." Wu Zhenbang dusted off the non-existent dust from his suit sleeve. Abu understood and snapped his fingers. Immediately, two strong men dragged the plane out like a sack. At this moment, the plane had completely lost hope. That earlier banquet had made him see clearly. The so-called promise to support him as the decision-maker was merely a pretext for Lin Huaili's betrayal. "Boss, Big D is here." Just as Wu Zhenbang was preparing to interrogate the captives brought by Qinjiu from Zhong Xian, a henchman hurriedly reported. It was then that he remembered the agreement to have a late-night snack with Big D, which had been completely forgotten amidst this turmoil. "Let him come up." Before long, the corridor echoed with Big D's signature loud voice. "Hey, I heard you almost faced some peanuts tonight, Bango." D Saw, following behind, carried a crocodile leather handbag, her high heels clicking loudly. "Let's have some tea first." Wu Zhenbang leaned back on the genuine leather sofa, a faint smile playing on his lips. A subtle tension hung in the air. The room was overcrowded, its space strained by too many bodies. Glug, glug. Damn it all. Running around like a madman in the dead of night. Not even time to sip water, my throat's parched as desert sand. Dadi gripped his wife's hand and sank unceremoniously into the sofa. He snatched the teacup from the table and drained it in hurried gulps. Even as the tea soothed his throat, his complaints tumbled forth unchecked. Wu Zhenbang sat quietly across from him, a faint, inscrutable smile playing upon his lips. Truth be told, he admired Dadi's bluntness. The man spoke plainly, never cloaking truth in veiled innuendo or circuitous phrasing. "Brother Bang, I heard along the way that you had Chuan Bao and Yu Tu Biao brought in. Is that true?" Dadi set down the cup, wiped moisture from his lips, and leaned in with eager curiosity. On his way here, his underlings had whispered incessantly how Wu Zhenbang had seized the two old men and brought them in. He remained unaware they'd already been released, and still believed them locked away somewhere in Wu Zhenbang's domain. "That's correct." Wu Zhenbang nodded, calm and detached. "I merely invited them for a quiet chat. They've since returned home." "Brother Bang, did you summon them over that cargo?" Dadi's wife reacted instantly, her intuition sharp. Dadi stretched his neck, eyes wide and fixed on Wu Zhenbang. On the ride over, the couple had debated this very matter. Now, with the man himself seated before them, direct inquiry felt far more satisfying than speculation. Moreover, Dadi genuinely needed answers. Who had fired the shot at Wu Zhenbang tonight? He'd heard rumors. A perpetrator had already been apprehended. Fei Ji did it. Wu Zhenbang admitted it without hesitation. No evasion, no pretense. Fei Ji. Dadi blinked, bewildered. "Who the hell is that? Are you daft?" His wife snapped, swatting his shoulder. "Brother Bang just mentioned Yu Tu Biao. What other Fei Ji could there possibly be? The one who used to run errands for Yu Tu Biao, and now calls Lin Huai adoptive father. What the a?" Dadi leapt upright from the sofa, jolted to his feet. "Brother Bang, you were attacked by someone within our own triad." His eyes widened in disbelief, as if the words refused to settle in his mind. Never in his wildest thoughts had he imagined the assailant would be one of their own. Then memory surfaced. Fei Ji, the reckless youth he'd once forced to swallow a spoon aboard a fishing boat. Yes, Lin Huai gave the order. But he fled Hong Kong 2 days ago, with his son. Wu Zhenbang nodded serenely, his gaze resting with quiet fascination upon Dadi, the current leader of Liansheng. He then recounted how Lin Huai had pledged to install Fei Ji as the next acting leader. Son of a bitch, that treacherous dog. Has his brain rotted away? And now he dares anoint Fei Ji as leader. Who the hell does he think he is? Dadi, pulled back onto the sofa by his wife, continued cursing under his breath. "Brother Bang, what do you intend to do about this?" His wife asked, voice edged with quiet concern. After all, her husband now held the highest office in Liansheng, and this crisis threatened to upend everything. Wu Zhenbang's next move would reverberate not only through their lives, but across the entire organization. Under the amber glow of lamplight, Wu Zhenbang's lips curved faintly, yet his eyes remained glacial cold and unyielding. He brushed imaginary dust from his sleeve, his voice soft as a weather report. Debts must be repaid. It's only natural. Brother Bang, do you know which rat hole Le Xiao's hiding in right now? Didi ground his teeth against the cigar between them, suddenly interjecting. Though he bore the title of He Lian Sheng's second-in-command, this burly man held Lin Huai-Lu in utter contempt. A schemer who'd climbed the ladder through cunning rather than courage. He'd seethed during the last leadership election. Now, with the fragile equilibrium of dual leadership finally achieved, he dreamed, half seriously, of laughing aloud in the dead of night, should that sly fox meet his end. Brotherhood. Harmony above all. Utter nonsense. If Lin Huai-Lu, the very head of the sect, could betray his own, then silence would spell ruin for every brother walking the path. So when Wu Zhenbang hinted at retribution, Didi nearly thrust a cleaver into his hands. No word yet. Wu Zhenbang massaged his temple. But every snake and rat in Hong Kong has begun to stir. In truth, he burned with impatience. The wretch had slipped out of Hong Kong 2 days prior. Had tonight's incident not occurred, he'd still be kept in the dark. Damn his ancestors. Didi slammed his palm onto the coffee table, making it shudder. Run after causing chaos. What kind of man is that? His fury deepened. The sheer filth of Lin Huai-Li's methods offended his very sense of honor. At midnight, the antique wall clock chimed 12 times. Wu Zhenbang rose and withdrew 2 Cuban cigars from the cabinet. One sailed through the air in a graceful arc. Brother Didi, let's call it a night. I'll treat you to late-night dim sum soon. Done. Didi caught the cigar deftly and gestured for the young woman beside him to light it. But just as he reached the doorway, he halted, his bull-like eyes locking onto Wu Zhenbang. Oh, by the way, brother, that lucrative venture we discussed last time. The brute had a sharp memory. Wu Zhenbang suppressed a smile. Those gaming parlors raking in fortunes daily would tempt any man's greed. He flicked ash from the tip. No need to rush. Once the stage is set, your role will be secured. That's loyal. Didi pounded his chest with a thunderous thump. I'll stand with you at tomorrow's assembly. That scoundrel Lin Huai-Li's been grating on my nerves for years. As he strode out with his woman, his leather soles carved deep grooves into the carpet. Watching the ornate door sway behind them, Wu Zhenbang let out a low, mirthless chuckle. Didi's endorsement mattered little, but an ally whose honesty flowed straight from the gut was infinitely preferable to navigating the labyrinthine schemes of seasoned foxes. Motion sensor lights flared sequentially down the corridor. His Italian bespoke shoes paused before room 401. An underling bowed deeply and swung open the iron gate. Boss, the two who slipped through the net. In the adjacent room, Jin gestured sharply toward the corner the moment Wu Zhenbang entered. There, bound tightly hand and foot, sat a man and woman, eyes sealed beneath thick black cloth, limbs immobilized with coarse rope. As Jin fell silent, the pair writhed on the floor like worms. Muzzled with cloth, they could only emit muffled, desperate whimpers. Untie them. Wu Zhenbang squinted, studying them intently. Their faces obscured, he failed at first to recognize. At his signal, several black-suited enforcers stepped forward, first tearing away the blindfolds, then extracting the gags from their mouths. Vision restored. Luo Dingfa and Su Su scanned the room in terror. When their eyes fell upon Wu Zhenbang's icy, implacable face, Luo Dingfa convulsed violently, shaking as though electrocuted. Brother Bang, have mercy. The attack on you had nothing to do with me. It was all their idea, those brothers. Luo Dingfa prostrated himself, forehead striking the floor with rhythmic, desperate thuds. Su Su, by contrast, remained unervingly composed. Though only she and Luo Dingfa remained alive among Zhong Xinyi's senior ranks, this elder sister, who'd followed Lian Haolong since girlhood, possessed a resilience forged in decades of strife. Though fear coiled in her belly, she refused to crumble before their gaze. You're Luo Dingfa. Wu Zhenbang lifted the man's chin with the toe of his shoe, inspecting him as one might appraise livestock. Yes. Brother Bang sees clearly. Luo Dingfa bobbed his head frantically, sweat drenching his back. Clutching at straws, he clung to the belief that as long as dialogue remained possible, survival still lingered within reach. At that moment, he would have divulged his ancestors' genealogy without pause. Wu Zhenbang exhaled a dry, dismissive snort, and turned his gaze to Su Su, who stood silent and unmoving. Shall I address you as Madame Lian? Brother Bang, if you have words, speak them plainly. Su Su lifted her chin, defiance burning steady in her eyes. Years of underworld discipline lent her dignity, even in the jaws of annihilation. Excellent. A viper's smile flickered across Wu Zhenbang's face. I hear you two carried on a clandestine affair behind Lian Haolong's back, and emptied the company coffers while you were at it. How much of that is true? The question struck like lightning. Both Luo Dingfa and Su Su froze, pupils contracting in stark, synchronized horror. This illicit bond had been known only to them, and the embezzlement, a death sentence buried deeper than grave soil. Their spines dissolved, teeth chattered uncontrollably. Jin, entertain them thoroughly. Wu Zhenbang turned to leave, tossing the command over his shoulder. If they won't reveal where the money's hidden, dump them in steel drums, and feed them to the fish. Understood, boss. I know precisely how to loosen their tongues. The silver-haired man inclined his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the trembling pair, then curling into a cruel, predatory grin. I'll tell you everything. I swear. Just ask. Before Su Su could utter a word, Luo Dingfa collapsed inward, stammering pleas to the silver-haired man. He knew full well this cold-eyed, white-haired executioner would show no mercy. So the instant Wu Zhenbang crossed the threshold, Luo Dingfa surrendered utterly. Pathetic coward. Do you truly believe handing over money will spare your life? Su Su clenched her jaw, fury blazing. Were her hands free, she'd have lunged, teeth bared, to tear out his throat. No hurry, we have all night to play. Watching them turn on each other, the silver-haired man's eyes gleamed with unhinged delight. Baring sharp ivory teeth, he advanced slowly, like a stalking feline, savoring every tremor of dread. Meanwhile, at a seaside villa in Sai Kung, Hong Kong, trouble. Fei Yingli, draped in a lavender silk robe, gently kneaded Wu Zhenbang's temples with slender fingers, her voice soft as falling silk. From the moment her husband stepped through the door, she noticed something was off. At this moment, taking advantage of the massage, she finally couldn't help but ask softly, "It's just a small matter, already settled." Wu Zhenbang closed his eyes, enjoying his wife's skilled massage techniques. "Don't overexert yourself, make sure to relax when it's time to rest." Hearing that the matter was resolved, Fei Yingli's lips curled slightly, and she spoke gently, "Let's wait until this busy period is over, I still have a few urgent matters at hand." Wu Zhenbang kept his eyes closed, his tone calm. "Sure, I'll accompany you then." She chuckled softly, withdrawing her hands and slowly kneeling in front of her husband. As Wu Zhenbang waited with his eyes closed, Fei Yingli's fingertips were already resting on his belt buckle. Z-D-D-D-D. Just when the living room was filled with suggestive sounds, it was abruptly interrupted by the shrill ringing of a phone. "Speak." Wu Zhenbang opened his eyes to glance at his busy wife and casually picked up the phone. "It's all sorted with the boss. That pair of scoundrels embezzled a whole $100 million from the company, and they've spilled the account password too." A cold voice from a silver-haired man came through the phone. "Have the account handled by Ajin." Wu Zhenbang's eyes lit up upon hearing that another $100 million had come in. He never expected that this pair of scoundrels would dare to be so greedy under Lien Haolong's watch. If it weren't for this conflict, they would eventually have been cleaned out by Lien Haolong. Tonight had its share of worries, but finally there was some good news. Along with the $50 million from Han Chan's wife, they had brought in cash of $150 million that night. What should we do with those two? Although Wu Zhenbang's account had just seen a surge of 9 zeros, the tone of the person on the other end, Qinjiu, still sounded as cold as a robot. "Let's just send them on their way." Wu Zhenbang casually dropped this line and tossed the phone onto the coffee table. In fact, even if he let Su Su and Luo Dingfa go now, he wouldn't be intimidated by their potential trouble in the future. But Wu Zhenbang thought about it and realized that since the feud was already established, it would be better to eliminate them directly, to avoid more lengthy troubles. Although it might not stir up much of a storm, a toad climbing on one's foot. It's annoying even if it doesn't bite. This. Wu Zhenbang suddenly inhaled sharply. Looking up, he saw that Fei Yingli, who had been slumped on the floor, had already stood up unsteadily. This woman grabbed a cup from the table, took a couple of gulps, and audibly cleared her throat, swallowing it down right in front of him. At this moment, her peach blossom eyes seemed to glisten with honey. Watching Fei Yingli in such a state of excitement, Wu Zhenbang's lips curled into a playful smile. He suddenly sprang up from the leather sofa, reached out, and pinned her down on the imported Italian sofa. That night, the villa echoed with sounds like firecrackers, continuing until the early hours. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, the Motorola by the bedside suddenly erupted into noise. After answering the call, Wu Zhenbang put on his Armani suit and headed out. Fei Yingli, who was known for her workaholic tendencies, actually overslept through the morning meeting. That day, the headlines of the newspapers in Hong Kong Island went crazy. A fierce brawl unfolded between Lian Sheng's fierce dragon and Zhongxin Ian Mong Kok. The so-called king of Tsim Sha Sui, Lien Haolong, was beaten into a sieve in the street. The upper echelons of Zhongxin, he completely vanished. Lian Sheng's flags quickly filled Tsim Sha Sui. Even more shocking, a professional assassin ambushed Wu Zhenbang in Yao Ma Ti, and the mastermind was revealed to be Lu Xiao, one of Lian Sheng's dual leaders. Boss Wu announced a bounty of 1 million Hong Kong dollars for anyone who could provide Lin Weiluo's whereabouts, offering 10 million in cash to anyone who could bring him in. This series of moves left all the gangs in Hong Kong stunned. Especially within Lianqing, chaos ensued. Wu Zhenbang, who was firmly established in Mong Kok and Wanchai, was actually schemed against by his own boss, with the assailants being Lu Xiao's lackeys. As rumors spread wildly, major gangs received word Lin Huoluo had long sneaked away abroad with his son, leaving not even a note behind. Now even the lackeys who initially defended Lu Xiao fell silent. However, compared to the internal strife within Lianqing, what drove the gangsters wild was the sky-high bounty offered by Boss Wu. It's important to note that in the 1990s, not to mention tens of millions, even 1 million Hong Kong dollars was enough to buy 2 floors in Sham Shuipa. Now just finding Lin Weiluo's whereabouts could make one rich. The big circle gangs in Hong Kong were nearly turning the ground upside down. What was even more absurd was that before dawn a batch of snakeheads at various docks was bagged and taken away. Damn it. Does Wu Zhenbang have so much money that he can use it as toilet paper? Huang Zhiqing cursed while loosening his tie, beads of sweat dripping down his double chin. The midday sun blazed down like a furnace, causing his Mediterranean bald head to shine. The scorching sun baked the asphalt road, and the rising heat distorted the air. At both ends of the street, a stark confrontation formed. One side was a heavily armed riot police team, with nearly 100 PTU officers in thick protective gear, their riot shields gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The other side was packed with Liansheng's lackeys, the crowd so dense that the entire road was blocked. Among these gangsters, at least half were under Wu Zhenbang's command. Outside of Deng Boss' private residence in Kuntong, the atmosphere was tense enough to freeze the air. Chief, should we go in and check the situation? A member of the anti-gang unit standing beside Huang Zhiqing wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve. His shirt was already soaked through, clinging to his skin. He gritted his teeth and complained this damn weather made standing guard in uniform unbearable. What was even more frustrating was that he had to act as security for these ruffians, and he was already seething with anger. Have you lost your mind? Huang Zhiqing irritably pointed at the dense crowd ahead. They're holding an internal meeting. Why should we barge in? Even if we wanted to go in, do you really think these rabid dogs would let us through? He rubbed his temples and added, as long as they don't cause a scene, well, just stay here. Since receiving the news of Wu Zhenbang's ambush last night, Huang Zhiqing had rushed to the opposing film company. But as soon as he arrived at the entrance, he was taken aback. The entire building was surrounded by well-dressed tough guys like a fortified barrel, over 600 men glaring at them fiercely. The scene was so intimidating that even he, an old officer, felt a chill in his heart. Early that morning, he received word that Liansheng had urgently summoned all elders for a meeting. Huang Zhiqing had no choice but to bring in the riot squad to maintain order, fearing that these desperate men would engage in a street battle. The news of Lin Weiluo's attempted assassination of Wu Zhenbang spread like wildfire across Hong Kong Island before dawn. Now both the underworld and the police were in search of this fugitive dual leader. Gangsters were eyeing the exorbitant bounty offered by Wu Zhenbang, while the police were eager to control Lin Weiluo to prevent another murder. In the tea room of Deng Boss Villa, smoke wafted about. The elder members were silently smoking, no one daring to speak first. Finally, it was Deng Bo who broke the silence with a solemn face. "Ah Bang, must you take things this far? You're openly offering a bounty for your own establishment. How does that make us look to the rest of Liansheng?" The old man's hand trembled slightly as he held the teacup. He had already learned of last night's upheaval and had cursed Lin Weiluo's entire family in his mind for abandoning ship. He had previously sworn that he could handle Wu Zhenbang, and even planned to pin it on Zhongxin. Now it had turned into a monumental disaster. Wu Zhenbang not only resolved the trouble with Zhongxin completely, but also captured one of the lackeys sent to carry out the assassination. Deng Bo shook his head inwardly, thinking that when Zhongxin was wiped out last night, those assassins should have immediately withdrawn. The best course of action would have been to wait for the next appropriate opportunity to act. But Lin Weiluo's brain-dead adopted son insisted on making a move at this crucial moment, which was nothing short of seeking his own doom. What infuriated Deng Bo even more was that Lin Weiluo had long since slipped away from Hong Kong Island with his biological son. This was clearly a plan to sit back and watch the fight. If Wu Zhenbang were truly taken down, he could return in glory. If the operation failed, he could observe the situation and decide whether to show himself. Now, everything was developing in the worst possible direction. With the slightest misstep, the entire Liansheng could end up like the Ma gang falling apart. This was a situation that Deng Bo absolutely could not accept. Hearing Deng Bo's advice, Wu Zhenbang let out a cold laugh without giving any face. His long fingers tapped lightly on the table, and after exhaling a puff of smoke, he glanced at Deng Bo and said, "Old man, it's your Liansheng's establishment, Lin Hua, who sent his adopted son to take my life. And now you're telling me this. Are you suffering from dementia?" After saying this, Wu Zhenbang scanned the assembled gang leaders with a mocking look. Even as his gaze passed over, the other elders could still maintain their composure, but the two, Chuan Bao and Yu Tu Biao, who had been caught and then released by him last night, turned their faces away, unable to meet his eyes. "Ah Bang, even if it was Lu who instigated this, we could resolve it among ourselves. Why did you have to offer a bounty for outsiders to catch him? By doing this, where do we put our face as Liansheng?" As soon as Wu Zhenbang's words fell before Deng Bo could speak, Lao Guiyin interjected with a stern expression. Just as Lao Guiyin was speaking, Wu Zhenbang suddenly grabbed the ashtray from the table and smashed it down hard. Bang! Aunt! The crystal ashtray hit Lao Guiyin squarely on the bald head. He didn't even have time to react. Lao Guiyin let out a miserable cry, clutching his head as he rolled off the chair, blood oozing out between his fingers. This sudden blow stunned all the elders present. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Wu Zhenbang, utterly shocked that he dared to lay hands on an elder of the gang. Even Deng Bo, seated at the head, couldn't help but twitch his mouth, staring daggers at Wu Zhenbang. "Good job, that really feels satisfying." Back in the day when competing for the position of the boss, Long Jin and Guan Zai-sun, those two scoundrels took his benefits, yet did nothing. Big D wasted no time and invited them to the mountaintop to experience the taste of the Wheel of Fire. Now seeing Wu Zhenbang lay hands on the old ghost, Big D felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. To hell with you, old coffin filler. I've tolerated you for far too long. Wu Zhenbang suddenly stood up, his icy gaze locking onto the old ghost writhing on the ground. You old fossil are also on Lin Huai's side, aren't you? I seriously suspect you had a hand in this assassination attempt. If I find out you are involved, I won't just deal with Lin Huai, I'll send you down to meet the king of hell as well. The old ghost clutched his bleeding head, pale and trembling, and immediately struggled to rise, saying, Wu Zhenbang, stop slandering me. What does all this affair have to do with me? Don't you dare pin this on me. At this moment the old ghost dared not be tough anymore, and in his panic he even slipped into dialect. In the past, the old man, she could still point fingers at Wu Zhenbang, relying on his seniority to ensure the younger generation wouldn't dare touch him. But now with the opponent's murderous intent clear, this old veteran was so scared he didn't even dare to breathe. The pain from having his head smashed by the crystal ashtray was still fresh, yet the old man didn't dare voice a single complaint. His frail body trembled slightly, fearing that even a half word could end his life right there. Before Al's whereabouts are confirmed, you better pray that you really had no part in this. Wu Zhenbang tapped on the tea table, a cold smile like ice. Finally, Deng Tianlin, seated at the head, spoke up. Ah Bang, give your uncle some face. The old man clasped his hands over his cane, ignoring the bloodied old she beside him. No matter how muddled Alu is, he is still our brother. It is up to us to clean up our own mess. He softened his tone, trying to mediate. First, withdraw the bounty order. Once we catch the person, we can hold a meeting to deliberate. I guarantee you justice. His wrinkled face showed no emotion, only the veins on the back of his hands bulging with anxiety. At this moment, Deng Bo just wanted to calm the situation. The longer the bounty is posted, the more ridicule he Liansheng will endure. The infighting among the leaders is already ugly enough. If they have to rely on outsiders to enforce their house rules, who in the Jianghu will still recognize their banner? Deng Bo. Wu Zhenbang suddenly leaned closer, the tea table groaning under his hands. Pressure, stop lecturing me about the Jiang's dignity. A chilling, murderous intent surged in his eyes. When Alu pulled the trigger on me, he should have anticipated today. The entire meeting hall fell silent. The uncles were horrified, stealing glances at this madman. Once brash only due to youth, now daring to openly declare his intent to take the Dragon Lord's life in front of the society's elders. Noticing the blood still dripping from old Zai's forehead, everyone wisely maintained their silence. All eyes were on Deng Bo, waiting for this emperor to make the final decision. Ah Bang. Deng Bo suddenly looked as if he had aged 10 years, his bony finger pointing out the window. This morning the police raided 7 spots in Jordan, and over 100 brothers went in for coffee. Are you really going to let personal grievances cause the 100-year foundation of He Liansheng to collapse in an instant? The old man's throat bobbed as he swallowed his bitterness. Despite his deep hatred for that incompetent fool, he had to mediate for Lin Huai at this moment. If he couldn't rein in this enraged lion, tomorrow the island would likely see 2 more heads for He Lian. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wu Zhenbang took his seat again, leisurely pulling out a premium cigar from his pocket. As the flame flared, he took a deep drag, the grayish smoke rings slowly expanding in the air. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly, locking onto Deng Bo like a leopard on its prey. Deng Bo, I've recently discovered something interesting. Wu Zhenbang flicked the ash off his cigar, his tone unhurried. On the day Lin Huai left with his son, he specifically came to find you. And then that person vanished as if he had evaporated from the world. He lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. I would like to ask Deng Bo regarding his intention to make a move against me. Do you know anything about it? This statement hit like a massive stone thrown into calm waters, causing everyone present to tense involuntarily. The weight of the question was immense. If Deng Bo truly knew the inside story, the situation would be entirely different. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Deng Bo, including that of the old ghost. No one noticed the moment Wu Zhenbang spoke. Deng Bo's pupils contracted and then returned to normal. But this subtle change did not escape Wu Zhenbang's keen eyes. His body, enhanced by special training, allowed him to catch even the slightest shift in expression. Though Deng Bo maintained a calm facade, his tense body language had already betrayed him. As expected, this old fox, a cold glint flashed in Wu Zhenbang's eyes, yet he still kept a casual demeanor, waiting to see how the other party would respond. Ah Bang, I truly have no knowledge of this matter. Deng Bo's hands were clasped in front of his abdomen, his voice steady as ancient well water. He came to find me regarding loyalty and righteousness. Even Kowloon called him at that time, and he was just asking for my opinion. He paused before adding, the decisions made by the society's leaders do not require us old folks' input. Wu Zhenbang suddenly grinned. Deng Bo, you are a senior. I naturally believe what you say. He then abruptly stood, casually waved his hand. It's getting late. Let's call it a day. I still have to rush back for dinner. He paid no mind to Deng Bo's words and turned to walk out the door. Continuing to linger here was pointless. Outside were all the police, and the timing was wrong to act. It was better to spend time tracking down Lin Huai. All the uncles watched him leave with wide eyes, none daring to speak up and stop him. Only Big D remained in place, taking great pleasure in the grim expressions of the others. Boss. Bangu. As soon as Wu Zhenbang stepped out of the villa, Gao Jin and Abu, who had been waiting outside with hundreds of little brothers, shouted in unison. The overwhelming momentum startled the other little brothers from different factions, making them shudder. The uniform black suit formation radiated a menacing aura far superior to those flashy street thugs. Withdraw. Wu Zhenbang nodded slightly and strode toward the luxury car that had been waiting. The car door slid open silently, and he gracefully slipped into the back seat. As the car door closed tightly, the convoy slowly started, soon disappearing along the winding mountain road. After Wu Zhenbang left, Gao Jin and Abu quickly signaled for the little brothers present to retreat. Go find out who just left. On the other end of the street, due to the large number of He Liansheng's personnel, Huang Zicheng couldn't clearly see who had left. So he hurriedly gave instructions to the PTU officer beside him. Understood. The officer sprang into action. He swiftly took off the walkie-talkie hanging on his shoulder and inquired about the situation from the police officers at the front line, who were confronting the thugs with riot shields. Report, sir. The one who just left was Wu Zhenbang from He Liansheng. The frontline police quickly reported the latest situation. Huang Zicheng, standing next to the officer, also heard everything clearly. That bastard finally left. Thankfully nothing chaotic happened today. After confirming it was Wu Zhenbang who departed, Huang Zicheng finally relaxed his tense nerves. The police had deployed so many personnel primarily to prevent Wu Zhenbang from causing trouble. After all, during the internal meeting of He Liansheng, this guy had brought hundreds of men to demonstrate. This show of force clearly indicated he could act at any moment. Fortunately, the most troublesome Wu Zhenbang had already left, so there shouldn't be any major issues ahead. Sir Huang, should we send someone to follow him? Just as Huang Zicheng was cursing inwardly, a member of the anti-Triad team, standing on his other side, inquired. Before the operation, Huang Zicheng had emphasized that the primary task was to keep a close watch on Wu Zhenbang to prevent him from causing further trouble. So upon hearing that Wu Zhenbang had left, this officer immediately sought instructions on the next course of action. Sir Zhang, you all stay here. We'll follow Wu Zhenbang. Huang Zicheng thought for a moment and turned to instruct the PTU officer. In his assessment, the most crucial thing now was to keep an eye on Wu Zhenbang. Although there were rumors in the Jianghu that Lin Huailu had already left the island, it couldn't be ruled out that this guy was still hiding somewhere on the island. Both the Underworld and the police were searching for Lin Huailu on the island. Huang Zicheng planned to personally tail Wu Zhenbang, ideally capturing him when he found Lin Huailu. Even if he couldn't find Lin Huailu, at least he could ensure that Wu Zhenbang's men wouldn't cause trouble again. No problem, Sir Huang, you can rest assured. We'll handle things here. The PTU officer readily nodded in agreement. Huang Zicheng didn't say much more, exchanged a glance with the anti-Triad team, and then quickly walked toward the parking lot. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Dangbast Villa noticeably eased after Wu Zhenbang's departure. The uncles of He Liansheng were still discussing important matters in the tea room. The old ghost, who had been injured and bandaged, insisted on returning to his seat to continue the meeting. Big D, now that Alu is missing, shouldn't you give an explanation as the current boss of the society? In the tea room, Quan Shu sat with a cigarette, his face dark, as he questioned Big D. During Wu Zhenbang's presence, everyone had been focused on him, completely ignoring Big D. In fact, many of the uncles present never truly regarded Big D. The old rule of He Liansheng, having only one person in charge, was like an iron law in the eyes of the older generation. Big D's rise to this position was purely a reluctant compromise due to special circumstances. Even though he now firmly held the chair, most uncles still considered this upstart not a true leader. Dengbo's attitude was the most evident. Discuss. Nonsense. Big D slammed his hand on the table, the wooden chair scraping against the ground with a sharp noise. From the moment I stepped through this door, which of you old bones has ever looked at me properly? Now you suddenly remember I'm the boss. Where the hell were you all before? Compared to Wu Zhenbang's arrogant demeanor, DS swagger resembled that of a street punk. He quickly darted to the front of the boss, jabbing his index finger into the other's chest like he was pressing garlic. Saliva mixed with the stench of smoke splattered across the boss' face, and the fierce expression startled him, making his lips tremble. This was the truth. Up until now, during the entire meeting, these old geezers had only just cast a glance at him. Everyone had been busy dealing with Wu Zhenbang, but now that the plague god had departed, they remembered there was a living person sitting in the corner. However, this reminder only led the uncles to recall even more troubling matters. Before Wu Zhenbang emerged, D was already the most domineering troublemaker in the gang. Then came the even crazier Wu Zhenbang, making them nearly forget that the one slamming the table in front of them was also a ruthless character who wouldn't hesitate to go all out. The atmosphere in the meeting room, which had just eased due to Wu Zhenbang's departure, was suddenly stirred up by the D, creating a tense standoff. The uncles' faces shifted from green to black, and the buzzing of the old ceiling fan was mixed with heavy, labored breathing. Enough. Elder Deng's dragon head cane struck the tiled floor with a dull sound. The old man glared at everyone before finally fixing his gaze onto D. The urgent matter is to deal with Wu Zhenbang. If we are to act wild, we must also be mindful of the timing. In Elder Deng's eyes there were indeed differences between the two madmen. No matter how insane Didi was, he could still keep his composure. Just like last time, when choosing the meeting venue, although most supported Didi once Deng spoke, it was Lin Huai-lu who eventually secured the position right. Dealing with it, Didi suddenly grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. As he walked back to his seat, he deliberately kicked over 2 empty chairs. Young Master Lu sent his lackeys armed with guns to confront Wu Zhenbang. Now that he has been ambushed, who can be blamed? He deliberately emphasized the word lackeys, saying, "If you ask me, that short-lived ghost had it coming. Why abandon a proper position and go poke a hornet's nest?" Elder Deng's temples throbbed with anger. He had already been furious with Wu Zhenbang, and now he was being openly confronted by Didi. The old man gripped his cane tightly, his knuckles turning white. "Let's put aside young Master Lu's affairs for now. But Wu Zhenbang openly placed a bounty on our lives to take the venue. How can the other leaders view this? And what about Lian Sheng?" He panted heavily, emphasizing, "Even if there's punishment, it must be dealt with according to family law." Since Wu Zhenbang joined, Didi gradually realized one thing. He no longer had to endure everything from these. "It's truly frustrating," he exclaimed. "Isn't it just relying on money to push everyone around? Why is it that what that guy young Master Lu says is treated like a decree? Am I to disregard what the legitimate person in charge say as mere nonsense?" Now it was finally his turn to give orders, yet this group of old geezers was still pointing fingers from the side, truly treating him as if he were just a decoration. At the meeting table, Didi suddenly broke out, pounding the table fiercely, a few times glaring at Elder Deng, who had a full head of white hair. Ever since sitting in the first chair of Lian Sheng during every meeting, this group of elders always turned to young Master Lu for consultation first. What was even more infuriating was that they didn't even bother with formalities, treating him, the current person in charge, as though he were invisible. This matter had been like a thorn stuck in his heart for quite some time. After witnessing Wu Zhenbang's style of operation, Didi suddenly became enlightened. In the current gang, their respective influences were the strongest. Since Wu Zhenbang could do as he pleased, treating these old fogies as air, humiliating them as he liked, why couldn't he? What was even more infuriating was that when had these old men ever treated him seriously? Every time they favored that bastard young Master Lu. Now that young Master Lu had gotten himself into trouble, these elders finally remembered that Didi was the current person in charge. Did they think Didi was a 3-year-old child who could be easily manipulated? When he ran for the position of person in charge, wasn't it all about finding a profitable avenue? Yet these old geezers not only failed to bring him any benefits, but they also continually forced him to invest money. In the end, it was only when something went wrong that they remembered he was the scapegoat. Since he was already on the same boat as Wu Zhenbang, why continue pretending to be submissive? With their combined strength, it was not impossible to overturn the entire Lian Sheng. Realizing this, Didi grew increasingly arrogant, and after cursing at the elders a few more times, he stormed out, leaving behind a room full of old men exchanging glances, and Elder Deng with a dark expression. At the entrance of 91 Film Media, as Wu Zhenbang stepped out of his vehicle, his personal bodyguard immediately approached him, lowering his voice. "Boss, the anti-black operations group has been tailing us for 3 blocks. Should we take care of them?" As he spoke, the bodyguard cautiously glanced at a suspicious car not far away. Wu Zhenbang turned his head and caught a glimpse of Huang Ziqing's face, which was clearly visible in the passenger seat. He merely replied indifferently, "Let them follow." After that, he walked towards the company entrance without looking back. Behind him, Gao Jin and Qin Jiu followed closely. "Brother Bang is back." As soon as the office door opened, Song Xiaowei rushed over with a sweet smile on her face. This youthful and beautiful secretary always brought joy to Wu Zhenbang. "Make a pot of Longjing tea," Wu Zhenbang gently instructed as he led his 2 trusted aides towards the reception area. As soon as he sat down, he ordered Qin Jiu, "Send Elder Deng on his way tonight." "Understood." Qin Jiu's lips curled into a dangerous arc, a hint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. "Should we take care of the others as well?" As he spoke, he unconsciously licked his lips, resembling an excited madman at the sight of blood. "No need." Wu Zhenbang slowly took out a cigar, and Gao Jin immediately took out a lighter to assist. After blowing out a perfect smoke ring, he continued, "Make it look clean, and it should seem like an accident. After all, Elder Deng has been the spiritual leader of Lian Sheng for decades, and a commotion would ultimately be hard to wrap up." Although Wu Zhenbang was determined to eliminate the opponent, he also did not want to be too blatant. As long as Elder Deng took his last breath, whether the others believed these ghost stories or not had nothing to do with him, Wu Zhenbang. Speaking of which, Elder Deng was aged, overweight, and had many inconveniences in movement. The sudden accidental death of such an old bone would seem quite reasonable, wouldn't it? "Understood, boss." Realizing he couldn't go on a killing spree, a trace of displeasure flashed in Qin Jiu's eyes, but in the end he still nodded in agreement. "Jin, do you have any news on Lin Huai-lu?" After instructing Qin Jiu, Wu Zhenbang turned to Gao Jin beside him. Dealing with Elder Deng was just the opening act. The real priority was to uproot the disaster that was Lin Huai-lu. "We've sent our people and others from the gang to scour the streets of the island. But so far we haven't received any reliable intel regarding Lin Huai-lu." Gao Jin shook his head in response. I suspect that Lin Huai's underlings were not lying. He has indeed fled with his son. Gao Jin had dispatched a large number of personnel to search since last night. However, until now, not only had their dispatched people turned up empty-handed, but even other gangs hoping for a bounty had not made contact, indicating that no one in the entire island had seen Lin Huai's trace. After all, Wu Zhenbang's bounty was substantial. Simply providing a lead would yield 1 million. Given those ruffians' character, the lack of movement for so long suggested that Lin Huai was most likely no longer on the island. Still no news. Wu Zhenbang frowned in displeasure. If Lin Huai had truly left the island, unless he turned himself, and finding him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Bring in all the snakeheads from the island for questioning. After a moment of contemplation, a fierce glint appeared in Wu Zhenbang's eyes as he spoke decisively. No matter what, he had to root out the disaster that was Lin Huai. Boss, someone named Jimmy is calling for you. Just as Gao Jin was about to take his leave, Song Xiaowei approached with a mobile phone in hand. Jimmy is looking for me. Wu Zhenbang raised an eyebrow and took the phone, placing it to his ear. Hey Jimmy. Boss, I know where Lin Huai is hiding. Jimmy, are you sure you know Lin Huai's whereabouts? Holding the phone, Wu Zhenbang's face lit up with excitement. Absolutely, where are you now? He'll come over right away. Jimmy's voice came through the receiver, but his tone sounded somewhat low. Meet me at the film company. After hanging up, Wu Zhenbang let out a long breath, sinking into the sofa. He had originally prepared for a long-term battle, even planning that if the snakeheads couldn't provide any clues, he would have to consider a longer strategy. He never expected that the person who was so hard to find across the entire island would ultimately be Lin Huai, less godson, who knew his whereabouts. You all go busy yourselves with other matters. There's no need to follow up on Lin Huai anymore. After puffing on a few puffs of his cigar, Wu Zhenbang waved his hand at Qinjiu and Gao Jin. Since there was a lead on Lin Huai's matter, he needed to hurry and deal with company affairs. Qinjiu naturally had to take care of Elder Deng, and as for Gao Jin, the Zongxin Yi gang and Simsha Sui was waiting for him to take over. If he didn't seize the time to take over now, there was a high possibility that other gangs would take advantage of the situation and snatch away part of his influence. This was something Wu Zhenbang absolutely could not tolerate. He had paid a huge price to stabilize the Zongxin Yi gang. How could he allow others to reap the rewards? Understood, boss. Qinjiu and Gao Jin immediately stood up respectfully, saluting Wu Zhenbang before turning to leave. Wu Zhenbang leisurely leaned back on the genuine leather sofa, patiently awaiting Jimmy's arrival. After about 15 minutes, Song Xiaowei gently pushed open the office door to report, "Let him in." Wu Zhenbang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, nodding slightly at Song Xiaowei. Before long, Song Xiaowei led Jimmy into the reception area. "Hello, Brother Bang." Jimmy stood by the sofa wearing a sincere smile as he greeted. "Have a seat." Wu Zhenbang's lips curled upward, patting the empty seat beside him. "Ah, gee, it's been a while since we last met. Boss, your career has been booming, so it's understandable that you haven't had time to see me." Jimmy took a seat across from him, first nodding his thanks to Song Xiaowei for the tea before turning to Wu Zhenbang. Though he was still the same person, Wu Zhenbang was no longer the man he once was. Jimmy knew this all too well. Back when Wu Zhenbang was still rising to prominence, they could still speak as equals. However, since Wu Zhenbang established himself in Mongkok by taking down Liang Kuan, their statuses had become vastly different. Even though Jimmy was still collaborating with Wu Zhenbang's 91 Media to make films, in reality his value had diminished significantly. Earlier, when discussing cooperation with the film company, Wu Zhenbang would personally consult with him. Now a mere big mouth could stand on equal footing with him. As for Wu Zhenbang himself, he was an existence that was simply out of reach. Now when he called out Bang Good, Jimmy did so with genuine respect. "So tell me, where is your godfather enjoying himself?" Wu Zhenbang casually tossed a cigar over, asking with a smile that was neither here nor there. "Heh." Jimmy caught the cigar, forcing a smile. "Bang Good, please don't tease me. With the situation being what it is, how could he still consider him a godfather? Lin Huai is on vacation in Kuala Lumpur with his son. One of his underlings called Jin Yuzai is quite friendly with me, and we just spoke on the phone this morning." After saying this, he lit the cigar and took a deep puff. In truth, he came to find Wu Zhenbang not only to reveal Lin Huai's whereabouts, but also with another intention. He planned to align himself with Wu Zhenbang from now on. Previously, it was out of necessity, having recognized Lin Huai as his godfather. He intended to wait a while before bringing this up, but unexpectedly, before he could even speak, Lin Huai made a move to provoke Wu Zhenbang. Given the circumstances, it was only natural for him to change allegiances. After all, everyone on the streets knew about his budding friendship with Wu Zhenbang. Malaysia. Lin Huai certainly knows how to pick a location. Wu Zhenbang was not surprised to hear that Lin Huai had gone to Kuala Lumpur. While he had speculated that the other party might hide in Australia or Taiwan, going abroad was within the realm of expectation. "I've instructed Jin Yuzai to hold off until I send word from my side," Jimmy added. Fat Guy Jin has already given his nod, but the recent changes on Hong Kong Island are still unknown to him. The underlings that Le Xiao brought along are still in the dark, thinking he took his son for a vacation. Ami nodded lightly. He pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket on which was a scribbled string of numbers. and pushed it towards Wu Zhenbang. This is the contact information Fat Guy Jean left for me. Bang good, just call this number when you send your men over. Understood. Wu Zhenbang took the paper, glanced at it, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Ami Le Xiao is now a thing of the past. How about considering coming with me? Rest assured, I know you're only interested in money. Just follow me, and you won't have to deal with the bloodshed. Just focus on helping me manage the business. He tucked the paper into the inner pocket of his suit and fixed his intense gaze on Ami. This was already the second time he extended an olive branch. The last time he tried to recruit Ami was when the arcade had just opened. At that time, Ami declined the invitation due to Le Xiao's influence. Now that the situation had drastically changed, Wu Zhenbang naturally wanted to bring this talent under his wing. It wasn't that Ami lacked ruthlessness, but Wu Zhenbang valued his business acumen even more. Although he currently had Gao Jin's assistance when it came to expanding business and forging connections, 10 Gao Jins couldn't match one Ami. This was the reason Wu Zhenbang was adamant about poaching him. Thank you for recognizing my potential, Bango. He'll follow you to make a living from now on. Ami readily nodded in agreement. He initially joined TG because he had been oppressed by other gangs while selling goods on the street. When he mixed with Guan Zai-sun, although the business wasn't big, at least it was a steady way to earn money. Later he recognized Le Xiao as his godfather not only out of necessity, but also to leverage He-Ji's reputation to expand his business. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Before he could even set up his stall, Le Xiao fell from grace. Now that he was with Wu Zhenbang, at least he wouldn't have to get involved in the bloodshed and could focus on managing his own business. Having this dragon to lean on was precisely what he had longed for. Great. Following Wu Zhenbang guarantees you a life of luxury. Seeing Amos' swift agreement, Wu Zhenbang burst into hearty laughter. Bango, is there anything you need me to do recently? Ami respectfully inquired. Following such a fierce boss, he would definitely be able to walk with confidence on Hong Kong Island. Wu Zhenbang pondered for a moment and looking to set up a class processing plant, and right now Ajin is on it. He'll give him a heads up shortly, and you can go directly to find him. When it comes to business negotiations, Ajin is still a bit inexperienced. After considering it, it was best to let Ami take charge of the A-class venture. Gao Jin could manage personnel, but when it came to negotiation skills, he couldn't hold a candle to Ami. An A-class processing plant. Ami was visibly taken aback. He never expected Wu Zhenbang's business expansion to be so rapid. He originally thought the businesses Wu Zhenbang was involved in were just the 91 Media Film Company and a few arcades. Yes, you just go find Ajin to discuss the details. He'll explain everything to you. Wu Zhenbang maintained a gentle smile, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as he slowly added, also regarding the video game machines, remember to send someone to Japan to scout for a few technical experts. Don't be stingy with their salaries, you offer them generous compensation. Once we bring them over, we'll register a tech company locally and develop and manufacture arcade equipment for export. Wu Zhenbang laid out the detailed business plan he had meticulously crafted over time. Initially, he intended to negotiate these matters personally, but now with the capable assistant Jimmy to help, he no longer had to worry about these trivial affairs. Understood, rest assured, Bango. Upon hearing the sudden work arrangement, Jimmy was not the least bit displeased. Instead, he broke into an excited smile. All right, then you go ahead and coordinate with Ajin for the work. Wu Zhenbang waved his hand at Jimmy, signaling him to attend to business immediately. Now that he had such a capable assistant by his side, he couldn't wait to push all the piled-up tasks onto him. After Jimmy left, Wu Zhenbang lounged lazily on the leather sofa, sipped a bit of Longjing tea from the table, and his gaze gradually turned sharp as he muttered softly, Lin Huailu. This time he changed his mind and decided not to send his subordinates to handle this matter. It was time for him to take a personal trip and resolve this trouble once and for all. After sitting quietly in the office for a while, Wu Zhenbang picked up his phone and dialed Gao Jin's number, quickly briefing him on Jimmy's situation. Next, he called each of his close associates, including Abu. Once all the arrangements were made, he left Hong Kong Island quietly under the protection of several personal bodyguards, flying directly to Malaysia. While the various gang members on Hong Kong Island were frantically searching for Lin Huailu's whereabouts, no one expected that the focal point of the incident had already flown far away. In the early hours of the morning, Kun Tong appeared particularly quiet. Elder Deng sat alone in the tea room, his fingers brushing against the warm teacup, while his pet dog lay lazily at his feet, dozing off. Sigh. The elderly man heavily set down his teacup, gazing at the empty room with a long sigh, the wrinkles on his face deepening further. Though the night was deep, he felt no urge to sleep. Too much had happened recently. First, Wu Zhenbang clashed violently with Zhong Exine. Then Lin Huailu suddenly approached him to discuss eliminating Wu Zhenbang. As a result, the operation failed, and Wu Zhenbang issued a sky-high bounty, prompting the entire underground force on Hong Kong Island to pursue Lin Huailu. Today, during the urgent meeting with Lian Sheng, Wu Zhenbang's aggressive stance left him deeply troubled. What pained him most was that after the meeting, the other gang elders showed no concern about how to mitigate the adverse effects of the Lin Huailu incident. Instead, they were secretly maneuvering to promote a new leader. Seeing the gang about to splinter, how could this elder who had worked tirelessly for Lian Sheng for half his life find peace? Elder Deng stared blankly at the swirling tea in his cup, his murky eyes rippling with unease. Lian Sheng had weathered many storms over the years, but it had never been as crisis-ridden as now. With Wu Zhenbang's sharp rise in power ahead, and the predatory gaze of Didi behind, even the elder generation had their own hidden agendas. The once united gang was sliding towards fragmentation. All were eager to take advantage of the chaos to push their chosen candidates into that seat. Now the entire Lian Sheng was almost divided into three factions, while he, the old emperor, who had reigned over the gang for decades, seemed to be disregarded by most. Having sat alone in the tea room for a long time, still unable to find sleep, Elder Deng simply leaned on his cane and slowly stood up. The night had grown exceedingly deep, but he thought it might be better to stroll downstairs and get some fresh air. Thud! The sound of the cane striking the tiled floor was particularly clear. Elder Deng slowly made his way out of the tea room, shuffling towards the staircase. But just behind him, a tall dark shadow had quietly emerged from the corner, approaching him step by step, without making a sound. The sound of the cane hitting the ground suddenly stopped. At that moment, Elder Deng had just reached the edge of the stairs and was preparing to step down with his rotund foot already extended. In the blink of an eye, the shadow behind him suddenly reached out and forcefully pushed him on the back. The force was terrifyingly strong, directly shoving him down the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. The force from behind was so great that Elder Deng stumbled, unable to let out a scream, his round body rolling down the wooden steps like a tire tumbling down a slope. The staircase in this villa was made of wood, and as Elder Deng rolled down, the noise was as loud as a drum, echoing. Elder Deng's head collided against the steps repeatedly, and within moments blood began to flow, staining his face. When his body finally came to a stop after crashing awkwardly against the corner of the staircase, he was already more exhaled than inhaled, lying there, as if his joints had come undone. With the last remnants of consciousness, Deng Bo's blood-soaked face, unrecognizable, had his murky old eyes rolling upward, fixated on the staircase entrance above. Unfortunately, his vision had long gone blurry, and he could barely make out the towering shadow, silently standing at the top of the stairs looking down at him. After a few minutes, the maid in the villa was awakened by the commotion outside. Dressed in a hastily thrown-on robe, she came out to take a look, instantly petrified. Deng Bo was slumped at the corner of the staircase, his head and face drenched in blood, already lifeless and cold. In the depths of the night, Xin Didi was sound asleep in bed, wrapped around his wife. Suddenly, the big phone on the bedside table rang unexpectedly, buzzing with beep, 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 and waking him up. What the hell? Didi groggily opened his eyes and, following the sound, saw the big phone flashing. He immediately began cursing in annoyance. Who is it? Damn it, can't you at least check what time it is? Didi grabbed the big phone, pressed the answer button, and started venting into the receiver. His temper was already volatile, and being pulled harshly from a good dream only fueled the fire inside him. So before answering the call, he resolved in his mind that no matter who was calling, if they didn't say something coherent, he would definitely not let that person off the hook. Didi bro, it's bad, really bad. Something major has happened. The voice on the other end, Long Mao, was frantic like an ant on a hot pan, his voice cracking. Damn it, Long Mao, can't this wait until tomorrow morning? Hearing it was his subordinate Long Mao, Didi's anger flared even more, his voice getting rougher. Didi bro, this is a huge matter. Deng Bo just passed away. Long Mao completely ignored Didi's anger, rattling off the news as if it were a rapid-fire gun. Passed away? Just like that? Didi, who was about to continue cursing, suddenly changed his tone, his eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, he was no longer sleepy at all. Fully alert, he quickly followed up with, what did you say? That old man Deng Bo is dead. How did he die? Long Mao quickly provided the details he gathered. Didi bro, I just received news from the maid at Deng Bo's place, saying he slipped while going down the stairs and accidentally fell to his death. Alright, I got it. You keep an eye out there, and let me know immediately if anything happens. Didi leaned back against the headboard, his chest tightening, the sound of his breathing growing heavier. After hearing Long Mao's report, Didi abruptly ended the call. What's going on? Why are you making such a racket in the middle of the night? Didi's wife was startled awake by her husband's loud voice, rubbing her bleary eyes and mumbling. Her tone was filled with obvious impatience. Something major has happened. Deng Bo fell down the stairs. Didi remained in a state of shock, his expression strange as he stared at his wife, seemingly searching for answers. And what? Deng Bo fell to his death. Didi's wife widened her eyes in disbelief, her fingers instinctively gripping the blanket tightly. This news was too sudden for her to digest. Absolutely true, Long Mao just reported it to me. Didi nodded heavily, his throat tightening. Was it really just an accident? Didi's wife's brows knitted tighter, her feminine intuition sensing something unusual. To her, everything about this incident felt suspicious. What other reason could there be? Didi scratched his head, confused. As a skilled fighter, he was great in the field, but he couldn't analyze these convoluted matters as well as his wife. You need to contact Ah Bang right away, ask about the situation. Didi's wife suddenly said. Isn't there someone who will naturally notify him about this? Why do I have to say anything? Didi felt his wife's request was inexplicable. Just do it. Didi's wife firmly patted her husband's back. Fine, I'll call now. Not fully understanding his wife's intentions, Dee immediately dialed Wu Zhenbang's number, a habit formed over the years. In front of outsiders, he was a dominant figure, but behind closed doors, he always listened to his wife. After all, he knew that for matters requiring thought, he had to rely on her. The call ended quickly, but Dee's expression grew increasingly grim. What did Bang say? Dee's wife asked anxiously. He left Hong Kong Island this afternoon. Dee held the phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. Not in Hong Kong Island. Dee's wife suddenly froze, then, as if realizing something terrifying, her pupils constricted sharply. As Wu Zhenbang was targeted by the police, Lin Huailu had left the port early now, with Deng Bo's suspicious death, and Wu Zhenbang conveniently absent. This series of coincidences sent a chill down her spine. Wife, what are you dazed about? Dee waved his hand in front of her face. I think Deng Bo's matter. Dee's wife lowered her voice, laying out her suspicions one by one. As she spoke, Dee's expression transformed from shock to horror, ultimately twisting his face into a grimace. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. The news of Deng Bo's demise spread like thunder, instantly echoing throughout Lianxing. From the leaders of various factions to elder uncles, everyone received this hard-to-believe news. At first, no one wanted to believe it, but when solid evidence emerged that Deng Bo had indeed fallen to his death from the stairs and the scene was gruesome, everyone had no choice but to accept the truth. That night, many people tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Especially those gray-haired elders of the gang. Their pillows were likely soaked with cold sweat. The shadowy giant behind Lianxing, Deng Bo, had suddenly departed, leaving everyone a bit dazed. By dawn the next morning, this shocking news seemed to have grown wings, spreading through every street and alley. How could this matter be suppressed? Lianxing was already in a precarious situation, and with Deng Bo, a living fossil of the gang, passing away at this critical moment, it was impossible to keep it quiet. As dark currents swirled around Hong Kong Island, someone had already quietly appeared in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. With a clang, the ice cubes in the glass clinked. Wu Zhenbang squinted, leaning back in a beach chair, watching Lin Huailu and his son playing joyfully in the pool not far away. He never expected that the leader of Lianxing was actually enjoying his vacation so leisurely. As soon as he landed in Kuala Lumpur, Wu Zhenbang found a little brother named Jin Yuzai beside Lin Huailu. After a brief conversation, he quickly made his way to the seaside resort. However, he didn't rush to take action. Instead, he checked in like an ordinary tourist. After dispatching a few informants to keep watch, Wu Zhenbang wanted to see what tricks this cornered dog was up to. Logically speaking, as a gang leader, he should at least have some backup prepared, even if his strength was lacking, rather than acting without caution. But after observing all day, Lin Huailu was either eating, drinking, and having fun, or wandering around with his son, completely avoiding any contact with suspicious individuals. Even Jin Yuzai seemed clueless. But it wasn't a wasted trip. Wu Zhenbang licked his lips, his gaze drifting past the pool to a nearby lounge chair. There, the famous police officer Chen Jiaju was frowning, seemingly deep in conversation with a woman. It was too far to catch the content, but Wu Zhenbang understood perfectly. Wasn't this just like a plot from a police story? This notorious fighter had come to Malaysia surely to team up with the mainland police to hunt down the drug lord Guan. Since he encountered him here, it was only a matter of time before the drama of Guan Kai Ba rescuing his wife from. Wu Zhenbang remembered clearly that Guan Kai Ba's financial power was in the hands of his wife Cheng Ying-si, and the password to that huge sum in the Swiss bank was known only to her. If Cheng Ying-si hadn't been caught by the Kuala Lumpur police and faced a grave charge, Guan Kai Ba wouldn't have been driven into a corner. Looks like I need to stay a few more days. He would rather occasionally visit places of indulgence to satisfy his needs than find a stepmother for his son, who would. Because of this, during his struggles on Hong Kong Island, Lin Huailu devoted almost all his energy to gang affairs, rarely having time to accompany his child in growth like he does now. That's not it. The little guy hurriedly waved his hands, his eyes darting around. I'm worried that if I take too long off, he'll be scolded by the teacher when I return to school. Though he said this, he was secretly delighted, calculating how many more days he could avoid his homework. These days spent indulging with his dad were far more enjoyable than sitting in a classroom memorizing textbooks. Silly child, your father has already arranged everything at school. Lin Huailu took out a silk handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat off his son's nose. Just enjoy yourself now, and when we return to Hong Kong Island, you can study hard, okay? At this moment, who could have thought that this gentle father was actually the feared leader of the underworld on Hong Kong Island? Anyone who saw him would think he was just a cultured scholar who loved his son. That's awesome. Dad, don't worry, I promise to study hard when we go back. Hearing that the vacation could be extended, the little guy spun around excitedly, making a solemn vow. Good boy, let's go back to the room and take a shower first. Lin Huailu wrapped his arm around his son's shoulder as they walked towards the hotel, his eyes catching a glimpse of several suspicious figures by the pool. Later, they'll take you to try some authentic bok cut tea. From an angle where his son couldn't see, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Huailu's eyes behind his glasses. Ever since the news of Wu Zhenbang's arrest at the airport broke, he had decisively cut off all contact with Hong Kong Island. Years of experience in the underworld told him that ruthless adversary would never let things go easily. While on the surface he seemed to be enjoying a leisurely time with his son, he was secretly plotting his escape. At this moment, returning to Hong Kong Island was undoubtedly walking into a trap. The priority was to find another place to make a comeback. It wouldn't be too late to return for revenge once he had gained sufficient strength. You all go tidy up a bit. In the corridor on the 8th floor decorated with Persian carpets, Lin Huai-Lu instructed the trio, following him, gather in the lobby at 12 for a seafood feast. These 3 loyal subordinates were specially selected as bodyguards when leaving the port. He had treated them well these days, pouring money to buy their unwavering loyalty. In Lin Huai-Lu's view, this deal was quite worthwhile. Listening to Brother Lu, we'll get ready now. 2 of the henchmen grinned broadly, eagerly heading towards the guest rooms. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows on them, while the fire hydrant at the end of the corridor reflected a cold metallic sheen. Among the many thugs, a young man named Jin Yuzai wore a facade of smiles, but held disdain for Lin Huai-Lu inside. This young man, who was secretly in contact with Wu Zhenbang, was plotting his own schemes. Although Lin Huai-Lu had given them plenty of benefits when he rushed to leave Hong Kong Island, Jin Yuzai still held a grudge. His greatest concern was that his sister was still acting in 91 media. If it weren't for the timely communication with his sister, he might have missed the significant upheaval on Hong Kong Island. Although betraying the boss was indeed disgraceful, thinking of the enormous reward promised by Wu Zhenbang made Jin Yuzai feel justified in his actions. All right. Lin Huai-Lu nodded with a cheerful face, bidding farewell to his subordinates as he held his son's hand and walked toward the guest room. At this moment, the hotel corridor was not deserted. 3 to 5 men, seemingly tourists, were chatting and strolling ahead. With a click, the door was just turned open. As Lin Huai-Lu was about to ask his son what he wanted for dinner, his expression suddenly changed drastically. The group that had been chatting behind them suddenly rushed forward. You guys! Lin Huai-Lu was about to shout, but a heavy punch cut off his words. A few burly men unceremoniously shoved the father and son into the room. With a loud bang of the door closing, the corridor fell back into silence. In the suite on the 9th floor, Wu Zhenbang, just finished showering, stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. The waiting bodyguards immediately bowed and reported, the target has been secured. Wu Zhenbang nodded calmly, not surprised by the outcome. He turned and walked into the bedroom to change. Although he hadn't brought top experts like Abu and Gao Jin this time, the 5 with him were all carefully selected ruthless characters from the organization. Dealing with Lin Huai-Lu, who had only brought a few small fries, was as easy as pie. Moments later, Wu Zhenbang, fully dressed, arrived at room 808 accompanied by his bodyguards. The bodyguard gently knocked on the door, and soon a head peeked out from within. Boss! The bodyguard who opened the door immediately stepped aside. Wu Zhenbang entered the room, silently followed closely by 2 personal bodyguards. In the living room, the traitor Jin Yuzai greeted him with a flattering smile, while the dejected Lin Huai-Lu and his trembling son were pressed on the sofa. Go get the money from Jimmy Zai, Wu Zhenbang instructed indifferently. Naturally, he wouldn't be carrying millions in cash on him. Jin Yuzai beamed with joy, repeatedly bowing. Thank you, Bangu, I won't disturb you any further. After saying this, he turned and dashed out without a backward glance, having no lingering affection for the past favor. After all these years following Lin Huai-Lu, he hadn't gained much profit, and when trouble arose, he had been left in the dark and fled in panic. He had long calculated this account. Did that foolish kid Jin Yuzai really think he would remain loyal forever? After Jin Yuzai turned to leave the room, Wu Zhenbang looked at Lin Huai-Lu, who was still glaring at the door in anger. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he leisurely took a seat on the leather sofa opposite. Legu, it's been a while since we last met. Wu Zhenbang's voice carried a hint of languor. At this moment, Lin Huai-Lu's face was ashen, his voice trembling as he said, Bangu, this time I was blind and foolish. I won't say anything more. I only ask you to spare my son. He is still young and knows nothing of the situation. Lin Huai-Lu was clear in his heart that this time he was probably doomed. Wu Zhenbang's pursuit from Hong Kong Island to Malaysia clearly indicated that he intended to eradicate him. Lugu. Wu Zhenbang lit the cigar handed to him by the bodyguard, exhaling smoke rings with a sigh. Why did you have to go this route? Although we've never gotten along, if you hadn't made the first move, I wouldn't have bothered to find trouble with you. He looked at Lin Huai-Lu with disappointment in his eyes, as if observing a disobedient child. By the way, Lugu, there's some news you might not know. Suddenly, Wu Zhenbang revealed a meaningful smile. Last night, that old guy Deng Bo fell down the stairs and died on the spot. Now you won't feel so lonely on your journey. There's a companion. Lin Huai-Lu's eyes widened in shock. You actually even took care of Deng Bo. He never expected that this madman would go so far. Oh, Lugu, don't say that. Wu Zhenbang waved his hand and laughed. Deng Bo is at such an age it's not unusual for something to happen given his frail condition. To Lin Huai-Lu, that smiling face was more terrifying than a demon. In his heart, he knew clearly that Deng Bo's death was absolutely related to Wu Zhenbang. But what use was there in saying this now? It was all too late. Forget it. Discussing this with you is a waste of breath. Wu Zhenbang looked at the slumped Lin Huai-Lu on the sofa, shaking his head in disappointment as he stood up. Seeing him about to leave, Lin Huai-Lu completely panicked, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Bangu, spare me. I swear I won't dare again. I Lin Huai Lu will be your dog from now on. Please give me a way out. Faced with the fear of death, this usually imposing big shot couldn't care less about his dignity at this moment. Throw him out. Zhenbang said 3 words without looking back, striding towards the door. His gaze was as cold as ice, showing no signs of wavering. To let the tiger return to the mountain. Absolutely impossible. He wanted to send this father and son together to the underworld to accompany Deng Bo. No. Bangu, I beg you. Lin Huai Lu watched the 2 burly men closing and crawling backwards in fear. The bodyguard, without saying a word, kicked him hard in the stomach. Oh. Lin Huai Lu curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. The bodyguard dragged him to the window like a dead dog and mercilessly threw him out. A piercing scream tore through the night sky, and at the same time another bodyguard approached with the wailing child. Without any hesitation, as Lin Huai Lu plummeted from the high altitude like a kite, with a severed string, his son followed, closely behind, leaping down from the floor. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds followed, as if 2 heavy bags had smashed down to the ground. In an instant, the crowd outside the hotel erupted into a chorus of terrified screams. Surrounded by chaos, the tourists were in disarray. Some were frozen in place in fear, while others fled in panic. The hotel staff reacted quickly, immediately grabbing the phone to call the police. Meanwhile, in a room on the 4th floor, Bao Chong, a key aide of Guan Kai Ba, was quietly discussing with his subordinates, Chun Jiaju and Hua Nu. Suddenly, the ruckus outside interrupted them. The 3 fell silent, simultaneously exchanging alert glances. Bao Chong frowned, and quickly walked to the window, cautiously looking down. Bao Gu, it seems someone jumped off the building. Chun Jiaju leaned closer to the window, observing for a moment before speaking. Yes, I saw it. Bao Chong stared down for a while, and his tense expression eased slightly. Let's not worry about them. We have our own important matters to attend to. He waved his hand and returned to the sofa, signaling the other 2 to join him. Chun Jiaju and Hua Nu exchanged glances, although they were concerned about the sudden situation downstairs. As undercover police officers, they understood the importance of their mission, so they suppressed their impulses and sat down. Bao Gu, since it's come to this, could you let us in on the details? We traveled all the way to Kuala Lumpur. What exactly are we here for? Chun Jiaju finally couldn't help but ask. They had been in Kuala Lumpur for several days, yet Guan Kai Ba had not revealed the specific plan, leaving the 2 of them feeling uneasy. Originally, they suspected it might involve a large-scale drug transaction, but they never expected. It's actually not that complicated, Bao Chong said, crossing his legs with a calm tone. Big Sister has been arrested by the officers here, and they are going to take her to prison tomorrow. Our task is to intercept her on the way. Rescue her. Hua Nu almost couldn't control her volume, and quickly lowered her voice to respond. Exactly, so get a good rest tonight, and recharge for tomorrow's operation, Bao Chong said as he stood up and walked towards the dark compartment in the corner of the room, planning to retrieve the prepared tools to distribute to the 2. Ding ding ding. Suddenly the phone on the bedside table rang urgently. Hello. Chun Jiajun grabbed the receiver. Is this Fuxing? Is Bao Gu there? A voice came from the other, and it was Pierre, another capable aide of Guansai. Yes, hold on a moment. Chun Jiajun casually replied, turning to shout at Bao Chong. Bao Gu, Pierre is looking for you. Looking for me. Bao Chong had just pulled out a dark gun and raised an eyebrow at the news, striding over to take the call. Meanwhile, in another room, Pierre was leisurely sitting on the edge of the bed, glancing at Xiao Mei, who was bound tightly to a chair, a faint cold smile appearing on his lips. Bao Gu, no matter what you hear later, don't let anything slip, he said slowly into the microphone. The 2 people you are looking for are all police officers, and the man is a Port Island officer. His girlfriend is currently in my hands. What happens next you can weigh for yourself. After saying that, he decisively hung up the phone and turned to smile meaningfully at Xiao Mei. After learning that her boyfriend Shin Jiejun was on an undercover mission, Xiao Mei confided the secret to her colleagues in the elevator. Little did she know the walls had ears, and this conversation happened to fall into Pierre's ears. In the blink of an eye, she was controlled by the henchman on the other side. Following the original plot trajectory, even if Zhenbang had not intervened, the development of events remained unchanged. When Bao Chong received Pierre's tip-off, he promptly subdued Chun Jiejun and Hua Nu. To force the 2 to comply, he ruthlessly used Xiao Mei as leverage. Just as Chun Jiejun and the others fell into a predicament, Zhenbang was lazily lying on the soft couch in his dormitory. 2 beautiful women knelt beside him, skillfully massaging his back with their delicate fingers. He hummed comfortably, lazily lying on the silk sheets. His left hand held the latest model of a mobile phone, speaking with his capable assistant Jimmy from Port Island. Boss, the factory for the counterfeit products has been secured. Once the assembly line is debugged, mass production. Jimmy's eager report came from the other end. The factory site is chosen in the Sai Kung area, where the land price is low and remote, making it perfect for our business. Hurry up with the shop's decoration progress. Zhenbang closed his eyes in enjoyment while being massaged, leisurely instructing, it must be ready to open simultaneously with the first batch of goods coming off the line. Rest assured, I have arranged everything perfectly. You have always been reliable in your work. Zhenbang nodded slightly, and then reminded, however, we cannot delay bringing in the experts from Neon Technology as this is crucial for the group's future strategic layout. He was always satisfied with Jimmy's ability to get things done. Hiring electronic engineers from Neon with high salaries was an important part of his business expansion. You must know that precision components on the island are under export control, making it difficult to procure in large quantities through normal channels. Therefore, in addition to attracting talent, it is also necessary to manage relationships with local gangs. As long as the money is in place, the subsequent supply of materials will naturally follow. In Zhenbang's grand blueprint, establishing an electronic entertainment company is an inevitable path. Although he currently operates several arcade game centers, the supply of arcade equipment is ultimately insufficient. If they can produce and sell their own, whether expanding stores or wholesale retail, it will be a guaranteed profitable business. When the time comes to transform into a supplier, downstream businesses will be begging to buy from them. In this parallel world infused with countless elements from Hong Kong, films, the scale of Port Island far exceeds that of the past life. Just the profits from the arcade industry are enough to leave people astounded. Boss, I will personally oversee the Jimmy quickly sensed his boss' emphasis and hurriedly declared loyalty. I have sent professionals to liaise and I believe good news will come soon. Let's discuss other matters when I return. After inquiring about the situation in Sim Sha Sui and confirming that everything was calm, Zhenbang hung up the communication. Regarding the rumors of Lin Huai's accidental fall, Jimmy naturally knew the truth. In the afternoon, Zhenbang, who had lifted a heavy burden off his chest, leisurely began to enjoy the scenery of Kuala Lumpur like an ordinary tourist. Although the police had investigated the Lin father and son's fall case, it ultimately came to nothing because the deceased were foreign nationals. The matter was quickly resolved. While Zhenbang was enjoying himself, the movements of Bao Chong and others were secretly monitored by the 2 bodyguards he dispatched. According to the plan, as soon as Guansai Ba began the rescue operation for the prisoner transport, Zhenbang would immediately follow them, looking for the right moment to directly intercept Chang Yingxi. Such a rare opportunity, Zhenbang naturally would not let it slip away. As the days passed, the day of action, as expected on the way, Chang Yingxi was escorted away from the courtroom by the Kuala Lumpur police. The already ambushed Guansai Ba gang launched their attack. And hidden in the shadows, Zhenbang was coldly observing everything, preparing to reap the benefits once they succeeded. In the afternoon, the situation indeed developed according to the plot he remembered. Under the threat of Bao Chong using Xiao Mei, Chun Jiajun and Huan Nu were forced to cooperate with their rescue plan. Chun Jiajun was responsible for driving the truck loaded with toxic gas to set up a roadblock ahead, while Huan Nu disguised herself as an ordinary citizen, intentionally causing an accident as the police retreated. The key point of the entire plan was to create enough chaos to give Bao Chong and the others a chance to snatch Chang Yingxi from the police's custody. It's time. In a car not far away, Zhenbang was crossing his legs, looking at Chun Jiajun and the others' actions with a confident smile on his face. This time he only brought 2 personal bodyguards, while the other 3 were arranged in another car ready to provide support in case of emergencies. Regarding the specific escort route of Chang Yingxi, Zhenbang had already dispatched people to find out clearly. However, he did not intend to act just yet. In the original plot, Guansai Ba used heavy weapons and even called in helicopter support to rescue his wife. If he acted rashly now, he would certainly face attacks from the Guansai Ba gang, Chun Jiajun, and the Kuala Lumpur police simultaneously. He planned to wait until Chun Jiajun and the others successfully rescued Chang Yingxi and left the scene before making his move. By then, he only needed to deal with a few of Guansai Ba's henchmen and Chun Jiajun to easily succeed. As for Chun Jiajun and Huan Nu's mission, he would never let go of Chang Yingxi. However, if Guansai Ba was still alive, he could consider allowing them to bring the target back to report. Thus, in the covert struggle of multiple parties, time passed by second. Soon the convoy escorting Chang Yingxi appeared on the nearby street. There was a steep uphill section before this intersection. Upon receiving the notification, Chun Jiajun drove the truck to the middle of the slope first, then pretended to lose control of the brakes, rushing down, while panicking and waving his hands, shouting, "Run! The brakes have failed. There are toxic gas leaks on the truck." Faced with this sudden situation, the police convoy behind immediately braked urgently. Chun Jiajun continued to charge down, hoarsely repeating the warning, "Get out of the way. The brakes have completely failed." Under the blazing sun, the truck loaded with goods roared down the slope like a wild beast, tightly gripping the tail of the vehicle ahead. The heavy truck blocking the way was sliding backward, forcing the escort convoy of the Kuala Lumpur police to slowly retreat as well. Just as the police cars had barely retreated a few meters, a sudden change occurred. At the intersection, Huan Nu's car suddenly turned out, crashing directly into the police car line like an out-of-control wild bull. Boom! The sound of metal colliding shattered the sky. Huan Nu quickly pushed open the car door and screamed like a frightened, ordinary woman, seizing the opportunity to continue attracting the attention of the police. In the center of the convoy being escorted, Chang Yingxi's face was pressed against the car window, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She knew that her husband Guansai Ba had sent people to rescue her. If she were even a second late, these Kuala Lumpur police would be sending her to the execution ground. If she had been captured in Port Island, it would have been better, as the death penalty had long been abolished there. But here in Malaysia, the local laws were not so merciful. Cheng Yingxi had already been sentenced to death. Previously, when Guan Saiba sent a lawyer to visit her in prison, he had repeatedly pressed for the Swiss bank account information. But she had always kept her mouth shut, because she understood that once she revealed the account password, Guan Saiba would never risk coming to save her. This day she had long been looking forward to. Boom. Another violent collision sound echoed. Due to the accident caused by Huan Nu, the entire convoy was obstructed and the truck driven by Chun Jiejun slammed into the tail of the police's lead vehicle. Get back. The truck is full of gas canisters. Chun Jiejun leapt onto the hood of the police car, shouting hoarsely at the two officers inside. At that moment, from afar, Pierre coldly pressed the remote control. The modified truck emitted a strange hissing sound, and those gas canisters disguised as chemical materials suddenly exploded, releasing a white cloud of smoke. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Seeing this, the Kuala Lumpur police turned ashen, and the officers rushed to jump out of the cars while evacuating the onlookers, shouting, "The gas is deadly. Everyone evacuate immediately." Chun Jiejun appeared to be frantically weaving between the police cars, but in reality he was secretly approaching the prisoner transport vehicle that held Cheng Yingxi. Taking advantage of the chaos, just as the officers guarding Cheng Yingxi were bringing her out of the vehicle, the long-hidden Huan Nu and Chun Jiejun immediately launched their surprise attack. They swiftly subdued the guards, dragging Cheng Yingxi into the crowd of chaos. Most of the police's attention was still drawn to the toxic gas, completely unaware of the movement here. "Big sister, over here." Bao Chong's rescue vehicle drifted to the side, knocking away several pursuing police. "Get in quickly," Pierre shouted as he flung open the car door. "Let Xiaomei go first." Chun Jiejun brandished his firearm, refusing to budge. "Don't waste time, get in, and we can talk." Pierre was stamping his feet in desperation. His face was frantic as he continued to shout. The police force in Kuala Lumpur had now completed their assembly, with several vehicles flashing their lights, rapidly approaching their location. On top of several SWAT vehicles, one could clearly see the mounted automatic weapons. "I must ensure Xiaomei's safety first." At this moment, Chun Jiejun's mind was solely focused on one thought: rescuing his kidnapped girlfriend. Thus, he had no intention of handing over the wife of Guan Saiba, Cheng Yingxi. "Jiejun, come save me." Amidst the whirring of helicopter blades, Xiaomei's cries for help echoed. A helicopter was seen spiraling down, inside which Guan Saiba was holding Chun Jiejun's girlfriend at gunpoint with the barrel pressed against her temple. "Release Xiaomei immediately, otherwise I will blow your wife's head off." Seeing his beloved in danger, Chun Jiejun immediately aimed his gun at Cheng Yingxi, his voice trembling with anger. As negotiations hit a deadlock and the local police were closing in, Guan Saiba wasted no more time. He roughly pushed Xiaomei out of the helicopter, letting her plummet from the sky. In a terrified scream, the girl crashed heavily onto the roof of a car. Fortunately, the fall from such a limited height did not take her life. "Xiaomei." Seeing this, Chun Jiejun immediately released his hold on Cheng Yingxi and rushed towards his injured girlfriend in leaps and bounds. This moment of negligence gave the other party an opportunity. Cheng Yingxi seized the chance to elbow the woman from Hua, swiftly diving into the van of Bao Chong and his associates. As the car door slammed shut with a bang, Pierre quickly locked it. Bao Chong slammed on the gas pedal, and the vehicle shot out like an arrow. At this moment, the woman from Hua had managed to struggle up, and before the van could accelerate, she used a nearby vehicle as a springboard and nimbly leaped onto the roof. Suddenly, gunfire erupted as the Kuala Lumpur police decisively opened fire. But Guan Saiba on the helicopter was already prepared, taking up his submachine gun and spraying bullets at the ground to buy time for his accomplices to escape. In the shadows not far away, Zhenbang watched the chaos with a cold gaze. As the chase vehicles grew more distant, he calmly instructed, "Follow them." Now was the perfect time to reap the benefits. "Understood," the driver replied immediately, and the engine roared like a beast as they pursued along the escape route. Taking advantage of the initial chaos and the cover of aerial firepower, Chun Jiejun and his group successfully broke through the police blockade. Bao Chong sped ahead with Cheng Yingxi, while Guan Saiba piloted the helicopter to hold off the pursuers. Maintaining a safe distance, Zhenbang couldn't help but reflect the protagonist's halo is indeed not to be underestimated. Witnessing this life and death race firsthand was 100 times more shocking than any performance on the screen. A life and death race unfolding in the bustling district could never reach the heart-pounding level achieved by Chun Jiejun's team if it were ordinary police. Zhenbang kept close behind their vehicle, and the chase lasted nearly a quarter of an hour. The gray van suddenly screeched to a stop in front of the train station plaza, and Bao Chong kicked open the car door and rushed out. With several deafening explosions, the weapons in their hands spat fire, and the square was instantly thrown into chaos. Taking advantage of this turmoil, Bao Chong dragged Cheng Yingxi into the station lobby. Chun Jiejun and the woman from Hua closely followed, sprinting in unison into the building. Zhenbang grabbed a walkie-talkie and instructed the bodyguards in another vehicle, "Stay on the perimeter. If you see Guan Kaiba helicopter, shoot it down, and don't let that iron bird approach this airspace." "Understood." The bodyguard's response was sharp and clear. They sharply turned the steering wheel, and the black sedan circled the outer perimeter of the station like a shark, not joining the main group rushing into the station. Stay close. Wu Zhenbang casually tossed the communicator onto the seat and jumped out of the vehicle with 2 trusted aides. The 3 figures shot out like arrows racing towards the direction Qin Jiejun had disappeared. The 2 bodyguards quickly followed, their dress shoes crunching sharply against the concrete floor. Use the tools to break the cuffs off the big sister. They'll keep an eye on the back route. At the corner of the 2nd floor of the station, Bao Chong panted as he arranged. Without a word, Pierre raised his arm and aimed, and with a muffled sound the steel ring on Chung Ingsis' wrist shattered. Pierre glanced at his watch. It's almost time, the boss will be here soon. Bao Chong nodded in understanding. You take the big sister up to the top floor first, I'll hold the rear. The 2 worked in perfect harmony, with Pierre helping Chung Ingsi sprint towards the rooftop, unaware that Qin Jiejun was already flanking them from the fire escape. Bao Chong had been stationed in the stairwell for a while, but seeing no sign of pursuers, he sensed something was wrong. When he rushed up to the rooftop, the scene before him froze his blood. Qin Jiejun and the woman from Hua were peeking out from behind the water tank. Bang! Bao Chong decisively opened fire to push back the adversaries. Pierre seized the opportunity to push Chung Ingsi towards the distant water tower. Big sister, wait there. The boss helicopter will arrive shortly. Chung Ingsi ran to the designated spot without looking back, leaving the battlefield to the 2 underlings. Just then the distant roar of helicopter blades echoed. But before the helicopter could approach the rooftop, sudden bursts of gunfire erupted from below. Metal rain pelted the aircraft, forcing Guan Kaiba chopper to circle at a distance of 100 meters. There's an ambush. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Chung Ingsi had run to the neighboring building's rooftop, but unexpectedly 3 burly men wearing black hoods burst out from the escape door, charging at her in a triangular formation. Watch out, big sister. Bao Chong's roar pierced through the rooftop wind. He and Pierre wanted to help, but were pinned down by gunfire, helplessly watching as Chung Ingsi was taken by Wu Zhenbang's men. One of the masked men revealed a cold weapon against the hostage's lower back, and the situation reversed in an instant. The sound of bullets whistling past filled the air, forcing everyone back behind cover. Wu Zhenbang's 2 close bodyguards had already opened fire. While the guards continued shooting, Wu Zhenbang had already slipped to Chung Ingsis' side, his iron-like grip clutching her delicate wrist as he forcefully dragged her towards the stairwell. The 2 bodyguards kept their guns raised, the dark muzzles aimed at Bao Chong and Qin Jiejun's position, cutting off any possibility of their approach. Who are you? Let go. In the dim stairwell, the sound of gunfire above made Chung Ingsi tremble. She desperately twisted her wrist, trying to break free, tears welling in her eyes. Wu Zhenbang, however, was indifferent to her struggle. Seeing her reluctance, he retaliated with a resounding slap. Smack. Aunt. Chung Ingsis' head was turned aside from the blow, her cheek instantly swelling. One hand was firmly held, leaving her to cover her stinging face with the other. Wu Zhenbang's cold gaze swept over his voice as icy as steel. If you want to live, you better cooperate and follow me. Without waiting for her response, he dragged her quickly downstairs. At this moment on the rooftop, the 2 bodyguards were still firing. Bullets rained down like a storm, pinning Qin Jiejun and the others down without the ability to lift their heads. Retreat. Seeing that the boss had safely left, the lead bodyguard barked an order. Without hesitation, another guard fired 2 shots and turned to dash into the stairwell. They've retreated. The woman from Hua peeked out from behind cover and found that the 2 masked attackers had vanished quickly, informing Qin Jiejun. Chase. Qin Jiejun dashed out ready to pursue when he was struck in the abdomen by a kick from Bao Chong, who had come out from the side. Bang. Pierre, go save the big sister. After kicking Qin Jiejun away, Bao Chong shouted to his companions. He couldn't afford to linger and swiftly chased after the fleeing figures. Their primary task was to ensure Chung Ingsis' safety, leaving no time to deal with the police. Pierre immediately followed the call, completely ignoring the fallen Qin Jiejun and the woman from Hua. Jiejun, are you hurt badly? The woman from Hua crouched down to support her partner. At this moment, both sides had run out of bullets. Before the mysterious person's appearance, their firearms had already jammed during the fierce struggle. I'm fine. Qin Jiejun staggered to his feet, holding his waist as he turned to look towards the edge of the rooftop. Hundreds of meters away in the night sky, the silhouette of Guan Kaiba spraying bullets with a submachine gun was clearly visible at the helicopter door. On the ground, those exchanging fire with the helicopter were mostly the group that had taken Chung Ingsi. The dilemma before the 2 was whether to pursue Chung Ingsis' captors or to encircle Guan Kaiba in the air. Qin Jiejun rubbed his aching waist, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. When the woman from Hua's question sounded, he first glanced in the direction Bao Chong and the others had left, then turned his gaze to the familiar figure hovering in the helicopter above. After a moment of silence, the man crushed the cigarette, but in his hand, and decisively stated, "The most urgent thing now is to capture the one with the surname Guani. Other matters can wait." Qin Jiejun was clear in his mind. The primary objective of this covert operation was to apprehend the drug lord. While the lead on Cheng Yingxi was also crucial, both the Hong Kong police force and the mainland public security were well aware that capturing the head of this international drug syndicate was 100 times more important than tracking down his wife's whereabouts. The woman from Hua nodded in understanding, as she had already inclined towards dealing with Guan Saiba first. As for the mysterious group that had abducted Mrs. Cheng, they truly could not afford to focus on them at the moment. The two exchanged a glance and immediately turned to sprint towards the fire escape, their footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell. Outside the train station, Wu Zhenbang's iron grip firmly held Cheng Yingxi's delicate wrist. Thanks to Bao Chang's group clearing out the station's security in advance, and the Kuala Lumpur police arriving late, the entire station was in chaos like a boiling pot of porridge. Although passengers cast suspicious glances facing this group of fierce men, no one dared to approach. They swaggered through the platform and headed straight for the black business vehicle parked on the outskirts. The car door slammed shut with a dull thud as Cheng Yingxi was roughly shoved into the back seat. Wu Zhenbang, swift as a black panther, slid into the car with two bodyguards leaping into the front seat almost simultaneously. The roar of the engine tore through the night sky, and the tires screeched against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. As Bao Chang and Pierre rushed out of the station, they could only catch a glimpse of two crimson tail lights disappearing around the corner. "Chase them!" Bao Chang shouted, furiously kicking over a garbage bin. But by the time they managed to coerce and steal a battered second-hand car, there was no trace of their target left. Inside the speeding car, Wu Zhenbang pressed the intercom button, closed the net, shake off the tail. Those 7 words caused the bodyguards who were entangled with the helicopter in the distance to immediately turn the car around. The gunfire that had been madly sweeping the area suddenly ceased, leaving only the sound of the helicopter's blades echoing in the night sky. At this moment, Guan Saiba was trembling with rage. He had originally made up his mind to rescue his beloved wife, but that elusive modified car below was like a sticky plaster. Every time the helicopter attempted to lower its altitude, the other side would suddenly strike. But just as he was determined to fight to the death, those people would vanish without a trace. This cat-and-mouse game left the D-boss with a belly full of frustration, yet he could only watch helplessly as the other side drove away. "Forget about those guys, we need to hurry and get the person out first." After contemplating for a while, Guan Saiba ultimately gave up the thought of continuing the chase. From afar, the rumble of engines approached. The helicopter sent by the Kuala Lumpur police was racing towards them. Tom was running out for him. His immediate priority was to rescue his wife. As for those mysterious attackers, he could settle the score with them later. Unfortunately, ideals are often rich, while reality is stark. By the time the helicopter reached the rooftop where Bao Chang and the others had been, it was already deserted. "Who the hell are you?" Cheng Yingxi curled up beside the bed in an inconspicuous motel in the suburbs, warily staring at the 3 masked men in front of her. "What do you want with me?" "Hand over the account password for Guan Kaiba's Swiss bank account," Wu Zhenbang said bluntly, not bothering to beat around the bush. "How do you know about this?" Cheng Yingxi's pupils constricted, suddenly staring at him in disbelief. This secret was known only to her and Guan Saiba. Very few people in the world were aware. What was even stranger was that even Guan Saiba himself did not know the specific account password. The fact that these mysterious individuals could know this secret completely caught her off guard. "It doesn't matter who I am. You have only 2 options now. Either honestly hand over the account password, or..." Wu Zhenbang's tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling undertone. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Cheng Yingxi lowered her head, contemplating for a long time before slowly raising her pale face. She wasn't reluctant to part with the money. What truly terrified her was, if she handed over the password, would these mysterious individuals really spare her life? To this day, she could not understand, where did these people come from? How could they know the secret? And why did they strike just as she had been rescued? The only thing she could be sure of was that they were neither Guan Kaiba men nor the police. "That depends on your performance," Wu Zhenbang replied ambiguously, his voice still calm. The room fell into dead silence. Cheng Yingxi once again lowered her head and remained silent, but Wu Zhenbang surprisingly exhibited patience. He knew full well a big drug lord like Guan Saiba would have significant deposits in a Swiss bank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked coming to Kuala Lumpur just to rescue Cheng Yingxi, who was sentenced to a long prison term. Although the exact amount was unknown, it was definitely worth waiting for. If this woman was uncooperative, he had plenty of ways to make her speak. It was like unboxing a blind box, knowing there would be a surprise, but the extent of that surprise would only be revealed once opened. After about a minute of silence, Cheng Yingxi finally raised her head. "All right, I can tell you the password, but you have to promise to let me go. I know nothing about you. Even if I walk out alive, I won't pose a threat." Cheng Yingxi looked at Wu Zhenbang with sorrow, tears brimming in her eyes. No one wishes to leave this world, especially not a young woman like her in the prime of her life. Although she was aware of the huge sum Guan Saiba had in the Swiss bank at this moment, that no longer mattered to her. "As long as I can leave this cursed place, I'm willing to give up everything. Answer my question, and my patience is running thin." Wu Zhenbang's tone was flat, devoid of any anxiety. He did not come off as a kidnapper acting on impulse, but rather like a cold-blooded killer hired for a job. Hearing this, Chung Ingsis' body stiffened suddenly. Although this group had never tortured her, the fact that they hadn't made her even more uneasy. Fear spread within her, forcing her to make a decision. After a moment, she slowly spoke. The account number is 354-3533, password 1270 follow. I've told you, can you let me go now? After she finished speaking, she bit down hard on her lip, staring intently at him. Her muscles remained tense, fearing that he would pull the trigger at any moment. Now she had no leverage, and her life and death were entirely in someone else's hands. Don't rush, though I need to verify the authenticity first. Surprisingly, Wu Zhenbang neither got angry nor excited. He merely took out his mobile phone, casually dialed a number in front of her, recited the account number and password, and then hung up. Chung Yingxi remained silent, and the room fell into silence once again. 3 minutes later, the phone rang. Chung Yingxi felt a chill run down her back, and her breathing quickened. Boss, the account number and password are correct. There are $100 million in the account, and it is being transferred to our account in batches. Upon hearing the report, a flicker of surprise flashed in Wu Zhenbang's eyes, and then he said softly, got it. He turned to Chung Yingxi, saying blandly, you are quite cooperative. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted beneath the mask. He never expected that Guan Kaiba account held such a vast fortune. Converted at the current exchange rate, it amounted to a staggering 750 million Hong Kong dollars. Combined with his assets in Hong Kong Island, the total assets approached 1 billion, of which over 90 was cash. This figure was truly astonishing. Can I leave now? Chung Yingxi's voice trembled, and her face turned as pale as paper. At that moment, she resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, completely powerless to resist. Wu Zhenbang chuckled lightly, his first display of emotion. Of course you can. Upon hearing this, Chung Yingxi's tense nerves finally relaxed, and she let out a long sigh. However, just as she relaxed, bang, a gunshot rang out suddenly. Chung Yingxi's head snapped back, and her entire body fell heavily onto the bed. In her eyes there lingered a trace of relief from having survived a disaster. 2 days later, in a certain place on Hong Kong Island. Hong Kong Island, Mong Kok, the neon lights blurred the night. Bangga, the time you were away, Hong Kong Island has been quite lively. The genuine leather sofa bore the indentations of Jimmy, who held a wine glass with fingers that trembled slightly, the amber liquid refracting light under the glow. Inside the enclosed private room, cigar smoke spiraled slowly upward. Wu Zhenbang leaned against the soft cushions, the polished leather shoes rhythmically tapping the glass coffee table. It had been less than 6 hours since he returned from Kuala Lumpur, and the back of his head still seemed to carry the humid sea breeze from the southern seas. He recalled that rainy night 3 days ago when Chung Yingxi lay in a pool of blood, an involuntary cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, tell me more. His neatly trimmed nails gently tapped the golden cigar box, and the flame that leapt up illuminated the dark glimmer in his eyes. During this time, he had deliberately cut off contact with Hong Kong Island, allowing Jimmy to report important matters weekly using encrypted numbers. At that moment, 8 trusted subordinates stood outside the private room, reminiscent of the days when he managed nightclubs in Wan Chai. Jimmy adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses as calm as a precise instrument. The A-grade production line has been completely upgraded. The technician says it will be ready for mass production after another 72 hours. As for the Neon Country's technician you requested, he made a gesture of counting money. The headhunting company is currently offering a higher price in Nagoya to recruit them. Suddenly the tone shifted, and the crystal cup was heavily set down on the marble table. The problem is those old-timers in the organization. Deng Boss' coffin was only buried yesterday, yet the coffin board clearly couldn't suppress certain individuals. After Lin Huailu lost power due to the assassination incident, the once solidified He Liansheng suddenly saw 7 or 8 candidates for the spokesperson emerge. Those uncle figures who usually played chess in the nursing home had now become hot commodities. This one helped the Tsuan Wan faction solicit votes, while that one stood on the platform for Kuntong. Wu Zhenbang suddenly laughed, ash from his cigar falling onto his Armani suit. Without Deng Boss' presence in the morning hall, even the paper effigies seemed absurd. He recalled the news he received this morning that the limping Bing from Sham Shui Pa was actually delivering a limited edition whiskey to the 70-year-old Uncle Hua, while Grandpa from Yao Ma Ti was even more outrageous, directly renting out the entire racetrack for the elders to throw a horse racing party. These old coffin fillers. The cigar was violently extinguished in the crystal ashtray, the sound of breaking ice echoing in the private room. Do they really think they can still rise to power by bowing and offering tea? Jimmy noticed that Bang Guess' expression had changed. That was the excitement of seeing prey step into a trap. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the neon signs of Mong Kok changed colors at that moment, casting a crimson light that swept across Wu Zhenbang's profile, resembling undried bloodstains. Isn't the current world one where whoever has a fat wallet and a strong fist gets to call the shots? Did they still believe that He Liansheng was the time when you had to obediently listen to the older generation, whether you were a dragon or a snake? Want to climb up back then? It was a pipe dream without the nod of those old men. The situation with D particularly illustrated the issue. Back then he competed with Lin Huailu for the position of the leader. In terms of strength, financial resources, and territory, which faction in the organization could match him? But what was the result? With a light remark of to maintain balance, Deng Bo pushed the more ambitious Lin Huailu up instead. In my opinion, if such a method could hold the scene, it would be fine, but if it couldn't. In ancient times, wasn't this just a change of dynasty? Therefore, compared to other organizations, Wu Zhenbang looked down on He Liansheng's method of suppressing the strong. If you ask me, they're not as good as the gangs that have been passed down from father to son. If we're going to choose, let's be decisive. Either one person should come out to hold the flag, or we should pick the strongest fight. They insist on playing some support the weak and suppress the strong tricks. This routine has surprisingly lasted for 100 years. Wu Zhenbang can't help but give a thumbs up. Truly a talented individual. Bang Ge, since you weren't at the funeral of Uncle Deng yesterday, I went on your behalf. Gao Jin leaned in and whispered, "Old ghost, he is now gossiping behind your back like there's no tomorrow." Moi. Wu Zhenbang raised an eyebrow, the cigarette, but turning half a circle between his fingers. What's that old thing scheming now? Since the time they planted their flag in Mongkok, they had developed a grudge. Every time there's a meeting, that old bastard always jumps out to cause trouble. Gao Jin's expression darkened. Just because I attended on your behalf, he's been spreading rumors everywhere saying you have no respect for your elders, even daring to miss Uncle Deng's funeral. The day after you left Hong Kong, he spread rumors everywhere claiming Uncle Deng was taken out by you. In these past few days, he's been even more energetic, jumping around and inciting other home masters and uncles, trying to team up to make things difficult for you. Gao Jin's knuckles turned white from clenching, clearly eager to take action, just waiting for Wu Zhenbang's command. Wu Zhenbang exhaled a smoke ring, narrowing his eyes. Did old ghost he really have a good relationship with Uncle Deng? No one would believe it. After being suppressed for decades, who among the short mules doesn't have grievances? Not to mention these old timers who value face more than life itself. This old fox. Wu Zhenbang suddenly chuckled. Could it be he wants to become the second Uncle Deng? Back then, when Uncle Deng was in power, he was like a local emperor with absolute authority. Now that he's gone, it seems someone wants to sit in that chair. Wu Zhenbang, being the sharp edge of the gang, would really be in trouble if old ghost he united others to suppress him. That old thing's prestige in the gang would soar to the heavens. In normal circumstances, the selection of the gang leader is based on votes. One person equals one vote. 10 brothers mean 10 votes. But while Uncle Deng was alive, the old man carried the weight of 10 votes on his own. That was his true standing. Bang, what should we do next? Jimmy, standing by, seemed to have sensed Wu Zhenbang's thoughts and cautiously probed. Not just old ghost, even Jimmy himself harbored doubts. He felt that Uncle Deng's death was likely connected. What a coincidence. Just as Lin Huaiyu sent a plane to take out Bang, the meeting turned chaotic, and even the elders of the gang dared to confront him. By nightfall, the gang's stabilizing force inexplicably collapsed down the stairs and passed away. To be honest, Jimmy couldn't believe that such a coincidence could happen. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was likely instigated by Bang. Old ghost E. A hint of amusement appeared at the corner of Wu Zhenbang's mouth as he turned to look at the figure leaning against the box door, arms crossed. Ajio. Wu Zhenbang only called out a name, saying nothing more. Chi Jiao, receiving Wu Zhenbang's glance, gradually revealed a smile on his usually indifferent face. He also said nothing more, just lightly nodded, straightened his back, and pushed open the box door to walk out. Unlike the expressionless Gao Jin, Jimmy looked at Wu Zhenbang with a puzzled expression. Don't mind him, let's talk about something else. Wu Zhenbang picked up his wine glass, gently clinked it against the glass that Jimmy placed on the table, and said with a warm smile, "All right." Jimmy's pupils suddenly constricted. Bang's attitude made him instantly understand many things. So he stopped asking, raised his glass, and drank it all in one go. However, his breathing became a bit hurried, and the rise and fall of his chest was much more pronounced than usual. It seems Uncle Deng's death is indeed related to Bang Ge. As he set down his glass, Jimmy gazed at the seemingly harmless, smiling Wu Zhenbang, pondering inwardly. Jimmy, now that Lin Huaiyu has gone to see King Yin, what are your plans regarding the gang's leadership? Wu Zhenbang slowly exhaled a smoke ring, smiling as he looked at Jimmy, and asked. In the dim light of the box, the bluish-white smoke obscured Wu Zhenbang's face, making it hard for Jimmy to discern his expression. Upon hearing this, Jimmy couldn't decipher the other party's intentions and could only shrug nonchalantly. Bang Ge, you know me, I just want to do honest business. I don't care who becomes the leader. This was indeed his true feeling. He had never liked the violent and bloody ways. Even if he hid a bit of ruthlessness deep down, he was still fundamentally a businessman. Heh. Wu Zhenbang chuckled softly. You've never thought about being the leader. Bang Ge, what do you mean by this? Jimmy's eyebrows shot up. What does it mean to have thought about being the leader? This was indeed something he had never pondered. But hearing Wu Zhenbang's insinuations, could it be that he wants to support him to rise? Jimmy being the leader and wanting to be the leader are two different concepts. Wu Zhenbang lifted the bottle to fill Jimmy's glass. Do you know why I entrusted all the business to you? He raised his glass to lightly clink with Jimmy's, took a sip, and continued. Because my vision isn't limited to this small place of Lianxing. In the future, when you represent me in business dealings, you need a credible identity. Holding the title of leader in Lianxing will make it easier for you to get things done rather than being just a lackey. You should understand what I mean, right? Wu Zhenbang's lips curled slightly, his right hand slowly raised, gently resting on Jimmy's shoulder. You are suited for business. I've seen that since we first teamed up. He exhaled a smoke ring, lazily sinking into the leather sofa, the cigar smoke swirling between them. Jimmy's fingers tightened around the glass unconsciously. The amber liquid in the crystal glass swayed slightly, reflecting his tightly knit brows. Wu Zhenbang's unexpected suggestion to let him compete for the position of Liansheng's leader left him momentarily perplexed. But after a moment, Jimmy suddenly saw the light. He was notorious for being clever, instantly grasping Wu Zhenbang's plan. If he went to negotiate business with the title of the gang's leader, wouldn't that be invincible? Moreover, Wu Zhenbang had made it clear that he knew Jimmy loathed the bloody scenes of violence. Gao Jin was the one who handled these dirty jobs, while Jimmy's role was merely to pave the way for Wu Zhenbang using the gang's name. In this case, the glory on the surface would belong to him, while the underhanded dealings would be handled by Gao Jin. As for Jimmy, he would simply be the intermediary. Bango, are you planning to wash your hands clean? A glint of insight flashed in Jimmy's eyes. Wu Zhenbang's words clearly indicated that he intended to push him and Gao Jin into the spotlight. What does this mean? It means this Hall Master, though immersed in the underworld, is already plotting his exit strategy. More importantly, even if he cleans up to become a legitimate businessman, Wu Zhenbang still firmly holds the gang's lifeblood. And he, Jimmy, along with Gao Jin, are the two living pieces Wu Zhenbang has set up. Don't overthink it. Oh, it's not about withdrawing. Wu Zhenbang casually brushed off the cigar ash, saying nonchalantly, from now on those trivial matters don't need me to personally handle them all. This was indeed his real thought. If it were a few days ago, he might not have had this plan. But now that his wealth had surged, he had been considering this idea since his time in Kuala Lumpur. The companies Gao Jin registered recently are solid evidence. From counterfeit goods workshops to gaming rooms, even the film company that made him rich is now under the banner of Changxing Group. Now that he has come this far, Wu Zhenbang has no intention of hiding anymore. He plans to play a big game, so he must find a suitable successor for the gang. And Wu Zhenbang will present himself with the new identity of chairman of Changxing Group. Bangu, wherever you point I will follow. Jimmy replied readily. What do you need me to do next? With the chance to sit in the gang's leadership position, he couldn't ask for more. After all, it was just using this identity to facilitate business. The dirty work of violence would naturally be handled by someone else. Only a fool would refuse such a pie falling from the sky. Just keep eating and drinking as usual. Wu Zhenbang exhaled a smoke ring and waved his hand. On the day of the meeting, naturally someone will support you to rise. Currently, Lianxing may seem calm on the surface, but due to the issue of the new leader, it has long been divided into several factions internally. Behind each faction stands revered elders in the gang providing support. But everyone knows that the real decision-makers are still the ruthless characters Wu Zhenbang and Didi. If they truly anger him, Wu Zhenbang won't be polite to these so-called elders like before. If these old men are wise, they will naturally benefit in the future. If they dare to resist, not only will he clean them up, but Wu Zhenbang could also directly start anew and establish a brand new gang. Understood, Bango, I know how to handle this now. Jimmy nodded lightly. Since the boss has spoken, he doesn't need to worry. He only needs to act according to Wu Zhenbang's instructions and focus on legitimate business. As for those messy affairs, he is too lazy to get involved. Suddenly a knocking sound echoed. Bangu D has arrived. Abu pushed the door and walked into the private room, respectfully reporting. He's here. Wu Zhenbang was slightly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Let him in. Originally planning to meet Didi tomorrow, he never expected the other party to come proactively. What he appreciated about Didi was his straightforward nature, unlike others who were more indirect. In situations free of conflicts of interest, he was quite willing to engage with such people. Of course, it's good news that I want to discuss with you. Didi pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as he looked at Wu Zhenbang with eager eyes. You mentioned before that you had a big deal to take care of for me, didn't you? Say it would be settled soon. How many days have passed? When will we start? Didi, are you in a tight spot lately? Wu Zhenbang keenly sensed something unusual. You are now the helm of Lianxing. Logically, there should be plenty of big bosses wanting to discuss business with you, right? Logically speaking, as the decision-maker, Didi should have no shortage of profitable opportunities. Yet this guy keeps coming to him every few days, each time mumbling about needing to make money quickly, which left Wu Zhenbang puzzled. It's a long story. Didi sighed heavily. Last time when competing for the decision-maker role against Lin Huayue, I spent quite a bit, and in the end I still didn't get selected. Later, to establish a dual decision-maker system, I invested over 10 million altogether. Now many of my longtime clients have issues with me. Didi's fingers tightened around the glass, the amber liquid creating ripples under the light. Despite having reached the pinnacle of Lianxing, the furrow on his brow was deeper now than during gang conflicts. I'm not afraid to admit it. He downed half a glass of whiskey, a bitter smile escaping as he swallowed. These bosses are indeed lining up to discuss partnerships, but the profit period hasn't arrived yet. Wu Zhenbang raised an eyebrow. The decision-maker from Xin Wan was usually arrogant, yet at this moment, he exuded a rare sense of impatience. He deliberately tapped the crystal ashtray. Last month's dividends just crossed 8 figures, and you're already struggling to manage. Money. Money is a bottomless pit. Dede suddenly slammed his glass on the oak table, startling the henchman in the corner of the room. He irritably tugged at the collar of his printed shirt, revealing an unhealed scar on his neck. That old fox Mo Luobing has swallowed over 30 of my sports cars worth in total. Wu Zhenbang's eyes flashed with surprise. He had long known this ambitious fellow, but never expected him to have reached out beyond Lingdingyang. In the small territory of Haokong, 7 or 8 local tyrants reigned. Even the 4 major societies of Hong Kong had to abide by the rules. 3 months. Dede suddenly extended 3 fingers, his gold-plated watch glimmering under the neon lights. If we invest another 3 million, we can hang our sign in the underground warehouse of the Lisboa Hotel. He panted like a hyena fixated on its prey. That useless Le Xiao still thinks him vying for fame. The king crab on the glass turntable gradually solidified with oil. Wu Zhenbang leisurely peeled a crab leg, suddenly laughing. No wonder you're so invested in my new project. He dipped his fingertip in wasabi soy sauce, tapping the table. Jimmy will finish inspecting the last batch of leather tomorrow. The shop in Tsim Sha Sui can open any time. A goods, eh? The DS expression turned as if he swallowed a fly. I'm discussing business with the Haokong casinos, and you want me to sell fake bags. The latest LV briefcase retail price, 28,000. Wu Zhenbang pulled out his phone and opened the album. My master made it according to the original Paris factory blueprints. Even the scratches on the metal buckles are identical. In the picture, a quality inspector in white gloves was examining the stitching with a magnifying glass. Displayed at the central counter, those socialites swiped their cards without even looking. The room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Dede stared at the phone screen, suddenly recalling the wealthy woman he had seen at the Peninsula Hotel last month. Her platinum bag did seem a bit too pristine. As night deepened, Wu Zhenbang gently swirled the red wine in his glass, the amber liquid shimmering softly under the light. Once the Agoods production line starts, cash will flow in like a river. Starting a counterfeit business. Dede was clearly taken aback, the hopeful expression on his face freezing instantly. He knew well what the term Agoods referred to, having heard of it during his early days in the underworld. But the counterfeit goods circulating in the market were terribly crafted to the point that anyone with a discerning eye wouldn't fall for it. Only those who were desperate to save face yet short on cash would bite the bait. These people didn't care about the quality of the fakes, as long as they looked similar to the real ones they were satisfied. So when Dede heard that a business more profitable than his amusement arcade was selling counterfeit goods, he felt a chill. He had imagined it to be a groundbreaking project, only to find it was such a disreputable venture. Humph. Dede involuntarily let out a scoff. Wu Zhenbang seemed to see through his thoughts and said slowly, "Don't underestimate this business, Brother D." He took a sip of his drink and continued. Although many people are doing this now, I can guarantee that the products from our factory will be indistinguishable from the real ones. This was not bragging. The set of techniques he had for counterfeiting was legendary in the industry. If operated correctly, the products produced could rival genuine articles. Is it really that impressive? Dede looked at the young man before him with skepticism. A bang, you're not just painting me a picture, are you? Wu Zhenbang maintained a calm demeanor. I don't usually exaggerate. He set down his glass and continued. Not only am I preparing to supply you, but I've already secured dozens of storefronts on my end, just waiting to unleash my ambitions once we start. He then detailed his plan to create a commercial street dedicated to selling goods in a bustling area. After all, to profit in the clothing business, one must achieve economies of scale. Scattered stores would never create a significant impact. Damn, a bang, your ambition is too grand. Dede listened in astonishment. This operational model completely overturned his understanding. Don't most people start business with small investments, gradually accumulating capital before expanding? But Wu Zhenbang was jumping straight into factory production, appearing to have absolute confidence in profitability. If Brother D is not at ease, you can observe the market after the opening before making a decision. Wu Zhenbang hinted, but did not elaborate further. The only reason he was willing to share this business opportunity with Dede was purely out of camaraderie as fellow disciples. Otherwise, would it not be better to quietly amass wealth from such a lucrative deal? All right, let's wait until your opening to see how the market is. Dede was not in a hurry to make a decision. He shifted the topic, abruptly lowering his voice. I heard you left the island a few days ago to find Lin Huya. What's the situation now? Ever since receiving the tip from Jimmy, Dede had been keeping this matter in mind, and now finally had the opportunity to ask directly. Wu Zhenbang smiled faintly. Look, guess matter has been completely resolved. From now on there will be no more such person in the underworld. He spoke candidly. After all, the bounty on his head was already common knowledge, so there was nothing to hide. In the corners of the streets, there were always shadowy figures searching for Lin Huayue's whereabouts. These low-level thugs were daydreaming, fantasizing that if they could get lucky and find the target, they would never have to worry about money again. Damn, a bang, did you really take Le Xiao down? Impressive. Dede laughed, his teeth gleaming as he raised his thumb high. He took a swig of beer and lowered his voice. You must have heard about the recent chaos in the society, right? He was referring to the commotion caused by old Ghost E and his peers eager to push a newcomer to replace Lin Huayue. Wu Zhenbang played with the lighter, the flame flickering in his eyes. A Jin told me about it. So, the D suddenly leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. As the head of Lianxing, it didn't matter who took over, but if he had a choice, he would prefer Wu Zhenbang to take over. After all, this guy was tough enough, and if anyone dared to oppose the D, would definitely be the first to back him up. Ironically, the D, who once despised Deng Boss balancing act, had now become the very model of what he loathed, afraid that Wu Zhenbang would go solo. After all, being the complete head of Lianxing was far more prestigious than being a lone commander after a split. Taking over, Wu Zhenbang suddenly chuckled, his hand heavily landing on Jimmy's shoulder. Brother D, what do you think about having Jimmy take the lead? Huh? The D nearly choked on his drink, his eyes darting between the two. Are you joking? I'm serious. Wu Zhenbang brushed off the ash, looking at the D with a half smile. Just asking if you're backing me on this. The D wiped his face. You know what those old geezers are like, right? You want to take the position, they wouldn't dare say anything. If it's Jimmy. His words were cut off by a cold laugh. Opposition. Wu Zhenbang rapped his knuckles on the glass, the crisp sound blending with a chilling tone. Then let them go down to have tea with Deng Bo. The D's neck hair stood on end, the liquid in his glass trembling slightly. He finally understood that the so-called arrogance he once had paled in comparison to the one before him. This was not arrogance, but the unyielding decree of the underworld. Recalling the oddity of Deng Boss' sudden death that night, and linking it to the ruthless pursuit of Lin Huayue, the D suddenly found the drink in his glass tasteless. Regarding the partnership in business, although Wu Zhenbang promised that it would be a guaranteed profit, the D still had his. He pondered, waiting a few days to see how Wu Zhenbang's newly opened counterfeit goods store performed before deciding. Mainly because Wu's approach to business was far from his expectations. According to the DS initial plan, one should start with some samples to test the waters, but Wu Zhenbang was a madman, wanting to secure dozens of storefronts right away and open them all at once the goods arrived. This operation left the D utterly bewildered. Could he really just throw 8 figures into a venture where the viability of counterfeit goods was still uncertain? Did he really think money was like the wind blowing in? Moreover, he has hundreds of brothers under his command who need to eat. He can't afford to take such a reckless gamble. However, before leaving, the D reassured Wu Zhenbang, regardless of whether the business succeeds or not, he would definitely support Jimmy to take the lead at the meeting with Lianxing. The days passed quickly, and the next day Wu Zhenbang returned to the port. Early in the morning, the Lianxing gang erupted in chaos. After the death of Deng Bo, the old Ghost E, who had been jumping around, actually hanged himself in his own home last night. Even more explosive news spread throughout the entire Hong Kong underworld. Wu Zhenbang announced through Gao Jin the cancellation of the bounty on Lin Huayue. This left all factions of hoodlums feeling on edge. So many people had dug 3 feet into the ground searching for Lin Huayue over the past few days, only to find nothing. Now, with the sudden withdrawal of the bounty, many subordinates thought Wu Zhenbang was backing down. But shortly after, even more shocking news broke. Actually, on the afternoon of Deng Boss' death, Wu Zhenbang had already received word that Lin Huayue had fled overseas, and he immediately led his men out of Hong Kong, not even attending Deng Boss' funeral. Now, the first thing he did upon returning was to revoke the bounty. What does this mean? It was clear to the discerning after his own men failed in their assassination attempt and fled. Wu Zhenbang wasted no time in pursuing them across borders. Now, having returned completely, that unfortunate Lin Huayue was probably already fish food. Though Wu Zhenbang did not say it outright, the brothers on the street all understood. What was even more critical was the second incident. Old Ghost E, that old scoundrel, took advantage of Wu Zhenbang's absence to slander him everywhere. Just a few days ago, he was still lively and wealthed. And yet on the very night Wu Zhenbang returned to the port, he couldn't take it anymore and hanged himself. This was clearly a reckoning. Damn him, Wu is ruthless enough. On a fishing boat at Liumen, several men were gathered around a hot pot clinking glasses. Xuan Bao slammed an empty wine glass on the table, his face turning pale and then red. Upon hearing of old Ghost E's sudden death this morning, he sensed something was amiss and immediately called in Yu Tu Biao and Huanyo to discuss countermeasures. It turned out that during Wu Zhenbang's time away, they had been promoting Huanyo to replace Lin Huayue. Now, with old Ghost E's sudden demise, it was like a heavy blow that woke them up. In a smoke-filled hot pot restaurant, several senior members of the gang were discussing animatedly. Do you think Brother Zhenbang will contest that position this time? Someone cautiously raised this sensitive topic. Suddenly, the entire private room fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, calculating the possibility of this matter in their hearts. One elder with gold-rimmed glasses sighed. If Brother Zhenbang really stands up, the people we support will be in trouble. Everyone nodded. They all knew that the man had never shown these old fellows any respect. Back when they still had some influence, it was easier to talk. But now that old Deng was gone, and Alu had an accident abroad, who in the entire gang could hold Brother Zhenbang back? Someone tentatively suggested, isn't there still the D? Immediately someone next to him waved his hand. Don't joke around, you know what kind of temper the D has. During the years he has been in charge, his style has been even more flamboyant than Brother Zhenbang's. Moreover, he is currently the incumbent leader. It doesn't matter who he supports. In the corner, Huanyo's face grew increasingly grim. At this moment, Yu Biao was dipping a piece of fatty beef into the pot and said leisurely, "Huanyo, if Brother Zhenbang really comes out, you're probably in for a tough time." Huanyo slammed the table. That bastard is becoming more and more arrogant. Though he said this, he understood very well in his heart. Let alone Brother Zhenbang, he couldn't even compare to a Lu before. Unless he could unite with other leaders to resist, he had no chance whatsoever. The white-haired Chuan Bao patted Huanyo's shoulder. "Let's give up on this round and wait for the next opportunity. There's nothing we can do, the power gap is too great." After saying this, he couldn't help but sigh. This kid is really ruthless, even more so than Didi. Alu has already fled abroad, and he still sent people after him. He made a slitting motion across his throat. Chuan Bao secretly rejoiced that he hadn't agreed to team up with Old Ghosty back then. Otherwise, there would be more than just Old Ghost hanging there now. Although he felt embarrassed when he was invited by Brother Zhenbang last time, it also made him realize a truth: some people are truly not to be provoked. Yu Biao dipped the cooked beef in the sauce and sneered. "I heard Old Ding always wanted to maintain some balance, yet he couldn't even suppress Didi. Now it's even better. Brother Zhenbang is more difficult to deal with than the old Didi." Meanwhile, similar conversations were taking place in other factions. Especially those who had once been persuaded by Old Ghost, were now on edge, fearing they might become the next. Strangely, however, several days passed, and there was no response from Brother Zhenbang's side, as if he was indifferent to these discussions and focused solely on running his business. Everyone's anxious hearts finally eased. Right now, in the entire Lianxing gang, who would dare to easily provoke Wu Zhenbang? No one dared to mention the election of a new leader anymore. Many brothers in the gang were pondering that with Wu Zhenbang's current strength, if he really wanted to take the top position, no one could stop him. Times have changed. Lianxing has long since transformed. If there were to be another uncle like Deng Bo to suppress him, there might still be a chance, but given the current situation, where is that possible? The uncles in the gang were anxious while Wu Zhenbang was at ease. Other than having Qin Jiao deal with Old Ghost on the night he returned to Hong Kong, his mind was not at all focused on gang disputes. These days he was fully engaged in company affairs. The first order of business was finding a new location. Without hesitation, Wu Zhenbang directly rented 3 entire floors of a building in Sim Sha Sui to serve as the headquarters of the Changxing Group. As for building a new structure, given his current financial situation, he couldn't afford to do that, so he would rent for now and see later. Previously, Wu Zhenbang's faction was based at 91 Media Company, and they had to squeeze into the film set to conduct business. If he were solely focused on illicit activities, it wouldn't matter. Wasn't the handsome Kuan he dealt with also like this? Xian Kuan International Film Company was his domain. But now Wu Zhenbang had plans to gradually step back and support Gao Jin and Jimmy to take the stage, so he naturally couldn't afford to be shabby anymore. A big shot worth 10 billion couldn't continue to squabble in a rundown company making adult films. That would truly be a joke. During these days, besides arranging for the move, he was also closely monitoring the technical talents brought in from Neon by Jimmy. This batch of people was all placed under the technology company of the Changxing Group. In Wu Zhenbang's eyes, this company was the key to the future. Technology is the way forward, so he not only poached from Neon, anyone with real skills regardless of where they came from was welcomed. Meanwhile, he also opened 2 new gaming halls in Sim Sha Sui. Thus, the several containers he had acquired from Old Ghost were completely exhausted after supporting 9 stores. If he wants to open new stores in the future, he can only hope the technology company develops new products soon. On the 4th day after Wu Zhenbang returned to Hong Kong, the goods factory, managed by Jimmy, finally went into production. This batch of goods includes not only clothing and shoes, but also high-end bags that are imitated to perfection. Wu Zhenbang poured a fortune into this factory. Various types of goods are categorized from clothing to women's underwear, and then to luxury bags. Each workshop has its own duties replicating different categories. Hey, have you heard? There's a street in Mong Kok that specializes in top-grade goods. My sister's colleague said the craftsmanship is simply indistinguishable from the real ones. You can't tell with the naked eye. Is that true? I saw the promotion and thought it was just ordinary knockoffs. Why would I lie to you? They can't even find flaws when compared to the real items. I even suspect this batch of goods is actually genuine, probably sourced through some special channels. Wow, if it's that amazing, we should definitely go check it out. If it's really that good, I want one too. Sure, if it's as great as my sister said, I'm definitely buying several to take home. Similar chatter has sparked a heated discussion across the entire Hong Kong since the launch of the imitation product commercial street created by Wu Zhenbang. Especially among the young people who have just entered the workforce, they are flocking to the high-end imitation product street created by Wu Zhenbang. This is inevitable mainly because the quality of these imitation products launched by Wu Zhenbang is simply outstanding. Even when compared side by side with genuine products, no flaws can be found. More importantly, the prices are much more favorable than those of the genuine products. In addition to Wu Zhenbang's initial vigorous promotion after the imitation product street officially opened, those customers who originally came with a trial mentality found that the quality of these imitation products crushed all similar products on the market, and immediately began to spread the word. This directly led to the commercial street being packed every day during its first 2 days of opening. Faced with such a booming sales situation, Wu Zhenbang's imitation goods factory was almost unable to keep up with the supply. With 30 stores under his name, the daily revenue directly surpassed an astonishing 10 million. In the office of the general manager of the Qianxin Group, and Sim Shasui Didi said, "Ah Bang, I finally believe what you told me before. Doing imitation goods business is even more profitable than dealing in smuggled goods." Didi leaned back on the leather sofa, looking at Wu Zhenbang with a shocked expression. At this moment, his finger holding the cigar trembled slightly. "Didi, it's actually not too late to join now." Wu Zhenbang chuckled lightly, leisurely crossing his legs while sitting on the imitation product commercial street he had spearheaded during this time. Not only attracted Didi, but also many investors looking to get a piece of the pie. Wu Zhenbang naturally welcomed this with open arms. After all, how much could he sell relying solely on himself? The imitation goods factory was already preparing for expansion, and Wu Zhenbang's ambitions extended beyond the small territory of Hong Kong. He had long set his sights on the mainland, and even overseas markets, all of which are vast blue oceans with unlimited potential. In just a few days, Wu Zhenbang even began to contemplate smuggling channels. The technology company has already recruited a considerable number of talented individuals. Once the arcade product line is ready, he is even considering directly selling through special channels to the mainland. The market prospects there are even broader. No need for your reminder, I have already arranged for someone to scout for shops. A bang, the street filled with your replicas has caused the housing prices to skyrocket daily. It's truly ridiculous. Didi waved his hand, his face filled with pain. Ever since Wu Zhenbang's replica street became popular across Hong Kong, the rent for shops on that street has also risen sharply. Didi is now regretting, deeply lamenting that he didn't act promptly when Wu Zhenbang invited him to collaborate. This has led to him, already short on funds, having to spend a large sum on renting a shop. Indeed, he merely chose to lease. Didi does not possess the boldness of Wu Zhenbang to directly purchase a large number of shops. To him, it was just a business of replicas. There was absolutely no need to hoard so much real estate. Wu Zhenbang revealed a meaningful smile. "I advised you repeatedly back, then it was you who didn't take it seriously. All right, let's not talk about this anymore." Didi impatiently changed the subject. "A bang, I have already negotiated with the elders of the society. The incense hall will open tomorrow. If you want to support Jimmy's rise, you must be present personally then." Didi took a deep puff of his cigar, speaking in a coarse voice. During this time, he was the only one making decisions with Lianxing, and it had worn him out. With Lianxing's grand enterprise, there are endless trivial matters to handle every day. This day, a certain hall master has stirred up trouble again, and the next day someone else is in conflict with others. As soon as there's any disturbance in the society, the first person they look for is him. Didi initially thought that becoming a decision-maker would allow him to reap some benefits, but he never expected to have so many issues to worry about. As an important figure in Lianxing, Didi was already overwhelmed by these disputes, and he couldn't wait for someone to step up and share the burden. "No problem, I will be there on time tomorrow." Wu Zhenbang nodded slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his narrow eyes. During this time, he had not intervened in the internal affairs of Lianxing. However, under his command, Jimmy took the initiative to contact the former boss Long Jin, honestly informing him of the current situation. Although Jimmy has recently switched allegiance to Wu Zhenbang, there remains some camaraderie with Long Jin. Since Long Jin and Guanzai's son were discharged from the hospital to recuperate at home, they not only expressed no dissatisfaction with Jimmy joining Wu Zhenbang, but even showed full support for Wu Zhenbang's push for Jimmy's rise. After all, who in the Hong Kong underworld does not know Wu Zhenbang's name? He has money and manpower, and his territory is expanding rapidly. If only such a ruthless character had been available as a backing earlier, how could Didi have been dragged up the mountain to experience that heart-pounding roller coaster? Ultimately, the current Lianxing is no longer what it once was. On the other side, on the rooftop of a building in Sim Sha Sui, Inspector Huang Ziqing secretly met with Undercover Chen Yongren, who was infiltrated beside Feng Yuxiu. "How's the investigation going? Have you gathered any evidence that Wu Zhenbang ordered his subordinates to eliminate Old Ghost Yan?" Huang Ziqing asked directly. Since the news of Old Ghost Yan's mysterious death broke, he contacted Chen Yongren immediately to conduct a covert investigation. Anyone with common sense could tell that this was likely orchestrated by Wu Zhenbang. But the problem is that Huang Ziqing has no substantial evidence in hand, and can only rely on Chen Yongren as an undercover to see if he can find any clues. "Come on, Huang Sir, I'm just a subordinate watching the scene right now." Chen Yongren rolled his eyes helplessly. How could someone like me know about such confidential operations sent down from above regarding Old Ghost Yan? He really couldn't help but want to complain. Did Huang Ziqing truly believe he was making great strides in Wu Zhenbang's group? Since being dispatched as an undercover, he had seen Wu Zhenbang only once. Even the news of Old Ghost Yan's hanging was something he only heard the next day. "Can't you think a little, eh?" Huang Ziqing scolded angrily. "After being undercover for so long, you're still just a small-time lackey. Do you really think you're a gangster? Don't forget your true identity is a police officer." During this time, he has been unable to eat or sleep peacefully due to Wu Zhenbang's case, as the other party has been causing trouble in the underworld while he has no incriminating evidence to catch them. If this continues, his plan for promotion is likely to be ruined. Of course I remember I'm a police officer, Chen Yongren retorted, equally frustrated. But do you think I don't want to get close to Wu Zhenbang? He has money and manpower, and his subordinates are all capable people. Even those prohibited items are never touched. What can I do? Being an undercover is truly stifling. Apart from being dispatched to execute tasks, the higher-ups have never provided him with any substantial support and only know how to urge for evidence every day. He can't even meet Wu Zhenbang's face. Where can he go to collect evidence? Should he directly ask the top boss Feng Yuxiu if Wu Zhenbang sent someone to take out old Ghost Yen? If he were to ask that directly, his corpse would be fished out of Victoria Harbor the next day. I don't care what method you use, even if you can't get direct evidence against Wu Zhenbang, there must be some dirt on others, right? Huang Ziqing said with a dark expression. After being undercover for so long, you haven't even gathered a hint of useful information. He understood that Chen Yongren indeed found it difficult to reach the core circle, but the pressure to apply could not lessen at all. If he doesn't apply some pressure, what if this kid really becomes a gang member? That would be the end. So this time he brought Chen Yongren out mainly to give him a warning. Every undercover agent embedded in a gang must report to their superiors periodically. This rule is to prevent the informants sent out from eventually betraying. Alright, I'll think of a way when I get back. At this moment, Chen Yongren felt utterly exhausted, waved his hand at Huang Ziqing, and turned to leave. He certainly wanted to gather evidence, but the problem is that Feng Yuxiu simply doesn't give him the opportunity. It's not that his undercover identity has been exposed. The main issue is that Feng Yuxiu is busy either overseeing the scene or practicing martial arts and never engages in illegal activities. He has no way to catch him in the act. Huang Ziqing darkly watched Chen Yongren walk away. Until that figure completely disappeared from sight, he stood there for several minutes before slowly moving toward the stairway. Upon reaching the parking lot, Huang Ziqing climbed into his car. Just as he started the engine and prepared to leave, his phone on the dashboard suddenly rang. Hello, it's me. I have something urgent to discuss with you. Upon hearing the voice of Mary Han Shen's wife, Huang Ziqing's brows immediately knitted together. Hearing that she had an urgent matter, he responded without asking what it was. All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, sitting in the driver's seat, he lit a cigarette, his mind racing. Mary usually never contacts him directly. Her sudden approach must not be simple. Could it be that something has gone wrong with the Ni family or Han Shen? But he had been monitoring the Ni family closely recently and had not discovered any abnormalities with either Ni Yongxiao or Han Shen. What exactly is the urgent matter that Mary is talking about? After thinking it over without making progress, he simply slammed the accelerator and sped off. In a hotel suite in Yaomati. Why did you urgently call me over? What's going on? Haven't you been resting well lately? Your complexion looks so poor. Huang Ziqing sank into the sofa, scrutinizing the haggard Mary. This woman not only looked sallow but also had 2 dark circles under her eyes, making it seem as if she had been beaten. She looked like a frostbitten eggplant. Our affair has been leaked. Mary got straight to the point, staring intently at Huang Ziqing. Ever since she was blackmailed for 50 million by a mysterious person a while ago, she has not slept well, waking up from nightmares every night. Initially, after giving the money, she still held on to a glimmer of hope to see if the other party would keep their promise. After waiting for half a month with no disturbances, she hurried to contact Huang Ziqing. Although the blackmailer might truly keep their mouth shut, she has always felt a stone weighing on her heart, fearing that one day the matter would come to light. To uncover the mastermind behind this, she could only seek Huang Ziqing's help. What are you saying? Huang Ziqing's face changed abruptly as he jumped up from the sofa, rushing to Mary and looking down into her eyes with fierce intensity. Who knows about this? How much do they know? Mary recounted the strange incidents that had occurred previously, including the mysterious phone call and the details of her being coerced into handing over 50 million. However, she deliberately withheld key information regarding Lu Jiaming. Inspector Huang had only instructed her to find a hitman to deal with the Ni family's old man, but was unaware of who the executor was. Thus, Huang Ziqing was also kept in the dark about Lu Jiaming, the undercover agent planted in the police force. Hiss. Huang Ziqing listened to Mary's narrative, his chest heaving violently, his teeth grinding as he said, "You mean that person still has that video of us that we can't let others see?" At that moment, he truly felt the taste of fear. If this video were to be exposed, his best outcome would be to take off his police uniform and go to Stanley Prison to eat prison food. More likely, he would be sent on his way by the Ni family's young master. After all, the death of the old man Ni was precisely arranged by him through Mary. If Ni Yongxiao learns the truth, none of them would escape alive. Huang Ziqing immediately began frantically searching the room like a headless fly, trying to confirm whether hidden cameras had been installed. "Stop wasting your efforts. Oh, I've already checked." Mary whispered, "It's only because I'm sure of safety that I dared to invite you over. Now only you can uncover the mastermind behind this. I can't act recklessly here for fear that Ah-chun would become suspicious." These days she had been living in constant fear, and she only dared to contact Huang Ziqing after confirming temporary safety. Before making the call, she had thoroughly searched the room. Leave it to me to handle. Huang Zhiqing nodded darkly. You pretend nothing has happened. I will investigate. The two of them tacitly ruled out Ni Yangxiu's suspicion. If the young master of the Ni family had grasped this information, they would have long been unable to remain unscathed. The urgent task is to uncover the identity of the mysterious person while keeping a close watch on Ni Yongxiao and Han Shun. Huang Ziqing's eyes flickered as a plan gradually took shape. If he could take the initiative to deal with Ni Han, and the other, even if it were to blow up in his face, the worst outcome would be losing his police uniform rather than falling into an irretrievable situation. On the other side, at the Zhenbang Group headquarters, Bang Gumeri has contacted Huang Zhiqing, Qinjiu said as he pushed open the office door, interrupting Wu Zhenbang, who was reviewing financial reports. Oh. Wu Zhenbang put down the documents, raising an eyebrow. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. After deceptively acquiring 50 million from Mary last time, although he had arranged for people to continue monitoring recent busy schedules, nearly made him forget this small matter. What shall we do next? Qinjiu asked. No need to intervene. I have other arrangements. Wu Zhenbang waved his hand. Qinjiu nodded and exited. This cold-blooded killer always focused on the task and spoke little. Moments later, Secretary Song entered with coffee. Bang, go your coffee. Just put it on the table, Wu Zhenbang said with a slight smile, his gaze lingering briefly on the female secretary. Over time, as they spent day and night together, he and Song Xiaowei had grown increasingly familiar with each other. Although both remained innocent among other colleagues in the company, Song Xiaowei had clearly come to be viewed as Wu Zhenbang's prized possession. Understood, Bang Gu, Song Xiaowei said, her lips curling up gently as she obediently responded. She placed the steaming coffee cup delicately on the table and then leaned forward to tidy up the slightly messy office supplies for Wu Zhenbang. In the midst of organizing the documents, she couldn't help but steal glances at Wu Zhenbang, who was focused on his work. The daily interactions had long accustomed her to a life by his side. What she herself was unaware of was that a secret affection was quietly growing within her. After all, working alongside such a charming young talent inevitably stirred emotions in anyone, especially for someone like Song Xiaowei, who was in the prime of her youth. Even though Wu Zhenbang had never made any advances, she could not help but be swept away by her youthful sentiments. Which girl hasn't dreamt of a Prince Charming? Moreover, having witnessed Wu Zhenbang's rapid rise in his career, it was only natural for a woman to be taken by such a decisive man. Just as Song Xiaowei was lost in her daydreams, Wu Zhenbang was deep in thought regarding Mary and Huang Zhiqing. He casually grabbed the desk phone and dialed Gao Jin's number. Contact Ni Yongxiao and arrange a meeting. Wu Zhenbang recalled the past when Han Shun had once secretly previously overwhelmed with tasks. He now had the opportunity to strike back. If he could conveniently deal with Huang Zhiqing, the undercover agent, it would be killing two birds with one stone. Does he really think he can be easily fooled? Meanwhile, at the Ni family villa, as Ni Yongxiao hung up the phone, his uncle sitting opposite him immediately noticed something unusual in his nephew's expression. Ah Xiao, what happened? The elder asked with concern. Uncle Wu Zhenbang sent someone to call me for a meeting. Ni Yongxiu's brows furrowed, his face filled with confusion. Wu Zhenbang. Upon hearing this, his uncle's expression changed drastically. Who in the underworld of Hong Kong had not heard of this rising star? Especially when Wu Zhenbang had uprooted Longsun's loyalty, the Ni family was on high alert. After all, this new noble of the underworld was known for steering clear of drugs, while the Ni family had built their foundation on this very trait. Though they usually kept to themselves, who could guarantee that the other party had no ulterior motives? Do you know what this is about? The uncle asked anxiously. Since Ni Kun was attacked, it was Ni Yongxiu's strategic planning that stabilized the situation. If it weren't for this nephew's remarkable skills, the 5 Hall Masters would have long since fallen apart. Gao Jin only said there was a matter to discuss, nothing else is known. Ni Yongxiao shook his head, suddenly remembering something, and instructed, Uncle, you should immediately ask Han Shun and the others if anyone has crossed the line and gone to their territory to deal drugs. He suddenly recalled that the trigger for the fall of Longshuan was due to their subordinates distributing drugs in Wu Zhenbang's territory. Back then it started with a note followed by a thunderous response. It seems that the downfall of Longshuan was caused by that failed negotiation. He pondered, then developed new suspicions. Could it be our people crossed the line? That would be against the rules. The uncle immediately understood. He vividly remembered the conflict between Longshuan and Wu Zhenbang from years ago. Before Ni Yongxiao could say much more, he nodded in comprehension, quickly pulling out his phone to contact Han Shun and the others. About 10 minutes later. Yongxiao, I've clarified everything. The uncle's tone was unusually firm. Recently the brothers have been very well behaved, and no one has provoked Wu Zhenbang. Isn't that obvious? Given Wu Zhenbang's current soaring influence, unless the Ni family members were brainless, they wouldn't dare touch this hornet's nest. This is strange. Ni Yongxiu's gaze behind his glasses grew increasingly profound. What does he want from me for no reason? Logically, if he really wanted to take action with Wu Zhenbang's style, he could easily lead a group to storm, and why go through all this trouble? Could it be that this tyrant has suddenly turned over a new leaf, and is now practicing the approach of courtesy before aggression? Do you plan to accept the invitation? The uncle asked, gravely, worry written all over his face. To be honest, he truly didn't want Yongxiao to take the risk. In the absence of clarity regarding the other party's intentions, this visit might be fraught with danger. If it were a straightforward confrontation, that would be easier to deal with. Though Wu Zhenbang was powerful, the Ni family wasn't a soft persimmon to be squeezed. They wouldn't end up like Long. Of course I will go, Yongxiao said with a slight smile, pushing up his glasses with his fingertip, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. I want to see what he has up his sleeve. But what if? The uncle hesitated, looking anxiously at the young family head. His greatest fear was that the other party had set up a trap to eliminate Yongxiao and then turn against the Ni family. Uncle, there's no need to worry. Yongxiao raised his hand to signal. From my understanding of Wu Zhenbang, he doesn't seem like the type to use such despicable tactics. Though he couldn't fathom the other party's intentions, he was confident that they wouldn't turn hostile on the spot. Well, seeing that persuasion was ineffective, the uncle had to relent. But you must promise me to be extra cautious. He paused and added firmly, I will arrange for personnel to support you. If he dares to lay a finger on you, I will make sure he pays dearly for it. This was no empty threat. Yongxiao was the pillar of the Ni family. If anything were to happen to him, the entire family would collapse. On the surface, there were 5 siblings in the Ni family, but truly only Yongxiao could shoulder the burden. The eldest was engrossed in medicine, the third indulged in debauchery, and the only daughter had long since married out. Only Yongxiao had been meticulously nurtured by Kowloon since childhood, not only a high achiever, but all right. Yongxiao responded, nonchalantly agreeing to his uncle's arrangements. Given the unclear situation, it was always good to take some precautions. In the afternoon, after receiving a notification from the front desk, Song Xiaowei personally went downstairs to welcome Yongxiao. To her surprise, this leader of the Ni family arrived unaccompanied, without even a single attendant, and just followed Song Xiaowei into the elevator. Mr. Ni President Wu is waiting for you. Song Xiaowei guided him to the office door and lightly tapped on the intricately carved wooden door. Upon hearing the response from inside, come in, she turned to Yongxiao and nodded slightly before pushing open the door and gesturing for him to enter. Thank you, Yongxiao said politely as he stepped into this office that could potentially change the underground landscape of Hong Kong. The air in the room seemed to solidify for a few seconds. Yongxiao slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, a subtle smile appearing on his sharply defined face. He nodded slightly to Song Xiaowei, who was standing by the door, then adjusted the hem of his meticulously tailored suit before stepping confidently into the room. As his figure disappeared behind the door, Song Xiaowei gently closed the solid wooden door, producing a soft click. This was a prior instruction from Wu Zhenbang to ensure no interruptions during the meeting. Thus, she quietly stood guard outside and did not follow him in. Please take a seat. A faint aroma of tea wafted through the spacious office. Wu Zhenbang was already seated on the leather sofa, the purple clay teapot flowing in his hands. Seeing Yongxiao enter, he smiled politely, his right hand gesturing elegantly for an invitation. Yongxiao silently sized up the man before him, who appeared much younger than the rumor suggested. Contrary to his expectations of a typical underworld boss, the other party exuded an air of scholarly sophistication, with every gesture resembling a scholar who had immersed himself in an ivory tower for many years. This added 3 more points to his inner vigilance, but he maintained just the right level of politeness on the surface. He stepped forward and sat down on the single sofa across from the tea table. This should be our first meeting. Wu Zhenbang did not dive straight into the topic, but instead poured tea. The amber tea swirled in the celadone cup, the rising steam obscuring his vision behind the glasses. Indeed, Yongxiao took the tea cup with both hands, feeling the temperature of the porcelain. To be honest, I was quite surprised when I received the invitation from Mr. Wu. May I ask what you wish to discuss today? No rush. Wu Zhenbang raised his hand in a downward motion, then slightly shifted the topic. I wonder what development plans the Ni family has for the future. The teacup in Yongxiao's hand subtly paused. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, the reflection obscuring his suddenly constricted pupils. What does Mr. Wu mean by that? I heard that when your father met with misfortune the behaviors of several hall masters. Wu Zhenbang paused meaningfully for a moment. If you need assistance in handling Han Shun and his group, I would be at your service. So he is indeed eyeing the Ni family's interests. Yongxiao swallowed hard, his palm brushing against the outline of a hard object at his waist. Though alarms blared in his heart, his voice remained steady. Family matters do not require your concern. The tea turned into a bitter torrent in Yongxiao's throat. He understood better than anyone why his father never allowed him to get involved in the family business. That stubborn old man would rather have him be a bookish scholar than let his son repeat the same mistakes. Unfortunately, fate does not always align with one's wishes. Now he not only has to take over this hot potato, but also deal with the various wolves lurking with hungry eyes. Had it not been for Yongxiao's considerable skills, the people below would have already revolted. Wu Zhenbang had specifically put on a polite demeanor to invite Yongxiao over, and it was not just idle chatter. There is much to be said about this matter. The Ni family's affairs are entirely different from those of other organizations. They themselves do not care much about territory. It is mainly the several hall masters below who manage things. Wu Zhenbang wants to monopolize the lucrative Tsim Sha Sui, and besides dealing with the troublesome Han Shun, he must also pass the Ni family's hurdle. To be honest, the Ni family's territory is not that extensive, but everyone knows they hold a substantial amount of fire. This is why Han Shun Gandhi Guohua Black Ghost and Wen Zheng have behaved themselves all these years. Anyone who mixes in this line of work, especially in this trade, is not someone to be trifled with. The Ni family has managed to maintain a foothold in Tsim Sha Sui for many years, not by luck. Compared to the loyal and righteous, the Ni family's depths run much deeper. What if Ren Haolong is strong? In this day and age, having a strong fist is useless. Only possessing weapons is the real truth. Wu Zhenbang's reluctance to confront the Ni family hidden is not out of cowardice, but rather a belief that avoiding conflict is best. After all, this is Hong Kong, causing too much of a ruckus will surely attract the attention of the authorities. Therefore, he pondered changing his approach to make the Ni family obediently relinquish their territory. If this tactic fails, then he would have no choice but to use force. Mr. Wu, are you planning to go to war with our Ni family? Ni Yangxiu's expression suddenly sharpened, his gaze fixed coldly on Wu Zhenbang. He truly did not want to provoke this calamity, but if pushed to the limit, the Ni family is not easy to bully. After all, having been in this world for so many years, who does not have some backbone? Mr. Ni, would you like to know who was behind the attack on your father? Wu Zhenbang did not respond directly, but threw out this intriguing question. You know? Ni Yongxiao sprang up from the sofa, his eyes fixed intensely on Wu Zhenbang's face. He had been secretly investigating the truth behind his father's death, but had found no leads. Hearing Wu Zhenbang's words, he could no longer maintain his composed facade, and nearly lunged forward to grab the other's collar. Of course I know. Wu Zhenbang replied succinctly. Quickly tell me, who harmed my father? Ni Yangxiu's eyes reddened. The person he respected most in his life was his father. Influenced by his father, he valued family above his own life. Now that he knew the clues to his father's murderer were right in front of him, if not for the last shred of rationality holding him back, he would have exploded. Mr. Ni, please calm down. Wu Zhenbang completely disregarded his fury, casually waving his hand. Let's first discuss what we talked about earlier. What are your thoughts now? Ni Yangxiu's chest heaved violently. After taking several deep breaths, he barely suppressed his rage and returned to the sofa. So you want to use this to exchange for our Ni family's territory? At this moment, he was too lazy to put on a facade, not even bothering to call him Mr. Wu. That's right, that is my intention. Wu Zhenbang nodded. However, your Ni family is just the appetizer. Once this side is settled, I will visit the other organizations in Tsim Sha Sui one by one. This statement was already straightforward. His ambitions extend far beyond just the Ni family's territory. Under the cover of night, the neon lights of Hong Kong flickered, and the ambitious Wu Zhenbang stood before the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking this land of bright lights and excess. He was no longer the small pawn he once was, and his inflated desires made him yearn for a territory entirely under his control. After much contemplation, he set his greedy sights on the precious and prosperous Tsim Sha Sui. In Wu Zhenbang's grand blueprint, making the Ni family bow down was merely the first step of the whole plan. He wanted the entire Tsim Sha Sui to submit at his feet, becoming an independent kingdom that belonged solely to him. When these arrogant words reached Ni Yangxiu's ears, the usually stoic air of the Ni family suddenly changed his expression. He sensed the unmasked intent of annexation in the other party's words. Even if he refused cooperation today, his family would certainly turn against the Ni family tomorrow. Suddenly, his father's teachings before his death flashed through his mind. If the Ni family wanted to endure for generations, they must wash white and come ashore as soon as possible. In truth, Ni Yongxiao understood that relying on those shady dealings would never be a long-term strategy. In the stifling office, only the ticking of the wall clock remained. After a long silence, Ni Yongxiao broke the deadlock with a grim face. Before discussing cooperation, I must know who exactly poisoned my father. At this moment, what he cared about most was finding out who the true culprit behind his father's murder was. What troubled him even more was that Wu Zhenbang seemed to hint that this matter might involve several hall masters within the Ni family. That is certainly possible. I hope Mr. Ni will give me a delightful feedback after you enjoy this later. Wu Zhenbang noticed that Ni Yangxiu's thoughts were already somewhat swayed. Feeling that the time was right, he gently nodded. Please follow me. Without waiting for a response, he elegantly rose from the soft leather sofa and walked toward the office door, simultaneously inviting Ni Yongxiao. Ni Yongxiao remained silent, but he followed closely with steady steps. Although the Ni family held considerable power in Hong Kong, they were not afraid of an opponent like Wu Zhenbang. However, if possible, Ni Yongxiao truly did not want to confront the other party heathen. Yet the critical moment for the Ni family's future transformation kept surfacing in his mind. Perhaps this was a rare opportunity. Of course, all decisions must wait until he personally confirms the identity of his father's murderer. Wu Zhenbang did not take Ni Yangxiu's inner calculations to heart. In his view, it would be best to seize Tsim Sha Sui without bloodshed. But if things did not go as planned, he would not mind plunging the entire Tsim Sha Sui back into chaos and turmoil. The two arrived at the specially designed private screening room of the company. Wu Zhenbang took out the video materials secretly obtained by Qin Jiu and slowly placed them into the playback device. Mr. N.I. please be patient, the truth will soon be revealed. After pressing the start button, a meaningful smile appeared on Wu Zhenbang's lips. After speaking, he took his seat, leisurely crossing his legs in a manner that suggested he was fully prepared. N.I. Yongxiao remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed like a hawk on the screen ahead. Soon the projector cast the image onto the white screen. The scene revealed Huang Ziqing and Han Chen's wife Mary engaged in a secret conversation in a hotel suite. N.I. Kuan has been dead for a long time. When will you fulfill the promise you made to Chun? Don't rush. N.I. Yongxiao is not easy to deal with. Not in a hurry. You promised with your own mouth to remove N.I. Kuan and support Chun. Don't worry. I've already made arrangements on Wu Zhenbang's side. Next I will focus all efforts on dealing with N.I. Yongxiao. Hearing just the opening lines of the conversation made the originally calm N.I. Yongxiao instantly furious. It's actually you. He abruptly sprang from his seat, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at the two people on the screen. Since his father's murder, he had been secretly searching for the true culprit. But as time passed, he had found no leads. He never expected that the masterminds behind his father's murder would turn out to be Huang Ziqing and Mary Han Chen's wife, who no wonder he had been unable to find any clues. He had even suspected several other home masters within the family, but it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Mr. N.I. how do you find this gift? Looking at the almost erupting N.I. Yongxiao, Wu Zhenbang asked casually. At that moment the video had reached the steamy scenes of Huang Ziqing and Mary. Very well, I appreciate this great gift. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Wu. N.I. Yongxiao closed his eyes tightly, taking several deep breaths, and gradually calmed down. He sat back down and sincerely thanked Wu Zhenbang. As for how this video material was obtained, he did not intend to delve into it. Now that he had gotten a clear understanding of the mastermind behind the scenes, he was no longer in a hurry to take action. There was plenty of time for him to slowly settle the score for his father. Mr. N.I. that gift was personally but I wonder regarding that matter I mentioned earlier, does Mr. N.I. have any thoughts? In the end, N.I. Yongxiao nodded. At this moment his mind was occupied with only one thing, avenging his. Since the masterminds are Han Chen's wife and Huang Ziqing, once he takes action, he is sure to set off a chain reaction. Thus the safest route would be to either remain still or completely overhaul the N.I. family from top to bottom. The hall masters below had long harbored resentment against the N.I. family. N.I. Yongxiao knew this all too well. His original plan was to stabilize the family business before slowly dealing with those individuals. But now that Wu Zhenbang has intervened, while the timing is tight, it is not necessarily a major problem. Mr. Wu, I have figured out who harmed my father. Do you know who the shooter was? Lu Jiaming from the Huanghucking Police Academy. Han Chen has planted him as a mole. Wu Zhenbang smiled faintly, immediately exposing Lu Jiaming. To be fair, keeping Lu Jiaming alive might yet serve some purpose. After all, once he graduated from the police academy, Han Chen's leverage over him could prove useful. But Wu Zhenbang held no regard for such marginal utility. Had Lu Jiaming already ascended to the upper echelons of the police force, perhaps he would have warranted some value. Yet now he was merely a lowly cadet cooped up in the academy, far from earning even the title of full-fledged officer. By the time he rose through the ranks, Wu Zhenbang would long since have soared beyond such petty concerns. Thus Wu Zhenbang felt no pang of regret as he handed Lu Jiaming straight to N.I. Yongxiao. Huanghucking Police Academy. N.I. Yongxiao's eyelid twitched ever so slightly. He had never imagined that short-statured Han Chen harbored such a cunning stratagem, turning the tables by planting an informant within the police force itself. Understood. I appreciate your guidance, Mr. Wu. N.I. Yongxiao nodded and rose from the sofa, smoothing his jacket lapels with practiced grace. In mere moments, he had transformed back into his customary refined composure, utterly unrecognizable from the man who moments earlier had nearly lost his temper. Merely mutual benefit, Wu Zhenbang waved dismissively. Then shall I proceed tonight? No objections. However, Han Chen remains my responsibility. I'll handle him personally. As for Guohua Gandhi and the others, you may deal with them as you see fit. With the alliance now irrevocably sealed, N.I. Yongxiao wasted no time in indecision. Speed ensured stability. Moreover, with Wu Zhenbang sowing chaos first, N.I. Yongxiao's move against Han Chen would unfold without dragging the other branch leaders into the fray. This arrangement spared the N.I. family internal strife, and N.I. Yongxiao found the outcome deeply satisfactory. Agreed, so it is settled. Wu Zhenbang raised no objection to N.I. Yongxiao's insistence on confronting Han Chen himself. It only spared him further complications. Without the N.I. family's backing, branch leaders like Guohua Gandhi Haigi and Wenzheng were in Wu Zhenbang's eyes little more than scattered dust. With cooperation secured, the weight pressing upon N.I. Yongxiao's heart finally lifted. With Wu Zhenbang stirring upheaval beyond, his assault on Han Chen would face no interference from rival branch heads, averting fratricidal conflict within the N.I. clan. That very night, the brief lull in Tsim Sha Sui's clamor erupted anew. Three of Wu Zhenbang's most fearsome lieutenants, Feng Yuxiu, Gao Jin, and Abu, led over 2,000 men surging like a black tide into the district's narrow alleys. Abu led a pack of snarling underlings brandishing steel pipes into Gandhi's nightclub. With a thunderous swing, he struck the chandelier, metal shrieking against crystal. The Wu Wensheng is conducting official business. Clear the premises. His roar sent patrons scrambling in blind panic. The bloodshed that night extended far beyond this single venue. Of the NI group's 5 major branches, only Han Shen's stronghold remained untouched. The other 4 were ruthlessly purged. Sim Sha Sui had long been the crown jewel contested by every triad. Once alongside the dominant NI clan, the loyalist Zhongxin Yi, uprooted entirely by Wu Zhenbang, and rival factions such as the Ho Sing Shi and Hung Hing, she led by the legendary war god Prince, all vied for dominance here. Though the district teemed with opportunists, most gangs operated on a modest scale, controlling only 1 or 2 venues, or perhaps a handful of streets. Compared to the colossal NI empire, they were negligible. Now the landscape had shifted dramatically. Zhongxin Yi had fallen under new leadership, while the Hung Hing, war god Prince, had long been crippled, his martial prowess shattered by Feng Yuxiu. Hung Hing's influence here had dwindled beyond recognition. Since Prince's downfall, his abandoned territories had become coveted spoils, fiercely contested by all. Were it not for Hung Hing's lingering authority, those lands would have been devoured whole. To uninformed street thugs, Wu Zhenbang's sudden assault on the NI clan appeared yet another drug war flare-up. Even Gandhi and the others initially assumed as much, until reality shattered their assumptions. That Han Shen alone escaped unscathed led many to suspect he'd secretly aligned with Wu Zhenbang. But that theory collapsed instantly when NI Yongxiao himself led the raid on Han Shen's compound, arresting both him and his wife Mary. Even more bewildering was the utter calm between Wu Zhenbang and the NI family, while Ni's own branch leaders bore the brunt of the violence. This maneuver left everyone utterly confounded. No one could decipher the grand design. These 2 titans. Smoke hung thick in the Ho Sing Shi headquarters. Wang Bao slouched deep into a leather sofa, puffing hard on a cigar as he demanded, "What's unfolding outside?" "Boss, the latest intel says NI Yongxiao and Wu Zhenbang haven't clashed at all." De Pao, the lieutenant nicknamed Cannon, had just hung up his phone and hurried forward. Of Ni's 5 branches, Wu's men have stormed 4. Only Han Shen's remains intact. Gandhi, Guohua, Haigi, Wenzhong, all reportedly eliminated. And Han Shen. Wang Bao sat bolt upright, nearly biting through his cigar. De Pao swallowed hard, stammering. He was taken by NI Yongxiao himself, along with his wife Mary. NI Yongxiao personally. Wang Bao's eyes bulged, as if told the sun had risen in the west. "Are you absolutely certain?" "Absolutely, boss." De Pao thumped his chest. "I reckon NI Yongxiao and Wu Zhenbang must have struck. Otherwise, why would Wu suddenly strike Gandhi and the rest? And why would NI personally arrest Han Shen?" Wang Bao exhaled a slow, dense smoke ring, his brow furrowed into deep creases. "Keep watching. Report any movement immediately." "Understood, brother." De Pao nodded solemnly and turned toward the door, then paused. "Wait. Anything else?" De Pao froze mid-step and pivoted, gazing at Wang Bao with puzzled eyes. "Tell all brothers to stay sharp tonight. No one leaves base without orders. Hold tight to your own turf." After a moment's reflection, Wang Bao issued the command in a low, grave tone. "Got it. I'll relay it right away." De Pao bowed and withdrew swiftly, leaving no further instructions needed. The vast chamber fell silent save for Wang Bao alone, reclining in the leather sofa, exhaling slow plumes of cigar smoke, his expression heavy, mind replaying every twist of tonight's upheaval. Huff. After a long silence, Wang Bao released a final languid smoke ring, then reached for the mobile phone on the table and dialed a number. "Aji, return to me at once." Meanwhile, inside the NI family mansion in Simsha Sui. "Ah Chun, do you know why you and your wife have been summoned here at this hour?" In the spacious living room, NI Yongxiao sat regally upon the central sofa, his gaze piercing like a blade as it locked onto Han Shen and his wife, both pinned to the floor by bodyguards. Standing nearby, Uncle NI glared with barely concealed fury, ready to strike at any signal. In fact, NI Yongxiao had already revealed the truth behind NI Kuen's murder to his uncle upon returning home that evening. "Brother Xiao, I've served the NI family with unwavering loyalty for years, never once betraying my oath. I truly cannot fathom why this extraordinary measure is being taken tonight. Surely some misunderstanding lies beneath." Though thoroughly humiliated, Han Shen remained a veteran of the underworld, hardened by decades of peril. He met NI Yongxiao's stare unflinchingly, voice steady and resolute. "Oh." NI Yongxiao let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Perhaps your wife would care to explain." Han Shen visibly stiffened, utterly unprepared for his wife's involvement. He twisted urgently toward Mary, only to find her face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. At that sight, Han Shen knew the matter ran deeper than he dared imagine. His jaw tightened as he demanded, "What exactly have you concealed from me?" "Wah." Mary buried her face in her hands, sobbing silently, refusing even to lift her gaze. From the moment she'd been seized by the NI men, she knew her affair with Inspector Huang had been exposed. Speechless before her husband's accusation, she offered no reply. "Ah Chun, your wife masterminded the assassination of my father." Seeing Mary remain mute, NI Yongxiao's eyes hardened into lethal ice. He laid bare her illicit liaison with Inspector Huang, and the full sordid chain of events culminating in NI Kuen's murder. When Han Shen learned that the revered patriarch he'd revered had been slain by his own wife, and that she'd betrayed him with the anti-corruption unit's chief, he felt his mind shatter, frozen, electrified, utterly paralyzed. He had never dreamed that after dedicating his life to the NI family, his spouse would stab him in the back and conspire with the very law enforcement unit sworn to dismantle organized crime. "Wife, is this all true?" His voice trembled as he stared incredulously at the woman he'd married years ago. NI Kuen had shown him profound favor, granting him opportunity and trust. Even after NI Kuen's death, when other branch leaders grew restless and ambitious, Han Shun had steadfastly upheld his loyalty to the NI family. Yet he could never have foreseen that the person he trusted most not only murdered his benefactor, but reduced him to ridicule across the entire underworld. In that instant, Han Shun felt his world collapse. Most devastating of all, he realized the architect of his disgrace was none other than a key figure in the anti-corruption unit. His love for Mary had always been sincere. Her betrayal pierced his heart like a dagger. Before her husband's anguished question, Mary knelt wordlessly on the icy floor, her head bowed so heavily it seemed weighted by unbearable shame, refusing to utter a single syllable. "Uncle." NI Yongxiao's voice held the last vestige of restraint. Watching Han Shen's devastation and Mary's obstinate silence, his final shred of patience evaporated. The elder beside him understood instantly. With a deafening roar, Uncle NI drew his sidearm. Long and muzzle flash blazed. Bullets tore into the pair until the magazine emptied. "How should we deal with that guy surnamed Huang as well?" Uncle San, reloading his gun, wiped his face, his eyes flashing with fierce light. Although the two before him had already breathed their last, there were still those involved in the plot against NI Kuen, including Huang Zhicheng, the head of the anti-crime unit, in Simsha Sui. Naturally, NI Yongxiao squeezed out two words from between his teeth, his knuckles turning white as he declared, "Not a single one should be left if they have ever shed blood of my father. They'll take my brothers to handle it right away." "No need," interrupted the newly appointed head of the NI family, raising his hand. "I have already arranged for the manpower. Just help me clean up this mess at home." The old man hesitated as he rubbed his fingers together, asking, "Are you really going to cut off the family business passed down for generations? The foundation of the NI family's fortune built on D products cannot simply be abandoned. What will they rely on in the future?" The figure on the sofa leaned back wearily, saying, "The old man often reminded me that the NI family cannot always walk this path." As his Adam's apple bobbed, his voice grew hoarse. "Who knows when someone might come and blow my head off with a bullet? I had planned to wait until the situation stabilized to deal with Han Shun and these traitors before slowly clearing my name." The young head of the family suddenly chuckled. "Right now is a perfect opportunity for a thorough resolution." This statement left Uncle San speechless. Indeed, with NI Kuen down, who would be next? The old man gazed out at the neon lights, finally nodding heavily. At this moment, the Tsim Sha Sui police station was ablaze with lights. Having just dealt with a gang conflict, Huang Zhicheng rubbed his temples as he drove back. The sudden brawl between Wu Zhenbang and several NI family hall masters not only caught other gangs off guard, but even the police were taken by surprise. As the SUV turned the last corner, a dump truck suddenly charged out from the shadows without its headlights on. Distracted Officer Huang had no time to react. As he turned the steering wheel halfway, the steel beast was already barreling toward him. After a thunderous crash, the police car was shoved 20 meters away, ultimately crumpling against the ruins of a blood spread from the driver's seat to the dashboard. The officer, whose life hung in the balance, lowered his head as droplets of blood dripped steadily onto the police badge. Two hulking figures clad in black, wearing black masks, strode heavily towards the already mangled car of Huang Zhicheng. Through the shattered window, they clearly saw Huang Zhicheng trapped in the twisted frame of the car, his body riddled with ghastly wounds, blood soaking his shirt. One of the masked men slowly drew out a weapon from behind his waist, the cold, dark barrel pressed directly against Huang Zhicheng's temple. With 3 deafening bangs, Huang Zhicheng's head drooped limply. Confirming that the target was completely lifeless, the other figure in black pulled out a box of old videotapes from his trenchcoat pocket, casually tossing it onto the bullet-riddled roof of the car. After completing all this, the two shadows swiftly melted into the dark night, as if they had never appeared at all. As dawn broke over the island, the shocking events that transpired in Tsim Sha Sui last night had become a hot topic on the streets. Wu Zhenbang, the notorious figure from Liansheng, had surprisingly dispatched over 2,000 men overnight to wipe out several key halls of the NI family, uprooting this long-established clan. However, the truth was often obscured by appearances. In reality, Wu Zhenbang's men had only taken down 4 halls, while NI Yongxiao personally cleaned up Han Chen's territory. Only the heads of the top-tier gangs in Hong Kong knew these insider details. The unknowing underworld figures speculated wildly, with various rumors spreading like weeds. The most widely circulated theory was that Wu Zhenbang aimed to monopolize the feng shui treasure of Sim Sha Sui, and targeting the Ni family was merely the first step in his ambition. As the rumors grew more outrageous, even those who initially believed this was just a personal feud between two families began to accept this explanation. This whirlwind left other gangs in Sim Sha Sui on edge, fearing they might be next. Would Wu Zhenbang miss this rare opportunity? Riding on the momentum of eliminating the Ni family, he immediately ordered his confidant Gao Jin to issue a harsh warning: Sim Sha Sui must belong to the Wu family, and any gang unwilling to roll out would face dire consequences. This declaration was like a thunderclap, causing the entire Sim Sha Sui to tremble. Those weaker gangs hastily packed up their belongings and fled, while those with some strength chose to remain still. After all, besides the Ni family, there were also Wang Bao and the Hixing Society, as well as the dock controlled by the war god of Hongying. These onlookers were waiting for the results of the showdown between Wu Zhenbang and these two major forces. Amidst the confusing situation, Gao Jin dropped another bombshell: Wu Zhenbang voluntarily relinquished all territory in Wanshai, intending to solely manage business in Mongkok and Sim Sha Sui. This news instantly ignited the greed of the entire underground world, with various gangs mobilizing and preparing to seize this piece of unexpected cake. Just as some smaller gangs were rubbing their fists in anticipation, the police force and various bigwigs on the island were also closely monitoring every move of Wu Zhenbang. A loud crash suddenly rang out in the Sim Sha Sui police station. What is that bastard Wu Zhenbang trying to pull? He wants to rename Sim Sha Sui to Wu. What audacity! Does he really think we police are just for show? Inspector Liu Chi-chong angrily slammed his fist on the desk, his face contorted in rage. Huang Jicheng was not only his capable subordinate, but also a longtime friend. When he received the report of the car accident last night, he felt as if struck by lightning, unable to regain his composure. However, when the law enforcement personnel began their investigation, even after confirming that Huang Jicheng had clearly been ambushed, they still found no clues. Surprisingly, they unexpectedly discovered a videotape at the scene of the accident. This seemingly ordinary tape plunged the entire anti-crime unit, led by Huang Jicheng, into a mire. The footage clearly recorded the moment Wu Zhenbang handed over something to Ni Yongshao, specifically capturing Huang Jicheng's secret meeting with Mary at a hotel. After seeing these images, the Internal Affairs Investigation Unit immediately took away all members of the anti-crime unit, led by Huang Jicheng. The agents were currently undergoing disciplinary review. Officer Liu, how should we deploy next? The uniformed administrative secretary respectfully offered a cup of hot tea, softly inquiring. Relay my orders. If Wu Zhenbang truly dispatches people to brawl with other gangs, have the mobile unit on standby to clean up the mess. After venting his anger by slamming the table, Liu Chi-chong heavily plopped down in his office chair. Although Wu Zhenbang's claim to dominate Sim Sha Sui infuriated him, Liu Chi-chong understood that this underworld bigwig was different from others. Wu Zhenbang had an unshakable rule: never to dabble in D products. Even with numerous territories, he merely collected protection fees. On ordinary days, he conducted business honestly, starkly contrasting with the other gang leaders who engaged in wrongdoing. Thus, despite Liu Chi-cheng's numerous grievances against Wu Zhenbang, he had to privately acknowledge it would be better to let Wu Zhenbang dominate than the several violent forces that previously occupied Sim Sha Sui. After all, the underworld forces can never be completely eradicated. For every one dismantled by the police, another would immediately spring up, just like weeds that refuse to burn away. If Wu Zhenbang truly unified Sim Sha Sui according to his past style, anyone daring to sell D products in his territory would face a fate worse than falling into the hands of the police with broken limbs at the very least. This is also why there are numerous gangs on Hong Kong Island, yet few dare to distribute goods on Wu Zhenbang's turf. Understood, Officer Liu. The secretary bowed in response, then turned to relay the orders. If only that bastard could cause less trouble. In the empty office, Liu Chi-chong continued to curse Wu Zhenbang. Since this guy rose to prominence, he has caused a stir every few days. Previously, Huang Jicheng had been keeping a close eye on Wu Zhenbang. Liu Chi-chong was well aware of this. At that time, the anti-crime unit had even lost an officer, and Huang Jicheng had emphatically claimed that it was Wu Zhenbang's people behind it. But before they could find solid evidence, Huang Jicheng himself fell victim. Liu Chi-chong let out a long breath, slumping against the chair's back. He was certain that Huang Jicheng's death was undoubtedly orchestrated by Ni Yongshao. The targeting nature of that videotape was too evident. Aside from Ni Yongshao, Liu Chi-chong genuinely couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to kill the head of the anti-crime unit so brazenly. Don't you all love to stir up trouble? Then I'll send someone even better at causing a ruckus to play with you. While murmuring to himself, Liu Chi-chong suddenly remembered a tough character named Ma Jun in the police force. This person was also a fierce warrior, but his rash actions had led to a poor reputation, preventing him from being promoted. Liu Chi-chong contemplated whether he should transfer Ma Jun to his command. so that this tough character could properly deal with the thugs under Wu Zhenbang. With this thought in mind, Lu Chi-chong straightened his back and began writing a transfer request. In the conference room of the Honghing headquarters, a Yao start by discussing the current situation. Seated at the head of the table, Jiang Tiansheng turned to Chun Yao beside him. Chun Yao nodded, slightly surveying the room. The spokespersons from the various halls of Honghing sat upright, their expressions distinct. He interlocked his fingers on the table, cleared his throat, and began to speak. You all must have received wind of the commotion that erupted in Tsim Sha Sui last night. He paused for a moment, observing the reactions of the crowd. This morning news came from Wu Zhenbang's side, declaring his intention to completely bring Tsim Sha Sui under his control. At this point, Chun Yao deliberately slowed his speech. Everyone knows that the prince was originally responsible for Tsim Sha Sui's affairs. However, after the recent conflict in Mongkok, the prince is still recuperating and unable to cope with the current situation. The room fell silent, only the faint hum of the air conditioner could be heard. The hall masters present lowered their gazes, some lost in thought over their teacups, while others fiddled with their lighters. No one was willing to be the first to speak. The name Wu Zhenbang was a resounding brand in the Hong Kong underworld. A tough character who carved out a bloody path from the bottom, he had unknown numbers of good men under him. The previous leader Liang Kuan was personally taken down by him. Even the most recognized fighter in the Hongxing, the crown prince, is still lying in the hospital. Who would dare to provoke such a figure easily? Even more terrifying is that Wu Zhenbang's record goes far beyond this. Back in the day, the loyal and righteous Lian Haolong, known as the #1 master in the martial world, was also beaten to death by his subordinates. Who on Hong Kong Island doesn't know Wu Zhenbang's style? Not only the outsiders, but even the big bosses of his own gang, he can kill, at will, even pursuing them overseas to take their lives. These incidents have already made various forces on Hong Kong Island wary of him. Although Hongxing is indeed famous for its fighters, that is all old news. Now among the hundreds of gangs on Hong Kong Island, there are many hidden talents. Unless Hongxing deploys all its forces, it will be difficult to deal with Wu Zhenbang. But if they really do so, Lianxing will definitely not sit idly by. If the two major gangs go to war, the first to step in to suppress it will inevitably be the police, and no one will have it easy then. After 3 hours of discussion, Hongxing finally made a decision. As long as Wu Zhenbang can stabilize the Hexing society and the police do not intervene, they will give up the crown prince's territory in Tsim Sha Sui. Jiang Tiansheng has already received wind of the situation. The head of the anti-black unit in Tsim Sha Sui, Huang Zhiqing, was killed last night. Although Hongxing is not afraid of Wu Zhenbang at this critical moment, making too much noise and drawing police attention would be counterproductive. And without mobilizing a large number of people, it is indeed difficult to contend with Wu Zhenbang. Finally, Jiang Tianxing spoke with the still recovering crown prince over the phone and reached a consensus. If Wu Zhenbang can indeed swallow the Hexing society, Hongxing will withdraw from Tsim Sha Sui. At that time, the crown prince's forces will work with the new leader of the Kowloon society, Chun Haonan, to seize Wu Zhenbang's territory in Wanchai. After all, the crown prince suffered significant losses in the battle in Mongkok. Without gang support, it would be difficult to hold Tsim Sha Sui, let alone establish a foothold in Wanchai. On the other end of the line, the crown prince did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed to this plan. As for the grudge with Wu Zhenbang, the thought of revenge was something he dared not even consider. Now that the other party has not sent anyone to make a move, it is already a blessing. Just then in the Tsuanwan district, as soon as he opened the car door, Wu Zhenbang's gaze collided with the D leaning against the door frame. The other party's face was full of smiles, warmly waving at him. Oh Bang, you really are amazing this time. You've unified Tsim Sha Sui, it's simply miraculous. As soon as the D saw the newcomer, he immediately exaggeratedly waved his arms and shouted. Since he received the news last night that Wu Zhenbang mobilized 2,000 men to smash the Ni family's turf, he was astonished. Even more unbelievable is that within one night, several important branches of the Ni family were completely swept away. The key figures in charge were all taken down. The D had been holding questions all night long, and finally, when he made it to today's regular meeting, he had to get to the bottom of it. Why did the Ni family just watch their territory being taken? Although word on the street had spread that last night, when Wu Zhenbang took action and Ni Yongxiao personally dealt with Han Chen, this was no longer a secret. But the D could not understand what means Wu Zhenbang had used to make the Ni family willingly give up their territory. Hey brother D, don't rush, it's not fully settled yet. Wu Zhenbang chuckled as he threw a cigar over. Wait until we really take it down, then you can congratulate me. Because both Han Chen and Huang Zhiqing died, he felt particularly cheerful today, his hearty laughter ringing especially loudly in the morning. That's pretty much it. You've even taken down the hard nut, that is the Ni family. Oh, what more trouble can the remaining small fry stir up? The D took the cigar, quickly lit it, and waved his hand casually. By the way Bang, if you need help, my brothers in Tsuanwan are always ready to support you. After all, among Lianxing, the DS, Tsuanwan influence is the most stable. If his good friend Wu Zhenbang can really unify Tsim Sha Sui, it would naturally be a good thing for him. By the way Bang, the D suddenly lowered his voice and leaned closer. What's going on between you and the Ni family? Last night, when you smashed their turf, they didn't even make a peep. Also, I heard that Ni Yongxiao personally took Han Chen back. What's the story behind that? Questions burst out like a rapid-fire cannon. This doubt had been swirling in his mind all night, and today, he had to get to the bottom of it. Nothing special, just made a deal with the Ni family. Wu Zhenbang smirked slightly. This matter no longer needed to be concealed. Since Han Chen and Huang Zhiqing had already passed away, there was no harm in revealing it. He briefly mentioned the incident when he first planted his flag in Mongkok, where Han Chen secretly paid to hire kids. Later, when he sent someone to tail Han Chen, he unexpectedly discovered that his wife Mary was having an affair with Huang Zhiqing, leading him to uncover the real culprit behind the murder of Ni Cohen. I can't believe it. That Mary really knows how to play. The D was left speechless, nearly dropping his cigar. Her husband is a drug dealer, and she's hooking up with an anti-black unit officer. The most ridiculous part is that Huang Zhiqing, a police officer, is even more sinister than us gangsters. I really didn't see that coming. This shocking revelation left the D speechless and made him skip breakfast. With his straightforward way of thinking, he could not imagine such a dramatic plot. Especially the fact that the head of the anti-black unit is actually a corrupt cop completely overturned his understanding. So I used this leverage to make a deal with Ni Yongxiao. Seeing the D's jaw nearly drop in shock, Wu Zhenbang chuckled as he blew out a smoke ring. Of course, the version he told had undergone some artistic processing. The night breeze swirled around the cigarette, but the D rubbed his face hard, the calluses on his fingers scraping against his cheekbone painfully. Only now did he realize the key to the whole game. The focus was never on Han Chen. The internal rift within the Ni family was the critical point. No wonder. The D suddenly smiled broadly, his golden tooth glinting dully under the streetlight. When we smashed the Ni family's turf, those sons of bitches didn't dare make a sound at all. Wu Zhenbang did not respond, merely pulling out a cigarette to smoke. As he flicked the lighter, he noticed the D's pupils suddenly constrict. This newly appointed leader of Lianxing seemed to have just figured out that behind Ni Kun's bloodshed stood someone from the then. About Officer Huang's case last night. The D suddenly lowered his voice, his greasy forehead almost touching Wu Zhenbang's ear. Could it really be that Ni Yongxiao bastard? From the street corner came the sound of a drunkard vomiting. Wu Zhenbang, puffing out smoke rings, looked toward the depths of the neon lights, lightly flicking off the ash from his fingertips. Brother D, the uncles must be waiting impatiently. This casual remark made the flesh on the back of the D's neck quiver 3 times. Tonight's meeting was far more important than discussing such matters. The neon sign of the Tsuinwan nightclub was missing 2 strokes. The D's newly established headquarters was hidden on the 3rd floor, while the old lair in Kuntong had long been gathering dust. Ever since that old fox who always held a purple clay pot was buried, the situation in Lianxing changed dramatically. Bang is here. Brother Bang. As the chatter of greetings erupted, the D was walking toward the main seat. He suddenly halted, his back teeth grinding together. These old geezers had never been so warm when welcoming him. The gap-toothed grin that showed off his golden teeth was stretched to the roots of his ears, and Long Jin was even more attentive, pulling out the chair for him. The D looked at this group of opportunistic old men and suddenly remembered the money he had thrown around. In order to sit in this position, he had given each uncle plenty of team money. Now, well, this group of turncoats didn't even bother with formalities. Most irritating is Wu Zhenbang's demeanor. This bastard publicly flipped the table and used Longin's wig as a mop, and there were even doubts about whether the accident with the old ghost Zhu was related to him. But now, these old men looked as if they had seen their own son grinning broadly enough to squash a fly. Over here, Chu Aiji waved from the corner. This former leader had specially worn a brand new Tang suit today, and even his usually greasy sideburns were meticulously styled. As Wu Zhenbang walked over, Chu Aiji's cheeks were nearly bursting. When he stepped down, he looked like a stray dog, but now he was riding high on his apprentice's coattails. The boss was in good spirits. As Wu Zhenbang sat down, Chu Aiji was just pouring water into his teacup. The steaming tea brewed the leaves just like their suddenly elevated status at the table, creating a noticeable bubble in the meeting room. He wasn't showing off his authority because he saw Wu Zhenbang had grown strong, but rather Chu Aiji felt genuinely happy for his former subordinate's achievements. In the past, he had lived a cowardly life, although he had now washed his hands of the business. Just thinking about Wu Zhenbang being his former little brother made Chu Aiji feel joyful. As for why he appeared here today, it all started with the phone call early in the morning. Chu Aiji's group had urged him to be present as soon as daylight broke. Everyone knew that a new leader was to be elected today, and this position belonged solely to Wu Zhenbang, unless he himself was unwilling to take on this burden. As long as he nodded, no one present would dare say a word against it. Chu Aiji and the others specifically invited him to prevent Wu Zhenbang from taking the reins. Everyone had experienced the ruthlessness of this upstart. The way old ghost Yi fell was well known among those present. Adding to this was the fact that Chu Aiji's group had all had some past grievances with Wu Zhenbang, which is why they had invited the former leader today. The implication was clear: if you are willing to take up the banner, we will support you wholeheartedly. But the past grievances must be put behind, henceforth peace must prevail. After all, they are all part of Lianxing. there is no need to ruin relationships over old accounts. That's why as soon as Wu Zhenbang entered Chuaji and the others greeted him with smiles. Not to mention that last night Wu Zhenbang ruthlessly took down 5 branches of the Ni family and announced his intention to take sole control of Tsimsha Sui. Now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. Di boldly sat down in the main seat, interrupting the small talk between Wu Zhenbang and Chuaji. Today we elect a new leader, no need for extra words. He fixed a direct gaze on Wu Zhenbang. Bang, will you take it? This double act had been rehearsed. Although Wu Zhenbang had mentioned supporting Jimmy to rise, Di couldn't make an open declaration. Now was just the time to pass the cue. As for the opinions of those elder uncles, who still cared about that? As long as Wu Zhenbang nodded, no other hall masters could even think about it. A bang, if you make a move, I will fully support you. The younger generation is formidable. I'll leave the matter of lynching to you, without doubt. As soon as Big D finished speaking, several seasoned veterans rushed to express their loyalty. Besides Big D, only Long Jin knew about Wu Zhenbang's intention to support Jimmy. Thus, even though the old man was in a wheelchair, he insisted on attending in person. However, the show must wait for Wu Zhenbang to take the stage first. Listening to the flattery echoing in the room, he couldn't help but smile broadly. Although he had withdrawn from the world with this layer of incense kinship, who would dare to disrespect him? His status was even more glorious than when he was in charge. Bang! Bang! Wu Zhenbang lightly tapped the table with his fingers, and the noisy room instantly fell silent. He slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over every face present. Thank you all for your kindness, uncles. He cleared his throat and continued. However, it seems everyone has misunderstood my intention. According to the traditional rules of the Underworld, as the current leader of the Mongkok area, I, Wu Zhenbang, indeed possess the basic qualifications to run for the position of the top brother. As he was speaking, he suddenly paused. His gaze swept across everyone present and noticed that apart from Long Jin and Big D, the others were displaying looks of confusion. He cleared his throat and continued. However, in terms of experience, my time in the organization is indeed too short. Compared to those seniors who joined the organization early, I, as a junior, still have a long way to go. He deliberately emphasized his tone. I believe all the seniors here still remember the saying that the late Lord Deng often shared, right? In our group, we are most averse to allowing one individual to monopolize power. I personally strongly agree with this viewpoint. According to the rules set by the old master, I am obviously not suitable for this position now. Just think, if I were to become the leader again with my current influence, everyone present would surely feel uncomfortable, right? Therefore, after careful consideration, I have decided to voluntarily withdraw from this election and give this opportunity to someone more suitable. Before his words fell, the entire conference room erupted. Everyone was stunned by this sudden announcement, especially the few elder figures led by Chuanbao, who were left dumbfounded. What is going on? They had already publicly expressed their support, yet the candidate announced his withdrawal. Big D at the main seat could hardly suppress his laughter. He thought to himself, if you want to support that little brat Jimmy, just say so directly. How could you use the deceased Lord Deng as a shield? The most ironic part is that the one who was most disrespectful to the old master was Wu Zhenbang himself. Now that he has passed away, Wu Zhenbang wants to use his words as a decree. Thinking of this, Big D's expression twisted. He never expected Wu Zhenbang could make shamelessness sound so splendid. He could not learn such skill. Chuanbao was the quickest to regain his composure. He keenly sensed that Wu Zhenbang's intention to yield to someone else was not simple. With Wu Zhenbang's current power, who in the gang could make him willingly step aside? There must be some underlying information that these old fellows were unaware of. A bang, Chuanbao said thoughtfully, since you have decided not to run, who do you wish to nominate? Once this question was raised, the other elders were also stunned. Indeed, Wu Zhenbang's sudden withdrawal must have some hidden reason. They, like Chuanbao, could not believe that Wu Zhenbang had no interest in the position of the top brother. The only explanation is that he has more to say. The entire conference room fell silent. Instantly, all eyes focused on Wu Zhenbang, waiting for his next words. As for his earlier remarks about Lord Deng, everyone had long dismissed them as nonsense. In fact, Xuanbao's question had already violated the rules of the gang. According to tradition, only these elders have the authority to decide who becomes the leader. Why would they ask the opinion of a hall master? Yet in the past few months, the gang had experienced too many changes. Everyone knew that ever since Big D played the trick of having dual leaders, the authority of the Elder Council had plummeted. That was still during the time when Lord Deng was alive. Now that the old master is gone, the gang is entirely ruled by whoever has the strongest fist. The era of the Elder Council deciding the leaders has long passed. If Wu Zhenbang does not give these old fellows any face, what can they do to him? The elder figures present did not sense any abnormality at all. Since Uncle Chuanbao has already brought this up, then I shall also share my views. Wu Zhenbang scrutinized everyone present with sharp eyes, paused for a moment before slowly speaking. I believe that Brother Les Godson Jimmy is a good candidate. He has been in the organization long enough, and his care for the brothers is evident. Firstly, I want to thank all the uncles for their kindness towards me. However, I have a natural inclination for business and truly lack the inclination to sit in the position of the leader of Lianxing. Therefore, I will abandon this election and fully support Jimmy to take up the role of the new leader. I have finished speaking. Does anyone present have any objections? Wu Zhenbang leaned on the table with both hands, his body slightly leaning forward, his gaze carrying an almost imperceptible intimidation as he scanned every elder present. This. Chuanbao was stunned after hearing this. At this moment, he finally understood Wu Zhenbang's true intention behind his voluntary withdrawal. It turns out he was playing a much larger game. Saying that he had no interest in the leader position and only loved doing business was just a ruse. The true goal was to elevate his own people to power, thereby maintaining actual control of the organization without having to personally step into the spotlight. Isn't this typical behind-the-scenes manipulation? Now who doesn't know that Jimmy is associated with Wu Zhenbang? Not standing up to run himself, but instead pushing a younger brother into the position. What about the next election? You should know that the position of the leader in Lianqing cannot be held consecutively. If Wu Zhenbang pushes Jimmy into the position this time when the time for the next election comes, wouldn't that mean Wu Zhenbang could still run for election with legitimacy? Chuanbao, who thought he had seen through everything, now only felt that this young man was far more scheming than anyone who had held the position in Lianqing. I have no objections. Just as Chuanbao and the other elder figures were still pondering, Long Jin was the first to express his stance. This had already been prearranged, so he naturally wouldn't oppose it. I agree as well. Big D, seated in the main position, immediately followed suit. Seeing Wu Zhenbang's seemingly respectful, yet sharp demeanor, Big D felt a tinge of envy. Although he was famously arrogant back in the day, he could never manage to be as audaciously dignified as Chuanbao. Hesitated for a long time, but ultimately gritted his teeth and said, I also support it. There was no choice. Even Big D had stepped forward to support it. If these old bones didn't recognize the situation, they might find themselves in an embarrassing position right then and there. Moreover, it seemed Wu Zhenbang had definitely conferred with Big D beforehand. Being able to vote here today is already a sign of respect given by him. With Wu Zhenbang and Big D's current strength, if the two joined forces, no one in Lianqing would dare to object. Thus, even if Chuanbao felt unhappy inside, he could only swallow his grievances. With Big D and Xuanbao's endorsements, the other uncles, although grumbling internally, all pretended to be indifferent and cast their votes in favor. Thus, the new leader of Lianqing was settled, Jimmy. News of this spread like wildfire that very afternoon. To the surprise of other gangs on Hong Kong Island, the new leader of Lianqing was not the well-expected Wu Zhenbang, but rather the godson of former leader Lin Hualua, Jimmy. This unexpected result left many in the underworld utterly shocked. The streets were abuzz with this huge. Lin Hualuo's life was clearly cut short by Wu Zhenbang's hand. Who could have guessed that the one to take the top seat in Lianqing would actually be Lin Hualuo's godson? Could it be that Wu Zhenbang has lost his mind? Other leaders in the underworld clearly understood that with Wu Zhenbang's current power, seizing the position of leader in Lianqing would be a piece of cake. Before long, these people began to understand the intricacies. Jimmy's rise was not without reason. Ever since Lin Hualua was forced into exile by Wu Zhenbang and lost his life, Jimmy had secretly allied with Wu Zhenbang. Even so, many still couldn't fathom why Wu Zhenbang would abandon the ready-made leadership position and instead push Jimmy into that role. It can't be that this big shot has no interest in becoming the leader, can it? But that doesn't make sense. Who in the underworld doesn't know that Wu Zhenbang had just declared his intent to turn Simsha Sui into his exclusive turf? Such a ruthless character. If anyone says he doesn't want to take charge, even the stray dogs on the street would laugh their heads off. Most people thought this way, but there were also those like Chuanbao who understood. Currently, Wu Zhenbang's support for Jimmy was actually quite simple. Lianqing's rules are clear: the leader cannot serve consecutive terms. Therefore, they speculated that Wu Zhenbang was likely eyeing the position for the next term. This term let Jimmy take the lead, after all, he is one of his own. When the next election comes around, Wu Zhenbang could run again, which would essentially be a disguised re-election. Moreover, this term's candidates included the formidable Big D. To some astute observers, it seemed Wu Zhenbang might be wary of a direct confrontation with Big D, which is why he didn't step in himself and instead pushed Jimmy forward. Outside, the news of Jimmy's ascendancy stirred the town into a frenzy, but Wu Zhenbang appeared unfazed, allowing outsiders to speculate without interference. He was busy transferring Feng Yusa and a group of his men from Wanchai to Simsha Sui, clearly indicating that he was ready to take serious action. As more and more forces gathered in Simsha Sui, the smaller gangs that were initially considering waiting things out quickly fled like frightened rabbits. Even the people under the prince under Jiang Tiansheng's orders withdrew from Simsha Sui and regrouped in Wanchai. Wu Zhenbang and Hung Hing's series of moves sounded alarms for other gangs. It seems Wu Zhenbang's declaration of relinquishing his territory in Wanchai was not a bluff. And although Hung Hing's withdrawal from Simsha Sui was to clear a path for Wu Zhenbang, it was clear to observers that they were eyeing Wu Zhenbang's turf in Wanchai. On the surface, it appeared as if two factions were exchanging territories, but other societies were far from naive. Wu Zhenbang only mentioned giving up Wanchai without stating it was a deal with Hongxing. If one had the skills and courage, anyone could stake a claim in Wanchai. The crows of Dongxing were calculating just that. Upon hearing that Wu Zhenbang's forces were withdrawing from Wanchai, he immediately gathered his brothers to prepare for a major offensive. Hongxing was formidable, but Dongxing was no pushover either. Now not only was Tsim Sha Sui in turmoil due to Wu Zhenbang's troop movements, but Wanchai was also rife with undercurrents. All the major factions were rubbing their hands together, eager to take a bite out of the juicy territory of Wanchai. Wu Zhenbang paid no mind to these minor maneuvers. He was fully focused on deploying his men in Tsim Sha Sui. As night fell, the streets of Tsim Sha Sui were packed with his subordinates in matching black suits, spreading out like a tide. With over 3,000 men at his disposal, Wu Zhenbang was almost emptying his ranks to ensure a complete takeover of Tsim Sha Sui, intending to swallow the entire territory whole. Panic-stricken civilians hurried to close their doors and windows, not daring to make a sound. Everyone knew that Tsim Sha Sui would surely be engulfed in a bloody storm tonight. At the same time, while Tsim Sha Sui was in chaos, Wanchai also had its own hidden currents. If Wu Zhenbang was commanding the spotlight in Tsim Sha Sui, then Wanchai was a hellish battleground with chaos reigning. A full dozen gangs had gathered here, their dark figures swarming their momentum, not losing an inch to Wu Zhenbang's men. Among them, the most formidable were the two major factions, Hongxing and Dongxing. Tsim Sha Sui, usually brightly lit at midnight, was eerily quiet at this moment. The sound of synchronized powerful footsteps drew nearer as a well-dressed group in black suits advanced toward the territory of Hixing Shi. The glinting weapons in their hands appeared particularly menacing under the streetlights. At the corner, Hixing Shi's leader Wang Bao had already led hundreds of subordinates to prepare for battle, fixating intently on the approaching enemies. Take them down. The front line, led by Feng Yuxiu and Abu, revealed sinister smiles as they waved their hands violently when they were still about 10 meters away from the enemy. Without wasting words, following the gesture, the well-dressed subordinates behind them immediately raised their weapons and charged into battle. Annihilate Hixing Shi. Out of nowhere, someone suddenly shouted, and both sides instantly clashed into a chaotic melee. In fact, from the afternoon, Wu Zhenbang had been making grand troop movements, and Wang Bao was well aware that this was destined to be a life-and-death showdown. To prepare, he specifically summoned all his subordinates. The streets erupted with shouts of killing, and the sounds of metal clashing reverberated. Due to the sheer number of combatants, the flames of war quickly spread to the surrounding blocks. Wu Zhenbang's men were completely entangled with the members of Hixing Shi, making it hard to distinguish between the two. In the chaos, Feng Yuxiu's eyes glinted fiercely as he delivered a heavy punch to the chin of a thug from Hixing Shi who was charging at him with a knife. The man collapsed to the ground without a sound, losing consciousness instantly. At that moment, Feng Yuxiu resembled a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Initially holding a steel pipe, he soon found it unsatisfactory and discarded it, plunging into the enemy ranks barehanded. His fists and feet were devastating, each strike lethal, and no one could stand in his way. Not far away, Wang Bao looked on with a pale face at the battlefield. Beside him, Bai Mao Ag gripped his dagger tightly, his eyes glinting with cold light. What the hell? Where did that bastard Wu Zhenbang find this group of desperate criminals? Wang Bao gritted his teeth in anger as his subordinates were being pushed back one after another. The thugs in suits opposite were all exceptionally fierce. One even continued to swing his knife despite having received several wounds. It's worth noting that in the gang fights on Hong Kong Island, the general rule was to stop once blood was drawn unless there were deep grudges. The sounds of fighting echoed in the streets, and the stench of blood thickened amidst the flashes of blades and swords. Wu Zhenbang's subordinates seemed frenzied, completely disregarding the rules of the streets, striking with lethal force. Originally, Wang Bao's side was already outnumbered, and now they were being beaten back even further. Hixing Shi was likely to take a fall tonight. In the alleys, the sounds of screams were incessant, and many subordinates had started to retreat. Those caught in the middle with no way to escape were crying out for mercy. They were truly frightened. The group in suits seemed inhuman, striking with deadly intent. Seeing the situation becoming dire, Wang Bao finally called for help. If he didn't summon reinforcements, they would truly face complete annihilation today. Zheng. The sound of a dagger being drawn sliced through the night air. Ajay's eyes sharpened as he darted into the crowd like a specter. With a few swift movements, two suited men clutched their bleeding throats and fell to the ground. He deftly dodged several slashing knives and retaliated by slicing a wound on one of his subordinates' arms. In the blink of an eye, he had pushed back 7 or 8 men. Aji coldly smirked, twisting his wrist as the tip of his knife traced a beautiful arc in his palm. He slightly bent his body like a cheetah poised to pounce. Just as he was about to dash forward, a whoosh of air suddenly sounded from his left side. Ajay's heart tightened, and he forced himself to stop, rolling aside awkwardly. Whoosh! Abu's iron leg narrowly brushed past where he had just stood. After stabilizing himself, the two locked eyes, and the air seemed to freeze. Abu. Aji licked his cracked lips, provocatively flicking the tip of his knife at the opponent. This fierce general under Wu Zhenbang was already a name. He had heard of, a figure renowned alongside Feng Yuxiu. He hadn't expected to be targeted so quickly. Although they had never fought, anyone who could achieve such a reputation was undoubtedly formidable. Aj's muscles tensed ready to strike at any moment. After a 3-second standoff, both moved at the same time. On the other side, Feng Yuxiu leaped into the air, kicking a subordinate away. He was covered in blood, having fought without pause since the beginning. Wherever he went, cries of despair filled the air, and severed limbs were a common sight. Run! That cripple is the king of hell. The surrounding members of He were so terrified that they lost their senses, and no one dared to stop him. Even those who brushed against him were either dead or maimed, and now they felt their legs too short to escape. A cold smile appeared on his face as he couldn't be bothered with the few members of He who were scurrying away. After surveying his surroundings, his gaze quickly fell on Abu and Aji not far away. Aji was in a dire situation, being pushed back by Abu. He didn't dare to confront directly, only dodging and weaving occasionally, seizing the chance to counterattack with a knife. His gaze swiftly swept over the two, and Feng Yuxiu quickly locked onto a familiar figure ahead. Wang Pengzi. A sinister smile graced his lips, and without hesitation, he tightened his leg muscles, charging forward like an arrow released from a bow. In fact, Wang Bao had already noticed this intimidating figure. He had heard the name Feng Yuxiu so often that it was almost worn into his ears. It was said that the former leader of Zhongxin, Lian Haolong, was beaten to death by this cripple with his bare fists. Before that, they had been known as the Twin Tigers of Tsim Sui. Anyone who could kill Lian Haolong with bare hands didn't need to justify their strength. Therefore, upon seeing Feng Yuxiu charging at him, Wang Bao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Although his opponent was indeed strong, Wang Bao was no pushover either. Tonight, everyone could escape except for him, the host of He. If he ran away, he might as well give up his future in this line of work. He smashed the cigar in his mouth fiercely onto the ground and ground it to dust with his shoe. Wang Bao advanced instead of retreating, swinging his heavy fist towards the approaching figure. The sound of air being sliced through resonated continuously, but Feng Yuxiu deftly dodged, evading each attack at the last possible moment. He had already figured out the fighting style of bulky opponents when he dealt with Lian Haolong and Mongkok. When it came to explosive power, he believed he was not inferior to Lian Haolong or Wang Bao. However, trading blows head-on would lead to a significant disadvantage. Just Wang Bao's physique was already equivalent to two of him. After dodging several heavy punches, Feng Yuxiu seized the opportunity presented by Wang Bao's cumbersome turn and slipped behind him. Taking him by surprise, a sweeping kick sent the 300-pound man crashing to the ground. With a dull thud, Wang Bao's hefty body hit the pavement. Before he could struggle to get up, Feng Yuxiu's second wave of assault was already upon him. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp sound of bone breaking, Wang Bao's left knee was kicked to a 90-degree angle. A scream that resembled that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the night sky, and instinctively, he tried to protect his broken leg. However, Feng Yuxiu's foot smashed down on his right ankle. With another sickening crunch, Wang Bao was in so much pain that he almost lost consciousness. At this point, he couldn't even think about fighting back, let alone get up. Heh! Feng Yuxiu looked down from above at this former tyrant, his voice as cold as ice. Your skills are passable, but unfortunately too slow. After the last brutal battle with Lian Haolong, he had already figured out the weaknesses of such bulky opponents. Wang Bao was indeed agile among the large, but before him, he still moved like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Huff! Huff! Wang Bao lay on the ground like a beached whale, his legs twitching uncontrollably. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the cripple. Since he started mingling in the underworld, he had never doubted his own strength. Even against Lian Haolong, he believed he was more than a match. Under the sun, there are no new things, for some fate is sealed the moment they meet. Who could have predicted that Feng Yuxiu's skills were so terrifying? The burly man hadn't even touched him, yet he heard the sharp sounds of joints fracturing. Accompanied by a dull thud, the battle had already determined its victor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Abu's iron claw-like fingers gripped Aji's wrist, and with a sudden burst of strength, Aji's face turned pale as the sharp blade fell to the ground with a crisp metallic clang. The ensuing scene could only be described as violent aesthetics. Abu's waist and horse worked in unison, leveraging the force of the joint lock to swing his opponent. Aji was slammed onto the cement ground like a rag doll, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the two major enforcers of the faction fell one after another, the remaining subordinates had long since scattered like birds and beasts. The few heavily injured who remained on the ground could only groan. Big brother, Bang Gu is here. The rising calls caused Abu and Feng Yuxiu's impending lethal strikes to abruptly halt. The two turned their heads towards the sound, only to see the suited lackeys part like a tide, creating a pathway. Zhenbang strolled in, a cigar pinched between his fingers amidst curling wisps of smoke. Bang Gu. The two hastily retracted their stances and called out respectfully. Zhenbang casually nodded and stopped in front of Wang Bao. The tips of his shoes lightly pressed against the bloodstains on the ground as he looked down at his former rival. I heard you boasted that Tsim Sui at midnight is your domain. Wang Bao's breathing was heavy like a windbag, his bloodshot eyes nearly popping out. Wu, stop the nonsense. The victor is king, do as you will. He indeed had made such grandiose claims, but the context was clearly limited to his own territory. Now with the balance of power shifted, explanations were meaningless. Even with defeat imminent, he could never beg like those lesser men. Remembering the humiliation brought upon him by the man before him, Wang Bao's hatred nearly became tangible. Wu Zhenbang chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Turns out the renowned Wang Bao is just this much. Suddenly he leaned down, whispering in his enemy's ear, "However, I quite like what you said." As he straightened up, his voice abruptly turned cold. "From tonight on, the darkness of Sim Sha Sui belongs to Wu." After lying low in this world for some time, he finally secured his first fully controlled territory. Wu Zhenbang rarely felt playful, mocking his opponent's famous words. "Ha!" Wang Bao spat out blood with difficulty, his pale face filled with resentment. Wu Zhenbang's smile slowly froze. "It seems you are quite unwilling to accept this." All he received in return was a fierce glare. "Boring." Wu Zhenbang suddenly lost interest. Just as he was about to leave, the hem of his coat moved as if stirred by an unseen wind. In a flash, his right leg swung out like a battle axe. The double arms hastily raised by Wang Bao made a cracking sound under the immense pressure, and his 300-pound frame was sent flying like it had been struck by a truck. When he landed, the concave shape of his chest was shocking. As Wang Bao collapsed to the ground, crimson blood slowly seeped from his 7 orifices, his body limp like a pile of mush, his breath so faint it seemed he could pass away at any moment. Hiss! The bloody scene made all the suited lackeys gasp in horror. Even Feng Yuxiu and Abu felt their hairs stand on end. Except for Abu and a few trusted subordinates, the lackeys present had never seen their boss take action himself. Everyone thought Wu Zhenbang relied on his wits, and no one expected him to possess such skill. That kick had completely shattered everyone's preconceived notions. This man was not incapable of fighting, it was just that in the past he had never needed to. Feng Yuxiu's gaze had completely changed. Though he was ever loyal to his boss, he was not a mindless puppet. It was only at this moment he realized how terrifying Wu Zhenbang's abilities truly were. Though it was just a simple kick with such thunderous force, Feng Yuxiu believed he would never withstand it. After all, Wang Bao's bulk had not been able to endure it if it were him. Feng Yuxiu couldn't help but imagine that he would likely be kicked until his spine folded in half. Now everyone finally understood that the strongest in the gang was not Feng Yuxiu or Abu, but the concealed Wu Zhenbang. "Not bad, kid. How about you work for me?" Wu Zhenbang ignored the eager glances of the lackeys and walked over to Abu, looking down at the astonished Aji lying on the ground. "All right, I will follow you from now on." Aji agreed readily. With Wang Bao now finished, the lackeys of the Hixing society scattered like birds and beasts. A further resistance would only lead to death. Though he was a cold-blooded killer, he was not a foolish one who did not understand how to adapt. Following a ruthless character like Wu Zhenbang was far better than sticking with the weak Wang Bao. More importantly, Aji scanned Abu, Feng Yuxiu, and the group of ferventide, suited thugs around them. He suddenly felt that Wu Zhenbang did not seem like a mere gangster. He resembled a general commanding thousands. The shock brought to him by these suited thugs tonight was simply too intense. Seeing Aji submit, Wu Zhenbang smiled with satisfaction. He indeed appreciated this young man who was ruthless in action and naturally did not want to let the opportunity slip by. After instructing Abu to clean up the scene, he turned and left. At almost the same time, the battle in Wanchai was also nearing its end. Though there were countless gangs vying for territory, only Dongxing and Hongxing emerged victorious. All other societies were eliminated. After driving away their opponents, these two immediately engaged in a fierce battle in Wanchai. In the end, neither side had gained an advantage, and they had no choice but to divide the territory between them. When the smoke cleared, the results of the two battles quickly spread through the underworld. Wanchai was divided between Hongxing and Dongxing, while Sim Sha Sui completely changed flags. Hixing society was obliterated, and Wu Zhenbang unified the underworld. The most sensational news was that the man who claimed to rival the legendary Wang Bao of the past had met such. The news exploded throughout the underworld like thunder. Wang Bao, the head of the Hixing society, was conclusively finished by a single kick from Wu Zhenbang. Everyone who heard this was left wide-eyed in disbelief. No one had expected this usually low-key Wu Zhenbang to possess such formidable skills. Overnight, a new saying spread through the underworld. In terms of boxing, Li Xiaolong is supreme. In terms of leg techniques, Wu Zhenbang reigns supreme. Bang, your actions are ruthless. You've wiped out the Hixing society overnight. Sim Sha Sui must now be completely under your control, right? I heard that you sent that bastard Wang Bao packing with a kick. Damn, you've really kept your skills hidden. The next morning, Wu Zhenbang leisurely leaned back on the sofa in his office as the loud voice of Didi came from his. After a night of fermenting, Wu Zhenbang's thunderous methods in Sim Sha Sui had spread throughout the underworld, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Thus, at the break of dawn, Didi eagerly dialed this phone number. "It's going well," Wu Zhenbang said with a slight smile, his tone calm. "Sim Sha Sui isn't completely clean, yet some small fry are still lingering. However, in no more than 2 days, these people would either leave or disappear." In this world, Sim Sha Sui was far from the image in Wu Zhenbang's memory. The territory had expanded several times. Even though he had dispatched thousands of men to sweep the streets last night, some small gangs still harbored hopes, believing Wu Zhenbang had limited ambitions and might not care about their trivialities. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated. Since Wu Zhenbang had declared his intention to monopolize Tsimsha Sui, he would leave not a shred of opportunity. Though the situation was settled, he ordered the continued clearing of the remnants until there was no other gang's name within the entire territory. Damn, what's the difference between this and complete takeover? The D complained sourly on the other end of the line. Bang Gu, your statement of Tsimsha Sui after midnight belongs to me is much more domineering than that dead Wang Bao's words. No way, I want my Tsuan Wan to be all mine too. I need to come up with a catchphrase. After midnight, Tsuan Wan will be my DS domain. Wu Zhenbang couldn't help but laugh at this boastful comparison. Suit yourself. He was too lazy to argue changing the subject. The D you didn't call, just for this, right? All right. The D exclaimed, I'll be frequenting the casino recently. I'll let Jimmy handle the affairs with Lianxing, and we can discuss the rest when I return. Why not just contact Jimmy directly? What's with the roundabout way of having me relay the message? Wu Zhenbang asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. Now that Jimmy was the one in charge of Lianxing, the D's approach was indeed baffling. Nonsense. Jimmy is your man, who else should I look for? The D immediately blew up, raising his voice. If I have to contact him personally, won't it make me seem inferior to you? Hearing the other party's escalating temper, Wu Zhenbang irritably waved his hand. All right, go play at the casino. I'll pass on the message to Jimmy. He decisively hung up the phone, cutting off the DS incessant chatter. Wu Zhenbang quickly dialed Jimmy's number. Hello. A familiar voice came through the receiver. It's me, Bang. Wu Zhenbang got straight to the point. What can I do for you, Bang Goa? Jimmy's tone was noticeably more respectful. How is the preparation for the arcade production line going? When do you expect it to be officially operational? In recent times, the tech company had been actively recruiting, and the research team was already fully staffed. Jimmy was also busy on the island with electronic components obtained through special channels gradually arriving at Hong Kong Island. Now everything was in place, just waiting to build the factory and start mass production. The factory is ready and is undergoing final adjustments. In no more than 15 days, the first batch of goods will hit the market. Jimmy's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement, seemingly more eager than his boss to launch the product. Well done. Wu Zhenbang squinted with satisfaction. From now on, focus solely on this project, put everything else on hold. Hearing that production would begin in half a month, he couldn't help but smile. This endeavor was practically a money printer in the current market. Which gang on Hong Kong Island wasn't envious of his few game halls? Daily there were those foolish enough to call and probe, all wanting a piece of the pie. But he had turned them all away. After all the equipment procured from the previous lottery had long been depleted, there was no stock left to sell. It was precisely for this reason that Wu Zhenbang had urged Jimmy to invest heavily in poaching talent. For smaller gangs, it was impossible to hold onto such a lucrative business. Engaging in the arcade trade required some serious backing. Now that he had grown strong, he wanted to see who would dare to have ill intentions. Don't worry, Bang Gu, I'm watching 247. Jimmy's tone was serious. All right, that's it for now. Wu Zhenbang briefly mentioned the DS plans to go to the casino before hanging up the phone. Returning to his desk, he began reviewing the recent financial reports. Upon seeing the performance report of 91 Media, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't visited the film company in a long time. Not long ago, he had discussed the shooting plans for the Risque series with Dakwajio, but once things got busy, it was all forgotten. Since I'm free anyway, I might as well go take a look. Closing the documents and stretching, Wu Zhenbang contemplated. Since establishing the Strong Group and renting the entire office building, the various industries under its banner had become increasingly legitimate. The organizational structure of each department was now complete, unlike before when it was all haphazard. Especially after Jimmy took over, he hardly interfered with the film company, only checking the accounts periodically. Having made up his mind, he directly got up and went downstairs. The driver had long been waiting at the door, and the black sedan sped him towards the film studio. Wu Zhenbang's travel arrangements had clearly upgraded significantly. The previous 2 Mercedes cars had now turned into 3. The number of bodyguards assigned to protect him had also increased to 10, each of them armed. The incident on the plane last time left this big shot feeling apprehensive, and this time he truly invested heavily. These 3 specially modified vehicles were not ordinary, employing top-notch protective materials throughout, let alone ordinary bullets being unable to penetrate even against more formidable threats they could withstand. When it comes to life preservation, Wu Zhenbang was always willing to spend money. The office of 91 Media had not relocated to Tsimsha Sui. The headquarters still remained in Mongkok. To be precise, only the administrative staff had moved to the new building in Tsimsha Sui. The actual filming locations were still in the old place in Mongkok. Due to the peculiar nature of the company's business, various flamboyantly dressed actresses came in and out every day. Wu Zhenbang specifically did not allow these people to run to the headquarters in Tsimsha Sui. If these scantily clad girls were allowed to wander around the new building all day, it would surely create chaos in the entire building. The negative impact was simply too great, so in the end it was decided to only keep the necessary staff at the headquarters, while all actresses continued to operate in the old building in Mongkok. Brother Joe, we've been cooperating for so many years, please give me a hand. A heavily made-up woman tightly hugged Dakojio's arm, her ample bosom pressing into shape. If you don't help me this time, that bastard Shuai Chao will definitely swallow me alive. This woman, called Sister Xia, was at least 35 or 36, but her figure was remarkably alluring. She deliberately rubbed her softness against Dakojio's arm, while speaking, her large watery eyes filled. Sister Xia, it's not that my brother doesn't want to help you. Dakojio swallowed hard, his eyes almost glued to her ample curves. But you know, my boss has been extremely busy in Simsha Sui lately. I really can't take the time. Although Dakojio was usually a person who couldn't help but be distracted by beautiful women, he was clear in his heart about what he should and shouldn't touch. The woman named Wang Xia had managed a special venue in Yaomati and had been an old partner since 91 Media. Back then, whenever there was a shortage of actresses, Wang Xia was always the first person Dakojio thought of. Brother Joe, I really am at my wits' end to come seeking your help. Before coming to find Dakojio, Wang Xia had already begged everyone she could. The problem was that those gang leaders who had been friendly with her back then were basically all remnants from the era of Lei Luo. Since the Independent Commission Against Corruption chased Lei Luo away, those old-timers had long lost their glory. The troublemaker Shuai Chao had been kicked out of Hong Kong Island 8 years ago by Wang Xia's request to Biao Hao. Who would have thought that this guy would come back after Biao Hao went in, bringing hundreds of underlings to settle scores with her? In utter desperation, she could only place her hopes on Dakojio. Of course, depending solely on Dakojio was definitely not enough. No matter how capable he was just a director of adult films. Wang Xia's real goal was to connect with the influential figure behind him, Wu Zhenbang. Sister Xia, how about we do it this way? Dakojio took a puff of smoke and cautiously spoke. They'll have a word with Brother Bu and see if he is willing to step in. If Brother Bu is willing to nod, that so-called Shuai Chao would be nothing at all. Dakojio was feeling somewhat irritated by Wang Xia's persistence. But this woman before him was attractive, and the financial temptation was simply too great. After a long internal struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed, fine, I'll take this matter. The Brother Bu he mentioned was none other than the well-known Ah Bu in the Underworld. In the territory of Mongkok, Ah Bu was Wu Zhenbang's right-hand man. The territory of 91 Media was indeed under Ah Bu's management. Therefore, Dakojio's relationship with Ah Bu was quite solid. As for why he didn't just go directly to Wu Zhenbang. Are you kidding? What status does Boss Wu hold? Although Dakojio currently has few who dare to provoke him when he goes out, that's all riding on Boss Wu's coattails. If he were to disturb the big boss for such trivial matters, he might as well give up on this meal altogether. Dakojio, are you talking about the boxing king Bu? Wang Xiao's eyes lit up. That would be truly appreciated. As long as you can get Brother Bu out, no matter the outcome, I will never let you work in vain. Hearing that she could contact Abu, Wang Xia felt a twinge of regret for not going directly to Wu Zhenbang, but she didn't dare show it on her face. She leaned in and gave Dakojio a big kiss on the cheek. In fact, being able to connect with Abu already made Wang Xia quite satisfied. Now in the Underworld, everyone referred to Abu as the Boxing King. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiu had also acquired a new nickname, War God. This title was not easily earned. The most formidable prince of Hunghing was taken down by Feng Yuxiu. Even the so-called number one in the world, Lian Hao Long, had been thoroughly beaten into submission. Thus the gangsters on Hong Kong Island recognized Feng Yuxiu as the new generation of war gods. As for the previous war god prince, he had long become a useless person, no longer deserving of such a prestigious title. However, it can't be called just yet. Dakojio explained last night Brother Bu was fighting with the boss in Simsha Sui, and he is probably still catching up on sleep now. They'll contact him again at noon. Even though he agreed to help, what if the man was still asleep? He could not afford the consequences of waking the big brother. It was better to find some entertainment while waiting. Dakojio said this, and his gaze began to wander. His rough hands also became restless. He'll do whatever Brother does, says Wang Xia through a flirtatious glance. What kind of person was Wang Xia? She had been working in nightclubs since her teens and was once known as the queen of nightclubs. Would she be afraid of such a small scene? She had made it to today entirely through her savvy. Knock, knock, knock. Brother to open the door quickly. The boss is here. Just as Dakojio was preparing to charge in, the office door was suddenly knocked on loudly. Hearing that Wu Zhenbang was coming, Dakojio immediately softened. He hurriedly pushed Wang Xiao away and frantically tidied his disheveled clothes. Brother Da, is the boss outside? Wang Xia asked cautiously. Inside the office, Xiao noticed that Zhou Ge's expression was flustered and couldn't help but furrow her brow, puzzled. Stop the nonsense, hurry up and clean up, our big boss is coming soon. At this moment, Zhou Ge had no interest in talking to her. Glancing at the wrinkled clothes due to their earlier intimacy, he quickly added, your boss, is it, Mr. Wu? Xiao's eyes widened in realization. Who could make a now prominent Zhou Ge so nervously refer to as the boss? Looking across Hong Kong Island, aside from that legendary figure, who else could it be? That's right, hurry up, I need to go down to welcome him. As Zhou Ge responded, he straightened his suit, not forgetting to take out a bottle of hair gel from the drawer, squeezing some into his palm and smoothing it over his hair, instantly making his hairstyle glossy. Confirming that the visitor was indeed Wu Zhenbang, a spark of excitement flashed in Xiao's eyes. If she could connect with this big boss, what was Shuai Chao worth? With such thoughts, she also hurriedly tidied her dress. By the time Zhou Ge was ready and stepped out, she immediately followed closely behind. In the private screening room of 91 Media Tower, Wu Zhenbang lounged on a leather sofa, savoring red wine, while enjoying a newly produced film. Currently playing was an adult series recently produced under the supervision of Zhou Ge. The inspiration for this series came from a certain overseas sitcom, which had been adapted and localized. To meet the current market demands of Hong Kong Island, the script underwent significant adjustments based on the original. This adult-oriented work had completed filming for 8 episodes, but had yet to be officially released. Wu Zhenbang, who had originally just come to the company for an inspection, upon hearing about this matter, had someone bring over the sample clips for him to personally assess the results. As the film reached an exciting part, Zhou Ge led Xia in quietly. The two dared not disturb the scene, sneaking up to the side of the sofa. "Come sit down, and let's see how it turns out." Wu Zhenbang turned to nod slightly at Zhou Ge, but his gaze inadvertently fell on the behind Xia. Like all men in the world, his gaze instinctively shifted lower. It wasn't that Wu Zhenbang had any improper thoughts about her, it was just that Xia's reputation was well-deserved. Anyone who saw her for the first time would unconsciously be drawn to her stunning curves. Even the experienced Wu Zhenbang had never seen a woman who could rival her in this regard. "Ajio, who is this?" Although he recognized this famous star at first glance in this world woven by countless film and television works, Wu Zhenbang still maintained caution before confirming her identity. "Boss, this is Miss Xia." Seeing the boss inquiring, Zhou Ge hurriedly introduced, "She runs a nightclub business in Yaomati. Do you remember when we were filming the Magic Mirror series? At that time, Jimmy was short of suitable actresses, so I invited Sister Xia to help. Her initial encounters were tragic, deceived by a scoundrel of an ex-boyfriend into diving into the murky waters of quick money. After becoming pregnant, that beast actually forced her to terminate the pregnancy to continue servicing clients. To protect the life within her, she decided to find a thug as her backing and dealt ruthlessly with her ex-boyfriend. Later, the patrons she climbed up to were more formidable than the last, and during the tumultuous times of Lei Luo, she even acknowledged a local gangster as her godfather. However, the flowers bloom, but for 100 days, the era of the 4 great detectives came to an end, and she gradually lost her former glory. "Hello, Mr. Wu, I am Wang Xia." Upon hearing Zhou Ge's introduction, she immediately greeted Wu Jinyu respectfully. "Hello, Miss Wang. Thank you for your tremendous support to the company's business during this time." Wu Jinyu had a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he nodded slightly at her. After all, she was a partner of his film company. He had to give her the respect she deserved. "Mr. Wu, you are too polite. I should be the one thanking you for providing opportunities for my sisters to earn money. Without your company's support, how could these girls live such good lives? By the way, just call me Xia." She clearly did not expect the rumored ruthless figure to be so humble. It was said on the streets that this Mr. Wu was merciless, often leaving others in ruin. To her surprise, he was quite refined and polite, resembling an educated individual. Most importantly, this big shot was exceedingly young and handsome. "Big shot, actually, Xia came this time because I encountered a small trouble and would like to ask for your help." Seeing the pleasant atmosphere, Zhou Ge mustered his courage to speak softly. He was unsure of the boss' attitude, but thought that after collaborating for so long as it did not harm interests, he could lend a hand. Moreover, Xia promised to pay for the service, so he might as well mention it while the boss was in a good mood. As for whether it could be done, it all depended on the big shot's willingness. "Tell me the specifics." Wu Jinyu leisurely lit a cigar and exhaled a smoke ring before speaking. After all, they were business partners. If the matter was not difficult, he did not mind lending a helping hand. "It's like this, she didn't provoke anyone, but rather an old enemy has returned to seek revenge." Hearing there was hope, the two exchanged delighted glances. Zhou Ge quickly summarized the situation in a "Now who is that handsome chow eating with?" After listening to the report, Wu Jinyu asked calmly. "Mr. Wu, he is currently going solo." Bo Xia glanced at Ko Jiao and quickly responded to Wu Zhenbang's question. Back then, Hao Ge chased him away and he ran off to Holland, where he spent 8 years. He just returned to Hong Kong Island not long ago. As soon as he landed, he splashed out money and gathered over 400 subordinates. The word on the street is fierce. It is said he plans to establish his own territory. After saying this, she added a few more words with a pleading tone. "Mr. Wu, as long as you are willing to deal with Shuai Chao, I will ensure that you and your brothers are well compensated." She had no choice but to humble herself and ask for help due to her difficult situation. Shuai Chaos returned not only gathered a large number of followers, but also forged ties with several top bosses of Hong Kong Island's leading gangs. This made it nearly impossible for her to find anyone willing to help. Those who once called her sister are now either on the run or have collapsed. No one could protect her any longer. Before Shuai Chao returned, she had been relatively stable on the streets. On one hand, she was good at handling matters, and on the other, she had past connections with many gang leaders. Although those people had either died or dispersed, the underworld forces of Hong Kong Island still gave her some face. But Shuai Chao, who had a grudge against her, came back and clearly aimed for revenge. After listening, Wu Zhenbang nodded calmly. "Xia, since you are our partner, I naturally will not ignore this matter. However, you must prepare the expenses for the brothers' tea fees." To him, de Beauceat's troubles were merely a piece of cake that could be resolved with a casual word. However, rules must not be broken. He couldn't let his men work for free and pay out of pocket. As soon as de Beauceat heard him relent, she was instantly filled with joy and quickly replied, "Mr. Wu, rest assured I understand the rules on the streets." With Wu Zhenbang backing her, what was Shuai Chao to fear? She was already planning in her heart to tightly hold on to this big leg. As long as this big shot stood behind her, her business would no longer be a source of anxiety. Over the years, she had climbed up by attaching herself to the powerful, from being a lowly servant, a local gangster, a foreign officer, to a lame wealthy man. What kind of people had she not seen? She had long seen through the ups and downs of the underworld. Wu Zhenbang casually flipped through a movie magazine and spoke indifferently. "Then let's do it tonight. I've been busy lately, and it's just right to go out for some fresh air. Bring Shuai Chao to the venue. I will handle the rest." Hearing this, de Beauceat was stunned, then overjoyed. "Mr. Wu will personally come over. I will make all the arrangements." Her heart raced as she realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Nowadays, how many people on Hong Kong Island were racking their brains to get in touch with Wu Zhenbang, yet could not even touch the threshold? Now that the opportunity had fallen into her lap, how could she let it slip away? Wu Zhenbang smiled casually, said nothing more, and turned back to continue flipping through the magazine. De Beauceat sensed the moment and quickly stood up to excuse herself, rushing back to prepare. Tonight there must not be a single mistake. In the luxurious cinema box, only Wu Zhenbang and de Jiao remained, the shadows on the screen flickering over their faces. This scene was well shot. Wu Zhenbang leaned back on the leather sofa, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. De Jiao stuffed a grape into his mouth. It was just the ending that fell a bit flat. A few hours later, Wu Zhenbang arrived at the club run by Xia, accompanied by Abu Feng, Yuxiu Gaojin, and de Jiao. Dozens of subordinates clad in sharp suits followed closely behind. Their visit tonight had two purposes: to help Xia deal with the trouble caused by Shuai Chao, and for Wu Zhenbang to take the opportunity to relax. As his status in the underworld rose, he feared that he would have fewer opportunities to hang out in places like this in the future. "Mr. Wu, esteemed bosses, let's have a drink to warm up. I'll go call the girls over right away." Xia wore a beaming smile, deep crow's feet forming at the corners of her eyes. She turned to the waiter and instructed, "Go bring the best wine we have." De Jiao shouted loudly, "Xia, make sure to bring some really beautiful girls tonight. If my big shot is dissatisfied, you'll have to face the consequences." He deliberately elongated his voice. Xia forced a smile. "Rest assured, Jiaogu, I guarantee your satisfaction." She winked at the side and swayed her hips towards the backstage. Wu Zhenbang leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, fingers rhythmically tapping against his knee. Under the lights, a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. In the backstage dressing room, Xia called over Xiang. This man had been secretly in love with her since her days as a waitress in her teens. No matter how many men she had been with over the years, Xiang had always stood quietly by her side. "You take the girls over to entertain them first." Xia handed him a cigarette. Xiang's eyes lit up. "I'll arrange it." These days, Shuai Chao had been causing trouble, stressing him out enough. Now that Xia had climbed up the tree of Wu Zhenbang, he felt a heavy stone finally lifted from his heart. As for Xia's affairs with other men, Xiang didn't care at all. After so many years in the nightlife, he had long since come to terms with it. What he loved was Xia herself, and nothing else mattered. "Remember, you must serve Mr. Wu well," Xia instructed. "I'll go have a few words with Piao Piao." After Xiang took the people away, Xia walked to a corner. There sat a delicate girl with bright eyes and eyebrows, the epitome of youthful beauty, Lu Piao Piao. "Piao Piao, tonight depends on you." Xia held the girl's icy hand. This was the surprise she had specially prepared for Wu Zhenbang. Lu Piao Piao was a treasure she had recently stumbled upon, originally intending to cultivate her into a top star. If it weren't for Shuai Chao suddenly returning to cause trouble, she would never have let go of such a promising talent. "Sister Xia, I can do it." Lu Piao Piao bit her lip, twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers. From the moment she stepped through that door, she had known what she had to give. Under the lights, the girl's profile was as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Who would have thought that before she even officially started working? Sister Xia had mysteriously come over to tell her that a heavyweight VIP was arriving tonight. If she could serve this big shot well, future glory and wealth would be just around the corner. Hearing this, Lu Piao Piao's eyes immediately sparkled. Having been poor since she could remember, facing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity felt like a hungry wolf spotting a fat sheep. How could she let it slip away easily? For the entire afternoon, Lu Piao Piao had been pondering how to use all her skills to please that mysterious guest. "Now that we're all set, let's head out." Sister Xia watched her eager demeanor with a knowing smile, leading her out without a second thought. In recent days, Sister Xia had imparted many unique techniques for charming men. These were hard-earned skills accumulated over decades of struggle in the entertainment industry. Sister Xia was clear in her mind. With Lu Piao Piao's captivating allure, as long as Wu Zhenbang got a taste, he would likely cherish her as a treasure. By then she would have successfully latched onto a tree that could shelter her from the wind and rain. In the lively grand hall on the first floor, Xiang led over 20 heavily made-up girls in a procession. One couldn't help but admit that Sister Xia was indeed skilled at running such establishments. These girls were dressed in a myriad of styles. Some were gentle and charming neighborhood girls, others were pure and captivating students, and there were even maids in aprons and sailors in nautical shirts, not to mention urban white-collar workers in high heels. Even more impressive was that each one was stunningly beautiful with alluring figures. As soon as this group of enchanting girls appeared to Kojio and his crew began to holler and pick their favorites. Mr. Wu, this one is Lu Piao Piao, specially reserved for you. Taking advantage of the other guests being busy selecting girls, Sister Xia led Lu Piao Piao before Wu Zhenbang. Piao Piao is pure and untouched, never having let anyone else lay a finger on her. Over these days I have privately trained her well. Sister Xia pushed Lu Piao Piao towards Wu Zhenbang, while whispering in his ear, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Well done. Wu Zhenbang nodded in satisfaction. Though he didn't care whether she was a virgin or not, who wouldn't prefer an original? Sister Xia's thoughtful approach truly put him at ease. As long as you're satisfied, I wish Boss Wu a delightful evening. Seeing the nobleman's nod, Sister Xia smiled widely. After saying this, she swayed her hips and approached Kojio, skillfully adjusting the atmosphere in the venue. Is your name Lu Piao Piao? After Sister Xia walked away, Wu Zhenbang unabashedly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Yes, Mr. Wu, everyone calls me Piao Piao. Lu Piao Piao's cheeks flushed, leaning softly against his shoulder. This wasn't an act, as she was genuinely happy. Before coming here, she had thought that regardless of whether the other party was unattractive or plump, she would have to force a smile. Little did she know, upon seeing Wu Zhenbang, she found this gentleman not only young and handsome, but also exuding an air of nobility. This truly felt like a windfall. If she could please him tonight, perhaps she could escape from her predicament. Although still a young girl, she had long mastered the techniques Sister Xia taught her. Without waiting for Wu Zhenbang to make a move, she took the initiative to lean in. Come, let's drink a few glasses together. Since learning that the girl in front of him was Lu Piao Piao, Wu Zhenbang couldn't help but laugh heartily, raising a wine glass from the table to gently clink with hers. Fate is truly remarkable, allowing me to meet her before she steps into the entertainment industry. After downing his drink, Wu Zhenbang pondered silently. He looked down at the girl curled up in his arms like a docile kitten, and scenes from a classic film involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Years later, the line, "Are you expecting me to support you without working?" became a hit across the land, spoken by a woman who had become a veteran in the world of pleasure. Yet at this moment, nestled against him was merely an innocent girl still naive to the world. Jean, since we're out to have fun, don't keep wearing a stern face. After a few rounds of drinks, Wu Zhenbang noticed that although Gao Jin had a female companion beside him, he maintained a distant demeanor, prompting him to tease. Looking around, all the brothers present were having a great time. Even the usually fierce Feng Yuxiu was at that moment embracing beauties and drinking toast. On the other hand, Abu was at least maintaining a facade of warmth, occasionally laughing and chatting with the beauty beside him. Only Gao Jin sat still like a statue, remaining tight-lipped regardless of how his companion tried to engage him. Brother Jin, you should let loose a bit in occasions like this. Kojio, with lipstick marks on his face, hugged two beauties and chimed in. Though he usually held Gao Jin in high regard, under the influence of alcohol, he couldn't care less. Boss, I am really not used to this kind of occasion. Gao Jin forced a smile. However, since Wu Zhenbang had spoken, he had no choice but to slightly ease his tense demeanor. Just as everyone was exchanging toasts, a Xiang who was overseeing the venue rushed in with a panicked expression. Sister Xia, that scoundrel Shuai Chao has brought people to make trouble. Hearing this, Sister Xia's expression changed drastically. She had planned to handle this after the guests had enjoyed themselves, but unexpectedly the other party had come barging in to cause a scene. Get lost. Can't you recognize me with your blind eyes? Shuai Chao brutally shoved aside the obstructing security, storming into the hall with arrogance. Tell that bitch Xia to come out. Do you think hiding your daughter means you're safe? Today she must kneel and beg for mercy. It turned out he had been searching for Sister Xia's daughter for days, only to find out that she was hiding at her boyfriend's place and refused to show herself. Infuriated, Shuai Chao decided to confront Sister Xia, directly vowing to settle an old score from 8 years ago. Shuai Chao, the grievances from the past have long been settled. Why push people too far? Sister Xia, filled with anger, stepped forward. From now on, we each go our own way. Don't blame me for being rude if you keep pestering. She had heard all the unbearable insults before. Originally, she had let her daughter hide out of concern for her safety, but unexpectedly the other party dared to take such drastic measures. In the past, she might have endured, but now with Wu Zhenbang as her backing, she certainly wouldn't need to swallow her pride anymore. You filthy bitch, thought I would let you off. Shuai Chao raged. Ha. Do you think it's still the time when the 4 great families ruled? With a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes gleamed with menace. Today I want to see what you can do to me. He spat on the ground, crushing his cigarette, but underfoot. Why don't you call that lame how to back you up? Suddenly Shuai Chao erupted, slamming his palm on the bar, causing the wine. The Bo Xia had just lifted the curtain from the kitchen when this commotion ignited her anger. What infuriated her more was that Shuai Chao dared to make threats in front of all her staff. If you don't let your daughter come to serve drinks tonight, do you believe he'll smash your place and let my brothers take turns serving you? When Shuai Chao came a few days ago to Bo Xia had been concerned for her daughter's safety and managed to bear the humiliation, even calling him Chao Gu with a smile after being publicly insulted. Little did she expect that today being a bit assertive would lead this bastard to completely tear off the mask. "I don't think you can bully us just because Hao Gu is not around." De Bo Xia's nails dug into her palm, her lips trembled with anger. "There are always some people you can't provoke in this world." Shuai Chao laughed, clutching his gold chain. "You can't provoke. Ha ha ha." He suddenly leaned in with a sinister expression. "You filthy woman, Hao has long past his prime. This is not 8 years ago." This was not untrue. After being expelled from Hong Kong Island years ago, Shuai Chao had smuggled to Holland to deal in illegal goods, amassing a fortune of tens of millions. Now, taking advantage of the decline of the 4 great families, he returned feeling like a significant figure. 8 whole years. Shuai Chao suddenly, in a frenzied manner, ripped open his shirt to reveal a scar on his chest. "Do you know how I survived these 8 years? He forcefully grabbed De Bo Xia's chin. "Even if you invite the King of Heaven today, I can't guarantee your mother and daughter will be safe. Mr. Wu." De Bo Xia turned her head, seeking help. Behind her stood a young man in a suit who was also holding the popular singer Lu Piapiao. Only then did Shuai Chao notice there were others in the corner, instantly filled with anger and embarrassment. Who is this pretty boy trying to be a hero? He picked up a wine bottle, ready to smash it. The young man leisurely blew out smoke rings. "Wu Zhenbang from Tsimsha Sui. Have you heard of me?" He couldn't help but laugh at Shuai Chaos' nouveau riche demeanor. This was a textbook case of a blissed gangster novel character performing a complete scene of returning as a king after enduring hardships. At this moment, his impression of the underground forces in Hong Kong Island still lingered from the peak of the 4 great families. The images that surfaced in his mind were either from the Hongxing Society or the Dongxing Gang, such well-established organizations. As for who Wu Zhenbang from Tsimsha Sui was, he hadn't even heard of him. After returning from the windmill country, he immediately spent money to recruit hundreds of lackeys and was in a hurry to settle accounts with De Bo Xia and her daughter. He had no time to inquire about the news in the underworld and never took Wu Zhenbang seriously. Hiss. Shuai Chao had just returned from the windmill country, not knowing that Wu Zhenbang was indeed someone he couldn't afford to offend. However, his lackeys had been struggling on Hong Kong Island for years. How could they not have heard of him? The moment Wu Zhenbang introduced himself, the little brothers following Shuai Chao collectively gasped in shock. They were merely following a generous benefactor. How could they have drawn the ire of the underground overlord of Tsimsha Sui? Chao Gu, think twice. We really can't afford to provoke this gentleman. A short man turned pale and whispered tremblingly to Shuai Chao. Moi. Hearing this from his subordinate, Shuai Chao furrowed his brows. He truly didn't know what kind of figure Wu Zhenbang was. But seeing his lackey's cowardly demeanor, it seemed there was indeed something to the other side. Though Shuai Chao didn't believe he would fear this man in a suit, in the spirit of wanting to avoid conflict, he spoke to Wu Zhenbang, whom he regarded as merely a well-mannered scholar. "Bro, I just returned from the windmill country and truly haven't heard of your name. How about this? You don't interfere in this matter, and he'll treat you to drinks another day to make amends." Shuai Chao thought he had given the other party enough face. Even if the Hongxing or Dongxing people were standing in front of him, he would still dare to walk sideways. "Heh, so it's Chao Gu just returned from the windmill country. No wonder you're so arrogant. Ajin, go talk to Chao Gu and let him understand that nowadays having a few bucks doesn't mean you can walk all over Hong Kong Island." Wu Zhenbang cast a disdainful glance at Shuai Chao. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on such small fry. "You think you're being given face? Brothers, get him. Take that scoundrel down." Seeing the other party was so ungrateful, Shuai Chaos' face instantly darkened, and he waved his hand fiercely. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Moi. Shuai Chao realized something was off and turned around to see his entourage, looking pale, collectively retreating 7 or 8 steps. Only he remained standing there alone. "You guys, whose meal are you eating? Get the hell out here." Seeing this scene, Shuai Chao was fuming, pointing at his lackeys and cursing. At this moment, he finally realized that Wu Zhenbang was likely a character he couldn't afford to offend. "Save your breath, country bumpkin. Not everyone is as blind and brainless as you are." Gao Jin leisurely rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Shuai Chao with an icy tone, seeking death. Seeing Gao Jin acting all high and mighty and still daring to insult him, Shuai Chao, who had been mixing in the windmill country for these years, couldn't take it anymore and immediately grabbed a wine bottle from the table, smashing it towards Gao Jin. Crack. Bang. To deal with such trash, Gao Jin effortlessly twisted Shuai Chaos' wrist downwards. Then with a sudden burst of strength, he twisted it sharply, producing a crisp sound of bones cracking as the arm was bent at an unnatural angle. He then threw him with a perfect shoulder throw, slamming him heavily onto the floor. Ah! Shuai Chaos' eyes bulged and his face twisted in pain. With a heart-wrenching scream, Shuai Chao writhed on the ground like a worm scalded by boiling water. One must know that just now Gao Jin's strike had violently smashed the back of his head against the hard concrete floor. If he had exerted even a bit more force, that shoulder throw alone would have been enough to send Shuai Chao to meet the King of Hell on the spot. Having played enough for the night, Wu Zhenbang lazily waved his hand to Sister Xia, losing all interest upon seeing Shui Chaos' miserable state. As soon as he finished speaking, he wrapped his arms around Lu Piapiao's slender waist and slowly walked towards the entrance of the nightclub. As they passed by the group of thugs who had come with Shui Chao, Wu Zhenbang suddenly stopped, casting a cold glance at them. Go back and tell the people behind Shui Chao that if they want to take revenge, they can come find me anytime in Simsha Sui. After saying that, he did not look back and walked out the door with Lu Piapiao. Feng Yuxiu and Abu also each took their female companions and followed closely behind. As for Shui Chao, who was still wailing incessantly, he was dragged out by two men in black suits like a garbage bag. Sister Xia watched their departing figures and couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Wu truly lives up to his reputation. Just his name alone scared all of Shui Chaos' little brothers to death. She initially thought that Wu Zhenbang would, as the rumors suggested, send a group of thugs in black suits to directly wipe out the entire gang. What she never expected was that the domineering Shui Chao in her eyes turned out to be less than a dog in front of Wu Zhenbang, with his subordinates trembling in fear at the mere mention of his name. Things are different now than they were before, said Xiang, who was standing nearby. A few years ago, Shui Chao was indeed a character to reckon with. But now the Hong Kong island has undergone a tremendous change. As an experienced old hand, it was truly the first time Xiang had seen a gang boss as imposing as Wu Zhenbang. He had to admit that the underworld was indeed full of talents, with the new generation pushing out the old. Sister Xia withdrew her gaze and affectionately linked her arm with Xiang's, pecking him on the cheek. Xiang, I'll leave this to you. I need to thank Mr. Wu. Earlier when Dekoju left, he had given her a hint that if it weren't for his help tonight, Wu Zhenbang probably wouldn't have. Out of courtesy and reason, she should sincerely express her gratitude. To that end, she had even specially prepared 5 million Hong Kong dollars as a thank you gift. Go ahead, I'll keep an eye on things here. Xiang nodded, wisely refraining from asking too many questions. Although they were partners, now one had to be broad-minded in this line of work. No matter how Sister Xia socialized outside, as long as she remembered to come home, she was still that pure woman in his eyes. In the luxury car, Lu Piapiao curled up like a gentle little cat in Wu Zhenbang's embrace. She tilted her pretty face up, gazing at the sharply defined profile of the man with admiration. Mr. Wu, you are truly impressive. From childhood to adulthood, she had never seen such a domineering man. Just now in the nightclub, the scene where Wu Zhenbang had made dozens of people too afraid to move just by his name made her feel flushed all over. Especially when she thought of Gao Jin and Abu, those ruthless characters who were actually subordinates of this man. Lu Piapiao's gaze became even more infatuated. This man was simply too captivating. Oh, Wu Zhenbang's lips curled slightly. What kind of small tricks are these? I'll show you my real skills later. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of Wu Zhenbang's mouth, and the hand that had been wrapped around Lu Yingying's slender waist began to wander restlessly. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the girl's watery almond-shaped eyes, a teasing smile dancing in his eyes. You're so annoying. Lu Yingying felt her ears flush under his burning gaze. It must be known that this girl had dared to go alone to meet the legendary night scene Queen de Bo Xia at just 16. Although she was still inexperienced, she stubbornly tilted her small face up, whispering sweetly in the man's ear, Sister Xia taught me many amazing tricks. I'll let you see them later. I look forward to it. Wu Zhenbang said, his Adam's apple rolling as he gently captured the girl's cherry lips, teasingly caressing her flushed cheek. As night deepened, 3 black sedans silently glided into the seaside manor in Saikong. Tonight, Fei Yingli was not at the residence. Ever since Wu Zhenbang had analyzed the upcoming booming property market on Hong Kong Island with her, this astute woman had begun purchasing properties everywhere and occasionally stayed out. Although it was a pity to be without a playmate tonight, Wu Zhenbang still embraced Lu Yingying and headed straight for the master. The girl did not disappoint him. Those unique skills she learned from the queen of the nightclub made the entire villa resonate with sounds that would make anyone blush until dawn broke and silence returned. After finishing up the matters concerning De Bo Xia, Lu Yingying naturally became Wu Zhenbang's new favorite. This girl was like a new toy that he couldn't put down, spending several days together. Occasionally, when Fei Yingli returned to the main residence for the night, she would also be pulled in to make up a 3-player card game. After several rounds of competition, Wu Zhenbang couldn't help but marvel that youth was indeed an asset. Lu Yingying's extravagant ideas, such as simulating a thief's night raid on a boudoir or performing aerial ballet with suspended ropes, were simply astonishing, considering he had to be cautious during the first few days due to her inexperience. In the azure swimming pool, 3 graceful figures were splashing water and playing. The gossamer thin bikinis could hardly conceal the vibrant scenery, and the petite girl suddenly raised her damp arms, calling out to the man on the lounge chair, "Ah bang, don't slack off. You all go ahead and play." Wu Zhenbang lazily waved his lemonade. In the pool were Lu Yingying and the Cindy sisters. Since the ambiguous incident in the audiovisual room, he had been too busy to have any alone time with these 2 student girls. Now that he had some rare leisure time, he simply invited the sisters to join in the fun. Under the sunlight, the girls whipped their long hair, splashing drops of water that arched into dazzling rainbows. Perhaps due to their similar ages, Lu Piapiao felt a bit shy when she first met the Cindy sisters, but within just a few hours the three girls became extremely familiar with each other. They looked as if they had been close friends for many years. It's been a long time since I played a lottery game, why not give it? Looking at the three girls laughing and playing in the pool, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Wu Zhenbang's mouth as he began to plot in his mind. Although there were many bodyguards in this mansion, they were all stationed in the outer areas. The pool and the main building were strictly off-limits to outsiders. Besides the women of the family, only the maids could come and go in these two areas. Because of this, Lu Piapiao and the Cindy sisters could wear revealing and sexy bikinis without worry and play here without reservations. A full 60 chances to draw lots, I'm sure we can win a lot of good things. Wu Zhenbang shifted his focus to the mysterious roulette in his mind, where the display for drawing chances brightly indicated the number 60. Of course, it originally wasn't just this number. Over the past few days, Wu Zhenbang had occasionally drawn a few times just to satisfy his craving. Over time, only these 60 chances remained. However, for Wu Zhenbang, 60 times was more than enough. It would be best if he could draw some rare items. Even if his luck wasn't good and he didn't get any rare rewards, he wouldn't mind at all. After all, the Strong Holdings Group had already gotten onto the right track with various businesses steadily developing. He no longer felt anxious about the lottery results like he used to. Let's start. Wu Zhenbang first leisurely lit a cigar to dispel bad luck, then focused his thought. The 60 accumulated lottery chances were instantly used up. Wu. The familiar horn sounded suddenly, and a dazzling golden light began to spin rapidly on the roulette. Ding, white square. The first prize was quickly revealed, but the spinning speed of the roulette only increased. Ding, blue square. Ding, purple square. Ding, red square. Looks like luck is on my side today. Seeing the colors of the first four prizes, a hint of joy flashed in Wu Zhenbang's eyes. The mysterious roulette in his mind only had four colors: white, blue, purple, and red. The value of the prizes from these colored squares increased in order. He never expected that this time the draw would yield a complete set from low to high. It seemed today he was going to make a substantial profit. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Wu Zhenbang was lost in thought, the lottery continued. Before long, all 60 accumulated chances had been exhausted. This time his luck was indeed remarkable, as he drew 2 of the rare red squares along with 5 purple squares. Congratulations on winning 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Congratulations on winning ordinary character card, X3. Congratulations on winning intermediate character card, X10. Congratulations on winning cargo ship, X5. Congratulations on winning pager production technology. Congratulations on winning advanced firearms proficiency. Who? When all the prizes were displayed, Wu Zhenbang slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. This lottery indeed brought a bountiful harvest. The most precious red square not only awarded him firearms proficiency, but also the pager production technology, a real money-making venture. As for advanced firearms proficiency, it was precisely the ability Wu Zhenbang had longed for. Although ordinary people could become decent marksmen through long-term training, the skill endowed by the system was evidently superior. There are always some people in the world who seem to have been blessed by the heavens when it comes to using firearms. Their shooting accuracy cannot be matched by ordinary people, no matter how hard they practice. Wu Zhenbang had also practiced shooting for a while, but unfortunately he was not cut out for it. Unless he invested a lot of time in repetitive training, his accuracy was no different from that of an average person. No matter how strong your fist and foot skills are, they ultimately cannot compare to a cold bullet. This world has changed. Without a trace of hesitation, Wu Zhenbang immediately activated the advanced firearms proficiency skill. Virum. The moment this ability took effect, Wu Zhenbang felt his mind go blank. That sensation was as wondrous as described in cultivation novels when one sits in meditation and enters a state of tranquility. At the same time, waves of tingling sensations swept through his arms. A mysterious and indescribable power made him feel as if he had suddenly acquired decades of experience in handling firearms, drastically elevating his shooting skills. About a minute later, the strange sensations in his arms and brain gradually faded. Wu Zhenbang slowly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. Is this done already? He shook his still dazed head and carefully examined his hands. Compared to before, his palms remained fair and smooth, showing no signs of change. Yet deep down, Wu Zhenbang knew, if only he had a gun now, he could instantly transform into a god of slaughter on the battlefield. He thought to find an opportunity to try it another day. With that in mind, he shifted his focus back to the prize he had just drawn. He had no interest in the 30 million Hong Kong dollars or the character he had drawn. After all, he had drawn these things too many times before. Even though this time the quantity was a bit more, it couldn't stir any waves in his heart. What truly piqued his interest were the 5 cargo ships and the pager manufacturing technology. This was the first time he had drawn such items. As he focused on the 5 cargo ships, he suddenly felt a stack of documents in his hands. Looking down, he found it was several documents. Curiously, Wu Zhenbang opened them and discovered they were the complete paperwork for the 5 cargo ships he had drawn from the system. Quite considerate, he said, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. The documents included purchase certificates for the cargo ships and a full set of legitimate customs entry procedures. With these, he wouldn't have to worry about how to handle these ships. Perhaps it's time to consider doing some special business. Staring at the cargo ship documents in his hands, Zhenbang began to ponder. The tonnage of these 5 ships wasn't large enough to meet the standards for ocean transport. But for the current Zhenbang, they were perfectly suitable, more than enough for activities in Southeast Asia. Compared to other countries, he now valued the domestic market more. Firstly, its close, and secondly, the population base there is enormous. In this era, the mainland is practically an undeveloped gold mine. With these cargo ships, no matter what he transported from the island to the mainland, he could earn a fortune. Some might say that the mainland has just reformed and opened up, and the common folks are too poor to afford it. To this, Zhenbang could only smile. Wealthy people are never lacking in any era, especially in the vast expanse of the mainland. The poor have always been the lower class, while the rich have always existed. It's just that ordinary people cannot reach them. Moreover, even if he were to smuggle, Zhenbang wouldn't choose overly expensive goods. Zhenbang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers gently tapping on the glass. The sunlight outside was just right, making the water in the swimming pool shimmer. He squinted his eyes, calculating his next plan. Household appliances are things that ordinary families can still afford if they tighten their belts. However, the most urgent matter now is to finalize the pager business. With this thought, Zhenbang shook his head vigorously, shaking off all the distracting thoughts. To transport goods to the mainland, merely having cargo ships is not enough. The key now is to secure the pager. This device is commonly known as a pager among the common folks, and it's much cheaper than a mobile phone. Currently, the cheapest mobile phones on the market cost at least 20 to 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. Common people earn only a few $100s a month. How could they afford such expensive items? But pagers are different, or as long as he can set up the production line, he would definitely earn a fortune, like with game consoles. This device is suitable for all ages. Even ordinary office workers can save and buy it after a few months of frugality. Although this business might only be popular for 3 to 5 years, even that short time is enough to make a fortune. With this in mind, Zhenbang couldn't help but smile, his mood lifting. He casually placed the documents aside, stood up from the lounge chair, and leisurely strolled towards the swimming pool. When he reached the pool's edge, he suddenly exerted force, launching himself into the air and splashing into the water, landing right in the middle of 3 young girls. The splash soared high, causing them to scream in surprise. Ha ha ha! Zhenbang surfaced from the water and pulled Cindy into his embrace. Seeing this, Lu Piao and Judy immediately laughed and rushed over, scrambling to pull Cindy back. In an instant, the pool was filled with splashes, screams, and laughter. When they had enough fun, several light swimsuits were already floating on the surface of the water. At dinner that evening, Lu Piao pouted, tugging at Zhenbang's arm. "Brother Bang, I don't want to go to school." She looked so pitiful that anyone would feel soft-hearted. "How old are you? What kind of talk is it to stay home all day without going to school?" Zhenbang lightly flicked her forehead in annoyance. Sending this girl to school was an idea he suddenly thought of in the afternoon. Although keeping her at home isn't impossible, being away from a normal life at such a young age could lead to unpredictable outcomes. After thinking it over, he figured sending her to Cindy and the other school would be the most suitable choice. As for Lu Piao, not having gone to school much before, that wasn't a big problem. What's important is to let her live like a normal child and maintain the vitality of youth. "Piao, wouldn't it be great to go to school with us?" Cindy and Judy urged her from either side. The friendship of the little girls formed quickly. In just one day, the 3 had already bonded like sisters. The 2 sisters who had no friends at school were eager for someone to accompany them. "Well, okay, I'll give it a try then." In the end, Lu Piao compromised, mainly because she knew very well that this was the arrangement of her wealthy daddy. How could she dare to disobey? "Then it's settled," she replied softly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Zhenbang smiled with satisfaction at her words. "First, let's fill our stomachs, and later I'll show you something amazing." His gaze turned to Cindy and Judy, who were sitting beside him. "Brother Bang, what rare thing is it?" Cindy asked curiously, her big eyes blinking. Judy beside her wore the same expression, both little girls' faces filled with anticipation. "Don't rush, you'll find out soon enough." Zhenbang pretended to be mysterious, winking playfully, deliberately withholding details. Since it was a rare good thing, wouldn't spoiling the surprise ruin the fun? Seeing that he had no intention of revealing anything, the 2 little girls wisely chose not to ask further. However, during the following dinner time, they noticeably quickened their eating pace, clearly unable to wait to see the good thing Zhenbang mentioned. When night fully descended, Zhenbang led the 3 girls into the inner room. He carefully took out a projection device from the cabinet, and while adjusting it, Cindy, sitting on the edge of the bed, couldn't help but ask, "Brother Bang, is what you mean by opening our eyes? Is it to watch a movie?" Not only was Cindy filled with confusion, but Judy also looked equally puzzled. Only Lu Piao watched Zhenbang with a complex expression, as if she had already guessed something. The moments spent with Zhenbang in the past few days flashed before her eyes. The ever-present camera, those intimate moments, captured even the scenes of playing cards with Fei Yingli. "Of course I remember." Zhenbang pressed the play button and turned around with a smile. Do you remember how that initial scheme was still vivid in memory? The senior who had deceived them in the name of filming actually wanted to use the club's influence to force them to shoot indecent films. If it weren't for meeting Wu Zhenbang, their life trajectories might have changed completely. How could I forget? Judy sighed lightly, her voice tinged with fear. We were almost doomed then. Fortunately, it was you, Brother Bang. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her dress, clearly still haunted by that experience. Indeed. With Cindy's outstanding beauty and innocent student demeanor plus the unique status of the twins, if they had fallen into the hands of other clubs, like that infamous Liang Kuan known for shooting special films, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wu Zhenbang chuckled softly as he sat down between the two sisters. Weren't you two always eager to see the filming scene? What's playing now are the artistic masterpieces I wrote, directed, and starred in myself. The three girls sat side by side on the edge of the bed, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became subtle. The beam of light from the projector was particularly piercing in the dim room, as if heralding an unavoidable storm about to unfold. As the lights in the box dimmed, Wu Zhenbang casually leaned back against the genuine leather sofa, his large hands naturally wrapping around the slender waists of the two girls beside him. Huh, Brother Bang, you filmed this yourself? Cindy and Judy were unfazed by the sudden hands around their waist. However, upon hearing that the art film being screened was actually directed and starred in by Wu Zhenbang, the two little girls' eyes immediately sparkled like stars. That's right, the male lead is me and the female lead is your sister Pia Piao. Wu Zhenbang smiled meaningfully. In fact, he was hiding a plan he hadn't spoken aloud. Tonight he would not only let them watch his performance with Lu Pia Piao, but also let this pair of sisters experience firsthand what it means to shoot on location. Isn't this exactly the filming scene they have always longed for? Moreover, in this grand performance, they would undoubtedly be the leading ladies. As they chatted and laughed, the screen began to flicker. Noticing the moment the projection lit up, Cindy and Judy immediately fell silent, their four eyes fixed intently ahead. Thinking about the intimate film featuring Wu Zhenbang and Lu Pia Piao that they were about to watch, both girls' faces flushed with excitement, and their breathing became involuntarily rapid. This film, being a private collection, had no opening credits. It began directly with a passionate scene. As soon as the screen brightened, the two sisters instinctively gasped in shock. What came into view was a pair of entangled figures, their disheveled clothes scattered across the floor, clearly well into the main act. As the film progressed, there were no lines or plot, only the sound of heavy breathing echoing in the box. Cindy and Judy stared in disbelief, feeling as if their hearts were about to leap out of their throats. The thrill of having the male and female leads of the art film sitting right next to them was simply indescribable. From time to time they stole glances at Wu Zhenbang and Lu Pia Piao, only to find Lu Pia Piao blissfully enjoying the film, even biting her lip in a lingering manner. Suddenly Lu Pia Piao turned her head and caught Cindy's furtive gaze, startling the young girl into hurriedly turning away, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Although the sisters had shared intimate moments with Wu Zhenbang, they were still shy and flustered when confronted with the images on the screen. Watching Cindy's bashful demeanor, Lu Pia Piao narrowed her eyes mischievously, a playful thought bubbling up in her mind. Suddenly she sprang to her feet and slowly walked over to Wu Zhenbang. This unexpected action instantly caught the attention of Wu Zhenbang and the twin sisters Cindy and Judy. In a moment of confusion for the three, Lu Pia Piao actually flashed them a faint smile, and then in front of everyone slowly knelt before Wu Zhenbang. In an instant, aside from Wu Zhenbang, who remained unfazed, it seemed that a multitude of question marks appeared above Cindy and Judy's heads. They completely did not understand why Lu Pia Piao would suddenly make such a gesture. However, this confusion did not last long. They quickly realized that Lu Pia Piao was mimicking certain actions from the film they had just watched. The sisters' eyes widened in surprise, and their cheeks flushed instantly. They never expected that the seemingly demure Lu Pia Piao could be so bold as to do such a thing to Wu Zhenbang in front of a crowd. The entire room fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, aside from the sounds of intimacy coming from the screen, only the soft clinking of straws stirring drinks echoed in the air. After what felt like an eternity, Wu Zhenbang finally rose from the couch. He walked to the corner of the room and retrieved a camera, meticulously adjusting the filming angle. Once he confirmed that the viewfinder framed the best shot, he turned around wearing a cryptic smile as he looked at the twins. Cindy and Judy, who had witnessed the entire scene, were already blushing furiously. Upon seeing Wu Zhenbang fiddling with the camera, they understood clearly. After all, not only had they just witnessed the live performance, but they had also studied the instructional video featuring Wu Zhenbang and Lu Pia Piao. If they couldn't guess what was coming next, it would truly be a waste of their clever minds. Though they were aware, the sisters showed no signs of resistance. Ever since their last skills exchange with Wu Zhenbang in the private cinema, they had discussed such scenarios countless times. Sometimes during late-night talks, the sisters would even blush as they exchanged those hard-to-speak-off thoughts. At this moment, Wu Zhenbang was completely unaware of what they were envisioning. Despite having laid the groundwork and being confident that they would grasp his intentions, he deliberately slowed his pace, carefully observing the sisters' reactions. Should they show even a hint of reluctance, he would never force them no matter how eager he felt. Fortunately, this concern proved to be unwarranted. When he reached the bedside, the sisters had already shyly closed their eyes, their long eyelashes fluttering slightly like delicate flowers waiting for rain. Seeing this, the smile on Wu Zhenbang's lips deepened, and he leaned in closer. As the morning light softly illuminated the room, Lu Piapiao and the twins remained lost in their dreams. Wu Zhenbang, however, had already risen, energetically instructing the maid to prepare breakfast. As the aroma of fried eggs wafted from the kitchen, he casually wrapped a bath towel around his waist and made his way to the living room, dialing Jimmy's number. "Bang Go, is there an urgent matter for you to call so early?" Jimmy's groggy voice came through the receiver. "Find a factory. Our company is expanding into new business." Wu Zhenbang's tone was brisk and decisive as he connected the call. At this moment, his mind was completely focused on finding an appropriate factory, not on cargo ships or smuggling. This time they would be producing something extraordinary, the latest sensation, the pager. The profit margins for this item would far exceed those of game consoles and counterfeit goods. "Don't worry, Bang Go, what kind of factory are you looking for?" Upon hearing about the new project, Jimmy was instantly invigorated. Sitting on the leather sofa in the villa's living room, Wu Zhenbang crossed his legs, holding the large mobile phone, and leisurely explained the plan to Jimmy. As for the source of technology, he chose to avoid discussing it, merely outlining the pager's uses. "Got it, Bang Go, we'll take care of it right away." On the other end, Jimmy couldn't contain his excitement after hearing the introduction. Just from Wu Zhenbang's few words, he had keenly sensed the business opportunity. This was definitely a money tree. The technology company under the Strong Group had already recruited a large number of technical talents. As long as they held the core technology, mass production would be a breeze. Jimmy was so eager that he wished they could start working tomorrow. "We need to act quickly. By the way, how's the progress with the game console?" Wu Zhenbang had no doubt about Jimmy's execution. What he was more concerned about was another key project. After all, he had his eyes set on the lucrative game console market as well. "The tech team is making the final adjustments. We can start mass production in 2 days at most." Jimmy's confident voice came through the receiver. "Great, go ahead and get busy." Knowing that the game console was about to be produced, Wu Zhenbang's smile widened. After casually asking about Big D's recent situation in Aojiang, he hung up the phone. Those thugs are probably going to fight over it. He leisurely leaned back on the sofa, already plotting how to harvest the wealth of those gangs in Hong Kong. Ever since the arcade opened, those gang members had been green with envy. As soon as the machines went into production, even if it meant selling everything they had, those petty crooks would be eager to buy. Just as he was deep in thought, a servant came in to inform him that breakfast was ready. "Give it to me." Wu Zhenbang took the tray and walked upstairs alone. The second floor was quiet, with only Lu Piapiao rubbing her eyes as she washed up. Cindy and Judith's door was tightly closed, clearly still lost in sleep. "You must be exhausted from last night." He chuckled softly as he set the breakfast down, looking at the two girls asleep. The two little girls were currently on winter break. Just yesterday, when they visited him, they had already informed their elders that they would be playing at a classmate's house. Thus, Wu Zhenbang had no worries that their school or family would be looking for the two girls. In just 2 days, once Cindy and the other school reopened, Wu Zhenbang first busied himself with handling Lu Piapiao's enrollment procedures, and then instructed Gao Jin to spread the word, inviting prominent figures from various gangs in Hong Kong to gather in Tsim Sha Tsui to discuss important matters. This gathering was primarily to discuss the sales of the upcoming game console. Although he could easily find buyers as soon as he spoke, currently only he could provide such gaming devices in Hong Kong. To maintain market order, Wu Zhenbang decided to establish some rules for these purchasers. In front of the most luxurious restaurant in Tsim Sha Tsui, various high-end vehicles were parked in an orderly fashion under the guidance of the waitstaff. The guests stepping out of the cars bore tattoos of dragons and phoenixes, their every gesture exuding an air of bravado. A mix of all walks of life gathered here, but they shared a common trait. Most of them did not appear to be easy characters. Just by looking at their appearances, one could guess that these were all formidable figures in the underworld. At this moment, it was the perfect time for Wu Zhenbang to hold the Underworld conference. In this gathering, Wu Zhenbang treated everyone equally. All gang leaders with some standing in Hong Kong received his invitations. Since the venue was set in Tsim Sha Tsui, this was Wu Zhenbang's territory. Even those arrogant gang leaders, usually so high and mighty, dared not act recklessly at this moment. With the restaurant staff mediating, even those who had past grievances temporarily set aside their conflicts. At most, they would glare at each other when crossing paths before proceeding into the restaurant's inner hall. At 3 o'clock, the hour hand pointed to the scheduled time for the gathering. The restaurant's hall was filled with dozens of tables, all occupied by the heads of major gangs in Hong Kong. It was precisely 3 o'clock, the official start time Wu Zhenbang had set in advance. Only when the clock chimed did he leisurely emerge from behind the scenes. As he appeared in the sight of everyone, the originally noisy hall gradually quieted down. All eyes focused on the man standing at the center of the stage. Wu Zhenbang grasped the microphone, standing on the specially constructed platform, wearing a faint smile as he lightly tapped the microphone in his hand. He surveyed the various heroes of the underworld with an elevated gaze before slowly speaking. First, I would like to thank all the bosses for taking the time to attend this gathering. As for the business we are here to discuss today, I believe everyone has a general idea. So I won't waste words, let's get straight to the point. However, before we discuss the main issue, I must clarify something to all the gang leaders present. Today there are at least a few hundred heroes gathered here, and it's inevitable that there have been some past conflicts. But since everyone has come here for a meeting, I will hope that regardless of any past grudges, let's set aside personal grievances for the time being. If there are any personal disputes to resolve, we can settle them after the meeting. I invited everyone here to help each other prosper, not to resolve personal conflicts. Everyone present is a person of status in Hong Kong. You should understand this logic. I've said all I needed to say. If anyone disagrees with my words, you can raise your concerns now. After Wu Zhenbang finished speaking, he scanned the room, full of prominent figures with a calm smile. This grand event saw heavyweight figures from every gang with a reputation in Hong Kong attending. Even the Hongxing gang, who had previously been at odds with Wu Zhenbang, unexpectedly sent representatives this time. Rest assured, Wuxing, everyone gathered here today is only after profit. No one would dare to cause trouble. Yes, Wuxing, please tell us the details of the game machine plan. Everyone present understands the situation. Anyone who dares to stir trouble here would be opposing the entire gang in Hong Kong. Before Wu Zhenbang finished speaking, the impatient big shots in the audience began to shout eagerly. Great. Since you are all so supportive, I won't hold back any longer. Looking at the excited crowd of gangsters below the stage, a satisfied glint flashed in Wu Zhenbang's eyes. He gestured to Gao Jin, who was standing at the side of the stage. Gao Jin, who had been well prepared, quickly stepped onto the stage holding a folder and respectfully handed the documents. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at the operation reports of several gaming halls under my company. Wu Zhenbang casually flipped open one of the pages to show the guests below. Seeing everyone craning their necks, he thoughtfully added, "It might be a bit far to see clearly, so let me get straight to the point. Currently, there are 9 gaming halls operating in Hong Kong, and I believe many of you have heard about them. I know many of the big brothers have long wanted to open gaming halls, but have struggled to obtain equipment. Now I have good news for you all." At this point, a meaningful smile appeared on Wu Zhenbang's lips. The New Era Technology Company under our Prosperity Group has completed the independent research and development of game machines. Starting today, those interested in purchasing equipment can contact our sales team directly. No matter which model you want, we provide immediate supply at a uniform price. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted in excitement. Although whispers of this news had circulated beforehand, hearing Wu Zhenbang confirm it still left the gang leaders. Anyone in the know would understand how lucrative Wu Zhenbang's 9 gaming halls were. From school kids with backpacks to office workers in suits, there was no one who didn't love these trendy gadgets. Since opening a few months ago, the halls had been bustling every day. Everyone present today were the leaders of the major gangs in Hong Kong. To say they weren't envious would be a lie. Previously, they hadn't dared to act rashly due to Wu Zhenbang's influence. But now that they heard they could buy equipment openly, everyone was eager to make their move. Stop teasing us, Wu Sheng. Just tell us the price. We at Chonglu will order 200 units. Hong Lu wants 300 units. We at Dongxing. The atmosphere in the venue instantly reached a boiling point, as these usually calm big shots were now restless, eagerly reporting their purchase quantities. Everyone please be quiet. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Wu Zhenbang had to raise his hand to signal. Once the noise subsided, he calmly announced, "After careful consideration by the board of directors, the final price is 100,000 Hong Kong dollars per unit." This figure detonated like a bomb in the venue. It wasn't because it was cheap, but rather because this price was incredibly shocking. Those big brothers who thrived in the underworld all appeared to be adorned in gold and silver, surrounded by followers. But in reality, these individuals made money quickly, yet their spending habits outpaced their earnings. Those who navigate the underworld, who among them isn't a spendthrift? Every day was either spent on fighting or enjoying life in restaurants and clubs or lavishly gambling. Moreover, which big boss doesn't support dozens of brothers under their command? Every morning, as soon as they open their eyes, dozens or even hundreds of mouths are waiting to be fed. So don't be fooled by their glamorous appearances. If they were to pay cash, most would struggle to scrape together 100,000. Because of this, when Wu Zhenbang announced that each arcade machine would cost 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, the reaction from below was predictable. Everyone shut up. Seeing this group of gangsters about to stir up trouble over the price, Wu Zhenbang grabbed the microphone and shouted. Through the venue's massive sound system, his reprimand instantly silenced the chaotic noise. "There's nothing to negotiate about the price. 100,000 per machine, that's the price. However, you may not yet know how profitable these gaming halls truly are, right?" Wu Zhenbang raised the report in his hand, ignoring the angry gazes from below, and continued leisurely. "Take my 9 stores as an example. Recently, each store has been maintaining a daily turnover around 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. In other words, even though the machines are expensive, the speed of returning the investment will definitely exceed your expectations. Even if you invest 10 million to open a store, you can recoup your costs within 3 months at most. Every penny earned after those 3 months will be pure profit." At this point, a meaningful smile appeared on Wu Zhenbang's face. "Wow, earning 100,000. That's quite exaggerated. No wonder he's called the god of wealth in the underworld. It turns out gaming halls are this. Hearing this astonishing figure, the venue erupted in chaos. Previously, everyone only knew Wu Zhenbang's gaming halls were profitable, but no one expected them to be this lucrative. It's important to note that everyone here is part of the gangs. The businesses they run aren't exactly legitimate. They either collect protection fees or keep watch for others. How many can be considered genuine businesses? Now that they know gaming halls can make money so quickly, their eyes are practically popping out. This speed of making money surpasses even that of drug trafficking. Moreover, this venture is completely legal. Brother Nan, we must open dozens of stores. That'll mean several million in daily income. Shanji excitedly turned to Chun Haonan, his face flushed. Dozens of stores. Selling you wouldn't be enough to buy a few machines. Although Chun Haonan was also itching to get in, he retorted back, without any good humor. One machine costs 100,000. Even if he and Shanji combined their resources, they wouldn't be able to gather that much. Alright, everyone be quiet. Once the discussions in the venue had settled down, Wu Zhenbang picked up the microphone. Once everyone's attention was back on him, he slowly said, "Those who want to place orders, please approach our staff to place your orders shortly. There are some things that need to be made clear in advance to avoid disputes later. All gaming equipment ordered from me must be paid in cash and no debts will be permitted. This is a firm rule." Wu Zhenbang paused for a moment, his gaze scanning the crowd like a hawk. "There's one more thing that requires your cooperation." He raised a finger regarding the pricing standards for tokens. "Currently, my venue has a rate of 50 game tokens for 100 Hong Kong dollars. I hope everyone maintains this uniform price after stocking up." While speaking, he took a sip from his teacup. "I know everyone here is eager to make money, but everything must follow rules. If someone lowers the price to snatch business today, you sell for 100, tomorrow he sells for 80. Wu Zhenbang slammed the table, causing the teacup to rattle. "Isn't that ruining everyone's meal ticket? In the end, no one will benefit." He looked meaningfully at several eager troublemakers. "I believe none of you want to see such a situation, right?" The venue instantly erupted in chaos. A tattooed, burly man kicked over a chair and shouted, "Which bastard dares to quote a random price? I'll be the first to chop him up." "Yes, we must follow the rules. Anyone who breaks the rules is against everyone." The hall was filled with shouts and curses. Although many of these gangsters may not be the sharpest tools in the shed, even those who have taken charge are often reckless. But when it comes to cash, these people are more astute than anyone. If a machine costing 100,000 turns into scrap metal due to vicious competition, it's like taking their lives. In Hong Kong, cutting off someone's financial path is akin to digging up their ancestors' graves. Oh, what won't they do for money? Thank you all for your support. Wu Zhenbang revealed a fox-like smile and signaled the waiter to refill the wine. "So let's toast to everyone making a fortune." As he was leaving, he suddenly turned around and added, "By the way, the stock is limited. Those who want to order should hurry up." This statement was like a spark igniting oil. Some immediately pulled out their big phones to instruct their men to raise funds, while several impatient ones rushed. Even the usually stingy leader of the Chaozhou gang was considering mortgaging the gambling boat. After all, the more machines, the more to earn. Even the street vendors selling fish balls understand this principle. In just a week, a gaming hall craze swept across all of Hong Kong. From Causeway Bay to Tsim Sha Tsui, shops suddenly popped up everywhere with neon signs saying XX Entertainment City. The most exaggerated was the spokesperson for Lian Sheng, who directly occupied a pawnshop and began operations. The scene of students in uniforms and gangsters adorned with tattoos jamming together to press buttons became the most magical urban silhouette of that summer. The scarcity of game machines made them a hot commodity. When the first batch of buyers moved the machines into the gaming halls, the scene was instantly flooded with enthusiastic crowds. Even as more and more gaming halls emerged in Hong Kong, the players' enthusiasm showed no signs of waning, with long lines forming in front of the stores. Witnessing such a booming scene, those buyers who were previously hesitant could no longer sit still. They emptied their savings and even borrowed money, all to snatch a machine from Wu Zhenbang. As for those who had paid but had yet to receive their goods, every day was a torment. After all, each day the gaming hall opened late meant one less day of profit. Under the frantic urgings of the buyers, Wu Zhenbang rapidly expanded, directly leasing a new factory and working day and night to ramp up production. Bang good, these people's enthusiasm is simply insane. In the office, Jimmy smiled as he pushed a stack of reports in front of Wu Zhenbang. In just a week, the sales of game machines surpassed 100 million. Jimmy had been closely monitoring the sales data these past few days. Those gang members acted like sharks smelling blood. Even if they had to sell their pots and pans, they would come to buy. Faced with such a situation, he couldn't help but smile with glee. What's the rush? The show has just begun. Wu Zhenbang casually flipped through the documents, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. The Hong Kong market is so vast, the number sold so far is just a drop in the bucket. Now, not only the street thugs are rushing in to grab the deals, but many behind-the-scenes financiers are also unable to sit still. After all, there are not many truly powerful gang leaders. The underlings want to make money, but lack the capital, so they can only seek funding from the big bosses behind the scenes. Once the machines are purchased, the management of the venue is handed over to the gang. In this way, in addition to collecting protection fees from street stalls and nightclubs, these gangs have gained another source of income. To some extent, Zhenbang's operations have created job opportunities for the gangsters. Banga, your coffee is here. Just as the two were talking, Song Xiaowei walked over gracefully with a tray. She first gently placed a steaming cup of coffee in front of Zhenbang, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Jimmy, this is yours. The second cup of coffee was carefully pushed to Jimmy's side. Thank you. Jimmy did not show any negligence simply because she was a secretary. Instead, he politely nodded in acknowledgement. It's my pleasure. Song Xiaowei replied with a faint smile, slightly bowing to Zhenbang before gracefully leaving. After working at the Qiangxin Group for some time, she had shed her initial naivety and could now face these powerful figures with composure. Jimmy, the gaming consoles have already entered the right track. Once the office door closed, Zhenbang took out 2 cigars, putting one in his mouth and taking a deep puff, squinting through the smoke. Next, you will focus on the pager market. The speed of making money from this thing is not slower than that of gaming consoles. Although each gaming console is priced at 100,000, the profit is quite considerable. However, it is ultimately just a form of entertainment and cannot be compared to a pager, which is a necessity. After all, the current mobile phones are outrageously expensive and ordinary citizens simply cannot afford them. When a long line forms in front of the old public telephone booth at the alley entrance, the superiority of the pager becomes apparent. This device is not only more portable than the bulky mobile phones, but is also much cheaper. Any white-collar worker in an office can save up for 3 months of salary to buy the latest Motorola. With 7 million people in Hong Kong, how could there not be a business for electronic products? If the pager business operates well, the profits might come in faster than those from arcade halls. Don't worry, Banga, the factory equipment is all set up now. Jimmy brushed off the ashes from his cigar and squinted out the window towards the dock. The technical team is working in shifts around the clock, and we should be able to produce in bulk by early next month. This tall and thin guy has been spinning like a top lately. During the day, he monitors the distribution of gaming consoles, and at night, he pushes for the research and development progress. The engineers in the lab dodge him, fearing being dragged into an all-nighter to modify circuit boards. But Jimmy knows clearly that this beeping little box is sure to spark a buying frenzy even more intense than that of slot machines. You can rest assured with me handling it. Zhenbang lightly tapped the genuine leather sofa with his fingertips, suddenly recalling that there were still 5 Tintasantan ships docked in the system space. Ever since he won these big guys in a lottery, they have been gathering dust in the virtual warehouse for almost half a year. By the way, send a few sharp brothers to Peng City to scout the situation. He gestured for his subordinate to refill the tea, revealing a meaningful smile amidst the swirling steam. Once the new goods arrive, we'll transport the scarce items from Hong Kong by water. Make sure to figure out the channels for receiving the goods, and remember to find reliable partners. In fact, those 5 giant ships can be cashed out at any time. It's just that he has never ventured into this line of business before, and it wouldn't do to let the crew fish for crabs in Victoria Harbor. Transport. Smuggling. Jimmy nearly burned his hand on the cigar. The way his boss thinking jumps around is hard to keep up with. While gaming coins are still pouring into the cash cabinet, and the pager production line hasn't even warmed up, he suddenly wants to get into international shipping. Although smuggling indeed brings in money faster than printing banknotes, this business requires finesse. You need to navigate customs, have connections in both the black and white markets, and also guard against rivals intervening halfway. However, thinking about Qiangxin Group's current influence in Kowloon, Jimmy couldn't help but grin. Just last week, the Chaozhou gang proactively handed him a letter saying they wanted to partner up for the imported car business. Coincidentally, I played golf with Officer Chun from Customs yesterday. His brother-in-law specializes in tax-exempt household appliances. Now, with the backing of Liansheng's leadership, conducting business no longer requires the same ingratiating smiles as before. Who doesn't know which formidable figure stands behind Jimmy? Money needs to be made quickly. Zhenbang played with a gold-plated lighter, the flame reflecting in his pupils as they flickered. There are several big deals in the second half of the year. If cash runs low, we won't be able to operate. In the reflection of the glass window, 2 cargo ships were slowly departing from Kwaicheng Dock, their horns drowned out by the neon lights of Mongkok. This brother is working tirelessly to earn money, all to create a global sensation soon. The more substantial the capital at hand, the greater the profits Zhenbang can reap later. Remember, this is the 1980s. Not only are there opportunities to get rich on every street, but any corner can make someone an instant millionaire. Understood, Banga, I will take care of it right away. Jimmy is quite perceptive and has not inquired why the boss is in such a hurry for this money. However, he speculated that his boss must be harboring a bigger plan. It's just that the timing hasn't come yet. Just as Zhenbang and Jimmy were having a secret discussion in the office on the other side, Di had just returned to Hong Kong for a day's rest before hurriedly heading back to Macau for business. This time, he brought along more than 20 subordinates. Although Di occasionally returned to Hong Kong, he had mostly been immersed in business discussions in Macau, and the real money he had thrown out was staggering. He had finally managed to secure the operating rights of a gambling hall. However, this had dragged on for nearly half a year. and the gambling hall that was supposed to be transferred to him had not yet been officially registered in his name. Today he was determined to clarify this matter with the original owner Mo Luo Bing. Macau is similar to Hong Kong. All the shady businesses are controlled by various gangs, with 14K being the most formidable. Mo Luo Bing is the big shot for 14K in Macau. However, since 14K had long since split off, even though Mo Luo Bing is the most powerful spokesperson for 14K in Macau, he has no ties with the 14K in Hong Kong. Ultimately, they are just two factions that split from the same gang. Moreover, there is not just one 14K. Previously, the underling who served him Bang Yiju is now also a notable figure in 14K in Macau. The two are still bitter rivals. Mo Luo Bing has over 20 gambling halls under his control. Ever since half a year ago, Didi has been pestering Mo Luo Bing to buy a few gambling halls to manage himself. However, after throwing in several tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars over the past few months, he has not acquired a single gambling hall. Because of this, since Jimmy took power, he has been entrenched in Macau, constantly pushing for the transfer procedures. Today is the day he is supposed to meet Mo Luo Bing. In a private room of a restaurant in Macau. Mr. Mo, it's an honor to meet you. After waiting for an hour, Didi could no longer maintain his composure, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, and cupped his hands towards the tardy Mo Luo Bing. Good to say. Mo Luo Bing did not give him a good expression, glancing at Didi with a smirk, responding. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually flopped down into the armchair, squinting at Didi. Looking at this country bumpkin who had sent him over 30 million in half a year, just for a gambling hall's operating rights, Mo Luo Bing couldn't help but laugh silently. Does this guy really think he can just waltz into Macau? He had already made up his mind to squeeze this Hong Kong guy dry. Didi also noticed that Mo Luo Bing was not treating him seriously. However, under the roof, one must bow their head. Right now, he was the one begging for help. Usually Didi would walk proudly in Hong Kong, but now he had to swallow his anger and smile, ordering a table full of delicacies. He was planning to drink up first before slowly discussing the gambling hall business. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, the two tacitly avoided the topic of gambling halls. For the most part, it was Didi who was talking nonstop. Mo Luo Bing only responded symbolically a few times, completely focusing on the food in front of him. His indifferent attitude clearly showed that he did not take the leader of Lianxing seriously. This bastard. The more Didi ate, the angrier he became, his teeth grinding. If it weren't for the transfer procedures still being incomplete, he would have loved to strangle this arrogant guy on the spot. After all, who wouldn't respectfully call him Brother D in Hong Kong? Now having to lower himself and wear a smile, the other party didn't even spare him a glance. Mr. Mo, isn't it about time we finish this meal? Didi forcibly suppressed his anger and put down his chopsticks. Shouldn't we talk about those gambling halls? Mo Luo Bing finally pretended to say, oh, in a leisurely manner, slowly taking out a toothpick to start picking his teeth. Seeing that the other party's expression was growing darker, he took his time to speak. Why the rush? The accounts for those venues have been a bit troublesome recently. It's not that I don't want to transfer them, it's just that it's truly unmanageable. He shrugged. How about waiting a bit longer, Brother D? This statement was nothing short of mocking. The so-called financial issues were merely excuses he fabricated. Although he did not hold actual ownership of the gambling halls, possessing the operating rights still allowed him to control the D. In Macau, even a dragon crossing the river must heed his wishes. Watching the usually imposing gang leader bowing and scraping before him, Mo Luo Bing felt extremely pleased. Mr. Mo, Didi's temples throbbed, squeezing his voice through clenched teeth. You have to give me a definitive answer, right? If the accounts can never be sorted out, are you asking me to wait until the next life? At this point, he finally understood that the other party had no intention of fulfilling their agreement. Didi glared at the slick face across from him, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned white. Over these months, he had spent nearly 10 million just on bribes, consistently playing the role of the humble servant. Cough, cough. Moro Bing squinted and waved his hand, seeing the bulging veins on the other's forehead. He laughed even more. Who can say for sure about such things? You must understand, my gambling houses are always bustling with customers. The flow of funds is like running water. Now that there's a slight issue with the accounts, I need to give the financial staff some time to sort it out, don't I? He offered a cigar, but was waved off by Big D. Moro Bing was not annoyed. He dusted off his suit sleeve and continued. How about this, Big D? You wait in Hong Kong Island for now. When the accounts are all sorted out, I will definitely be the first to give you a call. He deliberately emphasized the words, sort out the accounts, tapping his fingers on the sandalwood table in a lively rhythm. Big D was furious. One moment, he was saying the funds of the gambling house couldn't turn over, and the next he was boasting about making a fortune. Hearing this flip-flop made his ears feel raw. If he still couldn't see that the other was playing him, then he had wasted all these years in the underworld. Since Boss Moro is having trouble with cash flow, Big D suppressed his anger, his knuckles cracking as he gripped the armrest of his chair. How about you refund me the transfer fee first? Once your accounts are in the clear, we can discuss the transfer later. He was clear in his mind how at this moment getting back the principal would be a blessing, and he had already decided to find another partner once he got his money. In the territory of Haojiang, there are others who eat from this bowl, Didn't they come looking for him because he had the most power? Who would have thought he would encounter such a smiling tiger? Moro Bing suddenly laughed, the cold light flashing through his golden glasses. That's not how the rules work. Once the money is in your pocket, how can you spit it out? He suddenly leaned forward, lowering his voice. How about this? I'll give you a special chip. You play a few rounds in my venue and stop once you've won back your principal. Unbeknownst to anyone, it would be all for appearances. Before he could finish, a loud crash interrupted him. Big D smashed a purple clay pot. The shattering pieces startled the henchmen outside, who all drew their guns. Moro, Big D kicked over the tea table. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Once I stepped into your venue, whether it's round or flat, is entirely up to you, boss Moro. The transfer contract was signed 3 months ago. You've been collecting the money without fail, and now you're playing this game with me. He pulled open his tie, revealing the scar on his neck, a wound from when he clashed with He Lianxing, now glowing red. Big D's face twisted with rage. He glared at the man called Moro Bing, with a terrifying expression, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Do you think I can't deal with you here in Haojiang? You've angered me, and I'll make you regret it. He originally thought that with his position as the leader of Lianxing, he would definitely flourish upon arriving at Haojiang. But he never expected that Moro Bing would dare to brazenly ride on top of him. Big D could no longer contain his anger, bursting forth like a powder keg. Facing the furious Big D, Moro Bing appeared unaffected. He first let out a contemptuous snort through his nostrils, leisurely pulling out a cigarette to light. After taking a deep puff, he lazily spoke. Big D, I've already made myself clear. If you don't accept this condition, then I can't help you. How about this? You go back to Hong Kong Island and wait for news. Once I handle things here, I will naturally inform you. At this point, Moro Bing suddenly revealed a teasing smile, leaning back against the chair, spreading his hands. As for you saying you want to make me look bad. Huh? He deliberately elongated his tone. Do you know whose territory you're in right now? This is Haojiang. No matter how impressive you are on Hong Kong Island, you can't act arrogant here. You still want to touch me? Moro Bing sneered with a cigarette in his mouth. Do you believe I can make it so you can't even leave Haojiang today? At this moment, Moro Bing had completely torn off the facade, his words dripping with blatant provocation. He dared to be so reckless for a reason, just as no one on Hong Kong Island would take a river-crossing dragon seriously. He also didn't regard Big D in the least in Haojiang. For local gangs in Haojiang, any external force is seen as an invader. On ordinary days, they might fight fiercely amongst themselves, but once outsiders try to meddle in Haojiang's business, all gangs will unite against them. They all understood that if this door was open, more and more river-crossing dragons would come to snatch food. For local gangs in Haojiang, this is akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. So even though he accepted Big D's bribe, Moro Bing still dared to turn his back on him. In the end, this is not Hong Kong Island. Big D may be a tough character there, but in Haojiang the rules are set by Moro Bing. Good. Very good. Moro Bing, you have guts. Big D was so angry that he trembled all over, his teeth grinding. He glared at the other with a predatory gaze, then turned and stormed out with his men. It's not that he didn't want to confront him on the spot, but powerful dragons do not bully local snakes. If a ruckus broke out here, he would definitely be the one to suffer. For now, he could only retreat back to Hong Kong Island to plan long-term. This bill would have to be settled with Moro Bing sooner or later. Though Moro Bing was arrogant and overbearing, it must be admitted that he truly had a vast network in Haojiang, with his power intricately interwoven. Boss, are we just going to let this go? After leaving the restaurant, Chang Mao couldn't help but ask. He had witnessed the recent confrontation, and during his time following Big D back and forth to Haojiang, he had seen Moro Bing's fickleness. Not only did the other party not give them face, but they also wanted to swallow their money, which left Chang Mao with a burning anger inside. Big D exhaled deeply. Let's go back to Hong Kong Island for now. Since Moro Bing doesn't play by the rules, we'll send someone to teach him how to behave later. After stepping out of the restaurant, Big D took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, the fierce look in his eyes intensifying. He cursed under his breath, his fists clenched tightly. Though he was unwilling, he felt powerless. The most urgent matter at hand was to return safely to Hong Kong Island. As for how to deal with that bastard Moro Bing, it could only be planned over time. At this moment in the restaurant, Moro Bing squinted his eyes, looking towards the door, coldly calling out, "Along." "Boss." Along immediately stepped forward upon hearing the call, bowing his head to listen to orders. "Take some brothers to teach Big D a lesson. Don't let him leave Haojiang so easily." Moro Bing's face revealed a mocking smile. You really think Haojiang is a place where he can run rampant? He casually swirled the glass in his hand and continued, "With just a few measly coins, he thinks he can meddle in the gambling hall business. Dream on." Moro Bing never intended to keep his promises. This time was just a game to tease Big D. Now that the facade was torn, he had nothing to hold back. This time, he must give Big D a lesson he would never forget, to make him understand that not everyone can tread on the ground of Haojiang. "Understood, I'll take care of it right away." Along's eyes flashed with a fierce light, turning and quickly leaving the restaurant. "That bastard Moro Bing, I won't let this go." Big D cursed as he walked, heading towards the parking lot with his men. His mind was racing with thoughts of how to take revenge in the future. But just then a sudden commotion of footsteps came from behind. Chang Mao was the first to notice something amiss and turned around abruptly. only to see hundreds of gangsters armed with machetes and iron rods charging towards them with ferocity. "Boss, run!" Chang Mao grabbed Big D's arm. Big D caught off guard and stumbling was about to lose his temper when he turned to see the dark crowd rushing towards them, his face instantly changing. Damn it. He never expected that Moro Bing would actually dare to come after him. Although Big D and his men reacted quickly, they were still surrounded on the street. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the little brothers he brought with him had fallen. Big D himself was chased and slashed by several henchmen, quickly suffering injuries. Under the desperate cover of Chang Mao and others, Big D finally broke through the encirclement and escaped into a car. But when they fled the scene, everyone was covered in gruesome wounds. At the same time on Hong Kong Island, Zhenbang had just finished discussing matters with Jimmy. Just as he was about to send Jimmy off to do something, Song Xiaowei hurried in holding a large mobile phone. "Bango, Manager Gao says he urgently needs to see you." "My." Zhenbang frowned, taking the phone. "What happened?" Song Xiaowei anxiously twisted her fingers. "I'm not sure of the specifics, but Manager Gao sounded particularly urgent. I've never seen him like this during my time at the company." Indeed, Gao Jin usually gave off a calm and collected impression. His sudden urgency made Song Xiaowei worry that something major had happened at the company. "All right, pass me the mic." Zhenbang nodded slightly. Without saying a word, he took the brick-like mobile phone from Song Xiaowei's palm. Jimmy, who was sitting next to him, immediately straightened up, his gaze fixed eagerly on Zhenbang as he was on the call. "Ah, Jin, what's going on?" Zhenbang held the mobile phone, his tone calm as he asked. From the other end of the line came Gao Jin's steady voice, but the content made Zhenbang's heart leap. "Big brother Big D has been chopped up." "What's going on? Are you sure Big D wasn't just seriously injured but actually died on the spot?" Zhenbang tightened his grip on the mobile phone, disbelief appearing on his face, unable to help but confirm again. "Absolutely. By the time the news reached me, Big D had already passed away in the hospital." Gao Jin's tone remained steady. Even while reporting such shocking news, his voice was still like he was discussing today. "Understood. Send me the location of the hospital." Zhenbang slowly exhaled. Big D's sudden death was indeed beyond his expectations. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. Although it was true that he had a good relationship with Big D, it did not mean he would be devastated by his death. At most, one would just feel that the underworld is a perilous place, and those who come out to mix will eventually have to pay the price. In this world, how can it be that only you can kill others, but others can't kill you? Banga, did Big D really get taken out? Jimmy, who had been silent, finally couldn't contain his shock after seeing Zhenbang hang up the phone. This sudden piece of news sent chills down his spine. How could the leader of the gang, D, just be gone without a trace? He never anticipated that just after the death of the previous head Lin Huai-Lu, the current D would also meet the same fate. With this thought, he couldn't help but wonder if he would be next in line. After all, he was also the helm of Liansheng. Indeed, Ajin just confirmed that the D has passed away. Zhenbang took a deep puff of his cigar, a hint of regret lacing his tone. Who would have thought that just days ago D had been boasting about wanting to partner in business right in front of him, and now he lay lifeless. This inevitably reminded him of the old saying, good and evil will eventually be repaid. The path of the Jianghu is ultimately one of no return. No matter how glorious your past, when your time comes you cannot escape. Let's go see the scene. After all, you are the spokesperson of the gang now. Before Ajin could respond, Zhenbang sighed lightly and rose from the sofa. Understood. Ajin nodded silently and followed him out of the office. Meanwhile, the news of the DS murder spread like wildfire. The sudden demise of yet another leader of Liansheng caused a huge uproar within the gang. No one expected that within just a few months the gang's spokespersons would fall one after another. The previous Lin Huai-Lu was dealt with by Zhenbang overseas, and the aftershocks of that incident had yet to settle. Just as the newly appointed Ajin was getting comfortable, D followed in Lin Huai-Lu's footsteps. Although D's death had nothing to do with Zhenbang, it was an undeniable fact that Liansheng had once again lost its spokesperson. Zhenbang quickly led Ajin to the hospital where D was being treated. The smell of disinfectant filled the corridor and medical staff in white coats rushed about. The red light outside the operating room was still on, but everyone knew that the person lying inside had forever closed their eyes. When the two hurriedly arrived, D's body already lay quietly in the cold morgue. D's wife stood in the morgue, her bloodshot eyes fixed on her husband's pale face. That once imposing face now bore only the pallor of death. Life was fleeting like a candle's flame, extinguished in an instant. Zhenbang gazed at the body on the stretcher, marred with ghastly knife wounds, as a heavy sigh rose from his chest. He stepped beside D's wife, gently placing his warm hand on her trembling shoulder. Sister-in-law, take care of yourself. Ajin bit his lip, casting a complex gaze at the lifeless D. The mingled scent of disinfectant and blood in the air was nauseating. Hey Bang, you're here. D's wife wiped the tears from her cheeks, her voice hoarse, as if scraping against sandpaper. We rushed here as soon as we caught wind of it. Zhenbang lowered his voice and asked, who on earth could have laid such a deadly hand on D? Tell me everything in detail. At this moment, Wu Zhenbang had very limited information, only knowing that the tragedy occurred in the territory of Haojiang. It was that beast Mo Luo Bing. The DS wife's nails dug deep into her palm, flames of hatred burning in her eyes. She recounted the events of the recent past. The D had been negotiating for the rights to operate a gambling den, engaging with Mo Luo Bing in Haojiang for quite some time. In the end, he poured in tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars, but not only did he fail to secure the business, he lost his life instead. Of the 20 or so henchmen who accompanied him, only a handful, including Chong Mao, returned alive. It was these few lucky survivors who fought desperately to bring the barely alive D back to Hong Kong Island. However, the bumpy journey exacerbated his injuries, and he passed away as soon as he was admitted to the hospital. The few surviving henchmen weren't in much better shape, still battling death in the operating room. When Chong Mao returned, he had already told the DS wife the entire story. I understand. Wu Zhenbang took a deep breath after hearing this. Sister-in-law, don't worry, the gang will definitely not let this matter rest. After offering a few words of comfort, he left the hospital with Jean. As the car slowly drove away, Wu Zhenbang leaned against the window in silence. The street scene flowed past the glass like frames of faded film. Jean also sat silently in the passenger seat, the air inside the car seeming to freeze. The whole sequence of events was gradually becoming clear. From the struggle for dominance against Lin Huailu, D had started laying the groundwork for business in Haojiang. After taking the helm, he aimed to leverage the gang's influence to open new revenue streams. Little did he expect that not only would he be swindled out of a fortune by Mo Luo Bing, but he would also pay with his life. Jean. After a long silence, Wu Zhenbang suddenly spoke, his voice cold as ice. Spread the word to Mo Luo Bing. The loss of our Liansheng spokesperson cannot go unpunished. He must be held accountable. Understood, Bang Go. Jean immediately pulled out his phone and started dialing. As he quietly laid out the tasks, Wu Zhenbang's gaze turned once more to the window. Neon lights flickered in the night like countless prying eyes. This matter would not end easily. The murder of Liansheng's spokesperson in a foreign land must be avenged with blood. Although Wu Zhenbang was not the head of the gang in Liansheng, the current leader Jean was someone he had supported to rise. That guy Mo Luo Bing was incredibly arrogant, treating Liansheng with disdain, and without a second thought he eliminated their spokesperson. If they didn't take back their honor, wouldn't the brothers on the streets laugh at Liansheng in the future? This was no longer just a simple matter of D being killed. Ultimately, the entire reputation of Liansheng had been rubbed into the dirt. As the actual power holder of the gang, Wu Zhenbang's face was also at stake. Now who in the entire gang didn't know that Jean was Wu Zhenbang's subordinate? This matter, no matter how it turned, would ultimately have to be settled by him. Of course, the surface-level words still had to be let out by Jean, the spokesperson, in the open. After all, although everyone knew Jean was his man, it wouldn't sound good for a subordinate to become the leader of the gang. If Jean, as the spokesperson, didn't make any show of this, the brothers below would feel embarrassed to say they were from Liansheng. Perhaps the DS life wasn't lost in vain. Gazing at the fleeting street scenes outside the car window, a glint of sharp light flickered in Wu Zhenbang's eyes. To others, this might seem like a clash between two major gangs, but he sensed a golden opportunity, a legitimate chance to extend his reach into Haojiang. Mo Luo Bing looked down on Liansheng. Disdained D. Coincidentally, Wu Zhenbang also held no regard for Mo Luo Bing. While the island was in an uproar over D's death, Haojiang was experiencing a different scene. Mo Luo Bing was comfortably reclining in a sauna, enjoying the attentive services of several massage therapists. Boss. Just as he was dozing off, his confidant Along burst in a panic. What's the rush? Could it be that D has returned with a vengeance? Mo Luo Bing lazily opened his eyes, scolding him without reservation. He was completely unaware of D's death, thus remaining carefree. In his view, even if he had taken D's money and taught him a lesson, what could it do? Would D dare to come back for revenge? Don't forget, this was Haojiang, not Hong Kong Island. As the local emperor here, why would Mo Luo Bing fear Liansheng? No, boss. I just received news that D was severely injured and died after returning to Hong Kong Island. Along wiped his cold sweat as he spoke. What? D is dead, Mo Luo Bing was clearly stunned. He had only wanted to teach D a lesson, to let him know that Haojiang was not something anyone could meddle in. If he truly wanted to silence him, wouldn't it have been easier to send a gunman to resolve it back then? Why resort to knives? After a moment of shock, he quickly returned to his arrogant demeanor. With such a bit of skill, he thought he could be the spokesperson for Liansheng. Mo Luo Bing spat disdainfully. Although D's death was unexpected, it was just as well. After all, the enmity had already been established, and if he died, he died. Just keep an eye on Liansheng's movements. Everything else remains the same. He waved his hand nonchalantly. Mo Luo Bing comfortably closed his eyes, allowing the massage therapist behind him to skillfully relax his muscles. Meanwhile, Wu Zhenbang, after instructing Jean to spread the word, temporarily held back and continued with the daily operations of the company. He planned to let the news of D's unexpected death ferment naturally. When the opportunity arose to act, it would undoubtedly spark a bloody storm. Bang Gu, there are some new developments regarding the smuggling issue. However, the boss I'm in contact with wants to discuss it face to face. That morning, Ajin excitedly burst into the office, his face brimming with barely contained joy. Oh, Wu Zhenbang put down the documents in his hand, looking at Ajin with surprise. So efficient. Originally, it was estimated that it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks to get a response, but who would have thought that Ajin would open up the situation so quickly? It seemed that since taking charge of Liansheng, Ajin's network had indeed improved significantly. No problem, let's set a time and place. Wu Zhenbang readily agreed. He wasn't surprised that Ajin's business partners knew he was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. After all, Ajin was his trusted aide whom he had supported. Although he hadn't deliberately publicized it for anyone with a little curiosity, it wasn't difficult to uncover this relationship. Understood, I'll contact them right away to finalize the details. Ajin quickly took out his phone from his suit pocket, and after a brief conversation, the meeting arrangements were quickly finalized. Bango, Mr. Lu suggested meeting at the Yuan Long Golf Club in the afternoon. After hanging up, Ajin immediately reported the meeting place. Then let's head over together in the afternoon. Wu Zhenbang nodded slightly, not pursuing the details of this Mr. Lu. After all, it would be clear when they arrived at the venue. In the afternoon, escorted by their bodyguards in a luxury car, they arrived at the golf course in the suburbs of Yuan Long. This luxurious venue, covering nearly 2,000 acres, although the area of Hong Kong Island had been expanded several times in this parallel world filled with elements from various Hong Kong films, owning a golf course of such scale was still considered extravagant. Corresponding to this were the astonishingly high costs. The golf course operated on a strict membership admission system. Without a membership worth 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, one cannot even enter the gate. This amount of money would intimidate an average citizen in Hong Kong during the 1980s. Not to mention the additional expenses that could easily reach tens of thousands every time one plays. It is evident that in this extravagant circle, merely having money is far from sufficient. One must also integrate into a specific social class. Though it was his first time in such a place, it was nothing for the wealthily affluent Wu Zhenbang. Foreseeing the possibility of frequent business discussions here in the future, he decisively applied for a top-tier membership card, effortlessly completing all the formalities amidst laughter. Wu Zhenbang led Gao Jin, Jimmy, and Song Xiaowei as they stepped onto the green area of the golf course. Considering this was a high-end social venue where every guest held significant status, he deliberately did not let the other bodyguards follow to avoid appearing too ostentatious and creating a negative impression. The group followed the staff through the neatly trimmed lawn and soon arrived at the reserved resting area. 3 middle-aged men, each looking at least in their 40s, were sitting under a sunshade, engaged in lively conversation. As Wu Zhenbang and his companions approached, Jimmy immediately put on a radiant smile and greeted one of the familiar faces. Mr. Lu, sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, isn't this Jimmy? Lu Kai, whose hairline had noticeably receded, turned his head at the sound, his face similarly lit up with a warm smile. The other 2 gentlemen, who had been chatting, also turned their attention to the newly arrived guests. Mr. Lu, allow me to introduce, this is Mr. Wu from our Chongqing group. Jimmy respectfully introduced, merely nodding politely to the other 2 unfamiliar faces. I have long heard of Mr. Wu's great reputation. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you today. Lu Kai's tone became notably more serious, his gaze scrutinizing Wu Zhenbang. He was well aware of the young boss' background, from the immensely popular counterfeit goods street in Hong Kong to the recently lucrative arcade business, not to mention the rumors circulating in the community. Although the other party appeared refined, resembling a freshly graduated university student, Lu Kai understood that this was definitely not someone to be trifled with. You are too kind, Mr. Lu. Wu Zhenbang maintained a perfectly polite smile, extending his hand for a handshake. He had deliberately toned down his usual demeanor of a street boss today, displaying an air of elegance in his every gesture. To an uninformed observer, one might think he was a young talent returning from studying abroad. Lu Kai then began introducing the parties involved. Mr. Wu, this is the distinguished Xiao Benjing from the department store industry, and beside him is Mr. Zhang Yu from the textile industry. I have long admired Mr. Xiao. Oh, it is truly a great honor to meet you today. Wu Zhenbang shook hands and greeted the 2 business luminaries in turn. Zhang Yu appeared to be in his early 50s, while Xiao Benjing was already in his 60s. To Wu Zhenbang's slight surprise, the renowned king of department stores was now standing right before him. Though his appearance was unassuming, he controlled numerous large department stores and was involved in various sectors such as real estate and shipping, making him a true titan of commerce. Interestingly, among the attendees, apart from Lu Kai, the other 2 were considered potential competitors of Wu Zhenbang in the business realm. This unexpected encounter added a subtle atmosphere to today's meeting. As a businessman who started in fabric trade, Zhang Yu naturally covered the apparel industry in his business scope. As for Xiao Benjing, there was no need to elaborate. His shopping centers primarily dealt with various international luxury brands and high-end leather goods. Mentioning Wu Zhenbang, his background was also noteworthy. Although Xiao Benjing was indeed hailed as a giant in the department store industry, Wu Zhenbang was the undisputed king of imitation luxury goods. Because of this, there were numerous conflicts of interest between these two business titans in their fields of operation. Mr. Wu has achieved this level of success at such a young age, truly impressive. After the pleasantries, Xiao Benjing actively initiated a conversation with Wu Zhenbang for the first time. Xiao Benjing had already done detailed research on this formidable business rival. When the counterfeit market in Mongkok surged, he had specially dispatched people to gather information about Wu Zhenbang. However, the two had never met before. Just a few days ago during a dim sum breakfast with Lu Kai, Xiao Benjing had inadvertently heard that someone was planning to engage in cross-border smuggling. After an in-depth conversation, he unexpectedly discovered that the mastermind behind it was actually Wu Zhenbang. This discovery sparked Xiao Benjing's interest, prompting him to ask Lu Kai to arrange this meeting. Of course, Xiao Benjing's meeting with Wu Zhenbang was not solely due to their competitive business relationship. He had developed a keen interest in the smuggling business Wu was planning. However, whether they would ultimately reach a collaboration, he intended to first assess the true capabilities of this young. You flatter me, Mr. Xiao, these are just trivial small ventures. My modest enterprises could hardly be compared to your grand business endeavors. Wu Zhenbang smiled indifferently, not revealing any arrogance, merely waving his hand nonchalantly. All esteemed guests have arrived, why not move forward and discuss matters while enjoying some entertainment? At that moment, Lu Kai timely suggested with a smile. He was referring to heading to the golf course where any urgent matters could be discussed slowly later on. Excellent, let's go then. Xiao Benjing immediately expressed his agreement to this suggestion. Zhang Yu, who was originally accompanying them, naturally had no objections. He simply smiled at Wu Zhenbang, gesturing for him to lead the way. Mr. Wu, please go ahead. You are too polite. Wu Zhenbang also smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After that, the four of them strolled towards the green field ahead. Several caddies immediately followed behind, carrying golf equipment. For this trip to the golf course, Wu Zhenbang had left Gao Jin and Song Xiaowei in the resting area and brought his capable assistant Jimmy along with Xiao Benjing and others. Whoosh! With a crisp sound of the club striking the ball, the small white ball sliced through the air at an astonishing speed. This initial speed far exceeded that of an ordinary golf enthusiast. Mr. Wu, what a powerful swing! Xiao Benjing shaded his eyes from the glaring sunlight, watching the ball flying exceptionally far, unable to suppress his admiration. According to standard design, a golf course has multiple holes, and players typically challenge the closer ones first. However, Wu Zhenbang's shot aimed directly at the farthest target, and what was even more astonishing was the accuracy of the landing point. Such outstanding athletic performance was indeed quite rare. I heard that Xiao Benjing recently encountered an extraordinary figure at the golf course. There are plenty of strong individuals out there, but finding someone who can swing a club and produce a beautiful arc on the green is truly a rarity. At least in Xiao's experience, he had never seen anyone hit the ball as far as Wu Zhenbang did. You overestimate me, I just have a slightly stronger arm. Wu Zhenbang grinned broadly, looking just like an honest farmer. But in reality, with his current physique made of steel and iron, if he were to swing with full force, he might either smash the ball to pieces or bend the club into a curve. The previous shot was done with restraint. If he were to take it seriously, wouldn't it scare the old fellows present into faint? Mr. Wu is too humble, Lu Kai, sporting a goatee, interjected. I see your accuracy is also top-notch. Didn't you say this was your first time handling a club? Perhaps it's just a natural talent. Wu Zhenbang gently caressed the club, wearing a calm smile. It indeed is my first time on the course. This statement is half true and half false. It's a lie to say I have never played AO. After all, there has been a mini golf setup in the office for years. But it is true that this is my first time stepping onto a proper golf course. Seeing that the pleasantries were nearly done, Xiao Benjing suddenly shifted the topic. I heard from old Lu that Mr. Wu intends to venture into maritime trade. This remark was like a stone thrown into a pond, instantly causing ripples. Lu Kai and Zhang Yu straightened their backs, simultaneously their expressions sharpening. Indeed, Wu Zhenbang replied, taking the new ball handed to him by the caddy and placing it in position. Jimmy must have informed Mr. Lu about it. As he spoke, a crisp sound resounded as the white ball soared into the sky. To be honest, when it came to accuracy, Wu Zhenbang might still need some refinement. However, in terms of explosive power and standard of movement, few on the entire Hong Kong island could match him. This is also why he loved to tinker with mini-golf in the office. He knew that mastering this Western game was essential for making it in the business world. After all, given the current state of affairs, those foreign elites' preferred styles have been thoroughly learned by the prominent figures of Hong Kong. The more valuable one's status, the more they emphasize style in business dealings. Just like the green field they were currently on, anyone who could enter this place was undoubtedly a person of considerable worth. Ordinary folks couldn't even touch the threshold. More importantly, it's about connections. One might unexpectedly encounter a guest who could bring unforeseen business opportunities. Such opportunities are simply unattainable in tea houses, bars, or roadside stalls. The preliminary plan is to acquire at least 5 cargo ships. Wu Zhenbang gazed at the 3. Currently 5 ships have been secured. Future investments will depend on actual demand. The sunlight illuminated his chiseled profile. As for the shipping routes, I'm having Jimmy liaise with the mainland. For other regions, He shrugged. Once the business is expanded, success will follow naturally. The dew on the grass sparkled in the sunlight, and Wu Zhenbang's smile exuded a sense of confidence. Huh, Mr. Wu is quite lavish right from the start. After hearing Wu Zhenbang's plans, Qiao Benjung and the others exchanged glances, feeling a ripple of intrigue. This was not merely talk. Just the 5 cargo ships already secured were worth close to 9 figures. One must understand that anything worthy of being called a cargo ship is certainly not a small fishing boat. If this deal is successfully made, the king of the Shanzhai in the harbor might well earn the title of smuggling emperor. Naturally, Wu Zhenbang lifted his teacup and took a small sip. I believe several of you must have gauged my capabilities. I am a person of action. If I make a sound, it will be astonishing. Since I've decided to pursue this line of work, I will certainly not behave like those children engaging in petty antics. As he spoke, a fierce determination glimmered in his eyes. The current business landscape no longer interests him in trivial deals. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. The youth is formidable. Wu Xing either remains still or creates waves. Xiao Ben was clapping and laughing heartily, genuinely intrigued this time. Previously, he had merely observed the young man. What matters in business is real profit. Yet this current arrangement, even seasoned veterans of the trade would have to admire. Boss Qiao's enterprises are indeed intricate. Apart from the department store empire spread across the harbor, he also hides dozens of clothing factories throughout Southeast Asia. These factories handle the production for international brands. There lies a trick. For example, if a brand orders 1,000 pieces, it's customary to provide an additional 30 to 40% in materials for waste. However, the quality and craftsmanship of these waste materials are indistinguishable from the originals. In the past, Boss Qiao mixed defective products into the genuine circulation. Outsiders could not tell the difference, but ultimately, it was not a sustainable plan. If he were to destroy the products according to proper procedures, setting aside the waste of resources, the annual profit loss alone would be painful. With dozens of factories under him, he cannot afford to go astray entirely. The cost of a bad reputation is far more severe than merely losing a few tens of millions. Just when he was worried about finding a scapegoat, Wu Zhenbang, a maker of Shanzhai goods, conveniently appeared. Such a person inherently cares little for reputation. Amidst the fragrant tea, Qiao Ben narrowed his eyes, sizing up the person before him. The smuggling route combined with his defective goods is simply a match made in heaven. Old Qiao is well aware of the true low cost of these high-end products. Take those international brand clothing and jewelry for instance. The raw materials and labor amount to no more than $1,000 at most. However, after branding and marketing, their value can soar dozens of times over. The cost comprises less than 1% of the selling price, with the remainder being pure profit. Just thinking about how much money the luxury goods industry makes is enough to make one green with envy. Why do those wealthy individuals go to such lengths to brainwash the common folk? Is it not to inflate their products to astronomical prices? If there's a most successful marketing case, it must surely be the diamond trade. With the mantra, "A diamond is forever," women around the world have been utterly deceived. Yet in reality, the diamonds in the hands of capitalists have long been so numerous they could pave the streets. These things are not rare at all underground. Seeing that the groundwork has been sufficiently laid, Old Qiao pulled Old Wu to a corner to discuss serious matters. Boss Qiao's meaning is for me to help you deal with these counterfeit goods. Old Wu was not surprised in the least after hearing this. In such places, besides smuggling, what proper business could there be? However, Old Qiao's approach opened his eyes. Never would he have imagined the depths of the factory's operations. Oh dear, your statement is not quite right. Old Qiao squinted and smiled. Same materials, same craftsmanship, same methods. Why can we not say they are genuine? Exactly, you are absolutely right. Old Wu nodded repeatedly. Even he who sells counterfeit goods dares to claim his wares are genuine, let alone an expert like Old Qiao. In the marketplace, like a battlefield, one cannot survive without skills. I heard that, Mr. Wu. Your business is just getting started. But you just stated if we do it, we will do it big. To be honest, I have networks in various Southeast Asian countries and acquaintances in the mainland. As long as Mr. Wu is willing to lend a hand, we can share these connections. Old Qiao finally revealed his cards. Had it not been for his regard for Old Wu's skills and high imitation, he would not be so generous. While many in the harbor engage in this line of work, few can handle his business. Most importantly, Old Qiao has high hopes for Old Wu. Unlike those gang leaders who stick to their old territories, Old Wu is ambitious, sharp-witted, and steady in his dealings. With him as a partner, there is no need to worry about constantly cleaning up messes. Just this insight puts him streets ahead of those brutes. Thus, Old Qiao is willing to pave the way for Old Wu, seeing it as a long-term investment. Deal. How do we split the profit? Old Wu was indeed tempted. What he lacks is not strength, but connection. Old Qiao has struggled in the business world for many years. The resources at his disposal are precisely what Old Wu needs. You are the expert, you call the shots on the agreed goods. I will handle the sales, and you will take care of the transportation. We will split the profits 50-50 while I will arrange the sales channels. Old Qiao had anticipated that Old Wu would agree, laying out the cooperation plan clearly. Alright, this will be on me. Wu Zhenbang readily agreed without even batting an eye. Partnering with Qiao Ben is practically like finding money on the street. Who wouldn't want such a good deal? he certainly would not hesitate. More importantly, Xiao Bin's network is vast while Wu Zhenbang possesses substantial power. Their advantages complement each other, making them a perfect match. As long as Xiao Bin helps him open the market, it will be much easier for him to do business in the harbor in the future. Wonderful hay race to our prosperous future. With the business settled, Xiao Bin beamed with delight and extended his hand. Congratulations to us. Wu Zhenbang also extended his right hand, shaking firmly with the other party. Shall we head over first? We wouldn't want Lu Guo and the others to be waiting anxiously. Xiao Bin retracted his hand, gesturing towards Lu Kai and Zhang Yu, who were standing not far away. Sure, let's go. Wu Zhenbang was in high spirits at this moment. The smuggling route had been laid out, and now it was just a matter of proceeding step by step. After finalizing the partnership with Xiao Bin, the rest was child's play. Lu Kai and the others coming to him were merely looking to sell their goods. For these deals that come knocking, as long as the price is right, Wu Zhenbang welcomes them all. Goods worth 100 in the harbor can easily quadruple in value through his hands. He can consume as much as there is available. This is the reason he values Xiao Bin, because in business relationships are paramount. Returning from the golf club, Wu Zhenbang immediately docked the 5 cargo ships he had won in the lottery at the Tsimsha Sui Pier. This was both to reassure Xiao Bin and the others, proving that he was not just talk, and to ensure that his capable assistant Jimmy could quickly implement the smuggling matters. As the group's chief steward, naturally this task had to be entrusted to Jimmy. Additionally, the choice of the transport team must be finalized quickly. Smuggling is not simply about moving goods from point A to point B. On the harbor side, gang conflicts may only involve knives, but out on the high seas, it's a life and death affair with real guns and real violence. Without some real strength, one cannot even get the ship out of the harbor, let alone smuggle. Thus, the security team is of utmost importance. Without adequate skills, one cannot engage in this business. Who should be in charge of the escort? In the office of the Tsimsha Sui Changxing Group's general manager, Wu Zhenbang sipped the coffee brought by his secretary Song Xiaowei while pondering this matter on the leather sofa. The first name that came to mind was Qin Jiu, as he is indeed an expert in handling firearms. Another suitable candidate is Abu. Although not a professional assassin, he is a mercenary who has tasted blood. With the two of them leading the escort, Wu Zhenbang felt reassured. Other team members would be drawn from the intermediate talents provided by the system. While they might not be a match for Qin Jiu in solo combat, they could form a formidable fighting unit. They have all undergone professional training, not only excelling in combat, but also proficient in handling firearms. Just as he was thinking, the phone rang. Bang Guodasa called and said she has something to discuss with you. Song Xiaowei peeked in to report. Just as Wu Zhenbang was about to contact Abu to come over, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Song Xiaowei walked in quickly and whispered, "D Saw is looking for you." Hearing this, Wu Zhenbang's eyebrows raised. He understood that D Saw had likely come to discuss revenge for D. After all, the DS funeral had only concluded yesterday, and regarding Lianxing, aside from the initial demand for an explanation from Moro Bing, no further actions had been taken. D Saw finding him here is very clear in intention. At this moment, Jimmy remains the spokesperson for the gang, representing the highest authority in Lianxing until a new leader is elected. Moreover, Jimmy is one of Wu Zhenbang's most capable assistants, so it is only natural for D Saw to seek him out. No problem, have her come over now, or we'll wait for her in the office. Wu Zhenbang nodded at Song Xiaowei. It is indeed time to wrap up the DS affair and make sure Moro Bing understands Lianxing's strength. Understood, Bang Gu, I will notify D Saw right away. Song Xiaowei replied and left the office. After she left, Wu Zhenbang promptly called Abu, briefing him on the smuggling business. About half an hour later, D Saw hurriedly arrived at the office. She seemed truly anxious. After Song Xiaowei served her tea and withdrew, only Wu Zhenbang and D Saw remained in the room. D Saw, I am very clear about your purpose for this visit. Sitting on the sofa, Wu Zhenbang looked at the woman across from him, who appeared quite haggard regarding Moro Bing. Rest assured, Lianxing will not let him off easily. A bang, I have this under control, D Saw said with a bitter smile, shaking her head, her voice carrying an air of exhaustion. But I came today not only for the DS matter, but to discuss something even more important with you. Oh. Seeing D Saw's serious expression, Wu Zhenbang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What else does D Saw wish to discuss? The situation is like this. D Saw's eyes dimmed, her voice tinged with unspoken sadness. Ever since the DS murder, other gangs in the harbor have begun to stir restlessly. Not only external forces are eyeing them covetously, but even within Lianxing, many elders and hall masters are also eyeing the lucrative territory of Tsunwan. One must know that the D once held absolute power in Tsunwan, and no one dared to provoke him, no matter how arrogant he was. But now, with him gone, the vast territory he left behind has become the object of desire for many. With only Sister D a weak woman, it is impossible to maintain control. Not to mention that outsiders would not take her seriously. Even the D's former subordinates now have their own agendas. In recent days, Sister D has clearly felt the greedy gazes coming from all directions. After careful consideration, she decided to seek refuge with Wu Zhenbang. Firstly, Wu Zhenbang had a close relationship with the D. Secondly, he is part of the Lianxing group, and the current decision-maker Jimmy was supported by him to rise to power. The most important point is that Wu Zhenbang now possesses great power. As long as he is willing to help, others will naturally not dare to act recklessly. As for giving up the Tsuan territory, Sister D would never consider it. Sister D, although we are all brothers in the same gang after all, this is the territory of our elder brother. After listening to Sister D's plea, Wu Zhenbang furrowed his brows tightly. If I rashly intervene, others will think I want to seize the territory of our elder brother. At this point, he no longer needed to expand his territory, but he could not simply support Sister D for no reason. After all, who would be willing to do something without benefits? He pondered in his heart that perhaps he should advise Sister D to voluntarily relinquish part of the territory for self-preservation. After all, he could not protect her for a lifetime. Ah Bang, I understand that this request puts you in a difficult position. As long as you are willing to help, I will follow your arrangements from now on, just as Jimmy does with you. Sister D knew well that this request was indeed asking too much. Since even the current head of Liansheng could follow Wu Zhenbang, she naturally could do the same. At present, the only choice to retain the territory in Tsuan was to completely depend on this man like Jimmy. Without waiting for a response, she stood up from the leather sofa. Walking slowly in high heels, she approached Wu Zhenbang and knelt before him under his astonished gaze. As her red lips parted, a suppressed sob escaped from her throat. Wu Zhenbang instantly felt a chill run down his spine, the rich scent of perfume filling his nostrils. He wished he could push this crazy woman away and say, "Don't do this, I'm really not an easy person to deal with." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the brightly lit gambling house in Macau was bustling. Luo Bing pushed open the office door with a cigar in his mouth, his black coat still carrying the scent of gunpowder. He waved to the corner. Along, has there been any movement from that group of soft-footed shrimp in Liansheng recently? The bald, muscular man emerged from the shadows. Ever since their new leader made threats about seeking an explanation, not even an ant has been sent over here. Luo Bing chuckled, his whole body trembling with laughter as he crushed the cigarette, but under his crocodile skin shoes, trash is trash. Back then, seeing how fiercely Jimmy shouted, I even had the brothers prepare 30 guns. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the brilliantly lit casino, the neon lights casting grotesque shadows on his face. Now the entire Macau knows that Luo Bing single-handedly dealt with the head of Liansheng, and those who once hesitated now call him Bing Yi when they see him. Pass the message to those sissies on Hong Kong Island. I'll be waiting at the Lisboa Hotel. Let's see if they dare to step into Macau, even a half step. At this moment, on the neon-covered streets of Macau, a henchman was wiping the smoking shotgun. In the distance, the sound of chips clashing was heard, and closer was the whining of a gambler just thrown out of the casino. Bodies float in the harbor every day here, unlike those gangsters on Hong Kong Island, who can scare the vendors on the street with just a toy gun. In the starkly different social atmosphere of Macau compared to Hong Kong Island, the bosses who have made names for themselves locally never regard the gangs across the strait with any seriousness. This is precisely the confidence that allows Luo Bing to act recklessly. Even if Liansheng mobilizes all their forces, so what? This is no longer an era of fighting with watermelon knives. Having real firepower in your pocket is the way to go. In a certain office building in Tsim Sha Tsui, Hong Kong Island, Sister Don't Worry Ill immediately asked Jean to let the news out. Wu Zhenbang, dressed in a shirt, leisurely buttoned his collar, his gaze sweeping over Sister D, who was adjusting her cheongsam. Who dares to touch Tsuan Wan? They'll send him to fill the sea. Sister D tucked her loose hair behind her ear, her cheeks still flushed. Ah Bang, you're so considerate. But Tsuan Wan is so large I can't oversee it alone. I must allocate some to the brothers to manage. After 2 hours of intimate time together, this once haggard widow seemed to be injected with vitality. The corners of her eyes and brows revealed a lazy charm, and even the beads of sweat on her neck glistened alluringly. Although the D has left, we are ultimately a family. Wu Zhenbang brushed off non-existent dust from his cuffs, his throat rolling as he swallowed the words left unspoken. This unexpected beauty who came to his door was indeed surprising, but even more unexpected was the territory she brought. Combined with the original power range, more than half of Liansheng's territory had already changed hands to Wu. The apparent head, Jimmy, is merely a puppet, and now that the D has died, his widow is actively courting him. As long as he helps her establish a foothold in Tsuan, Wan, who runs the entire gang in the future, will not be up to him. Wu Zhenbang. It's all up to Ah Bang now. Sister D forced a smile while biting down on her molars. The bastard who just called her sister had shown no brotherly affection in bed. Those unspeakable noises were probably heard clearly, even by the security guard downstairs. As the two walked out of the lounge, they unexpectedly bumped into Song Xiaowei, who was pushing the door to enter. The young girl's suspicious gaze swept back and forth between the two, the scratches barely visible on the collar of her professional outfit, and the lingering scent of musk in the air instinctively causing her to tense her toes. Bang, go, Manager Gao is waiting for you. Song Xiaowei stared at her round-toed shoes as if a flower had suddenly bloomed there. As a life assistant, some things are better left unseen. Wu Zhenbang loosened his tie just in time. I need to find it. No problem, Ah Bang, Song Xiaowei replied, lightly turning to leave the office. Wu Zhenbang settled back onto the leather sofa, revealing a gentle smile to Sister D. Sister D, don't stand there, sit down. I have something to discuss with you. Sister D silently returned to her previous position and sat down, lowering her head into deep thought. Just a few minutes after Song Xiaowei left, Gao Jin pushed the door in. Jin, why are you in such a hurry? Wu Zhenbang looked up at his trusted subordinate, who just entered. Boss Luo Bing over in Macau has made some harsh comments. Gao Jin reported with a serious expression. He said if we really have the guts to seek an explanation from Lian Sheng, we shouldn't just talk big, we should go to Macau and confront him in person. Upon hearing this, Sister D, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly raised it and fixed her gaze on Wu Zhenbang. Her husband D had died at the hands of Luo Bing. How could she forget this deep-seated grudge? But she also understood that with her limited powers, seeking revenge was nothing but a pipe dream. Now she had pinned all her hopes on Wu Zhenbang, even willing to give up her into DS territory in Sunwan, if she still couldn't obtain help. Wu Zhenbang gently stroked his chin, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. Luo Bing, this mad dog is indeed getting too arrogant. Boss, how should we respond next? Gao Jin inquired. I have my own arrangements for this matter, you don't need to worry about. Wu Zhenbang waved his hand. In that case, go choose 15 or 16 capable brothers to follow Sister D from now on. Understood. Gao Jin glanced at Sister D, who was sitting quietly, nodded, and exited. Wu Zhenbang turned to Sister D and explained, to establish a foothold in Sunwan, you must have reliable people around you. I will arrange some capable aides for you with their assistance. Dealing with those who have ulterior motives should not be a problem. As for the Liansheng side, you don't need to worry, I will handle it properly. He thought to himself that since the DS original left and right arms had fallen in Macau, it was indeed challenging for Sister D, a weak woman, to hold the fort by herself. These elites carefully selected from the mainland are all capable individuals who can stand alone. With their support, those who covet the territory will naturally not dare to act recklessly. Sister D nodded slightly. Although D had always led the charge in the past, she was not entirely ignorant of the rules of the underworld. With Wu Zhenbang sending help, she felt a lot more assured. However, with Luo Bing's harsh words, now she was more eager to know how Wu Zhenbang would respond. You don't need to worry about Luo Bing's matter. Wu Zhenbang reassured her confidently. Just focus on managing the affairs in Sunwan well. Saying this, he took out his big brother phone and dialed Jimmy's number. Hello? Jimmy, passed my message. Tomorrow morning the main hall will hold a meeting and no one is allowed to be absent. Wu Zhenbang gripped the black big brother phone tightly, a cold and chilling glint passing through his eyes. His voice reached Jimmy's ears through the receiver, carrying an unquestionable authority. This Luo is so arrogant. Does he really think we and Lian Sheng are pushovers? His knuckles turned slightly white from the pressure, clearly infuriated. In fact, he had long planned to teach the other party a lesson, and now that they had openly set up a challenge in Macau, this arrogance provided him with the perfect reason to act. He now only hoped that this arrogant fool had some real skills, otherwise this confrontation would be too dull. On the other end of the line, Jimmy's response was concise and straightforward. Understood, Bang Go. After the call ended, Wu Zhenbang turned to Sister D, who was standing nearby, and instructed, you don't need to worry about the high-level meeting. The gang on Luo's side will handle it themselves. You can stay in Sunwan and handle the affairs here properly. Sister D gently nodded, knowing that such a situation filled with knives and swords was indeed not suitable for her to intervene. She secretly resolved that once she completely took control of Sunwan, she must cultivate a few capable subordinates, and then it would not be too late to step in to handle such matters. Before long, Gao Jin entered with a group of men. The imposing figures in perfectly tailored suits exuded an aura of grimness that sent chills down one's spine. A discerning eye could tell that they were not to be compared with the petty thugs found on the streets. From today onward, you will be under her command. Wu Zhenbang signaled to Sister D, with his eyes giving instructions to this carefully selected group of subordinates. Understood, boss. The synchronized response echoed like a military order. This scene left Sister D dumbfounded, as she couldn't help but wonder what on earth were these men doing in a gang. To call them trained professional bodyguards would be an understatement. Wu Zhenbang, noticing her reaction, smirked playfully. With them helping you maintain order, we may not seek to expand territory, but holding down the ground in Sunwan should not be a problem, right? You must know that if these men were placed in any other gang, any one of them would be qualified to be a leader. If they still couldn't handle Sunwan, he would have to consider whether to take action himself. Sister D took a deep breath to calm herself and solemnly assured, Bang Gu, you can rest assured I will never let you. She pondered to herself that even when Big D was alive, he had never possessed such elite troops. In that moment, she finally understood why Wu Zhenbang was able to rise so rapidly in such a short period. Who knows how many hidden cards he had up his sleeve, considering he could summon such a force with just a flick of his wrist. Thinking of this, she became even more convinced that aligning herself with Wu Zhenbang was indeed the right decision. The news spread like wildfire among the various factions on Hong Kong Island. Faced with Mo Luo Bing's blatant provocation, all parties unexpectedly refrained from mocking or siding with Liansheng, instead holding their breath in anticipation of this spectacle. Everyone wanted to see what kind of drama Wu Zhenbang, the one who struck fear into the hearts of the entire underground world of Hong Kong Island, would unfold on the banks of the Ho River. It must be noted that the current Hong Kong underworld is no longer what it used to be. The once mighty Big D is now a thing of the past nowadays. When people mention Lianqing, the first name that comes to mind is the formidable Wu Zhenbang. The bloodshed that Wu Zhenbang stirred on Hong Kong Island was still fresh in everyone's minds. Now as he prepared to venture into Ho River territory, his audacity drew the eyes of the entire underground world. The following morning, summoned by Jimmy, all the elders and leaders of Lianqing gathered at the headquarters. This important meeting concerning the gang's future was about to determine a series of significant actions. This scene instantly captured everyone's attention. Everyone understood that Lianqing was resolutely determined to take action this time. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Wu Zhenbang arrived at the headquarters. Pushing the door open, he found the room filled with people. All the uncles from various factions had come. Actually, without Jimmy saying much, everyone already knew the purpose of this emergency meeting. One of their own had been brutally murdered outside, and this was no laughing matter. Although there were often frictions between different factions, this was not the time for infighting. If a gang could tolerate the murder of their own leader, how could they maintain their standing in the underworld? In the past couple of days, several hot-tempered leaders had already been unable to suppress their anger, privately clamoring to send people to AO Island to deal with Mo Luobing. However, since they were not in charge, they could only muster the courage to speak out in private. In the large conference hall, Wu Zhenbang strode in with Jimmy. Among his own brothers, there was no need to hide or hold back. He directly sat down in the main seat, while Jimmy took the position to his left. I called everyone here early this morning. I believe the reason is clear to you all. Wu Zhenbang scanned the room, his voice heavy as if soaked in water. Our boss Big D went to AO Island for business, and not only did he lose money, but he also lost his life. Previously, I had Jimmy deliver a message to Mo Luobing asking for an explanation. As he spoke, he slammed the table heavily, causing the teacups to clink. Now it seems that bastard has spread the word that he won't give us a single explanation. If we at Lianqing truly have the guts, we should go to AO Island and find him. With a loud bang, one of the leaders jumped up, exclaiming, "Screw him! Who does Mo Luobing think he is? He dares to act so arrogantly after killing our men. I will definitely tear him apart." Exactly. Several leaders joined in slamming their fists on the table, saying, "Those bastards from AO Island think they are something special. Today, if we don't teach him a lesson, who will take Lianqing seriously in the future?" The whole conference hall erupted in chaos, with one saying they would lead a team to take care of Mo Luobing, while another yelled about sinking the enemy into the sea to feed the fish. These old hands were not just putting on a show, they were genuinely furious. With their own leader killed in the street, if they didn't vent this anger, they could forget about surviving in the underworld. It's not surprising they were so agitated. Since Wu Zhenbang took charge, Lianqing's influence on Hong Kong Island had grown immensely. Any street thug would give him face. Yet at this critical moment, their own leader had met his end on AO Island. Wasn't that a slap in the face for the entire? Word of Big D's demise had spread, and the murderer had even dared to make threats, clearly showing a blatant disregard for Lianqing. The brothers present could no longer sit still, each one itching for a fight, their anger reaching a boiling point. Everyone calmed down for a moment. As the noise in the conference room gradually subsided, Wu Zhenbang raised his hand to signal silence. The gangs in Hong Kong have never been looked upon favorably by those from Ho River. No matter which faction we send over there, those bastards have never given us a good face. This time Big D was dealt with by Mo Luobing, and the thugs on Ho River not only did not restrain themselves, but cheered him on instead. Since they treat us like soft persimmons, even going so far as to say that we should come to Ho River for a fight, in my view, we must make them remember this lesson. This time Lianqing must unite as one and directly march over there. We must let everyone know that those who touch Lianqing will pay the price. Wu Zhenbang's words were powerful and resonated in the room. The eyes of everyone present lit up. Everyone knew who Wu Zhenbang was as a member of Lianqing. The rumors in the underworld claimed he was incredibly skilled, having wiped out numerous gangs. But the uncles and leaders present knew very well that this man had a reputation for holding grudges. Anyone targeted by him, regardless of their stature, ultimately met their end. Big D and Wu Zhenbang had shared. Now it was evident that Mo Luobing's killing of Big D had displeased Wu Zhenbang, and he intended to deal with Mo Luobing. Of course, none of them were fools. While seeking revenge for Big D was true, it was clear that Wu Zhenbang was also eyeing the lucrative territory of Ho River. Everyone knew how profitable the gambling houses in Ho River were. They were all well aware of this. Initially, they clamored for revenge, but deep down, they were calculating their own benefits. The problem was that trying to stake a claim in Ho River alone was simply impossible. Big D was a living example. As the leader of Lianqing, apart from Wu Zhenbang, no one could match his strength. And what happened? He was still taken down. Now that Wu Zhenbang was set to act against Ho River, it was a golden opportunity for everyone. Wu Zhenbang would undoubtedly take the biggest piece of the pie, but at least they could get a taste. All right. This time we will storm Ho River and show those bastards what's what. One of the leaders jumped up, his old face glowing with excitement. It was obvious to everyone what he was planning. What Xuanbao said makes sense. Those people in Ho River have been too arrogant for too long, and this time we must deal with them harshly. The The conference room suddenly erupted with uncles and leaders all fired up as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Some said they would rush over that very night, while others shouted about turning Ho River upside down. If it weren't so far away, they would likely have already set out to cleanse the place. Big D's death was merely an opportunity. At first they may have shouted for vengeance for pride, but now it was all. They could negotiate about other matters, but when it came to real money, even the Jade Emperor would get a couple of slaps. So when Wu Zhenbang took the lead, Chuan Bao and the others expressed their willingness to fight. Immediately the leaders rushed to volunteer to join the fight. As the meeting of Liansheng's headquarters just concluded, the news spread like wildfire. Recently, explosive news spread in Ho River territory. Liansheng was planning to march into this small area, and the news swept through the underworld circles of both Hong Kong Island and Ho River like a hurricane. Especially for the local gangs in Ho River, no one expected Liansheng to be so bold. This show clearly indicated their intention to mobilize the entire gang to seize territory across the sea. As the central figure in this operation, Wu Zhenbang's name was originally thunderous in the black and white circles of Hong Kong Island, but Ho River was largely unaware of him. However, after this battle, the name of this fierce man echoed through every dark alley of Ho River. When curious onlookers dug up Wu Zhenbang's past achievements, many big shots in Ho River were left speechless. What kind of normal human being was this? Since he stepped into the underworld, the number of gangs he had brought down was countless. More shockingly, the number of gang leaders who had fallen at his hands was more than he could count. Former leader of Hongxing Liang Kuan and the heads of Zhongxin Iha and Xinghe society had all met their end. Most chilling of all was that even Liansheng's former leader Lin Huailu had been hunted down and eliminated by him. Now that such a demon was fixated on them, anyone would have to brace themselves for a few nightmares at night. Strangely, even before Liansheng had truly made a move, the underground worlds of both regions were already in turmoil. Various factions on Hong Kong Island were especially focused on this cross-border conflict. Due to the exclusionary nature of Ho River gangs, multiple infiltration attempts by Hong Kong forces had previously ended in failure. Now that Liansheng had fired the first shot, everyone was craning their necks to see the outcome of this Dragon vs. Tiger showdown. At this moment, in a certain gambling den in Ho River, Mo Luo Bing had just finished inspecting the premises and was about to take a brief rest. His top aide, A Long, rushed in with a panic-stricken expression. "Boss, Liansheng has declared they are coming for us. Let them come on, what's there to panic about?" Over the years, he has seen the Hong Kong Island gangs make bold claims about attacking the Haokong, yet in the end, wasn't it always just thunder with little rain? In Mo Lubing's eyes, it was merely a matter of face for Liansheng putting on a show. After all, their predecessor had been taken out by him. It would be strange if they did not react at all. But to say they would fight to the death over a dead man. Don't joke around. Big brother, this time it's different. Along said, anxiously rubbing his hands together. I heard that the one leading the team is a ruthless killer. Damn, I'm not afraid of you at all. Mo Luobing slammed his hand on the mahogany table. Even if he is strong, he is still in Hong Kong Island. Once in Haokong, it's either the dragon coiled or the tiger lying. This was certainly true. Were the firearms under Mo Luobing's command merely for show? Meanwhile, in a dark room of another gambling hall, Bang Yaju was playing with a cigar, his brows gradually knitting. Looking through the glass door at the few gamblers inside, Bang Yaju couldn't help but sigh. The tip of his cigarette had already burned down to the end. In recent days, Mo Luobing had been like a giant rock pressing down on his head. The once lively place was now almost deserted. Old customers were turning towards the competitors, making him so angry that he couldn't sleep all night, scratching his head in desperation for a way to turn the situation around. Looking back to the past, he was merely a lackey who had crawled out from under Mo Luobing. After finally making a name for himself, he turned around and brought his brothers to start his own business, only to run into the crazy suppression from this former big shot. Territory disputes and customer poaching went back and forth, costing many of his underlings their lives. To be honest, it was a miracle that Bang Yaju had lasted until now. Mo Luobing had rooted himself in Haokong for many years with a tangled web of power. How could a newcomer like him compete? To make matters worse, not long ago, Mo Luobing had eliminated D from Liansheng and had deliberately publicized the incident, causing a stir. This action had directly boosted his prestige in Haokong, causing gamblers to flock to his establishment. Looking at his own desolate gambling hall, Bang Yaju nearly ground his teeth to dust. Brother Ju, huge news. Just as he anxiously lit his third cigarette, a familiar voice interrupted his. He looked up to see Xiao Liao rushing over, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. This brother had been with him for over a decade, from street fights to now conquering the territory side by side, and was considered the brain of the team. Bang Yaju could keep up with Mo Luobing until now, largely thanks to Xiao Liao. Stop keeping me in suspense. Bang Yaju forced a smile and flicked the ash from his cigarette. Xiao Liao plopped down on the edge of the gambling table and lowered his voice. Mo Luobing is going to face big trouble. Seeing Bang Yaju sit up straight, he continued with satisfaction. Do you remember D, who was killed by him? Liansheng has declared they will come over in force to deal with him. Bang Yaju's pupils suddenly contracted, the cigarette nearly burning his fingers. Xiao Liao seized the moment. What's even better is that the one leading the team is Wu Zhenbang from Hong Kong Island. I specifically had someone check the details. This lunatic once single-handedly overturned the entire number gang. As one shocking story after another was revealed, the gloom on Bang Yajust's face was gradually replaced by excitement. Is it true? He gulped as if he could already see Mo Luobing being overwhelmed by a flurry of blades. Even if Wu Zhenbang couldn't eliminate him, as long as he could make this old fox suffer. Absolutely true. Xiao Liao slammed the table. Our opportunity has come. Regarding the conflict between Mo Luobing and Lianxing, Bang Yiju naturally had heard some rumors. The cause of the incident was that Lianxing's big shot D came to Kowloon wanting to grab a piece of the pie and meddling in the gambling hall business. As a result, Mo Luobing not only took his money, but also sent his men to murder him. What's more arrogant is that afterward, he publicly declared that if Lianxing had the guts, they should come to him for revenge. To be honest, even if Bang Yiju and Mo Luobing were not mortal enemies, he thought this guy had gone too far this time. Not only did he initiate trouble first, but he also made bold claims afterward. It was as if he was stepping on someone else's face. Anyone in the underworld who could swallow this humiliation. Moreover, Lianxing is one of the top gangs on Hong Kong Island, founded even earlier than the governor of Hong Kong Island. Now that they have come to seek revenge, it couldn't be more normal. Liao, the opportunity has come. Bang Yiju pondered for a moment, then looked up at Xiao Liao and said, "Go notify the brothers below to keep a low profile during this time. Don't cause trouble. Let's watch the show first and discuss after Lianxing and Mo Luobing finish fighting." Although the gangs in Kowloon are exclusive, Bang Yiju is not a fool. Why would he help Mo Luobing at this time? What a joke. They were originally mortal enemies at odds with each other. It's either you die or I live. Bang Yajust's strength was not much less than Mo Luobing's. The only thing lacking was that the latter had been in the game longer and had a broader network. This time, Mo Luobing has gotten himself into such big trouble. As long as Lianxing puts in a little effort to beat him half to death or stir up chaos in Kowloon. At that time, even if Mo Luobing's connections are strong, others will no longer be able to tolerate his troublesome behavior. And that moment would be Bang Yajust's opportunity to turn the tables. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. Xiao Liao had the same thought. Although they were both local forces in Kowloon, given their grievances with Mo Luobing plus that guy's always arrogant and domineering style, it would be surprising if they didn't take the opportunity to kick him while he's down. Heh. Bang Yiju lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, exhaled a puff of smoke, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Mo Luobing, I hope you can be as arrogant as before this time. He had already made up his mind that as long as there was a chance, he would definitely stomp down hard on Mo Luobing. He had waited too long for this day, and he would not miss this opportunity to bring down his opponent. 3 days later, Lianxing finally made a move. Under the watchful eyes of many, Lianxing's hall masters led a large group of underlings surging out from various docks in Kowloon. This operation was led by Wu Zhenbang, and the gang had evidently made a firm resolution. The dark crowd surged like a tide sweeping from Hong Kong Island to Kowloon. Once they disembarked from the dock, they clearly targeted encircling Mo Luobing's territory. Of course, on the first day, there was no direct confrontation. Instead, they filled all the nearby hotels. The number of people Lianxing dispatched this time nearly filled every nearby into capacity. Even those who were usually the least informed in Kowloon could sense that something big was about to happen. In this gambling city, the other gangsters who typically roamed the streets were not to be underestimated. Under normal circumstances, any unfamiliar faces swaggering onto the streets of the gambling city would have been targeted by these thugs long ago. But today was peculiar. After Lianxing's large force arrived, not only did the street thugs not dare to show their faces, even the stray dogs by the roadside tucked their tails between their legs and retreated into their dens, fearful of being caught by this fierce-looking group. These people had not to be trifled with, written all over their faces. Creating such a large commotion naturally alerted the true big shots who could call the shots in the dark within the... These true big shots were not the kind of street punks like Mo Luobing could compare to. Their names appeared on official documents, and even Bossy of the Pudin Hotel had to show them some respect. At this moment, in a private estate's garden, Boss, he was leisurely pushing a wheelchair for a walk. Sitting in the wheelchair was his wife, May, who had shared his hardships. When Bossy was still a poor boy, May was by his side. Later, after that accident, May became permanently disabled while saving her husband and could no longer leave the wheelchair. Because of this loyalty, Boss, he had never thought of abandoning his long-suffering wife over the years, but instead treated May like a treasure in his hands. Sir, there's a situation with Lianxing. Just as the couple was joking around, the manager of the Pudin Hotel, Yong, rushed over in a panic to report. May understandingly patted her husband's hand. "Xine, you go ahead and busy yourself." Boss, he gently kissed his wife's forehead and waved a call over the maid waiting at a distance. After ensuring the wheelchair was properly taken care of, he turned to Yong. "What's going on with Lianxing?" Although he had heard about the feud between Mo Luobing and Lianxing, Boss, he hadn't paid much attention at first. Conflicts between the gangs of Hong Kong Island and local organizations were commonplace, and those small thugs often made bold claims without much thought. So when he earlier heard that Lianxing had threatened to flatten the gambling city boss, he had dismissed it as a joke. But now even his own gambling hall manager was alarmed, and it seemed things were not that simple. This time it seems they are serious about it. Ayong wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, I just received intel that Lianxing has brought at least over 600 people, and they are clearly intent on a life-and-death struggle with Mo Luobing. Although it was none of his business, if a real fight broke out in the gambling city, it would inevitably affect the business of the Pudin Hotel. This vested interest was the real reason Ayong had rushed to report. Strange. Bossy muttered while playing with his prayer beads. Last time their negotiator came to discuss business, it wasn't such a big deal. Why is it that now with the death, it's causing such a ruckus? To be clear, Hong Kong Island gangs had never gained any advantage when coming to the gambling city to collect debts. Ayong sighed deeply and sat down beside Hexine. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling lights of Haokong reflected into the room, creating an alternating glow and shadow. Logically, the gangs from Hong Kong Island shouldn't be so easily driven out of Haokong. If both sides were to truly clash, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. In fact, the real reason hindering their expansion was not their strength. A wide strait lay between Haokong and Hong Kong Island, serving as a natural barrier and the biggest hindrance. As one of the 4 most famous gambling cities in the world, the land in Haokong was incredibly valuable. The cost of living here was frighteningly high. For the gangs from Hong Kong Island to send people over, just the ferry fees would be a significant expense. Not to mention, they would also have to cover the living expenses of their men. When the younger brothers come out to do their tasks, they must follow the rules and distribute red envelopes. If something goes wrong, the expenses for handling it will be an endless pit. After calculating, just to transfer one person over will cost a significant amount. If the number of dispatch personnel is insufficient, it will have no effect. But if a large-scale mobilization occurs, ordinary gangs simply cannot afford such a hefty expense. This is merely the initial preparation. When the real battle with the local gangs in Haojiang begins, the subsequent costs will be astronomical. Therefore, no matter how powerful a gang is on Hong Kong Island, once they enter Haojiang's territory, they ultimately have to retreat with their tails between their legs. Throughout history, any conflict ultimately hinges on financial strength. Without substantial financial backing, one cannot even dream of grabbing a share in Haojiang, let alone support the subordinates brought over. It is precisely for this reason that when Xian learned that Lianxing had sent over more than 6,000 people, he was so shocked he could hardly speak. The cost of this personnel mobilization alone amounts to several tens of millions. In the past, which gang dared to spend money like this? I found out that the leader is named Wu Zhenbang. Ayong lit a cigarette and said thoughtfully, this young man is... He continued to explain. Lianxing has always had only one helmsman, yet now 2 leaders have emerged. It is said that this is the doing of Wu Zhenbang. The other leader, known as D, is essentially just his follower. Ayong had done his homework before meeting Hex. Recently, it has been rumored that Lianxing intends to settle accounts with Mo Luobing, and all factions are closely monitoring the situation. With just a little investigation, one can easily uncover the inside story. Incredible. After hearing the report, even with Zin's current status, he couldn't help but secretly admire. Wu Zhenbang is no ordinary person. He is completely different from those thugs who only know how to be violent. He is clearly a cunning and ruthless character. Among the 2 leaders of Lianxing, one is his sworn brother, and the other is simply his subordinate. The former leader was even hunted down by him to foreign lands. Now the entire Lianxing is basically under his control. However, what truly concerns Xian is Wu Zhenbang's achievements in the business world. Titles like the King of Goods on Hong Kong Island and the Game King all highlight his keen business acumen. Such a shrewd, ruthless, and wealthy person coming to Haojiang this time absolutely has motives beyond just a The trees wish to be calm, but the wind does not stop. Xian extinguished his cigar and turned to Ayong, instructing, as long as they do not cause trouble in our territory, let them be. This is a private grudge between Lianxing and Mo Luobing. Let them resolve it themselves. Rest assured, bossy, I understand completely. Ayong respectfully nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries with Xian, and then took his leave. Although Wu Zhenbang and Mo Luobing should not cause trouble on Mr. He's territory, he still had to remind his subordinates to stay alert. Both of these men are dangerous characters, and once they become furious, they might commit some reckless acts. The focus shifted to the other side. Mo Luobing also received wind of the news, having heard that Lianxing dispatched thousands of men from Hong Kong Island. Damn, are the people from Lianxing crazy? In his lavishly decorated gambling hall office, Mo Luobing's face was so dark it seemed to drip with water. Previously, he had boasted that Lianxing could not stir up any waves, yet right after they came charging in with a grand display. Thousands of them. Just the cost of feeding those people is astronomical. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for the sake of avenging a dead person? Boss, the situation is dire. Along reported with cold sweat on his forehead. Those people have already booked all the nearby hotels. The one leading is named Wu Zhenbang. I have already figured out his background. After hearing the report, Mo Luobing spat angrily. Like most gangs in Haojiang, he never expected that Lianxing would mobilize so many men for a mere D. You must understand that such large-scale brawls are financial drains. Just the daily expenses can make one wince, let alone the real costs of fighting. What surprised him the most was that Lianqing actually hid such a ruthless character as Wu Zhenbang. This guy is simply a madman. It is the first time in Heojiang's history that a Hong Kong gang has deployed thousands of men. Thus, pass my orders. Mo Luo Bing's eyes gleamed with fierce light as he gritted his teeth. All brothers, stay alert and be ready for battle. Surrender. That is not an option. If they shrink back right after the enemy arrives at their doorstep, how will Mo Luo Bing continue to survive in this world? Although the other side has many people, he is not easy to mess with either. This is Haojiang. It is his territory. He must at least exchange a few blows before talking. If he were to concede now, there would be no need for Lianqing to take action, as those gangs who have long looked down on him would surely take the opportunity to strike. Especially his old rival Panya Ju, who would definitely stomp him to the ground. Now this battle must be fought. Besides, who will emerge as the victor is still uncertain. Mo Luo Bing clenched his fists, having already made up his mind. Seeing Lianqing actually mobilizing troops, how could the local snake Mo Luo Bing show weakness? He immediately snapped his fingers, signaling Along to come closer. Pass my words down. Mo Luo Bing lit a cigar, the blue smoke swirling in the light. As long as we can take down the gangsters of Lianqing this time, everyone will be generously rewarded. He intentionally paused, his eyes flashing fiercely. If anyone can take out one of their leaders, I will directly reward 5 million. As for that Wu Zhenbang, he slammed the table heavily. Whoever takes his life, 20 million will be transferred immediately. Along, who stood beside him, felt his heart race at these words. Mo Luo Bing is truly going all out this time. The rewards for condolences and medical expenses have all doubled. Along licked his dry lips. This bounty is enough to drive people to take risks. For a regular thug to earn this much, he would probably need to work for 10 years. Rest assured, Brother Bing, I will take care of it right away. Along hurriedly left, his steps much lighter than usual. When he conveyed this news to his subordinates, the entire hall erupted in excitement. Some were so eager that they were practically itching to rush out and fight. Even the advance action allowances were 5 times more than usual. In the mahjong hall at the street corner, several tattooed youths were sharpening their mountain-opening knives. Damn it, this time we are going all out. The young man with yellow hair spat. If we take out a leader, we can build a villa. Beside him, the fat guy wearing a gold chain chuckled. If you ask me, just take out Wu Zhenbang directly. 20 million is enough for us to eat for a lifetime. However, the neon lights at the dock flashed until dawn, yet the anticipated slaughter never came. After feasting and drinking, the people of Lianqing went to rest early, which instead left Mo Luo Bing and his men waiting in vain. At dawn, one of the younger brothers, unable to hold on any longer, leaned against the wall and fell asleep. Damn them and their ancestors. Mo Luo Bing smashed the third teacup, his eye bag swollen as he cursed. Lianqing's bastards are playing us. He kicked over the tea table in frustration and ultimately had to dismiss his exhausted subordinates. The noon sun scorched the asphalt road at the dock, and the heat waves distorted the distant scenery. When Wu Zhenbang stepped onto the soil of Haojiang, his black suit stood out starkly in the sunlight. Song Xiaowei linked her arm with his while Qin Jiu followed closely behind. More than 20 strong subordinates shadowed them closely. Boss. Gao Jin quickly approached, respectfully bowing. The beads of sweat on his forehead sparkled in the sunlight, clearly indicating he had been waiting for a long time. Wu Zhenbang slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping over the dock. Last night. Was it still calm? He deliberately slowed down his speech, and the coin spinning between his fingers suddenly stopped. Gao Jin had anticipated this question. He leaned in slightly and lowered his voice. As you instructed, the brothers have been recovering their strength. As he spoke, he handed over a wet wipe, but Wu Zhenbang waved it away, instead checking his pocket watch. The coin began to spin again, drawing a silver arc in the sunlight. Wu Zhenbang suddenly chuckled, letting Mo Luo Bing's men wait in vain for a whole night now. He glanced at his watch. It's time to net them in. Before his words fell, a fairy horn sounded from afar, startling a flock of seagulls. There were no unusual occurrences. Our personnel remained in a state of rest all night, and Mo Luo Bing's side was also very quiet, not taking the initiative to cause trouble. Gao Jin nodded in response. Indeed, since everything is calm, let's withdraw. Upon hearing that everything was safe and sound, Wu Zhenbang showed a satisfied expression and stepped forward to continue moving toward the dock exit. On both sides of the dock road, dozens of luxurious cars were parked in an orderly fashion. These were all the vehicles that Gao Jin had brought over yesterday, and there were nearly 1,000 people accompanying them, all dressed in sharp suits.